Hello guys, hype and like now, for more crazier daily updates. Chapter 1. What is this place? Am I not in a museum? Moyun still clearly remembers that he visited a huge meteorite in the museum. At that moment, the meteorite emitted a strong light, and then he lost consciousness. Everything in front of him surprised Moyun. Here is a tall temple, topped like a deep galaxy of stars, and beside him are monsters. A huge 3-meter-tall tauren, a hot bat girl with bat wings, a tall and mighty centaur, and even a mass of mud that couldn't tell what species it was. Hundreds of creatures gathered in the temple, and they had the same questions on their faces as Moyun. What exactly is this place? Untouchables, welcome to the realm of the gods. Right in front of everyone stood a tall and handsome blonde man. With a wave of his hand, countless rays of golden light flew into everyone's body. When the golden light touched his body, Moyun felt an unprecedented pleasure in his body, as if he had been enlightened, and a lot of knowledge appeared in his mind. It turns out that this place is the realm of the gods. In this world of gods, there are a total of 80 billion gods, and the prerequisite for becoming a god is to obtain a godhead. And the temple is the easiest place to obtain the godhead. The blonde man in front of him is the owner of this temple, and also the lord of the surrounding area, demigod Ater. At this moment, the demigod art began to speak. Listen well, untouchables, you will now have the honor to become the gods blessed by the supreme god, but the premise is that you can obtain the godhead. If you can't get the waste, you will lose your qualifications as gods and are only worthy of being slaves. Off the court, a handsome blonde young man said, "What are you talking about? I am the prince of the noble Chinsin family, and you actually want me to be a slave? Shut up, pariah." A man of prey behind half-length Yate stretched out a finger, and a red light hit the blonde youth. The blonde youth exploded and died immediately, causing fear in all living beings. The blonde young man was not too far away from Moyun, a stream of blood spattered on Moyun's face. Moyun immediately recognized the reality, suppressed the panic in his heart to calm himself down, and told himself repeatedly in his heart. In any case, let's talk about it after surviving. The other creatures obviously had the same idea as Moyun, and the sound of falling needles could be heard immediately in the temple. The demigod Ater continued, "You already know how to awaken the godhead, but there is one more thing I want to remind you. That is, in this temple, you can find a non-level system godhead. This is the weakest, trash, most useless and cumbersome godhead. If you find it, you must choose another godhead, understand?" A tall and burly werewolf asked, "Noble demigod, what if only the system godhead is discovered? Untouchable. Are you worthy of asking the grown UPS? No problem." The demigod Yate waved his hand to signal his subordinates to step back, and looked at the werewolf with great satisfaction. "If you only discover the system godhead, then don't choose it. There is not only one chance to awaken the godhead, but if you choose the system godhead, you will never have another chance." System divinity? Moyun's mind is full of thoughts. Moyun, who has read all the articles on the internet, naturally knows what the system is. He didn't find the system on his body, but there is a system godhead in the sea of stars? Before Moyun could think more, the ceremony had already begun. Moyun immediately poured his spirit into the deep galaxy at the top of the temple. This deep galaxy is also known as the Sea of Godheads, and every creature without godheads has the opportunity to obtain godheads in the Sea of Godheads. The spirit enters the deep galaxy. Moyun seems to be in the vast universe, and there are countless twinkling lights in the distance. The brighter the light, the closer or stronger the godhead is to oneself. The time that each creature can be immersed in the Sea of Godhead is different, but Moyun can feel that the time he can stay in the Sea of Godhead is quite limited. Those extremely radiant godheads are often extremely far away, and if you blindly pursue them, you will end up looking at the mountain and running to death. Moyun resolutely gave up those shining godheads, and chose a rather bright Godhead that could see the outline and flew away. Maybe it was Mo Yun's good luck, this Godhead was surprisingly close to him, and he quickly came in front of it. Judging from the light, this turned out to be a fourth-grade Godhead. In the acquired knowledge, it is introduced that the Godhead is divided into 5 grades, the worst is the 5th grade, and the best is the 1st grade. But this does not mean that the 4th-level Godhead is very weak, on the contrary, it is already very rare. According to the introduction in the knowledge, the person who can obtain the Godhead for the first time is actually less than 1/3, and in this among them, 9 out of 10 people can only obtain the 5th-level Godhead. To meet the 4th Godhead, Mo Yun's luck is very good. But after detecting the information of Godhead, Mo Yun's expression is not so pretty. This Godhead is called the 4th Toilet God Godhead. Sighing, Mo Yun still decided to refine the Godhead. Although he is a toilet god, he is a 4th-class Godhead after all, which is always better than being a slave. People are knives and I am fish, Mo Yun has no choice. But at this moment, a Godhead wrapped in white light appeared in Mo Yun's field of vision like a comet, and it was about to pass across Mo Yun in a flash. Mo Yun saw its message clearly. There is no grade system Godhead. Chapter 2. Mo Yun remembered the words of the demigod Ater. If you find that the system Godhead is with other Godheads, you have to choose another Godhead no matter what. If you only found the system Godhead, you must not choose it. Yate has no reason to lie to himself, there must be some kind of excessive flaw or unknown secret in this system of godhood. Does that mean ignoring this system Godhead and choosing the 4th Toilet God Godhead? Mo Yun stared at the system Godhead that was about to pass through in front of him, and fell into the battle between heaven and man. Otherwise, it's better to be more stable, right? Even if he is a toilet god, he is still a god after all. As long as he cultivates properly, he can have an endless lifespan. After all, he is not sure whether this system Godhead can surprise him. Mo Yun finally stretched out his hand to the Godhead of the toilet god. At this time, the system Godhead came in front of Mo Yun. At this moment, a conflict made Mo Yun change his choice. Dry. When a person is dead, his egg is turned upside down, and he will not die for thousands of years. FK Toilet Gods. Since I have come to the God realm, it is impossible for me to live in peace. Grab Mo Yun after the system Godhead, and refine it immediately. At this moment, Mo Yun had an intuition. He got it right. In the temple, some creatures gradually woke up. Some of them have run out of time, and their faces are full of frustration and annoyance. Some of them have obtained the Godhead as they wished, and their faces are full of satisfaction. The guard found out the person who had obtained the Godhead, and brought him to the demigod Ater under the envious eyes of everyone. The Godhead of the 3rd-class god of bloody battles, not bad. The demigod Yate looked at the burly werewolf in front of him with admiration. I have bestowed on you the status of the Huishan leader, and you will stay by my side to serve you in the future. Thank you, Mr. Arthur. More and more people were bestowed by Yate as the gods of Huishan. Those people stood behind the demigod Yate and whispered. After becoming gods, they finally had the right to speak freely. On the contrary, the remaining creatures only have envy and regret, not knowing how to face the future of slaves. Finally, it was Mo Yun's turn. When Mo Yun was brought in front of Yate, he could hear those behind him whispering to him. What a strange skin color, is he an orc? Or a demon? Like a fated monster, his eyes turned out to be black, the same color as the demon race. I'm afraid it's a BD born of a demon and a beast. Indeed, the surrounding creatures basically have the appearance of Westerners, even centaurs, orcs, and human beings, and Mo Yun, a yellow race, is particularly different among them. Mo Yun secretly remembered these insulting words in his heart. He was under the eaves, so he could only bear it now. 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. After the demigod Ater glanced at Mo Yun, he showed a disgusted expression. System Godhead? Didn't you hear what I said? It really is a trash breed with a trash Godhead. Moyun lowered his head, pretending to be respectful and humble, but he firmly remembered these words in his heart. My lord, then he. Things like waste, used as slaves. A cart pulled by a huge dragon eagle flew from the sky to the mine. Sitting in the cart were the new slaves of the mine, including Moyun. The territory of the demigod Ader is about the size of a province of Blue Star, but in the realm of the gods, this is a small territory as small as a sesame seed, and the demigod has only barely reached the status of a lord. Minimum qualifications. Yate's territory is called Huishan Ling, and its main products are Huishan stone and God realm wheat. In the car, a group of people were mocking Moyun to the extreme. You said, what kind of BD was he born? I think it's a grey lemur and a hell hyena. No, I think it's a yellow-skinned rat and a hobgoblin. Then how do you explain his black eyes and hair? It is estimated that the brown eyes have mutated. A group of guys started to laugh loudly, maybe this could give them some comfort as they became slaves. After all, in their opinion, although they didn't get the Godhead, they were still much better than Moyun who chose the system Godhead. Moyun kept silent, secretly remembering these insulting words in his heart. Laugh at himself, he can bear it. But mocking his race, the color of his skin, and his eyes, he can't stand it. He will definitely make these guys pay the price. However, not now. For now, Moyun is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of this group of monsters: the ogre with a height of nearly 4 meters, the crocodile orc with a mouth full of fangs, and various monster species of huge size. He must draw strength from the Godhead. Moyun immersed himself in the spiritual world, staring at the system Godhead. According to the knowledge in my mind, after obtaining the Godhead, I can get the corresponding power, but the system Godhead does not. In addition, the Godhead can also absorb the power of the surrounding elements to become stronger, and this is not the case with the system Godhead. It is no wonder that Art said that this is the most trash and useless Godhead. Others who have obtained this Godhead can neither obtain the corresponding power nor absorb elements to strengthen it. It will only waste the Godhead position in vain. But Moyun felt that he knew the correct way to use the system Godhead. System, you should be able to understand what I'm saying, right? Although the system Godhead didn't respond, Moyun knew he had guessed right. Give me a system that can strengthen the Godhead. At this time, one of the 3 transparent gemstones on the Godhead emitted a faint light. Chapter 3. It is as expected. When he obtained the system Godhead, Moyun felt that he had obtained a key, but obviously, those who had obtained the system Godhead did not know how to use this key. At this moment, Moyun believes that the system Godhead who has solved the mystery will never let him down. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 times the cultivation system. The host can check his own situation through the system. Check it out now. Then, a system template appeared in front of Moyun. Host, Moyun. Practice value, 10 days. Current environment practice speed, 1.2 days, unit, day. The template is very simple. Combining the knowledge about the world of gods in his mind and the introduction of the system, Moyun has a clear understanding of the way of God's practice. The Godhead increases the cultivation value by absorbing esoteric meanings. The stronger the esoteric meanings in the environment, the faster the Godhead grows. For example, in this carriage, the newly obtained 5th level Godhead can only increase the cultivation value of 0.1 day or even less every day. If it is the god of chariots and the god of travel, the daily increase in cultivation value may be between 0.5 and 1 day. The reason why the system Godhead can last for 1.2 days is because it does not reject anyone who comes, and can absorb all the profound meanings, which is a characteristic only possessed by the upper Godhead. Ding! The environmental characteristics are detected, the cultivation system multiplier is 11 times, and the current environment cultivation speed, 13.2 days. It is indeed a 10 times cultivation system. Mo Yun's eyes lit up. Obviously, the 10 times cultivation system turned out to be the minimum 10 times to start. With the absorption speed of a high-level Godhead, combined with a tenfold cultivation system, his future is limitless. You must know that the 10-day practice value given by Yate along with the knowledge of the gods makes Mo Yun feel like he has been washed out. But now, Mo Yun can get more than 10 days of practice value every day. After a brief surprise, Mo Yun began to observe the Godhead again. He noticed that there were 3 transparent gemstones on the Godhead, one of which was already shining with a faint white light, which seemed to correspond to the tenfold cultivation system. Then, could the remaining 2 also awaken the new system? Unfortunately, there is no corresponding knowledge in my mind. Mo Yun still remembers that those who were granted the qualifications of the gods by the demigod Yate received the second gift from Yate. If he guessed correctly, this time the gift included the knowledge of the cultivation of the Godhead. Looks like I need to ask someone. Mo Yun looked up. The dragon eagle cart was already quiet. It seemed that the destination was approaching. In the distance, the volcano emitting white smoke is already clearly visible. This is the mine where Huishan ore is produced. The people in the carriage also stopped taking fun from Mo Yun. It seemed that Mo Yun lost interest in insulting him because he didn't resist. Or because of the imminent life of slavery, he lost his interest in joking. Mo Yun's gaze couldn't help but rest on the silver-haired female elf sitting diagonally opposite. This is the world of the gods, and any humanoid woman who comes out is a blue star, and this silver-haired female elf is far superior, eclipsing Yifei, Lia, Bing Bing, etc. in Mo Yun's memory. Thinking that such a stunning female elf is also a slave, Mo Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The stunning female elf noticed Mo Yun's gaze, and glared at Mo Yun angrily. Mo Yun subconsciously wanted to turn his head, but then stopped. Since everyone is already a slave, who cares about being so polite and humble? After the dragon eagle cart stopped at the mine, 2 coachmen divided the people into 3 groups, and then 3 supervisors walked out of the mine. The one on the left goes there, the one on the right stays, and the trash in the middle goes with me. A supervisor took Mo Yun and a few people around him away. Unlike the tall and burly guys on the left and right, they were obviously waist in the middle. Mo Yun looked at his colleagues. They were a rat man, a squirrel man, 3 humans, a dwarf, and the silver-haired female elf. Several people were brought into a hot cave like a furnace, and when they walked in, they heard a commotion. A newcomer is here. Finally a newcomer. Quiet. You bastards. A sharp voice sounded, and it was an ugly goblin less than half the height of a person, with a leather whip in his hand, and slammed it heavily on the ground. The crowd fell silent immediately, and the overseer also said to the goblin, Bibbo, these new slaves will be handed over to you. Leave it to Bibbo with confidence. The goblin turned around arrogantly, and said, Listen up, new slaves. I am the supervisor here, and you will call me Lord Bibbo from now on. From now on, you have to work for me. Do you understand? Work. Understood. Fragmented voices sounded from the crowd. I didn't catch you. Say it again. The goblin flicked his whip. Understood. This time the voice was much louder. It's honest. Work, since it's your first day here, move all the ashes out for me. Mo Yun took a look at the cave. This is where the ore is processed. The Huishan ore was thrown into the hot magma and then taken out. Their job is to move the excess waste outside. At this moment, the system suddenly reacted. Environmental characteristics have been detected. The current environment cultivation speed is 1.7 days, the cultivation system multiple is 13 times, and the current environment cultivation speed is 22.1 days. Mo Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. This place isn't that bad. Chapter 4. On the first day of the newcomer, he worked continuously for 6 hours without a break. Perhaps it was due to being in the God realm, everyone didn't feel tired, at most they felt that the work was extremely boring and the cave was so hot that it made people uncomfortable. Mo-Yun, who was resting in the cave, suddenly realized that he seemed to be isolated. Those who were newcomers with him sat together, as if they had completed the grouping, and the old slaves working in this cave were faintly 3 old teams. A half-orc who seemed also isolated came to Mo-Yun's side and sat down, whispering. "Don't be afraid of Bibbo, Bibbo's whip is just scary." Mo-Yun sees that the orcs want to make friends with him, and Mo-Yun is not disgusted, and some information about this place is what Mo-Yun urgently needs. "Scary? What do you mean? Every slave is the property of the Lord, and Bibbo has no right to beat and scold slaves. Isn't he the supervisor?" Mo-Yun asked curiously. "But he doesn't have the right to beat and scold the Lord's wealth. Here, only a few gods and people have such a right. As for the further right to dispose of the slaves, only the manager of Huishan Market, son of God, Ailes has it." Mo-Yun thought about it secretly, and it seems that this is indeed the case. Although Bibbo bossed him around, the whip in his hand never hit the slave once. This is not difficult to understand. It's like the nobles in the Middle Ages who hired poor freemen as slave overseers. In the eyes of a nobleman, a poor freeman may not be as valuable as his slave. Mo-Yun was about to ask further, when a voice came from outside. "Time to eat." A centaur who looked like a cook came in, and he distributed 2 pieces of bread to each slave, while Bibbo, who was the overseer, received 3. This further deepened Mo-Yun's judgment that the status of overseer Bibbo is not much higher than that of slaves. "Eat quickly, bread is our only hope. By the way, my name is Cantor, what is your name?" Mo-Yun. Mo-Yun looked at the bread in his hand, and a sweet smell entered his nose. It seems to be said in the inherited knowledge that gods can exist for a long time without eating, and only absorb the elements in the air. However, among these people, except for themselves, they are all slaves who have not obtained the Godhead, and it seems that there is indeed a need to eat. After eating a piece of bread, Mo-Yun suddenly noticed something strange. After checking with the system, Mo-Yun found that his cultivation value had increased by 0.1 day. "I see. This is probably bread made by gods like the god of bread, which can increase the cultivation value of gods and slaves. No wonder Cantor said that this is the only hope." Cantor greedily swallowed 2 pieces of bread, and said, "There is only 1 meal a day, and bread can give us strength. As long as you work here for 10 years, you can go to the temple again to obtain the Godhead, provided you live to that time." 10 years? Mo-Yun frowned, he couldn't wait that long. Mo-Yun glanced at Bibbo who had finished eating bread in the distance, and with a thought, asked the half-orc Cantor. "Why do some gods have the qualification to whip, but Bibbo doesn't?" The orc said with some sarcasm in his tone, "Bibbo is just a lowly goblin." Mo-Yun suddenly realized. It turned out to be racist. It's just that it is ridiculous to say these words from the mouth of the half-orc. Goblins are cheap, so what about you half-orc? Seeing the orcs and himself being isolated, Mo-Yun realized that racism might be the norm in this world. Mo-Yun has a calculation in his heart. In Cantor's surprised present, Mo-Yun came in front of Bibbo. "Slave, what do you want to do?" Bibbo slammed the whip on the ground fiercely. "Honorable Master Bibbo, I just have some doubts and want to ask you." "Of course, I am not asking for nothing, I am willing to dedicate this bread to you." Goblin Bibbo looked at Mo-Yun in surprise. Although he was an overseer, no slave had ever respected him so much. Moreover, the temptation of magic bread is not small for Bibbo. "Okay, I accept your bread, but I warn you, if your question is too ridiculous, not only will I not return the bread to you, but I will also severely punish you. Please rest assured, Master Bibbo. I am very self-aware." "Go ahead." Mo-Yun asked what he wanted to know the most, "Master Bibbo, what are the 3 crystals on the Godhead?" 3 crystals? Why do you ask this? You have no Godhead. He has a Godhead. The new slaves made a taunting voice. He ignored the words of the Lord Yate and chose the system Godhead, so he was demoted to a slave. Is it the system Godhead who can't absorb elements and has no ability? Goblin Bibbo was thoughtful. It seems that you really don't need bread. Since you asked, I'll tell you. The 3 crystals are the 3 abilities of the Godhead, and the ability of the first crystal can be possessed after obtaining the Godhead. The second one needs to accumulate 1 year of divine power. The third one needs to accumulate 10 years of divine power. However, if you want to refine the crystal from white to grey, you need to accumulate at least 200 years of divine power. If the crystal turns from white to grey, you are a noble son of God. Chapter 5. After nightfall, the slaves all slept in the cave, with men sleeping on the left and women sleeping on the right. As for the goblin Bibbo, he also slept here. Bibbo has a rollaway bed, which is simple, but Bibbo is the only one of them all who has a bed. The others were lying on the ground, and it was extremely hot in the cave, so many people were destined to suffer from insomnia tonight. Moyun also didn't fall asleep. He was pondering Bibbo's words over and over again. The ability of his first crystal is 10 times the cultivation system, so the remaining 2 crystals can obviously obtain other systems. The crystal can change from white to grey, which should mean that the system is upgradable. As for the supernatural power that Bibbo said, if it is correct, it should be the cultivation value displayed in the cultivation system. Although Moyun has a tenfold training system now, this system is functional and has not brought Moyun an improvement in force. If you want to survive in this world, you can't do without force. Moyun urgently needs to open the second Godhead crystal to obtain a system that can give him the ability to protect himself. Is it a year of divine power? Moyun thought to himself. Coincidentally, at this time, the 10 times system has completed the 1-day settlement. Ding! The practice is completed in 1 day, and the total practice value obtained is 11.8 days. Although the training speed is 22.1 days, Moyun has only been here for less than half a day, so the total training value obtained in the carriage is 11.8 days. Moyun looked outside the cave, and if he guessed right, it seems that the training system is settled at 2400 hours every night. On the 11.8 th, the practice value poured into Moyun's body, which gave him the feeling of washing the pulse and cutting the marrow again. He felt that his body became much stronger, and the first gem of the Godhead was also a little brighter. At this point, the system updates the situation for the new day. Environmental characteristics have been detected. The current environment practice speed is 1.8 days, and the cultivation system multiple is 15 times. The current environment practice speed is 27 days. Hey! Moyun noticed a slight difference. He remembered clearly that yesterday's cultivation speed was 22.1 days, but today it turned into 27 days. Moyun was not immersed in the joy of faster cultivation, but seriously thought about the reasons for the change. Perhaps, this can greatly shorten the process of him obtaining divine power for a year. Moyun moved his body gently in the cave, always paying attention to the changes in the cultivation system. Suddenly, the value of the cultivation system jumped, from 1.8 to 1.9, and then to 1.8 again. After some probing by Moyun, a small stone emitting red light attracted Moyun's attention. This is the fragment of the Awaken mine. Holding the fragments in your hand, you can feel the temperature in them. Moyun checked the cultivation system and was immediately elated. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 2.0 days, the cultivation system multiplier is 18 times, and the cultivation speed in the current environment is 36 days. Using the fragments of the Awaken mine, he only needs less than 10 days to accumulate divine power for a year. Wrong. Looking at the closed volcanic furnace, Moyun knew it. It won't take 10 days at all. Snapped. In the crisp sound of the whip, the goblin Bibbo woke up everyone. and he still gave orders arrogantly. New slaves, I took special care of you yesterday because you just arrived. Today, you are responsible for digging out the boiler. The huge volcanic furnace is extremely hot, and the slaves need to scrape out the impurities behind the Huishan mine furnace to prevent the volcano from clogging and erupting. This work is obviously the cruelest. Mo Yun also finally understood why the old slaves would make surprise noises when they saw the newcomers again. Naturally, the new slaves had no choice. They came to the fiery furnace with their tools, and a gust of hot air just happened to spew out from the furnace. The intense burning sensation made people feel as if they were being placed on the furnace, which was almost unbearable. Mo Yun checked the system. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 2.0 days, the cultivation system multiplier is 16 times, and the cultivation speed in the current environment is 32 days. Obviously working here is faster than transporting ore ash, but Mo Yun feels he has better options. Among the impurities that were taken out were fragments of the Huishan mine, and slaves were responsible for picking them out, which is why Mo Yun was able to pick up the fragments of the Huishan mine. The cold stove he burned yesterday should come in handy now. Master Bibbo, I really want to do the work of picking ore fragments. I wonder if you can agree to my request. Goblin Bibbo looked at Mo Yun, saw Mo Yun standing respectfully, without a trace of neglect. Such a humble attitude made him very comfortable, and said, "Okay then, you go pick out the debris. Who, you go dig out the boiler." The person whose job was replaced dared not speak out, but could only stare at Mo Yun viciously. As for the new slaves, they even murmured softly. It turns out that's why he bribed yesterday, what a clown. The king's side is corrupt because of such a courtier country. I didn't expect the gods to encounter it. Disgusting. Mo Yun smiled coldly in his heart, he didn't care about these people at all. A group of idiots, who have become slaves and pretend to be noble, don't know if they are really noble, or they can't save face. Under the envious and jealous eyes of this group of people, Mo Yun sat calmly at the position of picking the fragments of Huishan mine. Here, Mo Yun was not disappointed. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 3.2 days, and the cultivation system multiplier is 25 times. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 80 days. Chapter 6. The practice speed of 80 days a day is still not the limit of Mo Yun. When he put his hand into the basket full of Huishan stone fragments, the practice speed reached an astonishing 3.5 days, and the system multiplier reached 31 times. The daily practice speed as high as 108.5 made Mo Yun excited. In this way, within a few days, he will be able to light up the second crystal on the Godhead. However, Mo Yun's movements are also very careful. The Huishan stone fragment that he found yesterday lost its strength and turned into an ordinary stone the next morning. Obviously, the divine power in it has been exhausted. Therefore, when handling the ore fragments in his hands, Mo Yun was very cautious, so as not to be seen by others. Just when Mo Yun was working in full swing, he heard a pleasant voice. "Master Bibbo, I also really want to do the work of picking ore fragments." Glancing out of the corner of Mo Yun's eyes, an unlucky guy was rearranged into the boiler, and the stunning silver-haired elf came and sat down next to Mo Yun, and began to pick out the pieces. As for the goblin Bibbo, it seems that just because of the stunning elf's Master Bibbo, he gets carried away with joy. Looking at the profile of the silver-haired female elf, Mo Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it's so beautiful. If it was me, I would definitely occupy this stunning female elf immediately without hesitation, and I don't know what the demigod Ader is thinking. You are very smart and know the times. Mo Yun praised the stunning elf in a low voice. Don't talk to me, dirty BD. Being insulted by the stunning elves, Mo Yun found that he was not angry. Maybe it's because men have double standards, or maybe they're used to being scolded. After all, compared to those people yelling BD, BD, this dirty BD can be called melodious. Mo Yun said lightly, everyone is a slave, it's the same now. I'm not the same as you, I'm Elsa Fenjiu, but a noble holy elf, the successor of Fenjiu's title. The stunning elf glared at Mo Yun, sooner or later, I will obtain the supreme Fengshen deity, and you, will end the rest of your life here. Hearing this, Mo Yun couldn't help sneering, do noble saint elves also need to please Mr. Bibbo? Elsa glanced at Mo Yun coldly, and stopped talking to Mo Yun. Mo Yun said thoughtfully, could it be that you have other godheads you can choose but gave up, and you are persistent in wanting the wind godhead? Seeing Elsa's shaking hand, Mo Yun knew that he had guessed right, and laughed, idiot. The idiot who chooses the system godhead is not qualified to accuse me. Elsa lowered her head and concentrated on picking out the pieces, as if she had made up her mind not to talk to Mo Yun again. Mo Yun also continued to work, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The idiot who chose the system godhead? Stupid or not, you'll soon find out. Ding, the practice is completed in 1 day, and the total practice value obtained is 72.3 days. In the middle of the night, the settlement of the system dilutes the irritability of Mo Yun's simple work for more than 10 hours in a row. When the divine power of 72.3 day poured into his body, Mo Yun's comfortable toes were almost stretched. He immediately checked the cultivation system. Host, Mo Yun. Practice value, March 4.3. Current environment practice speed, 2.6 days, 20 times, unit, day. He has accumulated divine power for 3 months now. Counting the dragged down by sleeping for a few hours this morning, he can obtain at least 80 days of divine power in 1 day. In this way, he only needs 4 days at most to light up the second Godhead crystal. Compared with the improvement brought by the cultivation system, the 0.1 day supernatural power of bread is better than nothing for Mo Yun. However, Mo Yun did not dedicate both pieces of bread to Bibbo because of this, he still needed to eat 1 piece to deceive others. Of course, that piece of bread was not given in vain. He got a lot of useful information from Bibbo. Before there is enough confidence, such a slave life can only be continued temporarily. Try your guts. Whispering to himself, Mo Yun turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Ding, the practice is completed in 1 day, and the total practice value obtained is 87.6 days. Ding, the training is completed in 1 day, and the total training value obtained is 91.1 days. 2 days later in a row, Mo Yun was pleasantly surprised to see that his cultivation value had broken through the 9-month mark. As long as there is 1 more day like this, he will be able to obtain the second system. But other people are obviously not as happy as Mo Yun. The mentality of the new slaves who have become familiar with working here is subtly changing. Working for more than 10 hours a day in extreme heat and pain, I was completely trapped in this cave without seeing the light of day. After coming to the God realm, all creatures no longer need to excrete, but this makes everyone even have no chance to let the air go. And the next chance to go to the temple to obtain Godhead will be 10 years later. The gods are very indifferent to the concept of time, 10 years is just a snap of the fingers, but for these slaves who have just arrived in the gods, 10 years is really too difficult. I don't agree. Several human slaves finally broke out, it's okay for Her Royal Highness Elsa, why does this BD do such a leisurely job every time? Facing the doubts from the slaves, Goblin Bibbo whipped his whip heavily and cursed, you are slaves, and the duty of a slave is to work obediently and obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Humph, we are not afraid of you. Several new slaves had already known that Bibbo did not have the authority to beat slaves in the past few days, and they all clamored at this time. A bunch of idiots. Mo Yun sneered in his heart, judging from the indifferent eyes of those old slaves, it was obviously not a good thing to contradict Bibbo. Although Bibbo does not have the authority to punish slaves, other supervisors do. Chapter 7. As expected, Goblin Bibbo walked out angrily. But soon, almost at the time when Bibbo had just left the house, he came back, and there was a troll with him. Sharp fangs grew out of the troll's jaw, and a golden circle was set on it. Ring! Master Ganti, I didn't know you were patrolling here. Ganti? Mo Yun clearly remembered the name. This territory is composed of more than a dozen mining areas and a market, and the leader in charge of this mining area is the godman Ganti. According to the half-orc cantor, Ganti has at least 100 years of supernatural power, and he has been the leader of this mining area for at least 50 years. The troll Ganti scanned the cave and asked Bibbo, who is making trouble here? My lord, it's them. Following Bibbo's finger, the troll Ganti saw the 3 human slaves, sneered and waved the golden whip in his hand like a poisonous snake. Accompanied by the crisp sound and bloody light, the 3 humans crawled on the ground, their backs were completely stained red with blood, and everyone showed expressions of extreme pain. Holy Spirit! The troll Ganti looked around the cave and stopped on Elsa's body for a while, as if surprised that she appeared here. Then, his eyes rested on Mo Yun. An ominous feeling emerged in Mo Yun's heart. Did he make trouble? No, Lord Ganti, he has always done his duty. Mo Yun breathed a sigh of relief, the bread he bribed seemed to work. Humph! How can a mixed-race BD not cause trouble? He must have hidden evil intentions. Before Mo Yun could react, a strong pain came from his back, and Mo Yun grinned in pain. Ganti said coldly, this can be regarded as an early whip. Ganti swaggered away, and Mo Yun clenched his fists tightly. This account. He wrote it down. The sudden and indiscriminate disaster was not over yet. After Ganti left, the goblin Bibbo's attitude towards Mo Yun changed 180 degrees, and he scolded coldly. From now on, you don't have to pick and choose pieces anymore, I have a new job for you. There are some laughing and gloating all around. The BD really got the treatment he deserved. Retribution, this is the retribution for what he did. For example, in our place, this kind of BD with the blood of evil demons at first glance, we are all imprisoned with pigs, today is considered cheap for him. Mo Yun looked at this group of insensitive guys coldly. It's not terrible to be a slave, but what's terrible is that you really think of yourself as a slave in your heart. It's ridiculous that these slaves still have a superficial sense of superiority. Mo Yun is too lazy to argue with these idiots. He has the most noble Yanhuang blood in his body. This point, only he himself knows enough. Come out. Under Bibbo's urging, Mo Yun endured the intense pain in his back and followed Bibbo out. Mo Yun followed Bibbo to the crater. This was the first time he saw the scenery outside since he entered the cave, but it was not a lucky thing. According to the half-orc cantor, the most dangerous job for the Ashes slaves is in this crater. A heat wave could rise from the crater at any time. Once it was engulfed by the heat wave, even the gods would perish, not to mention the slaves who had not obtained the Godhead. Mo Yun sighed inwardly. What disappointed him the most was not the dangerous work in the crater, but the fact that he only needed to do one more day of picking work to accumulate divine power for a year. From now on, you are responsible for salvaging the impurities on the surface of the volcano. Bibbo left behind a sentence, turned and left. When Mo Yun saw everything in front of him, he was surprised and speechless. Yes, it was a surprise. The crater is indeed very dangerous. 7 or 8 tall species, including rhino, elephant, and ogre, threw the Huishan mine into the crater, and every time they splashed a huge wave of lava 1 or 2 meters high. The heat here is also terrifying, at least 10 times hotter than the volcano on Blue Mercury. If Mo Yun's body had not been nourished by divine power, he doubted that he would be roasted. But what surprised Mo Yun was the huge Huishan stones randomly placed in the crater. After seeing these Huishan stones again, Mo Yun realized that what he had picked before were really fragments of Huishan stones, the ones that were so broken that they could not be broken. The egg-sized fragments that he took pains to hide were hardly worth mentioning in front of these Huishan stones that were as big as watermelons, wash basins, or even millstones. Mo Yun picked up the tools used to salvage impurities, and touched a huge Huishan stone with different sensuality. Ding! The environmental characteristics have been detected. The current environment cultivation speed is 6.8 days, and the cultivation system multiplier is 35 times. The current environment cultivation speed is 238 days. Cool. So cool. If you practice here for one day, you can get at least half a year's worth of practice. Misfortunes and blessings depend on, the ancients never deceived me. Considering that his own absorption will make the Huishan stone fade, Mo Yun adopted the strategy of evenly spreading the rain and dew. While salvaging the impurities in the volcano, he touched the Huishan stone carefully. A few hours later, Mo Yun suddenly found that the Godhead had changed. The second crystal on the Godhead lit up. Mo Yun was pleasantly surprised, but also a little puzzled. Isn't the practice system settled at 24 o'clock every night? Mo Yun took a look inside and found that the cultivation system had not been settled yet, but Godhead seemed to think that he had reached the level of accumulating divine power for a year, so he lit up the second crystal. Mo Yun suppressed his excitement, and said to Shenj, "Give me a system that can have strength." At this time, the second of the 3 transparent gemstones on the Godhead lit up with white light. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a 10 times enhanced system. Chapter 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 times the cultivation system. The host can check his own situation through the system. Check. Then, a system panel similar to the cultivation system appeared in front of Mo Yun. It appears that each system panel is independent of the other. Host, Mo Yun. Current enhancements, none. The triggering method of the enhanced system is conditional triggering. Condition trigger. Mo Yun said something secretly, and he checked the training system again, and found that the training system was triggered automatically. Does this mean that the enhanced system needs to meet certain conditions to be effective? Without giving Mo Yun any time to think, the big rhino yelled at Mo Yun. Mixed blood. Don't you see that the crater is filled with impurities? Mo Yun looked at the crater. There were indeed some impurities left by refining Huishan ore in the magma, but only a few. It is even more incompatible with the so-called degree of filling. Mo Yun raised his head and saw those big miners looking at him with mocking smiles full of superiority. Another group of idiots. This group of freaks who have been reduced to slaves but still maintain a sense of superiority reminds Mo Yun of a magical country full of castes in Blue Star. However, he still has to do the work of salvaging impurities. When Mo Yun was fishing for impurities, suddenly a huge piece of Huishan mine was thrown in front of Mo Yun, and the splashing waves of flames almost splashed on Mo Yun's body. The group of big slaves laughed when they saw Mo Yun's appearance. Mo Yun finally understood why crater cleaning is the most dangerous job. It turned out that it was because of such a group of idiots who were joking while suffering. But at this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has experienced intense heat, and the flame resistance has been strengthened by 11 times. Mo Yun was startled, but then he was overjoyed. It turns out that the so-called conditional trigger is to meet the conditions for the generation of reinforcement. After strengthening the flame resistance 11 times, Mo Yun instantly felt that the heat of the crater dropped a lot. It was originally unbearably hot, but now it is a little hot at best. Several big guys deliberately threw more Huishan ore in front of Mo Yun. Mo Yun didn't bother to talk to these idiots, he observed their movements cautiously while carefully avoiding them, and of course he didn't forget to secretly practice with Huishan stone. After about an hour or so, these big guys also felt dull, so they stopped throwing ore in front of Mo Yun continuously. Only occasionally will drop a piece. However, throwing ore occasionally is more dangerous than throwing it all the time. Because this sudden danger will be even more difficult for people to guard against. Mo Yun can only concentrate on it to avoid getting into danger. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone perception training, and the perception has been strengthened by 10 times. The perception has been strengthened tenfold. Moyun was secretly pleasantly surprised. He found that after his perception was strengthened tenfold, he could detect the small movements of these big slaves without looking, and he knew at a glance what they wanted to do to hurt him. A few big slaves soon discovered something strange about Moyun. This half-breed BD doesn't seem to be afraid of us. Humph. He managed to avoid it, so he must beg for mercy today. They made up their minds to subdue Moyun. The last guy who cleaned up the impurities in the crater finally knelt on the ground and kowtowed to each of them 10 times before they let them go. This mixed BD is actually quite rebellious. Who gave him the courage? These idiots seem to have started again. Moyun narrowed his eyes. He just wanted to strengthen more abilities for the time being, and had no plans to settle accounts with these idiots. But if they don't know good from bad, I will definitely repay them well. Sure enough, the big guys started throwing Huishan mines into the magma in front of Moyun again, and some even threw them directly at Moyun's body. With tenfold perception, Moyun easily avoided these dangers and questioned them. What are you guys doing? I accidentally threw it crooked just now, why should I explain it to you, a half-breed BD? It seems that because there is no overseer, the actions of several big slaves are more unscrupulous. Moyun can only dodge patiently. But soon, Moyun didn't care about the threat of these idiots. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone agility training, and the agility has been strengthened by 15 times. 15 times more agile. Moyun found that his eyes seem to be able to capture 15 times more information than before, and his body seems to be flexible enough to make any movements. The Huishan mine thrown by these big guys is like a joke at this time. Seeing that Moyun avoided all the dangers very easily, the several big guys looked at each other and felt offended. At this time, the rhinoceros sneaked up behind Moyun and cooperated with another elephant. The elephant man picked up a huge rock and threw it in front of Moyun, while the rhinoceros man saw it and rammed it behind Moyun, shouting, "Accidentally bumped into you." However, just when he thought he bumped into Moyun, Moyun suddenly disappeared in front of him. The rhinoceros stared blankly, staggered 2 steps forward, stood upright suddenly, and let out a long breath looking at the crater that was close at hand. But what he didn't expect was that the boulder thrown by someone just happened to splash a burst of hot magma. Ah! A miserable cry resounded through the sky. Moyun, who was hiding behind the rhinoceros, sneered. That's it? Ask for your trouble. Chapter 9. Baby! What did you do? Rhino roared at Elephant Man. Austin, it's not my fault. You understand it yourself. Elephant Man explained. But the scorched rhinoceros didn't listen to the Elephant Man's explanation at all. Fortunately, he was a rhinoceros with rough skin and thick flesh. If he was a human, he might have been burned to death by the magma just now. The rhinoceros man rushed in front of the elephant man and punched him, and the two quickly scuffled together. The fight between the two people who were 7 meters tall together was naturally shaking for a while. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. He had a pair of eagle wings and held a long silver whip in his hand. He slapped the two big men fiercely. Slave! What are you doing? The two big men received a full 20 lashes each, and even with thick skin like them, they were covered in blood. Next time, I will throw you into the volcano. The eagle overseer dropped a harsh word, and flew into the sky with wings flapping. However, Moyun felt that the eagle overseer was just talking harshly, and he should only have the right to whip the slaves. Moyun still remembered that Gan Ti was holding what seemed to be a golden whip, Eagle Overseer's whip was silver, and Goblin Bibbo's whip was of normal color. This seems to be the grade in the Mine Overseer. Moyun observed the sky with his perception, and soon caught a black spot hovering on the ground, which should be the Overseer Eagle. He was always in the sky, no wonder I didn't notice him. Calm was restored on the crater, and the big guys didn't dare to touch Mo Yun's bad luck anymore. Although the Rhino Man and Elephant Man were covered in blood, they still had to continue working. They looked at each other resentfully, as if they would never trouble Mo Yun again. This made Mo Yun a little disappointed. He didn't mind a little more trouble so that he could get more enhancements. Ding! It is detected that the host has experienced intense heat, and the flame resistance has been strengthened by 13 times. Another fire resistance enhancement? Mo Yun quickly checked the reinforcement system, and found that the flame resistance enhancement has changed from 11 times to 24 times. Mo Yun is a little bit regretful. It turns out that there is an addition between the two enhancements. If it can be multiplied, it would be awesome. But multiplication is also good. Maybe multiplication will only be triggered once, but addition can be triggered multiple times, stacking a certain characteristic extremely high. Mo Yun felt that his heat resistance had reached a new level. He even had the feeling that he could plunge his hand into the magma for a second and then pull it out without any harm. Time soon came to the evening. The work on the crater was over, and Mo Yun returned to the cave. The slaves in the cave pointed at Mo Yun and talked about it. This BD is not dead yet. I really don't know how he survived. Maybe he kowtowed to those big guys and begged for mercy. A treacherous villain like him will definitely betray his dignity without hesitation. By the way, how do you know such a thing as kowtowing to a big guy? Ahem. Mo Yun didn't care about these peoples at all, and focused on checking the reinforcement system. Host, Mo Yun. Current enhancement, 47 times fire resistance, 10 times perception, 15 times agility. The system has been strengthened 6 times in total. To Mo Yun's regret, 4 of them have been strengthened on fire resistance. Mo Yun even feels that he has no fear of fire at all. Although here with volcanoes, fire resistance is a very useful enhancement. But Mo Yun wants to be more average and get some more solid reinforcements so that he can have enough sense of security. Mo Yun recalled the experience of the day. The 10 times perception and 15 times agility are all produced in the environment where the big guys want to hurt maliciously. In other words, in order to obtain the corresponding reinforcement, one must first have the corresponding external environment. This conclusion is also completely consistent with the conditional trigger of the tenfold strengthening system. If it is simply passively strengthened, if there is no other danger, then I am afraid that it will only get flame resistance. If you take the initiative to put yourself in danger, if the old horse stumbles, you will be doomed, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Etc. Mo Yun suddenly discovered a blind spot. Maybe the condition mentioned by the conditional trigger is not the danger I imagined, but difficulty? With such a guess, Mo Yun ate 2 pieces of bread and fell asleep early. As for bribing Bibbo, since Bibbo broke his face first, there is no need for him to bribe again. Get up. Work. Early in the morning, Mo Yun was woken up early by Goblin Bibbo. It seems that he didn't get extra magic bread yesterday, which made Goblin Bibbo very angry. Mo Yun didn't care, and followed Bibbo to the crater where miners and slaves were carrying unprocessed Huishan ore up the mountain. With a thought, Mo Yun stepped forward and said, "Let me help." The miners and slaves looked at Mo Yun with weird eyes. Slaves have always been lazy and seldom worked. This is the first time they have seen such slaves who take the initiative to find work. Mo Yun didn't care so much, and concentrated on helping to carry the Huishan mines. Apart from providing him with enough cultivation points, these Huishan mines were exactly the difficulties Mo Yun needed. Mo Yun had a hard time carrying it, but he enjoyed it because it was exactly what he wanted. At this point, the system responded. Ding! It is detected that the host has passed the test of strength, and the strength has been strengthened by 12 times. Chapter 10. My guess was right. Mo Yun was amazed to observe the changes in his body. After strengthening his strength tenfold, he felt as if explosives had been added to his muscles, and he could feel powerful power with a slight movement. Huishan mine, which used to be very difficult to lift, can now be picked up with only one hand. Mo Yun suppressed his surprise and continued to move the Huishan mine. The miners and slaves were surprised to find that Mo Yun, who could only lift a small piece of ore just now, could easily lift a huge ore. It seemed that everything just now was just a play by Mo Yun. The miners and slaves agreed that Mo Yun was just pretending to be lazy just now, and they don't know why, so they stopped pretending now. Although there is another point that is very strange, that is, since Mo Yun wants to be lazy, why does he offer to help? Everyone shook their heads and decided not to think about this logically contradictory question anymore. After transporting several carts of Huishan mines to the side of the crater, Mo Yun strengthened his strength twice and his stamina once. His current strength is 25 times that of before, and Mo Yun felt that he even punched Huishan Shi with one punch. As for endurance, Mo Yun feels that his heart and lungs have been completely strengthened, every beat of the heart is so powerful, and every breath is very long. However, after seeing the arrival of Rhino Man and Elephant Man, Mo Yun lost his pride. His 25 times strength seems to have not surpassed these big guys. Considering that the basic attributes of his body have been baptized by divine power, after being strengthened by 25 times, it may not be too much different from the strength of these big guys. But Mo Yun feels that such strength is not enough. After all, it is nothing to be stronger than a few slaves. After discovering that difficulties are the triggers to strengthen the system, Mo Yun began to actively find things to do for himself. He even snatched a few big slaves. The big slaves saw Mo Yun taking the initiative to do things with a humble attitude, thinking that Mo Yun had given in, so naturally they didn't think much about it. They are happy to see Mo Yun help them work, and they are lazy too. Ding! It is detected that the host has passed the test of strength, and the strength has been strengthened by 12 times. Ding! It is detected that the host has passed the endurance test, and the endurance has been strengthened by 17 times. Ding! It is detected that the host has experienced intense heat, and the flame resistance has been strengthened by 10 times. After a few days, Mo Yun has been strengthened in all directions. 21 times perception, 41 times agility, 75 times strength, 36 times stamina, 11 times vitality, and 156 times fire resistance. Mo Yun found that as his body was strengthened, it became more difficult to obtain the next strengthening step by step. From the beginning, when he moved a few trucks of Huishan mine, he could strengthen his strength twice, but now it is possible to strengthen it less than once a day, and the speed of self-improvement began to slow down. Only fire resistance, because it is located in the crater, its strengthening frequency is the highest, and there is no need for Mo Yun to do anything, it can be strengthened by passively enduring the burning of the volcano. Ding! It is detected that the host has experienced intense heat, and the flame resistance has been strengthened by 13 times. Another fire resistance enhancement. Mo Yun smiled, he even dared to use his hands to salvage the Huishan mine from the magma. If he continues to strengthen like this, he doubts that he can even take a bath in the volcano. What Mo Yun didn't expect was that his suspicion seemed to be coming true. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the first level of divinity, fire resistance. Elementary divinity? What is this? Mo Yun looked at the system panel in surprise. On the panel, there was an extra word of elementary divinity, fire resistance. Intuition tells Mo Yun that the knowledge obtained by the gods should contain information about divinity, but unfortunately, he has already broken his face with the goblin Bibbo, and there is no way to ask Bibbo anymore. But one thing is certain. That is, divinity must be a good thing. Since there is a low-level divinity, there must be a high-level divinity. Since there is flame resistance, there should be something else too. Mo Yun looked at his other strengthened attributes. Strength, agility, perception, endurance, vitality, no matter which one, as long as one gains divinity, there should be fundamental changes. While Mo Yun was thinking, the overseer eagle fell from the sky and came to Mo Yun's side. According to Mo Yun's observations, the eagle overseer would randomly stop near the several craters he was in charge of, and watch the slaves work while resting. But this time, the eagle overseer named Ai Suabai seemed to have a slight interest in Mo Yun. "May I have your name?" "Lord Isobi, my name is Mo Yun. You seem to be a slave in charge of cleaning the ashes, why did I see you salvage the ore?" "My lord, I just did something within my power." Ai Suabai nodded slightly, and said, "Not bad, very good. Mo Yun, although you are a mixed BD, you are a good slave." Mo Yun agreed on the surface, but cursed secretly in his heart. "You're the half-breed BD. Your whole family are good slaves. This piece of jerky is for you." Ai Suabai threw a piece of jerky to Mo Yun, and said to the other slaves, "Look, I will learn from Mo Yun in the future." In an instant, Mo Yun felt that there were several eyes behind him that seemed to want to eat his eyes. It's not a compliment for Ijuabi, it's clearly setting him on fire. Azabai flapped his wings and left, and the atmosphere in the crater was indeed on the other side. Mo Yun, who had already eased the relationship with the big guy, found that their eyes became unfriendly again. Mo Yun didn't expect much from these pathetic guys either. They are full of idiots who can't do anything, and are the number one in the nest. These idiots even make Mo Yun sometimes think that slavery might be a very reasonable system. However, it is also time for him to consider. End this ridiculous slavery. Chapter 11. Mo Yun feels that he is now qualified to consider the issue of freedom. After a few days of settlement in the cultivation system, his current cultivation value has reached 3 years and 7 months. Such a cultivation base is actually nothing among the gods. After all, as far as he knew, Ganti, the leader of the mining area, possessed at least 100 years of divine power. Meeting 100 years with less than 4 years of divine power is obviously like an egg hitting a stone. Although Mo Yun still has a strengthening system, judging from the 3 crystals on each Godhead, Ganti obviously also has his abilities. So when the gap in divine power was too great, Mo Yun couldn't bear the idea of confronting Ganti. Fortunately, his growth rate is extremely fast. With his current practice speed of at least 180 days a day, it only takes 200 days for 100 years of divine power. 200 days. Mo Yun frowned slightly, it was still too long. He didn't think he could bear it that long. Time to eat. The centaur chef came to the cave to distribute the bread. Mo Yun took the 2 pieces of magic bread that belonged to him, and looked up at Bibbo, only to find that Bibbo was also looking at him. Mo Yun didn't expect the goblin to care about face, and Bibbo turned his head too far. An idea popped into Mo Yun's mind. Mo Yun stood up and walked to Bibbo's side. "BCH. What are you trying to do?" Goblin Bibbo whipped his whip fiercely, staring at Mo Yun with disgust. Mo Yun calmly took out a piece of jerky from his bosom. Bibbo was taken aback, and looked at Mo Yun in surprise. "You have jerky like this? Could it be you who stole it?" "BD, how dare you steal divine power jerky, you will be thrown into the magma and burned to death." "Master Bibbo, you can see clearly. This is a reward from Master Isobi." "Master Sobi." Bibbo was obviously taken aback. "If you don't believe it, just go and ask Lord Sobi, if it is false, I will hang myself." "What you said is true." Bibbo saw that Mo Yun was plausible, not like a lie, and asked suspiciously, "Why did Lord Ai Suabai give you jerky?" "Master Sobi appreciates me very much, saying that he has never seen such an excellent slave like me." Although Mo Yun felt insulted by Isobi's words, Mo Yun didn't mind using this to benefit himself. A man can bend and stretch, and if you suffer a loss now, you will eventually pay back 10 times and 100 times in the future. Lord Isobi admires you very much. Bibbo looked at Mo Yun in surprise, obviously not convinced. But those new slaves immediately believed Mo Yun's words and cursed in a low voice. Traitor! Shameless villain, he must be flattering his new master again. Crafters can always find opportunities to climb up, and despicable people are always shameless, but the rich and powerful are still doing this. It's disgusting. After hearing these people's words, Bibo suddenly believed that Moyun found Ai Suabai as a new backer. After all, Moyun used to flatter himself like that. This mixed BD is probably mixed with the most shameless blood of lemurs and human beings, so it really shouldn't be underestimated. Knowing that Moyun has a new backer, Bibo can't help but feel a little awkward, but he can't do anything to Moyun, he said angrily. So, you're showing off your jerky to me? No, Master Bibo. I want to dedicate this piece of jerky to you. Give it to me. Bibo was stunned for a moment. The two of them obviously turned their faces like that, and Moyun actually dedicated himself to the jerky? Seeing Moyun as if he had never turned his face, Bibo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Human courtiers are really terrible, no wonder they can fool the king around. As a goblin, Bibo has never had such a sense of vanity. Okay, I accept your jerky. Bibo quickly took the jerky, took a bite in satisfaction, and said, in return, I can answer some questions for you. That's exactly what I was looking for. There were whispers of despicable and disgusting from the slaves, but Moyun didn't care. Now that he is already a slave, his dignity has long been trampled under his feet, and the momentary honor and disgrace is nothing. Master Bibo, do you know what divinity is? Divinity? How do you know this? Bibo bit the jerky and looked at Moyun suspiciously. I heard it from Lord Isobi. Oh? You actually heard this from Mr. Isobi? It seems that Mrs. Isobi really values you. Bibo's tone towards Moyun was much more polite. Divinity is the passive ability acquired by gods through martial arts training and spell training. The more divinity you have, the stronger you will be. Through martial arts training? Magic training? Moyun was stunned for a moment, then asked, can't there be other ways? Other methods are also possible, but it is very difficult. In comparison, martial arts and magic training is much simpler. Bibo couldn't help laughing at Moyun. Are you trying to gain divinity? Although you have a Godhead, that waste Godhead can't absorb elements. A Godhead that can't absorb elements will definitely not be able to obtain divinity. You'd better not have these things. Naively fantasized. Master Bibo, thank you for your answer, I will never have those naive fantasies again. Moyun said respectfully, but secretly surprised in his heart. Can one gain divinity through martial arts or spell training? Is it easier to obtain divinity through martial arts or spell training than other methods? This news is very critical. This piece of jerky for Bibo is a big profit. Chapter 12. Lying in the cave, Moyun thought about the items that could be trained. Naturally, spell training is not considered for the time being. As for martial arts training, it would be great if he could practice swords and knives, but he is a slave now, practicing martial arts openly will definitely cause trouble. Is there any martial arts that can be practiced very obscurely? Moyun tossed and turned for a while, thinking about it carefully, not to mention the hidden martial arts. He didn't seem to know anything about the bright and legitimate martial arts training methods. Moyun, who couldn't sleep, closed his eyes and listened to his breathing quietly. Suddenly, a long memory came to mind. He suddenly remembered that he once saw a Taoist video on the internet about breathing and breathing. At that time, the martial arts master said that this is the internal strength of Taoism. At that time, he still thought it was very interesting and practiced for a week, but unfortunately he didn't feel any changes, and finally nothing happened. I hope that master is not a liar. Moyun tried hard to recall the details, and began to be able to control the rhythm of his breathing. Through abdominal breathing, he extracts all the nutrients in the air, and at the same time, makes his breath very long. Exhale, inhale. Exhale, inhale. Exhale, inhale. I don't know how long it took, and suddenly a system sound sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 13 times the strengthening of the breathing method. So fast! Mo Yun was overjoyed secretly. Bibo did not lie to himself. The speed of divinity acquired through training was indeed much faster than other methods. Thinking about it now, it is actually the slowest to endure the volcanic scorching, but Shenzhe is enduring it all the time, so the progress of strengthening is currently the highest. Carrying heavy objects is actually an indirect active training, so when it is very strenuous at the beginning, the effect is the best, because it is very similar to active training at that time. Later, when the strength increases, the progress will naturally slow down without feeling strenuous. Martial arts training is an act of challenging one's upper limit all the time, which is to actively meet the difficult conditions of the strengthening system. Mo Yun is no longer distracted. Strike while the iron is hot. When practicing breathing, you need to concentrate on it. Overnight. Mo Yun didn't know when he fell asleep, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that his breathing method seemed to have begun to become instinctive. He remembered that the master who taught the breathing method said that as long as the breathing method is maintained for a period of time, it can be turned into instinct. When standing up from the ground, Mo Yun felt that his body seemed much lighter. This is the feeling he only had when his agility was strengthened. After carefully examining the changes in his body, Mo Yun found that it was his agility that had improved. After a night of hard work, the breathing method was unknowingly strengthened 3 times. And the multiple of 1 time is higher than 1 time. 13 times from the first time. 16 times to the second time. 21 times to the third time. 3 times, the breathing method has been strengthened by 50 times. Perhaps it is because Mo Yun fell asleep that he has reached the natural state of Taoism required by Taoist breathing method. The 50 times strengthened breathing method naturally made him very different from before. Mo Yun felt a very obvious difference. His body is more rhythmic and lighter. With every gesture, you can clearly feel the power flowing in your body. Although the power itself has not changed, Mo Yun feels that he can explode at least 1.5 times as much as before. Moreover, after he gained strength enhancement, he occasionally felt that his strength was a little out of control, but now he no longer feels this way. All the power will be well restrained in the muscles, usually not showing the edge at all, but as long as he wants to release it, he can achieve an instant burst effect. What surprised Mo Yun even more was that the speed of absorbing elements seemed to increase by 10%. There are also some imperceptible changes, such as body coordination, balance, etc., which seem to have made great progress. No wonder it is said that practicing martial arts starts with practicing internal strength, and the 50 times breathing method has brought him an all-round improvement. It's as if the I Ching has washed its marrow, and it's been completely reborn. Mo Yun secretly decided to get the divinity of breathing method first. Mo Yun continued to work in the crater, while secretly practicing breathing techniques. However, the progress of breathing method still began to slow down after all, perhaps because there was not as much pressure as in the beginning of the practice. Because of being praised by Isabi, the big guy on the top of the mountain found trouble with Mo Yun again, and after throwing stones to splash the magma didn't work, these guys started insulting Mo Yun in various languages. The sound of mixed BD will inevitably distract Mo Yun. But Mo Yun soon discovered that trying to restrain himself from being distracted and concentrating seems to be regarded as a kind of challenge, and in this case, the progress of the breathing method has increased instead. 2 more days passed. Mo Yun was meditating in the cave, and the slaves pointed at Mo Yun's strange sitting posture and laughed one after another, but Mo Yun regarded the ridicule and insult as a test, and let out a long breath. His breathing method has reached 349 times, and he did not gain divinity when he was 160 times like the flame resistance. But Mo Yun was not disappointed, on the contrary, he looked forward to it even more. It's as if shrubs only need 1 year to grow, but towering trees need tens or hundreds of years. A long wait will inevitably bring a deeper foundation. Moyun has an intuition that the divinity of breath and breath is coming soon. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 13 times the strengthening of the breathing method. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the first level divinity, 3 flowers gather. Chapter 13. Moyun let out a long breath, an unprecedented feeling filled his limbs and bones. This feeling is really so cool. As if the whole person has become extraordinary, the development of the body has reached an unprecedented level, and even the smallest changes and reactions of the body can be fully controlled. Strength, speed, heartbeat, muscles, nerves. Different from the passive flame resistance divinity, the divinity of 3 flowers gathering on the top made Moyun feel what a god is and what a mortal is. With this divinity, Moyun feels that no matter what he does in the future, he will get twice the result with half the effort. In the cave where the elements are scarce, his basic cultivation speed has increased by nearly 50%, and this improvement is perfectly superimposed with the cultivation system. The only fly in the ointment is that in places with rich elements, the increase in the speed of basic cultivation brought by breathing method is not so obvious, and the improvement effect of the crater is only half of that in the cave. While Moyun was savoring the changes in his body, the centaur chef came again. Time to eat. But what was surprising this time was that in addition to the usual 2 breads, there was an extra bowl of broth this time. Of course, the meat in it was pitifully small, and most of it was vegetables. Even so, this is a huge change. Moyun noticed that the old slaves showed a strong surprise after seeing the broth, but the reason for the surprise was not because of the broth. Finally the holiday. An old slave whispered. Have a holiday? Do slaves still have holidays? Moyun came to Bibbo with broth and bread, and at the same time, Bibbo, who was about to bribe him, inquired a little about the situation in the Huishan mining area. But what Moyun didn't expect was that Bibbo didn't ask for Moyun's magic bread this time. Keep your bread. Tomorrow I will go to Huishan market with Mrs. Ganti to have a big meal, and I will save my stomach until then. Having said that, Bibbo still gulped down the broth, but put away the 3 pieces of magic bread. Moyun made some circumstantial remarks before he learned the common sense that all old slaves knew. The Huishan ore extracted from the Huishan mining area will be sent to the Huishan market once a month, and the day of delivering the ore is the holiday of the slaves. Moyun also accidentally learned that the ore from the Huishan market is sent to the Huishan collar of the demigod Ader once a year. The Huishan territory of the demigod Ader only conducts a large-scale transaction with other territories every 20 years. Sure enough, gods have a very different concept of time from ordinary people. 20 years is like a week to them. Moyun thought for a while, and then asked, Master Bibbo, is it dangerous to transport ore? You and Mr. Ganti are actually needed. When Goblin Bibbo heard that Moyun put Ganti on the same level, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and couldn't help saying. Transporting ore is of course not dangerous, but this time, Lord Ganti and I have both received awards for their long-term hard work. After a pause, the Goblin Bibbo said enviously, but I am naturally inferior to Lord Ganti. Lord Ganti was authorized to go to Huishan territory and practice for a month with Lord Yate. What a great gift and honor! Moyun thought of the golden light bestowed by the Lord of Yate, and Ganti would probably gain additional benefits by practicing with the demigod Yate. And this news brought great shock to Moyun. Ganti went to practice for a month, which means that the strongest person in the mining area here will disappear for a month. Perhaps, this month is your God-sent opportunity. Master Bibbo, Lord Ganti is gone, what should we do in the mining area? Don't worry. During the month when Lord Ganti is away, everything in the mining area will be taken care of by Lord Isobi. Xobi? The Hawkman. Moyun suddenly understood why Bibbo was so polite to him today, he didn't even want the bread he bribed. It turned out that it was because, after Ganti was gone, the talker in the mining area became Yungren Ai Suabai. Bibo didn't give face to himself, but to give face to the eagle man Ijuabi, who was optimistic about him. Tomorrow I will go to the Huishan market to accept the award. When I am gone, you all stay in the cave. All male slaves listen to Mo Yun. All female slaves listen to the Holy Spirit, understand yet? Understood. Sparse voices sounded from the cave. Mo Yun looked at the group of slaves. They don't look like they're going to be honest and obedient. Before dawn the next day, Bibo had already left. Although it was said to be a holiday, it was actually just a one-day shutdown, and everyone was ordered not to leave the cave. It is a pity for Mo Yun that the cultivation speed in the cave is much slower than the crater full of Huishan mines, and the shutdown does not seem to be a good thing for him. But it may be different for these slaves. They can use this day to have a good rest, play chess, chat and so on. What Mo Yun didn't expect was that the entertainment they chose was not playing chess and cards as Mo Yun thought, but beating people. The chosen ones are without exception Mo Yun himself. Mixed breed BD. We've been waiting a long time for this day. BCH, I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. I am a great swordsman, let me be the first to beat him. I am a high-ranking knight, I should be the first. Mo Yun froze for a moment, then a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Great swordsman? High-ranking knight? I can't tell, you still have such identities. I think you are doing so well as slaves, and I thought you were all a family of slaves passed down from generation to generation. This sentence obviously angered everyone, and the slaves looked at each other and shouted. Let's go together. Teach this half-breed BD a lesson. Yes. Let him understand who he is. Chapter 14. These slaves didn't seem to be bragging. Before they came to the God realm, they were probably really great figures like great sword masters and high-ranking knights. Unfortunately, in the world of gods, they have all become slaves. Their original strength was useless in the face of divine power, but even though they were slaves, they had accumulated some divine power through bread and the first gift from the temple. Coupled with the original physique and martial skills, the combat power is naturally still somewhat. Mo Yun believed that if he hadn't strengthened himself, anyone here would be able to hang himself up and beat him. But after various attributes are strengthened, he does not have the divinity of the three flowers shooting himself, which is obviously different. Using the 80 times enhanced agility, Mo Yun easily dodged the siege of several people, and at the same time, using the rhythm of breathing, he punched and took a long breath at the same time. Boom! Like a boulder hitting a rock, this violent punch sent the slave known as the high-ranking knight flying away, until he hit the wall of the cave before rolling and falling. The other slaves immediately exclaimed. Damn! He may be of high-level demon blood. The devil must die, the holy light will punish you. A man who looked like a priest took out a cross from his arms, but was kicked away by Mo Yun. In fact, these people's attacks are very methodical, on the contrary, Mo Yun's fists and kicks are chaotic and chaotic. But the old saying goes, one force down 10 will. Mo Yun used dozens of times crushing strength and agility, as well as the divinity of perfectly coordinating his body, to beat these former great sword masters in all aspects. Soon, there was no one standing except him, and some male slaves who did not participate in the distance looked at Mo Yun and trembled. The warriors on the ground groaned and shouted. It's a high-level demon. We all guessed wrong, he has the blood of a high-level demon. It's scary, the hybrid offspring of the devil is too scary. Snapped. Mo Yun stepped on the chest of the person who spoke, and the person spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and looked at Mo Yun in horror. Mo Yun said lightly, what did you say I was just now? I said that your excellency has a noble blood. I didn't know your status, otherwise I would never dare to offend you. Mo Yun said coldly, I'm not some devil. Of course you are not. I am talking nonsense, begging the great you to let me go. Snort. Mo Yun raised his foot, considering that he still needs to lie dormant for a while, let's save these idiots for the time being. Thank you, Your Excellency. Great and noble Your Excellency, I am grateful for your kindness, and I am in awe of your bloodline. Seeing Mo Yun let him go, this person is already a little incoherent. Mo Yun felt amused in his heart. This group of idiots have been slandering themselves all the time, saying that he is a descendant of lemurs and beasts, and even gave him the nickname of mixed blood. But when he showed his strength and was mistaken for a high-level demon by them, they became in awe again. After all, they are just a bunch of bullying trash. Mo Yun looked to the other side of the cave. While he was having special entertainment for slave holidays here, the entertainment projects over there were also going on. 7 or 8 female slaves in the cave were besieging Elsa, the holy elf, and their attacks were even more vicious than these men. Looking at Elsa's face that doesn't diminish her beauty despite being messy, Mo Yun couldn't help feeling. A woman's jealousy is truly terrifying. Before Elsa came to the god's realm, she seemed to have a certain strength. She persisted in the face of the siege of 7 or 8 women, but she was almost unable to hold on. Mo Yun walked over, and a brown-skinned female orc with fangs stood in front of Mo Yun and shouted. "This is our woman's business, it has nothing to do with you, you'd better not meddle in my own business." Snapped. Mo Yun slapped the female orc on the face and knocked her to the ground. Mo Yun said coldly, "You don't think I don't hit women, do you?" He will not show mercy just because the other party is a woman. What's more, apart from the decent figure of this female orc, this face really does not conform to his aesthetics, and it is far from the standard that makes him feel sorry for her. After dealing with the female orcs blocking the way, Mo Yun stepped forward and punched these female slaves unceremoniously. After a burst of hot hands and flowers, the only female slave who was still standing was Elsa. Elsa was panting heavily. The battle just now made her hair a little messy, but she had an extra aura like a Valkyrie. She raised her head and looked at Mo Yun, but she didn't thank him at all. "Who asked you to meddle in your own business? Dirty guy." Mo Yun has never been a good-tempered person, indeed, he treats the beautiful Elsa preferentially. Mo Yun admitted that it was because of his lust, because of Elsa's straight legs, slim waist and pretty chest, and that face that was always captivating, that he would help her. But this does not mean that Mo Yun will be a licking dog. "Miss Elsa, is this the noble holy spirits thanks to those who saved you? The holy elf doesn't need a guy of demon blood to save him." Elsa said coldly, "Stop being sentimental here." Mo Yun froze for a moment, and said, "Sooner or later, you will pay for your arrogance today." "Arrogance? What do you think you are? You're nothing but a half-breed BD born of a demon." Mo Yun's eyes suddenly became cold. The dragon has Nilan, and the word hybrid BD is his Nilan. Chapter 15. Mo Yun didn't know who was the first to insult himself with the word mixed BD. But the truth is, swear words and nicknames go the fastest, especially insulting ones. Over time, these slaves like to use these 4 words to find a sense of superiority from Mo Yun. But everyone who scolded Mo Yun like this, Mo Yun remembered it in his heart. In this list, the name Elsa Windwhisper, the holy elf, did not originally exist. This is one of the things Mo Yun admires about Elsa so much. And now, her name has been added to the list. Mo Yun took a deep breath. He has the most noble Yanhuang blood. He is also proud of the blood he has. No one can insult his blood. Those who insult his lineage will inevitably pay the price. Looking at Elsa, Mo Yun smiled instead of anger. "You will definitely regret the 4 words you just said." "Must." Elsa suddenly felt a chill, and she didn't understand where the chill came from. Afraid of Mo Yun's revenge? But how could he take revenge on himself? Even though his demon blood brought him great power, Mo Yun, who chose the system Godhead, has no future to speak of. "And I will eventually obtain the honorable Feng Shen Godhead, and the people in front of me, including Mo Yun, will prostrate themselves on the ground and look up to me in the future. Elsa comforted herself with beautiful visions, but she still felt uneasy in her heart. If I hadn't held my identity to thank Mo Yun just now, maybe. No. How could a noble holy elf be grateful for descendants mixed with demon blood? Back at the other end of the cave, Mo Yun saw the slave who had got up from the ground and hid in the corner, and said coldly, "Those idiots just now, get out." With the sound of threats, several of them came out, but there were still a few who hesitated, as if they wanted to pretend that they were not among the people who made the move just now. Mo Yun sneered, walked to the corner, and kicked one of the people in the stomach. The person who kicked was hugging his stomach and howling. "Won't my words work?" Mo Yun spoke out again. This time no one dared to cheat and play tricks. He quickly stood up honestly, looked at Mo Yun in horror, waiting to be punished. Mo Yun walked in front of these people and shouted, "Kneel down." Several people froze for a moment, but seeing that Mo Yun was about to raise his hand, they quickly knelt down in a row. Mo Yun said coldly, "I'll ask you some questions and answer them honestly. Otherwise, I'll chop off your hands and throw them into the furnace." Everyone trembled in fright, secretly thinking that Mo Yun is indeed of demon blood, and the way he behaves is indeed comparable to that of demons. They hurriedly scrambled to speak, fearing that Mo Yun would cut off their hands if they said too late, "We must answer honestly. We will tell everything we know." Mo Yun swept his eyes, and there were 7 people in front of him, 3 of whom were human slaves who came with him. Mo Yun was not interested in these 3 people, and they probably didn't know as much as he did. Mo Yun was concerned about the 4 old slaves. He asked, "How long have you 4 been working here?" 3 years. 5 years. 2 years. 17 years. Mo Yun became interested in the slave who said he had worked for 17 years. He still remembered that the other person's name was Hassan, so he asked, "Hassan, I heard that if you work for 10 years, you can go to the temple to obtain the Godhead. Why did you work for 17 years? Hassan's face was a little ugly. "Twice. I didn't get the Godhead. It really is a bad luck." Mo Yun felt a little sympathetic to Hassan, but this was a very good thing for Mo Yun. Since Hassan has been working here for 17 years, Hassan must know this place well. This is exactly the person Mo Yun needs most. "Tell me everything you know about the mine." "I see." Hassan immediately poured beans into a bamboo tube and told Mo Yun everything he knew. The first thing Mo Yun asked was the geography and personnel situation of the mining area. Soon, Mo Yun learned that the mining area he was in was only one of more than a dozen mining areas controlled by Huishan Market. On this land, more than a dozen mining areas cluster Huishan Market in the center like satellites. As for the Huishan Market, it is actually a town, and the person who controls it is Els, the son of God who is more advanced than the gods. What Mo Yun didn't expect was that according to the slave, there were only 10 gods in this mining area. 7 of them are supervisors. There is also a dragon eagle driver, a cook, and a dragon eagle caretaker. Reminiscent of Bibo's one supervisor managing so many of them, Mo Yun also thinks it's not unreasonable for 10 gods to control a mining area. The gap between gods with godheads and slaves without godheads is still huge. And now, Gan Ti, the strongest supervisor among the gods and people here, can be sure that he will leave for at least a month. This month is enough for Mo Yun to do many things. In order to ensure that Hassan was telling the truth, Mo Yun questioned several other slaves who had worked for several years. After confirming that Hassan was not lying, Mo Yun asked the slaves to kneel aside, and called Hassan aside for interrogation. Hassan was a little nervous. It was difficult for him to feel that the questions Mo Yun asked just now were purely out of curiosity. He swallowed, feeling that he vaguely guessed what Mo Yun was thinking, and this guess made him feel terrified. Mo Yun's next words seemed to confirm Hassan's conjecture. "Hassan, you have been a slave here for 17 years, don't you think about escaping?" Chapter 16. This question made Hassan fall into the ice cave, and he stammered his answer, I thought about it, no, I didn't. Answer me truthfully. Under Mo Yun's cold gaze, Hassan hurriedly said, I thought about it before, but the outside is more dangerous than the mining area, so I don't think about it anymore. More dangerous? Soon, Mo Yun asked Hassan for more information. The demigod Lord Art is actually a pioneer lord, and his territory is actually a territory opened up in the wilderness on the border of God's domain. And Huishan Market is located at the border of Huishan territory. So outside the mining area is a dangerous wasteland. Within hundreds of miles of this mining area, there is only Huishan Market, a town. For slaves without godhood, a closed mining area is much safer than a wasteland where wild gods wander. Mo Yun got a new knowledge, the wild gods. In God's domain and God's domain, there will be some gods who do not obey order, and their Godhead characteristics also force them to stay away from the orderly God city and even the entire God's domain. Godheads such as killing, destroying, and destroying also make these wilderness gods dangerous and wanted objects in the eyes of God's domain. These mortals who do not possess the godhood are at most as slaves in front of the god lords. If they fall into the hands of the wilderness gods, it is not known what kind of tragic result they will have. Wouldn't these wild gods attack the mining area? Mo Yun asked. Hardly. The last time the mining area was attacked by the gods of the wilderness was said to be hundreds of years ago. The mining area was well defended and there was no value in attacking it. Instead of attacking the mining area, they would rather choose to attack the town. Mo Yun nodded secretly. Indeed, apart from a few hundred slaves in this mining area, only Huishan stone is of any value. The Huishan mines in the mining area are sent to the market every month. It is better to attack the convoy transporting ore than to attack the mining area. Thinking of this, Mo Yun couldn't help asking, will the god of the wilderness attack the convoy transporting ore? It's difficult. Hassan explained, the ore is transported to the Huishan market in a dragon eagle cart. The wilderness gods near the Huishan territory are all god level, and it is difficult for them to attack the dragon eagle cart. Dragon eagle carts are used to haul so many ores. Mo Yun was a little surprised. Hassan quickly explained, the dragon eagle driver in the mining area possesses the godhead of cargo. He has two abilities, one is to expand the interior space of the car cabin by 10 times, and the other is to reduce the weight of the cargo. 10 times. Mo Yun couldn't help but be amazed, he really has all kinds of godheads. Hassan looked at Mo Yun carefully, and added. This mining area is completely closed, and the only way for slaves to get out is to ride the Dragon Eagle. But the Dragon Eagle is in the hands of the watchman Marvin. Without the key, no one can leave here. Mo Yun glanced at Hassan, the news you said is very useful, I still have a question to ask you. Just ask. How strong are these gods and people in the mining area? Hassan was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, the strength of the gods is definitely not comparable to that of our slaves. Even the goblin Bibo can easily kill all the slaves in this cave. Just answer honestly. Seeing the anger in Mo Yun's tone, Hassan hastily said, the strongest must be Lord Ganti, he has at least 100 years of supernatural power. I already know this. What I want to know is the strength of the rest of the people except Lord Ganti. The one who is second only to Ganti should be Master Isobi. He has worked in the mining area for 20 years and has at least 40 years of divine power. Only 40 years. Mo Yun was a little surprised. From 100 years directly down to 40 years, this span made Mo Yun suspicious. The work in the mining area is very dangerous. After the volcano is blocked, it will erupt and the boiler will sometimes explode. The gods and people don't like this kind of work, so once they save enough money, they will change to other jobs. Hassan's explanation barely convinced Mo Yun. At least 40 years of supernatural powers overseer Isabi. Out of conservative considerations, Mo Yun defaulted to Aisuabi's 60-year divine power. First of all, we can know that Isobe's 3 abilities must have been awakened, but Hassan doesn't know what the abilities are. It's not clear whether Isobe has divinity. Judging from the goblin Bibbo's tone, divinity should be extremely difficult to obtain. Bibbo, who has 8 years of divine power, has not even touched the edge of divinity. Therefore, Moyun is more inclined to Izuo than even if he has divinity, there will not be more than one. However, even though Moyun has 2 divinities now, his divine power is still far behind Isobe, but the good news is that as long as he is given a few more days, his cultivation value can reach 10 years. The system of the 3rd Godhead crystal should not disappoint him. Moyun, my lord, let alone 40 years of divine power, even 1 year of divine power is very powerful for us slaves. Hassan reminded Moyun in a tactful tone. Moyun suddenly found it very funny. Hassan, who wanted to teach himself a lesson not long ago, is now thinking of himself so hard that he almost has the word please written all over his face. Moyun said indifferently, what do you think I want to do? Do you think that I don't know the heights of heaven and earth and want to challenge Lord Aisuabai? Let me tell you, Lord Aisuabai appreciates me very much. Hassan was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself that he was wrong, and quickly said, I'm sorry Lord Moyun, I'm just thinking wildly. Your words are useful, and I will reward you with this half piece of bread. Moyun took out 2 wrapped pieces of bread. Yesterday, Bibbo didn't accept his bribe, so he didn't eat it at all. After all, the 0.1 days divine power didn't matter to him at all. Thank you, Master Moyun. Thank you, Master Moyun. Hassan happily took half of the bread, and looked at Moyun respectfully. Half a loaf of bread was rewarded to Hassan, and Moyun had already figured out what to do with the remaining loaf and a half loaf. You guys come here. Several kneeling slaves quickly came to Moyun. I heard that some of you are great sword masters and senior knights. Don't dare. Several slaves shook their heads quickly. What are you afraid of? Moyun shouted coldly, and the slaves were instantly dumb. Seeing this, Moyun said indifferently, I just want to learn something from you. Since you are great sword masters and high-level knights, you should have a lot of martial arts skills, right? Moyun's plan is to find new martial arts training from these former great sword masters and senior knights. He also needs at least 1 divinity for the combat function. Chapter 17. Moyun always maintains self-knowledge. He knew that although he beat these slaves as if they were children, in terms of martial arts attainments, he was actually a primary school student, no, kindergarten level. It's okay to bully the opponent with his super high attributes, but if he really wants to use it alone, it's a joke. The real strong don't mind learning from the defeated ones. Several people couldn't help but have strange expressions when they heard that Moyun was going to learn martial arts from them. Indeed, as far as they are concerned, Moyun's few tricks are simply children's fighting methods. They were beaten by Moyun, how dare they teach Moyun? I asked you to teach. Don't you hear? Moyun's face turned cold, and the few people immediately lost any hesitation, and hurriedly said, Master Moyun, we will definitely entrust you with the best martial arts, and we will never keep them private. Moyun sneered and looked at the slaves who called him mixed breed not long ago but now Master Moyun, pointing to one of them. Come one by one, starting with you. You said you are a great swordsman, right? Don't dare, how dare I call myself a great swordsman in front of you? I have only practiced swords for a few days. The slave of the great swordsman came out. He found a stone furnace from the cave, and said to Moyun. I am best at court stunts, flying crow swordsmanship. As he said that, the slave of the great sword master danced the stove, and explained while dancing, this sword technique is combined with fighting spirit, well, I think it can also be combined with divine power, it can make dazzling flying crows, making the enemy blind. Moyun looked at it for a while, then couldn't help but said. Enough. The slave of the great sword master quickly stopped and looked at Mo Yun anxiously. Mo Yun shook his head secretly. What kind of flying crow swordsmanship, gimmicky? Perhaps this sword technique is really powerful in the mortal world, but in the world of gods, it is simply ridiculous. Mo Yun doesn't expect to learn anything from this. Are you guys the same as him? Mo Yun looked at the other people, who all looked timid. Mo Yun suddenly realized that he shouldn't ask such a question, even if they were different from the slaves of the great sword master, they didn't dare to show their heads at this time. After resting his chin in thought for a moment, Mo Yun had a flash of inspiration. Mo Yun said to the slave of the great sword master, "Since you are a great sword master, you should be very good at swinging a sword, right? Swinging a sword? This is the most basic thing. Okay. Just teach me how to swing a sword." A group of people looked at Mo Yun with suspicious eyes. Mo Yun, who beat them up just now, wants to learn martial arts from them, and he also learns the most basic sword swing? However, it seems that there is no problem in laying a good foundation for a high-rise building to rise from the ground. Well, let me demonstrate it to you first. The slave of the great swordsman held the furnace and swung it like a sword. His status as a great swordsman is not fake. This sword is swung smoothly and just right. Although it looks ordinary, but after careful taste, it feels perfect. Mo Yun went through the great sword master's hard work in his mind, and also found a furnace. I'll try. At this time, the slaves discovered that it was indeed necessary for Mo Yun to practice from the basics, because the sword swing was really bad. It's not like this. The slave of the great sword master hesitated whether to touch Mo Yun. It's okay, just teach me. The slave of the great swordsman had no choice but to pretend to be brave, correct Mo Yun's movements, and use himself as a comparison to tell Mo Yun the relevant details. Mo Yun remembered the other party's words in his mind bit by bit, and began to adjust his movements. One sword. One sword. Another sword. Although the initial sword was very substandard, Mo Yun's progress can be described as fast. Soon, the slave of the great sword master discovered that Mo Yun's standard level of swinging the sword had caught up to himself. What a terrible ability to learn! The hearts of the slaves were shocked. However, they attributed Mo Yun's terrible learning ability to Mo Yun's bloodline. In their view, Mo Yun's bloodline is probably a fairly high-level demon, and may even be a demon at the level of a demon king. But only Mo Yun knew that the reason why he learned so quickly was because of his divinity. The perfect coordination ability allows him to control every part of his body, and every breath perfectly corresponds to every beat of the body. With the divinity of 3 flowers gathering at the top, no matter what, he can learn quickly. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 15 times the strengthening of swordsmanship. Good! Mo Yun cheered secretly in his heart, and the chimney in his hand fell down. Although the chimney was not a sword, after falling, there was a slight sound in the air. Buzz! The slave of the great swordsman watched this scene in astonishment. What a genius! He felt that he had lived to the dog before. In less than half an hour, he watched Mo Yun swing his sword again and again. Each sword was more accurate than the other, and in the end a mutation occurred, and his level directly left himself behind. If he hadn't watched Mo Yun grow from a novice with his own eyes, he even suspected that Mo Yun was a sword master in the first place. Stop practicing! Mo Yun said lightly. The slave of the great sword master was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "Why don't you practice any more? Your talent is enough to become a sword god." "I said I won't practice if I don't practice. Do you have any opinions?" Mo Yun's cold eyes made the slave of the great sword master wake up, realize the current situation, and dare not have any objections. Mo Yun continued, "Besides swords, do you have any other weapons you are good at?" The great swordsman hesitated for a moment, and replied, "I'm also good at knives, as well as war hammers and hatchets." "Okay, use this furnace to teach me to swing a knife. Ah! Another half an hour later, the crisp system sound sounded again. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 12 times the enhancement of sword skills. The slave of the great swordsman was completely dazed, looking at Moyun as if he were looking at a monster. In just half an hour, his saber skills are also mastered? Chapter 18. Both male and female slaves in the cave watched Moyun learn basic martial arts. At first they thought it was just a monkey show. I feel that with Moyun's strength, learning martial arts is simply ridiculous, and Moyun is probably playing with a few slaves. After reading on, they realized that Moyun's martial arts skills were indeed poor, and what he relied on seemed to be only the power of blood, and it seemed that it was indeed necessary to learn martial arts skills. But after watching it again, everyone felt that their worldview had been subverted. How could someone have such an outrageous talent? Elsa sat in the corner watching Moyun, and the feeling of uneasiness became stronger again. But she quickly suppressed this feeling. Although Moyun's talent is outstanding, Elsa still thinks Moyun's choice is stupid. If it was her, she would specialize in one weapon and practice well. It's not like what Moyun is doing now, only practicing one weapon for half an hour, and can't wait to switch to another one. This behavior is really stupid. It's as stupid as his choice of system Godhead. The blood of the devil is indeed a fool with talent for force but no brains. Of course Moyun knew that specializing in a weapon could elevate a martial skill to a higher level. But that meant nothing to Moyun. Because for every martial skill training, the frequency of triggering of the strengthening system is lower as you go to the end. It only takes half an hour to train the strengthening system of martial arts for the first time, it may take 2 hours for the second trigger, and 8 hours or more for the third trigger. And the time he can learn these martial arts is only 1 day. After all, he definitely can't practice martial arts in front of the supervisor. Therefore, Moyun took advantage of the fact that it is relatively easy to trigger the strengthening system for the first time, and learned all the basic martial arts that can be learned, and then selected martial arts that can be trained in daily situations according to the situation. Then, strengthen it out of divinity. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training and has received 11 times the warmer enhancement. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 15 times the spear skill enhancement. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and it has been strengthened by 12 times the battle axe. Ding! Maybe it's been too long, the slaves in the cave have become numb. It took them a day to witness the transformation of a novice into a master of all weapons. But this is the world of the gods, and anything can happen. The slaves comforted themselves so much in their hearts, looking forward to the adventures that would come to them one day. Moyun glanced at several slaves, all of them were out of breath, and seemed to have been drained of all their martial skills by Moyun. On the other hand, Moyun, under the stamina strengthened by dozens of times, did not show a little fatigue. Moyun took out the remaining piece and a half of bread, handed it to them, and said, "This is a reward for you, share it and eat." The slaves froze for a moment, quickly took the bread, and thankfully returned to the corner of the cave. Moyun continued to meditate cross-legged, silently waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. In the early morning of the next day, Bibo returned, and the work in the mining area resumed. Moyun, who returned to the crater again, felt a little regretful looking at the empty mountain pass. The Huishan mine had been sent to the Huishan market. After the Huishan stone was gone, the speed of cultivation here dropped a lot. However, a new batch of raw ore has been hauled up by slave miners. Moyun was not in a hurry to help carry the raw ore, but meditated. Among so many martial arts, those that can be hidden in daily training without being discovered can also come in handy. The corner of Moyun's mouth twitched slightly, and he walked to the tool for salvaging the impurities in Huishan Pass. The tools for salvaging impurities look like a big spoon, but they are at least made of special materials, unlike the tools in the boiler cave that are all made of stone. Soon, Mo Yun modified his new fishing tool. New tool: this is like a spear gun, with a string added to the end of the long shaft. The head was changed into a colander-like shape by Mo Yun, with a little weight added to the top. Mo Yun threw the new tool into the magma, then pulled out the whole fishing tool with a flick of the rope, and the impurities fell into the colander and were carried to the crater. If it is a mortal, such a tool is absolutely impossible to operate. Perhaps only dozens of times the agility enhancement, coupled with San Huijuding's perfect control of the body, can Mo Yun control this new tool like a command. Soon, the big slaves also came here, and the work of the crater officially started. After being briefly curious about Mo Yun's new tool, the big slaves didn't go any further. The relationship between the two sides is still as hostile as ever. After working for several hours, a black figure descended from the sky. It was Eagle Overseer Isobe. What is this? Isobe looked at Mo Yun's new tool curiously. My lord, this is my improved fishing tool. I think this is more suitable for me. It can fish out twice as many impurities as before. This can improve the efficiency of ore refining and reduce the risk of volcano clogging. Mo Yun demonstrated the new tool while talking. Isobe observed it, and found that it had indeed fished out twice as much impurities as before. In addition, Mo Yun's movements became more skillful, and the overall efficiency was even 3 times that of before. Isobe couldn't help but praised, "Yes, I did not misunderstand you. You are simply a natural-born excellent slave. Thank you for the compliment, Master Isobe. I will work harder in the future." Mo Yun looked at Isobe flying into the sky respectfully, and smiled coldly in his heart. You read me right. Hehe, there are too many things you are wrong about. Mo Yun threw the new tool in his hand into the magma again. At this time, the sound of the system sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 17 times the throwing enhancement. Chapter 19. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has received 11 times the throwing enhancement. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 13 times the throwing enhancement. Ding! 5 days passed in a flash. Mo Yun's throwing enhancement has reached 187 times, and now his movements with the new tool have become more proficient, and every throw can be perfectly integrated with the rhythm of the breathing method. However, this kind of progress made Mo Yun quite disappointed. The frequency of strengthening triggers is indeed lower as you go to the back. On the first day, he had already reduced the throwing enhancement by 90 times, and in the next 4 days, he had already strengthened it by a total of 97 times. Mo Yun noticed that the needs of different divinities are different. The pure passive flame resistance divinity is the lowest, and it will appear when it is strengthened to 160 times. The divinity requirement of 3 flowers gathering on the top is very high, and it does not appear until 360 times. Considering that the difficulty of strengthening increases gradually, the value of the 3 flower gathering is at least 10 times that of the flame resistance. Mo Yun has a hunch that the divinity of throwing will appear when it is strengthened to between 220 and 240 times. The value of this divinity should be between flame resistance and 3 flower gathering. However, whether it is flame resistance or the gathering of 3 flowers, they all have the same advantage, that is, they can always be in the state of cultivation. Fire resistance only needs to stay on the edge of the crater. The gathering of 3 flowers at the top is even more amazing. As long as you control the breathing method all the time and even make it an instinct, you can fall asleep and be in the state of cultivation. In contrast, martial arts that require constant training do not have such a convenient feature. As Mo Yun's movements become more and more skilled, the ore impurities floating in the crater are not even enough for him to salvage, so that Mo Yun is now idle for half of the time every day. The divine progress of throwing martial arts has also been slowed down a lot for no reason. According to this progress, Mo Yun feels that it will take at least 3 days before he can acquire the divinity of the throwing martial skill. However, the east side is not bright and the west side is bright, and the divinity of throwing is delayed, but the practice value has improved rapidly. Because the impurities were salvaged too clean, Mo Yun had enough time to rest. He prepared a sofa for himself. The cushion of the sofa is a huge Huishan stone, and there is an even bigger Huishan stone behind it. Mo Yun sitting on it, because of the huge area of contact with Huishan stone, and after the gathering of 3 flowers on the top, the speed of practice near the crater has increased by nearly 25%. When he was sitting on the sofa, his practice speed had reached an astonishing level. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 10.3 days, the cultivation system multiplier is 40 times, and the cultivation speed in the current environment is 412 days. In Mo Yun's opinion, the practice value that would have reached 10 years later has already reached 9 years and 8 months. In other words, today, he can light up the 3rd crystal of divine spark. I hope the 3rd crystal will not disappoint me. Mo Yun secretly said in his heart that he is ready for everything now, and only owes the 3rd crystal's system and divinity. A few hours passed like this, and Mo Yun noticed a change in the Godhead. Mo Yun checked it quickly, and a faint light, like the light that appeared in the sky at dawn, was slowly lit up on the 3rd crystal. Mo Yun was very excited, and after a few breaths, he quickly calmed down again. After thinking calmly for a while, Mo Yun said to the system Godhead. Godhead, I want a system that can change my life against the sky. The Godhead lightened up slightly, then became a little dim again, twinkling like distant stars in the sky. Mo Yun waited patiently. This time the system appeared for an extra long time. It seemed that he had created a problem for his Godhead, but the more this happened, the more Mo Yun felt that he was doing the right thing. Something of real value always comes out at the finale. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the 10 times critical strike system. The 10 times critical strike system is triggered randomly. The host can check the system related information. 10 times critical strike system? System related? Whether it is the cultivation system or the enhancement system, there is no such thing as a system related thing. Mo Yun checked it curiously. But after reading the system-related explanation, Mo Yun became even more confused. The system only explains that the critical strike system will be triggered randomly in some situations where a critical strike is possible. After being triggered once, the critical strike probability will drop to a very low level, but as time goes by, the probability will become higher and higher. After the next critical strike, the probability is reduced to very low again. This system feels to Mo Yun like a card draw in a mobile game. Since it is a card draw, is there a big guarantee? As if confirming Mo Yun's conjecture, at the end of the system related, it reads: the critical strike system can be actively used once every 7 days. If you can take the initiative to use it once, then it's okay. But the time interval is a bit long, once every 7 days. From this point of view, it seems that the probability of a critical strike is not very high. If you think about it carefully, this is indeed a system that can change your life against the sky. 10 times critical strike, as long as it explodes, you will be invincible. If it doesn't explode, it's more or less meaningless. Mo Yun still has another doubt, that is, the system does not say what is a critical strike. He seems to have to test it first. With the refining of Huishan stone, the impurities in the crater increased. Mo Yun clapped his hands and continued to work. With the crit system, now the godliness of the main battle is missing. Throwing the tool into the magma, suddenly, a mysterious feeling came to Mo Yun's heart. Trigger strengthened? Wrong. Not only that. The crit system is out. Chapter 20. Shipped as soon as it was released, Mo Yun didn't expect to be so lucky. But come to think of it, coming to the God realm and obtaining the system Godhead, I seem to be considered the child of luck. Mo Yun can't wait for the system prompt to appear. The first thing is to strengthen the system. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 13 times the throwing enhancement. What followed was a prompt from the crit system. Ding! You have triggered the tenfold crit system. The reinforcement multiplier is 11 times, and an additional 130 times the throwing reinforcement. Grass. It really is a system that changes fate against the sky. Moyun violently swears in his heart excitedly. The throwing enhancement brought by the critical strike this time is based on the fact that he has already strengthened the throwing by 187 times. He might not be able to get the extra 130 times throwing enhancement this time with 10 days of non-stop training. At this moment, Moyun's throwing skill has been strengthened by an astonishing 330 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the first level divinity, Blazing Spear. Moyun stretched out his hand to grab the fishing tool. At this time, this ordinary pole gave Moyun a completely different feeling, as if holding it, it was like holding a dragon with a whole body of fire. At this moment, a word rang in Moyun's heart. A spear in hand. I have the world. At this moment, the rhinoceros man in the distance started yelling and cursing at Moyun. Hey! Mixed BD, don't you see more impurities? Because Moyun stopped the salvage action, some impurities accumulated in the crater. This is actually the most common thing. In the past, even salvage to this extent was considered excellent. But recently, what Moyun salvaged was too clean, so these big slaves seized this rare weakness and took the opportunity to yell at Moyun. Boy! Don't think that you can challenge us just because Master Sob has praised you a few words. Here, you are the cheapest one. Do your job well, half-breed BD. This is the only place you have value. If you can't even do this job well, you will be thrown into a volcano and burned to death. Even if Master Sob is here, we will scold you. Are you blind and don't see so many impurities that need to be cleaned? Moyun let out a long breath, and looked coldly at these big guys who were getting more and more scolding. The cold gaze made several big men feel a chill, but they were not afraid, and on the contrary regarded it as a kind of provocation. Why, are you not convinced? Rhino patted his fist and said arrogantly, you should be glad you didn't live with me the strong Austin, otherwise, I would have beaten you to death mushed meat. Little BD, have you seen our muscles? You alone dare to look at us like this. What? I can't bear it anymore. If you want to fight us, come on. On the contrary, the big slaves clamored even more fiercely. If it weren't for the dread eagle overseer Ai Suabai, they would probably have murdered Moyun long ago. However, if Moyun made the first move, it shouldn't be too much for them to fight back. Even Asabi can't execute slaves for nothing, as long as they are reasonable. Moyun sneered and stepped on the head of the fishing tool. Now, the long pole with the sharp end is broken, and it is completely transformed into a spear. The big slaves laughed instead, ha ha ha, you idiot, you actually broke the tool. You have to get at least 5 lashes, no, 10 lashes. Look, the half-breed BD is coming. He doesn't really want to fight us, does he? I laughed so hard, just rely on him, a half-breed BD. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Rhino stood up. Those who participated in the fight would be whipped, so the rest of the big slaves did not stand up after clamoring for a long time. But the rhinoceros is an extremely violent and belongs to the kind of race that can't control their impulses at all, so Austin the rhinoceros often fights and is often whipped. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the rhinoceros race is ridiculously thick-skinned, and their natural endurance and willpower are also quite amazing. Other races may suffer from severe pain after being whipped, but the rhinoceros can often stay silent, and even endure as long as they don't die. This is where they are most powerful. Mixed breed boy, come on, I'll let you make the first move. Austin stood in front of Moyun and said arrogantly. He thought he was very smart, as long as Moyun made the first move, wouldn't he be able to avoid being whipped? Maybe he is the smartest rhinoceros. Ah! Mo Yun chuckled. 3 flowers gathered on the top plus the divinity of the blazing spear. Strength, agility, endurance, perception, etc. are about 100 times stronger. Plus 10 years of divine power and 10 times critical strike system. All of this should be enough. Puff! A flame ignited on the spear, and it pierced straight into the rhino's heart. The rhino's body froze for a moment. He was still waiting for Mo Yun to strike back, but he found that his body had no strength. A burning sensation from the inside out made him speechless in pain. To tell you the truth, I have been waiting for a long time for the day I want to kill you. Mo Yun drew out his spear, Rhino faced his back to the ground, and the big slaves were in an uproar. He killed Austin. How could that kind of spear pierce the skin of a rhinoceros? Mo Yun turned his head, wiped the blood from his face, and smiled at everyone. I'm not the only one who wants to kill him. You, what are you going to do? Facing Mo Yun, who was countless smaller than them, a group of big guys felt a strong fear at this moment. Are you scared? Hey, bastards! Didn't you have a good time scolding just now? Chapter 21. Austin the Rhino. The highest ranking of the Crater's massive slaves was also the most hostile to himself. Every time, he was the first to take the lead in making trouble for himself, or insulting himself. Killed. Mo Yun crossed the first name off the death list in his mind. He looked at the rhino's body coldly, and felt that this way of death was too gentle for the rhino's Austin. However, considering that the rhinoceros is a species with rough skin and thick flesh, it seems that it doesn't matter how they die. So, the next thing is... Mo Yun wiped off the blood stains on his face, and walked towards the remaining people with the blood-stained spear. A great psychological shock arose in the hearts of several big slaves. They couldn't believe that Mo Yun, who was considered petite in their eyes, had easily pierced Austin's body with a spear. What is frightening is that Mo Yun is walking towards them. Yes, I'm sorry. Mo Yun, Master Mo Yun, I was wrong. I apologize to you, I beg your forgiveness, humble. I am blind. It is I who offended the noble you. Great and benevolent Master Mo Yun, I beg you to spare the humble me. Your noble weapon should not be wasted on me, a waste. I don't know who begged for mercy first, but the rest of the big slaves also began to beg for mercy when they saw this. These tall slaves do not seem to be as heroic as they appear. And Mo Yun is not as kind as he appears on the surface. I don't like talking nonsense. Mo Yun said calmly, I don't like to be tricky either, to tell you the truth, today you all have to die. Everyone was stunned. Mo Yun took a step forward and came to the bear man who begged for mercy the most. Kushik the bear man. The one with the best brain among the big slaves is also the one with the most vicious mouth. Every time it finds new ways to insult itself, the viciousness of its words even makes Mo Yun's breathing out of rhythm. The spear in Mo Yun's hand pierced through the head of the bear man who talked the most. He no longer has the opportunity to display his eloquence. Kushk. Killed. Mo Yun crossed the second name off the death list in his head. Seeing Kushik's tragic death, all the slaves trembled and stretched to the extreme. Seeing Mo Yun who continued to walk like a malevolent star, they shouted like a man. Fight with him. I don't believe how strong a mixed-race BD can be. The elephant man charged first, throwing his huge trunk at Mo Yun. The spear in Mo Yun's hand ignited flames, and pierced the elephant man's big nose straight. With a scream, Mo Yun walked to the side of the elephant man's body, and with 100 times the strength, he kicked the elephant man kicked down the crater. Bobby the elephant man. The second highest of the massive slaves, an accomplice of Austin the Rhino. It is also the person who most likes to call Mo Yun by the word mongrel. With a miserable howl, Bobby the elephant fell into the rolling magma. Baby the elephant man. Killed. Mo Yun crossed out the third name, and walked towards the remaining overwhelmed slaves with a chilling smile. "Lord Isobi, save me!" A miserable cry for help stopped abruptly, and the hobgoblin knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky like a statue. And the figure that fell from the sky, seeing the terrifying scene at the crater, showed a surprised and very angry expression. Isobi stared at Moyun holding a bloody spear. It was hard for him to believe that the weak Moyun had crushed a group of giants, but it was true. "BCH, what have you done?" Isobi yelled angrily. "Are you blind? You can't even see it." Ai Suabai was furious, and he yelled coldly, "You arrogant half-breed BD, a low-bred slave who is not even as good as rabbit shit, how dare you talk to me like this? You are looking for death." Like a goshawk cutting through the sky to prey on its prey, Ai Suabai descended from the sky, leaving several after-images of his body so fast. Moyun narrowed his eyes. This is probably one of the abilities of Sobi's Godhead crystal. With sharp and cold claws and extreme speed, if you can't dodge it in time, you must be a dead end. However, Moyun's breathing is still steady. He had long guessed that Isobi's ability should be related to the characteristics of Ying Man, and Moyun believed that the current self was enough to deal with it. 80 times the perception. More than 100 times more agile. And, the keen insight brought by the divinity of the three flowers gathering. See clearly. Moyun quickly adjusted his position, and at the same time stabbed fiercely with the fiery spear in his hand. Shua! Isobi flapped his wings and paused in the air. He realized that if he really jumped up, he would be the one who was pierced by the spear first. This ordinary spear is only made of the cheapest high-temperature resistant material, and it is too crude to be used as a weapon. However, in the hands of Moyun, Ai Suabai felt an extremely powerful threat. It seemed that some law-like power strengthened this most common spear. Ai Suabai suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be said to be divinity? No, it's impossible. Wisdom is as powerful as his, Isobi, and he has not yet comprehended divinity. How can a mere stupid slave possess divinity? He must possess some other power, such as selling his soul to the demon god. Isobi vibrated his wings and used his second ability. The feathers that popped out from his wings turned into a clone exactly like Isobi. In a split second, Moyun was surrounded by 11 Isobis. Chapter 22. Facing 11 Me. Do you think you still have room to resist? 11 Isobi spoke at the same time, and they spoke in unison, seeming to split into a complete 11 people, and they surrounded Moyun, like goshawks circling their prey. Moyun smiled. Isobi, it seems that I overestimated you. What did you say? 11 Isobis were furious at the same time, and then they attacked Moyun together. Moyun showed a contemptuous smile. All the 10 clones of Ai Suabai exist physically, but the power of the avatars is only less than 1/10 of the power of Ai Suabai's body. If it were someone else, they would naturally not be able to see the difference between Isobi's body and the main body, but Moyun could easily tell the difference. Under the divinity of 3 flowers gathered on the top, Moyun's heart is extremely calm, like the water surface of an ancient well without waves. And under the combined effect of 80 times perception, all the surrounding fluctuations are clearly visible like ripples on the water surface. There are big ripples around Isobi's real body. And the clone has only small ripples. The spear in Moyun's hand ignited with flames, and with a sudden sweep, knocked out a clone. Ai Suabai left Moyun behind to himself, and couldn't help sneering in his heart. Although Moyun's mouth was very arrogant, he was still bewitched by his avatar. But Ai Suabai was not too happy. Just when his claws were aimed at Moyun's head, Moyun suddenly turned over, and the blazing spear in his hand pierced Ai Suabai's body straight back to the carbine. Hey! Blood sprayed from Ai Suabai's shoulder, and Ai Suabai was so frightened that he even forgot to control his avatar and became invisible. He still didn't understand that everything just now was a trap. Moyun discovered his real body, but deliberately left the back to himself, and then used this damn human martial skill to catch himself by surprise. When Mo Yun was practicing throwing, his spear skills also got some improvement by accident. Now his spear skills are about 60 times stronger. This time, Mo Yun had watched the performance on TV and thought it was quite amazing and left a deep impression on him. At this time, with the help of San Huijuding's divinity, it was successfully used. The only fly in the ointment is that the accuracy has not been practiced, and it is almost meaningless. Mo Yun shook his head at Aizuabi. I really think too highly of you, Isabi. Suabai is weaker than Mo Yun expected in all aspects, and Suabai's accumulated supernatural power has definitely not exceeded 50 years. As for the abilities of the three crystals of Godhead, the first pounce from the sky is indeed not weak, and it is probably the ability of Aizuabi's first divine crystal. But to deal with him, it's still not good enough. As for the ability of Doppelganger, in Mo Yun's view, it is a joke. The 10 useless avatars, which can be broken with a poke, are nothing but decorations other than what they look like. I don't know whether this ability appeared randomly or because of Suabai's choice. If it is a choice, then Suabai is too stupid. However, Mo Yun's desire to kill Isobi with 60 times the gun skills is also a bit unrealistic. After all, Isobi is a hawkman, and a hawkman with a specialization in dexterity. Seeing that the situation was not right, Isobi flapped his wings violently. His two wings were like steel wings, and his whole body flew into the sky like a rising rocket, even faster than the speed he swooped down from the sky just now. Be quick! Mo Yun raised his head and stared at Suabai's figure coldly. If there is no mistake, this should be the ability of the last Godhead crystal of Isobi. I have to admit, at least in terms of the ability of the last Godhead crystal, Isobi is indeed very good. The ability to escape with specialization in speed. Indeed, only by surviving first can you be qualified to talk about other things. Mo Yun sighed. If possible, he actually wants to keep the chance of active critical strike once every 7 days, and use it in other places that can permanently improve his strength, rather than as a one-time prop. But now, it has to be used. Mo Yun changed the posture of holding the spear, and raised the spear in his hand. The flame burned from Mo Yun's palm, and the thick fire wrapped the entire spear in it. Fire spear. Explode. Ding. You actively triggered the tenfold crit system, and the attack multiplier is 15 times. The raging fire spear flew out of Mo Yun's hand like a phoenix flying high. It was 10 times faster than Suabai, and it chased Suabai almost instantly. The intense burning sensation made Aizuabi turn around, and he only saw the splendor of a phoenix spreading its wings. This is impossible. The flaming spear engulfed Isopi in an instant, and the spear and Isopi turned into ashes after the flames burned out. A blow that has been strengthened by 15 times. So strong. Mo Yun marveled secretly. Perhaps the only shortcoming was that the spears were too useless, and he even forged a few more spears as spares. The smoke and dust in the crater cleared, only a piece of falling eagle feathers proved what happened just now. Mo Yun took eagle feather and felt a sense of relief. Mo Yun has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Those who work hard, live up to the heavens, and taste their courage, 3000 Yuejia can swallow Wu. Eagle Overseer Isobi. Killed. But it's still too early to tell the end. Mo Yun still has a lot to do. After breaking off spare tools and making a few spears, Mo Yun walked down the crater. The scene of Suabai's death just now will definitely attract some people's attention. His movements are about to speed up. Chapter 23. This is the first time Mo Yun has real freedom since he arrived in the God realm. This is also his first comprehensive observation of the mining area. Only then did Mo Yun realize that the topography of the mining area is almost impossible to be formed naturally. The mining area is built on the top of the volcano. It is neither big nor small, but the terrain is very abnormal. Needless to say, it is rare for a flat land to suddenly appear among such steep peaks in nature, especially the surrounding peaks also form a natural barrier for the mining area. It's no wonder that Hassan said that the mining area with only 10 gods is heavily guarded. If Moyun guessed correctly, the mining area should be a platform built with divine power. In addition to being easy to defend and difficult to attack, this platform is also a natural cage. Not to mention slaves without godheads, even if they are gods, the way to escape here seems to be to jump off the cliff. In this way, Moyun feels that his actions are more critical. In the southernmost part of the mining area, a rare non-cave building was erected here. This is not only the station of the mining area, but also houses the dragon eagle responsible for transportation. A slender elf with green hair was looking out of the skylight. He just saw the flickering fireworks in the sky. Although he has the keen eyesight of the elves, he still can only see a vague outline. But he felt that the fireworks were related to the mine. Suddenly there was a sound outside the door, and the green-haired elf turned around and stared at the figure that appeared at the door. With black hair and black pupils, his appearance is considered handsome by elf standards. He was dressed in strange mortal clothes that were already a bit tattered, and he carried a few crudely made javelins or spears behind his back. The mining area is not big, and almost everyone will know about something new soon. He recognized Moyun and felt strong disgust at the same time. Elves have always hated demons. The green-haired elf said coldly, "Are you that slave with the demon blood hybrid? This is not the place for you to come, get out immediately." Moyun smiled coldly. "You should be Marvin, I'm here to tell you two things. First, I'm not a demon. I don't have demon blood either. Second, I will give you two choices, either kneel down and surrender. Or, die." Marvin couldn't believe the words he heard from a slave until he saw Moyun take out a spear, and the flames ignited on the spear again. "The fire in the sky outside just now has something to do with you." Moyun didn't intend to talk nonsense with Marvin, and threw the spear behind him directly. Blazing spear. Go. The blazing spear was like a fiery snake with its bloody mouth wide open, making Marvin short of breath. As a forest elf, he had a natural resistance to flames. The door in chains. Marvin snorted, and a silver-grey gate with many chains appeared in front of him, colliding with the thrown blazing spear. With a sound of clang, all the iron chains on the door broke, and the door disappeared. Marvin gasped heavily and looked at Moyun with disbelief. "This is the power of your Godhead crystal? Aren't you a system Godhead that cannot be cultivated?" Naturally, Moyun would not explain it to Marvin. He took out the second spear and said calmly, "Is this the power of your door lock Godhead? I didn't use my full strength just now, so I'll ask you again. Kneel down and surrender. Or die." Marvin showed a disdainful expression, and said with a smile, "Stop pretending to be a tiger, you should have reached your limit just now. Let me, a forest elf, submit to you, a half-breed demon BD, and stop daydreaming." Moyun's eyes became colder and colder. "I repeat, I am not a demon. I have no demon blood either. Remember this last sentence you heard in your life." Blazing spear. The second fiery spear pierced the sky like a ferocious three-headed dragon. Marvin looked at this scene in surprise, and quickly summoned a huge chain door. But with a bang, the chained Nagato exploded instantly, and the fiery spear passed through Marvin's body, flying him for a certain distance, and finally nailed it firmly to the gate with the huge lock behind him. Ma Wen spat out blood, and looked at Moyun with a distorted expression. It turned out that what Moyun said did not try his best, but it turned out to be true. With the fall of Marvin, the dragon eagles in the animal pen wailed for their owners. But after Moyun looked at the group of dragon eagles with devouring eyes, they immediately became as quiet as domestic chickens and ducks. Ding! A crisp sound sounded, and a huge key slipped from Marvin's body and fell to the ground. Moyun walked over and picked up the key. The door nailed to Marvin was made by a god with the corresponding Godhead, and the door lock on it came from Marvin, who possessed the door lock Godhead. This also means that from now on, except for the key Moyun, everyone in this mining area will not be able to leave here through the Dragon Eagle. This isolated island prison built for slaves will also become the prison of the remaining gods. At this moment, Moyun sensed movement outside. The other gods and people in the mining area finally responded, and they came neither too fast nor too slowly. Then, several gods rushed in together. Except Ganti and the coachman who left, the goblin Bibbo and the centaur chef who were always working in the cave, and the dead Isabi. The remaining 5 supervisors in the mining area all arrived here. They looked at Marvin, who was nailed to the gate with a spear, and Moyun, who was sitting on the ground and was cutting the spear with the tools in the station, and a strange feeling came to their hearts unconsciously. Chapter 24. You killed Marvin. Although they were unwilling to believe it, the 5 gods and people came to almost the only conclusion when they ruled out other possibilities and faced the almost indisputable facts in front of them. Moyun said lightly, "Yes, I killed him." "Who are you? Marvin may die in your hands. Why are you pretending to be a slave? What is your purpose?" The 5 gods questioned Moyun. Moyun thought it was funny, but if it were him, he would not believe that a slave who had been in the mining area for less than a month suddenly killed a god who had at least 20 years of divine power. This is not in line with common sense. However, facts speak louder than words. "Who am I? Don't you all know very well? I think you should talk about me behind my back, right? As for my purpose, Moyun's purpose has always been clear. He naturally wants to leave from this place, but not now. It's only been less than 7 days since the troll Gandhi left, and the day Gandhi left was also the day when the mining area handed over the ore to the Huishan market once a month. Thanks to the gods and people's indifferent concept of time, it can be said that there will be at least 1 month minus 7 days, and no one will care about this mining area. Here, there are only these few gods and hundreds of slaves. Under such circumstances, how could Moyun be willing to leave? You know, his considerable cultivation speed is all due to Huishan stone. If he leaves the mining area now, where will he find new things that provide a lot of cultivation value? Moreover, Moyun is not ready to face the wilderness and become a wilderness god. After a pause, Moyun changed the subject. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Apart from Marvin, I also killed Isabi. A layer of rocks stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. When Moyun said this, the 5 gods and people were shocked. Impossible. You can't kill Isabi. Lord Isobi is the Eagle Man. Even if it is not your opponent, it will definitely be able to leave safely. You don't want to scare us here. That is, if you are really that powerful, you can force us to submit with divine power. Why are you pretending to be a tiger here? Seeing that several gods and people agreed that he was lying to them, Moyun could only express regret. After all, his current cultivation value is precisely the shortest board. Although it took a short period of time to reach the level of 10 years of divine power, but facing these gods who also have 20 or 30 years of divine power, Moyun really has no advantage in divine power at all. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe me, but if you don't want to make the same mistakes as Ma Wen, just kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, die. Several gods and people looked at each other and mocked at the same time. Are you kidding? We will surrender you, a half-breed BD. That's right. No matter what your purpose of pretending to be a godman is. Your divine power is at best on the same level as ours. You alone dare to speak nonsense to the 5 of us. Stop talking nonsense. Revenge for Marvin. Yes, revenge for Marvin. The 5 gods acted instantly, and Moyun stopped being polite to them when he saw this, picked up his spear and threw it violently. Blazing spear. The 5 gods were startled, and secretly thought that Moyun had some real skills in killing Ma Wen. The Tauren among the 5 overseers rushed to the front, with a large shield on his back. Moo! The Tauren slammed the large shield in front of him. The big shield turned into a giant shield with dazzling golden light, and each god who passed through the giant shield had an extra shield. This is the power of its giant shield Godhead. After several people were protected by shields, they were no longer afraid of the flaming spear thrown by Mo Yun. However, in the next second, they were shocked out of their wits. The blazing spear easily pierced through the shield and pierced a dwarf overseer. The dwarf overseer was killed under the spear without even using his Godhead ability. Even the Tauren overseer himself didn't expect that the shield he created for his teammates was so vulnerable. At this time, Mo Yun's cold voice suddenly sounded in the air. First. Although the voice was ordinary, it shocked everyone. The second round of the fiery spear has already been fired. The human overseer looked at the divine spear flying towards him in horror, turned around and fled, but how could his speed compare to the speed of the blazing spear? Accompanied by the sound of the body being pierced by the spear, the back of the human overseer was pierced by the spear, and he was nailed obliquely to the ground. The spear also emitted a dazzling fire, burning the whole person to ashes. The second. Mo Yun's icy voice sounded again, and the remaining 3 supervisors only felt like they were in an ice cave. Get close to him. His ability is to throw spears. It's useless to get close to him. The porcupine overseer shouted loudly, and rushed towards Mo Yun together with the other 2. But among the 3, one more person is destined to be sacrificed. Hey! The spear pierced through the body of the porcupine supervisor from the front, leaving only the beef supervisor and another human supervisor with a slightly shorter stature. The 2 finally came to Mo Yun. With extreme anger, the Tauren overseer raised the big shield in his hand, and threw it heavily at Mo Yun's. Mo Yun subconsciously backhanded a spear, and at this moment, ding! You have triggered the 10 times crit system, and the attack multiplier is 11 times. The spear pierced through the large shield and also the body of the Tauren overseer. There were 2 booms, one in front and the other in the back. The large shield exploded into pieces, and a big hole was also blasted out in the body of the Tauren. Mo Yun also froze for a moment, looking at the frightened eyes of the Tauren supervisor. Mo Yun wanted to explain. It's not that my spear skills are strong, but that your luck is really bad. The last human overseer had already lost his legs in fright, and quickly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. I surrender. My lord, I surrender. I am willing to surrender. Chapter 25. Are you willing to surrender? Yes, I am willing to surrender. The short human overseer said quickly. Mo Yun originally hoped to leave 2 or 3 supervisors to maintain order in the mining area. What he needed was a mining area that could still produce Huishan mine normally, not a paradise for slaves to revel in. Using the original prestige of the supervisor can make things much easier. However, it is not an easy task to control the number of supervisors. Too many will pose a threat to Mo Yun, too few will not be enough to maintain order, and these supervisors obviously have no intention of cooperating. Mo Yun originally intended to keep the old cow who looked quite simple and honest, but he didn't expect the old cow to be violently killed, which is really regrettable. Sure enough, the only disadvantage of crit is that it affects the last knife. Mo Yun asked the little human overseer, "What's your name?" "My name is DK, my lord." "DK, listen carefully. I have the key to the Dragon Eagle stable. From now on, no one can leave this mine except me. Do you understand?" I understand what you mean." DK said quickly, "I don't have any thoughts of running away. If you are honest and obedient, I will not do anything to you. Instead, I will reward you. You go to appease all the slaves now and let them continue to work obediently, understand?" DK was a little surprised what Mo Yun wanted to do, but he didn't want to ask, and he didn't dare to ask. DK nodded quickly and said, "I understand, my lord. But, what should I do if some rebellious slaves are disobedient?" Mo Yun said coldly, then you bring them here and get to know their former supervisor again. If they are still disobedient, you can ask them to keep company with the former supervisor. I think you still have this ability, right? DK glanced at his supervisor colleagues with different faces, and nodded his head quickly. I understand, my lord, I understand everything, my lord. By the way, you don't have to go to the remaining two gods, just leave it to me. Do you understand? I understand, my lord, I will definitely follow your orders. Moyun watched DK leave, and looked to the other side of the mining area. He and the Goblin Bibbo and his former colleagues in the furnace cave still have some accounts to settle. At this time, in the furnace cave. After the Goblin Bibbo left, the slaves couldn't help being lazy and chatting. What happened outside just now? Who knows? What does it matter to us what happens outside? I don't think Bibbo didn't care at first, but then, you saw it just now, he also ran out. Think about it, maybe it will be good for us. Let's daydream. I haven't left this cave since I came here, and the outside world has nothing to do with me at all. What's the point of such a ghostly day? At this time, I don't know who suddenly mentioned a sentence. Actually, it's not that there is no chance to go out at all, for example, there is a job. Everyone was taken aback, knowing that this was referring to Moyun and the work of cleaning impurities in the crater. Many of the old slaves had done the work of salvaging impurities in the crater, but they were full of fear of this work, because several slaves died in this work. But Moyun was an exception. From Moyun, the slaves even had an illusion. That is, salvage work in the crater is not dangerous, and may even be easy. That half-breed BD? Hey! I don't know what kind of shit luck he's had, but such a good thing is going to take advantage of him. The one who spoke was one of the people who had taught Moyun martial arts. He's just a BD born of a demon. I don't know what his other bloodline is. I suspect it may be a hell worm. I actually think that he might have been born of a devil and a three-headed dog, the senior knight said suddenly. Hell, three-headed dog? Ha ha ha, your idea is so interesting. That's right, he should be the wild species of hell three-headed dog and devil. You said, how did the devil and the hell three-headed dog give birth to him? If you want me to say, it must be. Once dirty jokes were added to the chat, the topic became so focused that everyone couldn't help but immerse themselves in it, even the female slave joined in. The few female slaves who had been beaten by Moyun naturally didn't have the slightest affection for Moyun. Just as they were chatting in full swing, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded from the entrance of the cave. So you all praise me like this behind your back? The familiar tone calmed down the entire cave. Everyone turned around and looked at Moyun standing at the door. At this time, everyone participating in the discussion felt chills all over their bodies, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Master Moyun, why did you come back early? Just now we were not talking about you. I'm sorry, Master Moyun, I'm guilty, I deserve to die, I beg you to be merciful and let us go. The senior knight knelt on the ground and slapped himself in the face. He saw Moyun laughing, which made him very scared. He would rather see Moyun throw a tantrum, because then, at least he can predict what Moyun will do. Why do you have to apologize? Didn't you just say you were happy? Moyun looked at the senior knight with a smile. He has considered whether because these people have taught him martial arts, let them go. But now that I think about it, I really am the benevolent Master Moyun, who would have such naive thoughts. It's time to cross out some of the names on the list in his mind. Thoroughly, forever crossed out. Chapter 26. I'm sorry. Master Moyun. I know I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please, please forgive me this time. The high-ranking knight kowtowed to Moyun continuously, without any chivalry at all, making one wonder if he, the former high-ranking knight, got on the seat through the back door. Okay, no need to kowtow. Moyun said lightly, These words made the senior night slave feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe things have turned for the better. However, what Moyun said next made him feel like he was going to hell. No matter how much you beg for mercy, I will not be merciful. Hey! The spear pierced the heart of the high-ranking slave knight, and for the sake of the fact that he had taught him martial arts, Moyun gave him a happy experience and didn't make him feel too much pain before death. Ah! Killed! The timid races in the cave, the bunnymen, squirrelmen, etc. screamed. The group of people who were chatting with each other just now looked at Moyun timidly, and stammered, "You, how can you kill someone? If you kill someone in the mining area, you will be hanged. Let us go. Let us go. We will never say that you killed him. As long as you are willing to let us go, we will all obey you in the future." Moyun couldn't help laughing. When people are dying, are they all so naive? Moyun threw a spear, and the female orc who scolded Moyun in the chat just now was pierced through the abdomen. She did not die immediately with her internal organs ruptured, and was still screaming in pain. Ah! The rest of the slaves screamed when they saw this, and then they rushed towards Moyun as if they were going crazy. Escape from the cave. Holding a spear, Moyun harvested the lives of the slaves like leeks. As for the few escaped fish that escaped from him towards the door, Moyun sneered, pulled the spear out of a slave's body, and threw it violently. A spear, after penetrating the bodies of 2 slaves, was nailed to the ground. The slaves who have not obtained the godhood are indeed far from the gods in terms of physical strength. Under Moyun's spear, they seem as thin as a piece of paper. At this time, a short figure just walked into the cave, saw the scene in front of him, and looked at Moyun in surprise. "You shitty BCH! What have you been doing while I'm away?" The person who came was Goblin Bibbo. Goblin Bibbo wanted to find out what happened outside, but went out for a circle but found nothing, so he could only return angrily. But just after he returned, he saw such a brutal picture. As an overseer who doesn't even have the right to whip slaves, the life and death of slaves has a great impact on Goblin Bibbo. Even if a slave dies accidentally, he will be whipped. Not to mention so many dead at once. Moyun looked at Goblin Bibbo coldly. At first he had no hatred towards Goblin Bibbo, until that time after Ganti whipped himself, Goblin Bibbo got worse. Moyun had to admit that he really held a grudge. Wiping the blood on the spear in his hand, Moyun whispered to the goblin. "Kneel down and kowtow 100 heads, I don't need to kill you." "What? You bold mixed race BD! How dare you talk to Mr. Bibbo like that? It seems that I have to make you look good today." The Goblin Bibbo flicked his long whip, and the ashes of impurities piled up in the cave suddenly flew up, and a dense flame rose from the ashes. Such is the power of Goblin Bibbo's divinity, which is Ember Fire. "I'm going to burn you until your skin is ripped apart. It's so painful." The billowing embers flew towards Moyun, but when the flame was about to approach Moyun, the fire dropped sharply and even bypassed Moyun. Unbelievingly, Bibbo controls the flame to burn towards Moyun, but finds that the flame finally goes out when it is about to touch Moyun. Bibbo was completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? Moyun was also a little surprised. He didn't expect the divinity of flame resistance to come in handy here. But then again, although his flame resistance godliness was obtained when he was 160 times more resistant to fire, but because he worked long enough near the crater, his current fire resistance has reached almost 300 times. With 300 times fire resistance and divine nature, Moyun felt that it would be no problem for him to bathe in the magma of the crater. Moyun looked at Bibbo. "I gave you a chance, but you not only didn't grasp it, but even shot at me. It seems that you want to die." Sensing that something was wrong, Bibbo immediately wanted to turn around and run away. Moyun smiled coldly and raised the spear in his hand. With a precise slash across, one of Bibbo's arms was firmly nailed to the ground. "Ah! It hurts! It hurts!" Seeing Bibo's screams, the other slaves in the cave were too scared to speak. It may seem normal to them that Moyun can defeat the slaves, but everyone doesn't think that Moyun will not be the opponent of the powerful gods. Therefore, everyone agrees that as long as Bibo arrives, Moyun can be subdued easily, and even Moyun will be hanged in front of them. However, the scene at this time made their breathing stagnate. Moyun walked to the goblin Bibo's side, but the little goblin still had no intention of giving in. Lord Isabai! Master Isabai will kill you! Seeing a goblin with such a backbone, Moyun couldn't help laughing, and he decided to tell Bibo the truth. Isobi has been killed by me. This is impossible. Master Isobi is so powerful. Let me see, besides Isobi, I also killed a forest elf named Marvin, and a dwarf, a human, a tauren, a porcupine. Before coming to you, I also went to tame a centaur, he's far more knowledgeable than you. Goblin Bibo was completely stunned. Chapter 27. At this time, the Goblin Bibo finally recognized the cold reality. Moyun, Master Moyun, for the sake of taking care of you. Please don't kill me. As if remembering something, the Goblin Bibo struggled to smash his head to the ground, and said while smashing. I kowtow to you, 100. No, 200. 500. Moyun pulled out the spear that nailed Bibo's arm, and the Goblin Bibo let out another scream. Moyun said coldly, it's too late, I don't need you to kowtow now. That. But since you did take care of me before, it's not impossible for me to give you a chance. Goblin Bibo just had hope on his face. Moyun grabbed his neck and lifted him up from the ground. Don't you like playing with fire? Then, as long as you can persist for a minute, I will let you go. Bibo was stunned for a moment, and when he was about to ask Moyun why he persisted for a minute, he saw Moyun carrying himself to the ash hole of the volcanic furnace. You want to? No, you can't do this. Before Bibo could struggle, Moyun stuffed him in. No. Bibo let out a scream, but Moyun mercilessly closed the furnace door. All the slaves heard the screams from the furnace, but the instigator of all this was calmly counting. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 21 seconds. Every word and number of Moyun's number is like the footsteps of death, stepping heavily on the hearts of all the slaves. When Moyun counted to the 27th second, the screams in the furnace stopped abruptly. Moyun shook his head and sighed, I should have said that I should have persisted for 30 seconds. The slaves in the cave were all terrified. And what's terrible is that Moyun started to look at them. For a moment, the slaves felt as if they were being stared at by the god of death, and they immediately rushed to beg for mercy. I didn't. I never scolded you. Don't kill me. The slaves were already crying. Master Moyun, Master Moyun. Since last time, I have never dared to insult you again. This time they speak ill of you behind your back, and I did not participate. You must have seen it. You must have seen it all. I've always treated you with respect. Seeing Moyun walking towards him, the cave was full of cries. You, and you, come out. The 7 or 8 people pointed out by Moyun came out in panic, and even wet their pants in panic. Kneel down and slap your own mouth 1,000 times. Not only did the few people not feel sad about being punished, but on the contrary, they also had a feeling of rejoicing that they survived the catastrophe. They gritted their teeth and smacked their faces vigorously, using all their strength to feed their babies, for fear that they would be called out by Moyun because they were not pumping loudly enough. For a moment, the furnace cave was filled with the sound of slaps on the face. The names that Moyun named were all people with relatively minor plots, at least not dared to talk nonsense after he made a move last time. After all, he is not a devil, and he will not feel happy simply killing people. As for the rest, Moyun glanced across the cave, and everyone huddled in trembling, for fear of being called by Moyun. Moyun said indifferently, you go to the centaur chef Daniel to report now, and Daniel will tell you what to do next. Including those of you who smoke, let me smoke while walking on the road. If anyone is missing, less than 1,000 times, I will cut off his hand and throw it into the crater. You supervise each other. Understand? Understand. Also, drag all the corpses here and throw them into the crater. The slaves in the cave hurriedly stood up and dragged the corpse out of the cave. They didn't want to face Moyun for even one more second. Elsa Fenjiu, the holy elf, also hurriedly mingled with the slaves and wanted to leave here, but a figure stood in front of her. A boundless chill rose in Elsa's heart, and she staggered back 2 steps, not daring to look up and look directly at Moyun. Seeing this, the others sped up their movements a little, for fear of becoming the next unlucky ghost selected by Moyun. After there were only 2 people left in the cave, Moyun said with a faint smile. Your Excellency Elsa, the noble holy elf, can we settle the accounts between us? Elsa felt her heartbeat was about to stagnate. She said quickly. Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't scold you like that last time. But I only said that one time, only that one time. Please let me go. Please, I apologize to you. Oh. Moyun smiled and said, what's the matter? Why did Her Highness Elsa change her temper today, and the noble holy elf also needs to beg for mercy from me, a lowly guy? While speaking, Moyun stretched out his hand sharply and grabbed Elsa's swan-like white neck. With tears in the corners of Elsa's eyes, she begged in a low voice, don't kill me, please, don't kill me. You can punish me however you want. Please don't kill me. Really? You want to live, not die? Elsa blinked desperately. That's good. Moyun let go of his hand, looked at Elsa's holy face like an angel, and said in an undeniable voice. Take off your clothes. Elsa froze for a moment. She was wearing a set of leather soft armor. The tight soft armor set off the girl's superb figure. I don't know what kind of creature's fur it is made of. After so long, it is still not stained with a trace of dust. Moyun asked again calmly. Are you going to die? Or are you going to live? Elsa bit her lip lightly, tears rolled down her eyes. She doesn't want to die. Chapter 28. After a long time, Moyun came out of the furnace cave satisfied. A moment later, Elsa also came out of the cave. Her long silver hair was a little messy, and her face was still stained with dry tears. She looked at Moyun with an extremely complicated expression in her onyx-like eyes. Moyun said to Elsa, from now on, you are the overseer here, responsible for guarding the slaves, understand? Understood. There was a hint of obedience in Elsa's tone. Come with me. Moyun took Elsa to the center of the mining area, where the human supervisor DK was waiting for him according to Moyun's instructions. When seeing Moyun, DK looked a little uneasy. What's wrong? Moyun asked. DK hurriedly said, Master Moyun, I comforted those slaves as you ordered, but they don't seem to obey discipline that much. Did you not do as I told you? My lord, it's like this. When I'm here, they are very obedient, but as soon as I leave, they become very loose. Not to mention work, it's good if they don't cause damage. DK looked at Moyun cautiously, and said, I'm sorry, I didn't complete the task you gave me. These slaves, if no one is watching, they really can't do it. Moyun thought for a while, and it was impossible to expect slaves to be motivated to work, and it was indeed necessary for supervisors to exist. After a little thought, Moyun had a general idea. Elsa, go to the half-man Modanil and ask him to bring everyone and all the bread here to gather. The cave that serves as a kitchen is over there. Moyun added, no one can leave here now except me. I believe you are a smart girl. I understand. Elsa responded in a low voice, and went to the cave of the centaur kitchen. Moyun said to DK again at this time, take all the ropes and shackles, this time I will accompany you all personally." Not long after, all the slaves in the mining area were called together, and more than 200 slaves stood in the central mining area, looking at the human standing on the highest place with complicated eyes. At Mo Yun's feet, there were more than a dozen kneeling slaves who were chained or bound. Mo Yun coldly swept over the 200 people in front of him. "I don't know if you know me or not, but judging from the words of some of you, many of you should know me. I don't care what you said about me behind my back, but from now on, in this mining area, I will have the final say. Isobi, the Eagle Overseer, Marvin the Forest Elf, all of them were killed by me." Although there was such a guess in mind, all the slaves present were extremely shocked and unbelievable when they heard Mo Yun personally say that he had killed Isobi and other supervisors. However, from the moment Mo Yun and DK came to them together, punched and tied the highest-ranking slave, they knew. This human with black hair and black eyes is not to be trifled with. Mo Yun clapped his hands twice, and continued, "Listen to me now, I have two things to announce." All the slaves held their breath and looked at Mo Yun on the high platform. Mo Yun said lightly, "First thing, I'm not a demon. I don't have demon blood either. However, my blood is nobler than all of you. If anyone dares to slander my bloodline, then..." Holding a spear, Mo Yun walked up to a slave leader. The giant lizardman slave, whose body was already shaking like a sieve, hurriedly said, "I know I was wrong, my lord, I know I was wrong. It's useless to know you're wrong." A blazing spear pierced fiercely into the body of the giant lizardman, and the blazing fire roasted it into coke. Several other slave leaders who had abused Mo Yun with their blood, struggled and begged for mercy. But Mo Yun seemed to turn a deaf ear to them, and walked over to each of them with a spear, stabbing them to death thoroughly. "DK, turn around and throw these guys into the crater." DK hurriedly replied tremblingly, "Understood, Master Mo Yun." After executing several slaves, Mo Yun continued to address the slaves, "The second thing I want to say is you either kneel down and surrender, or die." There was a commotion among the slaves, who obviously had great resistance to Mo Yun's words. Mo Yun was not in a hurry, but walked up to the remaining lion slave who was tied up, and asked, "Are you willing to surrender?" The lion man looked at Mo Yun stubbornly, with strong unyielding in his eyes. Lion people can be reduced to slaves, they can be playthings in the arena, but they will never surrender easily. Not bad. Very good. What a noble lion. The spear in Mo Yun's hand pierced the lion man's body mercilessly, and the lion man died immediately. Afterwards, Mo Yun walked up to a thick dwarf with a body like a water tank, and asked him, "Are you willing to kneel and surrender?" The dwarf stared at Mo Yun, hesitating whether to kneel down, but at this moment, Mo Yun said lightly, "It seems that you don't want to either." The spear pierced the dwarf's body, and the dwarf died without a word. Mo Yun walked in front of the next bound slave, and before he could speak, the slave knelt down on the ground with a slap and shouted, "I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Master Mo Yun, I am willing to surrender to you." Mo Yun glanced, and the remaining bound slaves knelt down one after another, shouting, "I am also willing to surrender, Master Mo Yun." Mo Yun turned around, looked at the hundreds of slaves in front of him, and shouted sharply, "You guys, are you willing to surrender?" The slaves all knelt down, and as Mo Yun saw them, everyone knelt down hastily. Whether it is the original overseer DK, the centaur chef Daniel, or the holy elf Elsa of noble blood, Mo Yun stood there tall and straight, accepting everyone's kneeling, as if he was a born king. Chapter 29. Get up. Mo Yun said lightly. The slaves just stood up sparsely, but in their hearts they felt full awe of this human being exuding an astonishing charm. From today, everything in the mining area will remain the same, but some rules will change. When they heard about changing the rules, the slaves inevitably became nervous, for fear that Mo Yun would give some terrible rules. But Mo Yun's deterrence just now made them unable to resist. Mo Yun said calmly, "From now on, you will be in groups of 5, and each of you will be in a team. Everything else is the same as before. You will still do what you did before. However, if you dare to flee or make trouble, if there is one person, kill a group. If there is a team, kill the first team." After the slaves heard Mo Yun's words, they were horrified instantly, and a sense of crisis that they had done before came to their hearts. Mo Yun had expected the panic of the slaves. Sitting together is a kind of cool method. Cool method cannot bring long-term peace and stability, but it can bring strong order and cohesion in a short period of time. In troubled times, it is advisable to use heavy codes. However, I will not treat you badly. Mo Yun said calmly, "As long as you work honestly, nothing will happen. Starting today, I announce that each person's daily divine power bread will be changed to 5 yuan. Plus a bowl of broth. 5 pieces of magic bread? And a bowl of broth." After hearing that the divine power bread has changed from 2 yuan to 5 yuan a day, and there is broth, everyone seems to be not so hard to accept. After all, no one would think about running away or making trouble. If they could really escape, how could they be willing to be slaves here? In contrast, with the improvement of food and treatment, it seems to be better than before. Mo Yun glanced over these slaves, satisfied with their reactions. What he needs is not the sincere loyalty of these people, he just wants to let these people willingly create value for him in the remaining half a month. As for whether the bread is enough, there is no need to worry about it. In the Centaur's cave kitchen, flour has been stored for more than half a year. God realm wheat is harvested once a year, and it is the cheapest time to harvest, so the mining area will purchase a year's worth of flour for storage at that time. The same goes for jerky. Only vegetables are relatively small, less than 3 months old. But it is more than enough to cope with the next big month. Mo Yun continued, "It's not over yet, I will reward you according to your work performance. If you do a good job, add 2 more pieces of divine power bread every day. No matter how good you are, it's only 5 yuan. The best ones will be directly rewarded with jerky." The slaves were a little surprised for a while, and some even said, "Master Mo Yun, you are a generous and benevolent lord." Mo Yun smiled slightly, turned his head and said to the kneeling slave leaders, "Get up too, I forgive you. And, from today on, you are the new overseers." These slave leaders looked at Mo Yun in surprise. They were almost executed by Mo Yun last moment, but now Mo Yun actually asked them to be supervisors. Such a big reversal made several people feel extremely strange, and they didn't even know what to say. "Lord Mo Yun, thank you for your kindness. Master Mo Yun, I will definitely complete the work of the supervisor faithfully." Not knowing who started it first, several slave leaders expressed their loyalty to Mo Yun one after another. This kind of reaction was expected by Mo Yun. What he used was the simplest way to tame. Give a big stick and 2 sweet dates. However, in many cases, the simplest method is often the most accurate, otherwise it would not be possible to last forever. Deterrence and strength first, and then give benefits in turn. Kindness and strength come together. No more than this. Mo Yun said lightly, "From now on, you will still work as before. Of course, you supervisors will take over the duties of the previous supervisors. However, there is one thing. The refined Huishan stone should be delivered to the warehouse as soon as possible, understand?" "Understood." Everyone answered in unison. There is still one thing that the slaves feel quite strange, that is, Mo Yun killed the eagle overseer Isobi and others, and made them kneel and surrender, but why did everything in the mining area remain the same? Even more motivating them to work? Could it be that his purpose is to occupy this mining area? But even though Mo Yun is very strong, he can't compare with the Son of God in Huishan Market, Ales, let alone the real master of Huishan mining area, the demigod Ader, the lord of Huishan territory. Of course, no matter what Moyun does, they are not qualified to intervene, they can only work honestly and obediently. Daniel, from today onwards, you'll be making super bread at full capacity, do you understand? The centaur chef Daniel quickly said, Your Excellency, I understand. Elsa, and DK, the two of you are chief engineers and are responsible for inspecting the mining area. You are responsible for reporting everything in the mining area to me every day. From today on, I will stay in the Huishan stone warehouse. Yes. The two agreed quickly. After arranging work for everyone, Moyun came to Huishan stone's warehouse alone. The Huishan stone here had just been emptied once. At this time, it had only been accumulated for a few days, and it seemed quite empty. Moyun lifted huge Huishan stones, piled them up in the middle of the warehouse, and made a nest for himself. Afterwards, Moyun walked into the lair. Ding! The environmental characteristics have been detected. The current environment cultivation speed is 17.8 days, the cultivation system multiple is 41 times, the current environment cultivation speed is 729.8 days. Chapter 30. All this is exactly what Moyun wants. Except for the entrance, it is a nest made of large Huishan stones in all directions, and it is in the center of all the accumulated Huishan stones. The speed of cultivation here is undoubtedly approaching the limit that Huishan stone can achieve. But the number of 729.8 days did not satisfy Moyun. Using the most conservative estimate, the troll Ganti will return in about 20 days. 729.8 is exactly equal to 2 years of divine power. If Moyun practiced here for 20 days, he would get about 40 years of divine power. Plus the original 10 years of divine power, a total of 50 years. Facing the troll Ganti with at least 100 years of divine power with 50 years of divine power, Moyun is not only unsure, but also feels that the risk is great. What's more, the number 729.8 is the limit number he can keep practicing here for a whole day. Moyun doesn't think he can maintain the state of extreme cultivation all the time, and it is impossible for him to completely ignore all the daily life outside the mining area. Considering that the slaves will continue to collect ore and transport it to the warehouse, the speed of cultivation may be increased to a certain extent, but Moyun feels that this is still not enough. Is there anything I've overlooked? Moyun thought about it secretly. Soon, Moyun found a blind spot. The divinity of the breathing method can undoubtedly increase the speed of practice, so when he was in the cave, he used to meditate to practice, but this 729.8 is only the practice speed when standing. Moyun immediately assumed a meditation posture, concentrating on the operation of the breathing method. At this time, he checked the 10 times cultivation system again. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 18.9 days, the multiple of the cultivation system is 47 times, and the cultivation speed in the current environment is 888.3 days. Moyun laughed. It's not that Moyun was satisfied on the 888.3 day, but Moyun thought that his meditation posture was actually standard at all. If he guessed correctly, there should be a most standard posture. The divine power obtained in that posture should be able to obtain the highest cultivation value. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 21.3 days, and the multiplier of the cultivation system is 52 times. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 1107.6 days. After half a night of experimentation, Moyun is almost certain that this is the limit of his current practice. 1107.6 days equals about 3 years. This kind of practice speed can almost make his divine power reach 70 years after 20 days. With 70 years of supernatural power against Ganti, Moyun still feels that he is not fully sure. However, there was another factor that he didn't take into account. At this time, Elsa's voice happened to be heard outside the door. Master Moyun, the bread you asked for has arrived. Bring it in. Feeling anxious, Elsa walked into the lair built by Awaken stone with a basket of bread. She is the only one allowed into the lair, which only worries Elsa. She knew what it meant to be in the lair. Just like for nobles, a maid who can enter the master's bedroom must also undertake other special duties. Today, though, Moyun seems more interested in the bread than in her. Put down the bread and take these stones out. I see. Elsa said humbly, she couldn't wait to leave the lair. However, the stones on the ground surprised Elsa. After becoming a supervisor, Elsa has a better understanding of Awaken stone. In fact, Awaken stone is a stone rich in elements such as rocks and flames. When the elements in it were absorbed, they would turn into ordinary stones, just like what she saw right now. According to the old slave, a stone the size of a fist is enough for an ordinary godman to use for a week, and so many stones in front of him. Just when Elsa was secretly suspicious, Moyun's voice sounded in her ear. What? Are you going to stay here with me? I'm sorry, Lord Moyun. Elsa quickly picked up the stones, hugged them and fled the nest. Facing the graceful and charming silver-haired elf, Moyun smiled slightly. There is enough time, and there is no rush for pleasure. The 0.1-day divine power of the divine power bread may be the ultimate treasure for those slaves who cannot obtain the profound meaning. But in Moyun, whose daily practice value is as high as 1,000 days, it has almost no effect. Moyun found this basket of bread, of course it has other uses. Moyun ate a piece of magic bread. The bread made from wheat from the god realm is naturally different from the bread in the mortal world. The swallowed bread melts into itself like a warm current. The only pity is that Moyun doesn't feel it right now. After eating 12 yuan in a row, Moyun felt that he couldn't eat any more, so he took a break for a while. However, the divine power bread digested very quickly, and within half an hour, Moyun regained his appetite. After eating another 7 yuan in a row, the voice Moyun was looking forward to finally appeared. Ding! You have triggered the 10-time crit system, and this time the crit multiplier is 14 times. This time you eat an extra 1.3 days of divine power. Just as he guessed, eating the magic bread can also trigger the crit system. What Moyun has to do is to calculate the probability of the 10 times critical strike system. Only after knowing the probability can he further plan his cultivation direction. So, Moyun looked at the remaining basket of divine bread, and gently rubbed his cheeks. He just ate all the remaining 100 or so divine power bread. Chapter 31. After eating more than 100 breads, Moyun roughly got the probability of the crit system appearing. According to preliminary estimates, the critical strike system will strike once every 20 times or so. If there is no critical strike at 30 times, the probability of subsequent critical strikes will become extremely high. Moyun conducted a second round of calculations by chopping and cutting stones. Unfortunately, different types of critical strikes were calculated independently of each other. If it is not calculated independently of each other, he can use the method of eating bread or chopping stones to superimpose the number of non-critical strikes to 30, and then proceed to the settlement of daily practice. Moyun calculated secretly. According to the current probability, in the next 20 days, the number of critical strikes for cultivation will normally appear once, and if you are lucky, it may be twice. He shouldn't be so unlucky that he didn't get a critical strike for 20 days. In about 20 days, he still had 3 chances to actively use the critical strike system. To be on the safe side, Moyun decided to use an active critical strike chance for his cultivation value. Soon, it was 6 days later. Ding! The practice is completed in 1 day, and the total practice value obtained, 1064.4 days. With the accumulation of Awaken mine in the past few days, Moyun's limit practice speed has reached the level of about 1200 days. But the limit is the limit after all. In fact, the training value that can be obtained in 1 day is about 1050 days. Because of the critical strike system, once every 7 days, if it is not used, it will not be refreshed again. Moyun actively used the critical strike system without hesitation at this time. Ding! You have triggered the 10 times critical strike system, and this time the critical strike multiplier is 17 times. 17 times. Moyun secretly thought that the goddess of luck really took care of him. I don't know if I can meet the goddess of luck in the world of gods in the future. If so, Moyun hopes to increase her intimacy with her. Through the crit system, you have gained an additional 17,030.4 days of divine power. The divine power of 17,030.4 days is close to the divine power of 47 years. When nearly 47 years of divine power poured into Moyun's body, Moyun felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Even when looking for Elsa to relax, Moyun didn't feel such a strong sense of refreshment. His divine power has risen rapidly, from more than 20 years of divine power to 70 years in one fell swoop. However, the price was also very obvious. The Huishan ore around him instantly faded and cracked a large piece. It's like a shoddy old building that has had an accident. But compared to the Huishan ore in the entire warehouse, this is nothing. Moyun suddenly felt a little pity. What a joy it would be if he could absorb all the elements in the Huishan ore in the entire warehouse. Early the next morning, Elsa came to the warehouse with a feeling of apprehension. She heard movement in the warehouse yesterday, but she didn't come to check right away. Because it was night at that time. It's a bit ridiculous to say that she is no longer that holy elf virgin, and she had 2 intimate relationships with Moyun half-heartedly this week, but she herself seems to be holding something back. Elsa didn't know what happened in the warehouse, she thought of many possibilities. She felt that maybe she should think about her future. Walking into the lair of Huishan mine, Elsa found Moyun meditating in it safe and sound. She felt that she should be disappointed, but at this time, she unexpectedly found that she seemed to feel grateful at the same time. This complicated mood made her suddenly a little scared. Elsa, why are you here? Moyun opened his eyes and looked at his personal items. Lord Moyun, I want to come and see you. At this time, Elsa suddenly noticed that the lair built by Moyun with the Huishan mine was not the same as before, it had been expanded a lot. You actually came to take the initiative to see me. Moyun naturally became interested in this stunning silver-haired female elf. Seeing this, Elsa quickly said, Master Moyun, actually I have something important to discuss with you. Oh? What's the matter? Speaking of business, Moyun immediately became serious. Lord Moyun, I heard from the slaves that if Ganti comes back. I understand what you mean, but... Moyun interrupted Elsa, her tone became deep. Actually, I'm just waiting for Ganti to come back. But I heard that Ganti possesses century-old divine power and an invulnerable golden body, so powerful. Elsa said in surprise. I know this much better than you. Moyun said lightly. A whip of revenge. Moyun has been remembered for a long time. Of the names waiting to be crossed off on the death list, there is only this last one left. No one can escape. Elsa froze for a moment, she didn't know whether Moyun was confident or arrogant, she began to worry about her future. Elsa whispered, Master Moyun, then I won't bother you. Looking at Elsa who found an excuse to escape, Moyun could tell that the holy elf was still brooding over the fact that he had taken away her purity. But from the moment he came to the god realm, Moyun knew. The law of the jungle is the law of survival in the world of the gods. If you don't want to be eaten by someone stronger than you, that is to become stronger than the other person. Moyun also seriously began to think about the specific battle plan. There are still about 2 weeks before Ganti returns. By that time, if nothing happens, his divine power should reach about 130 years. Compared with Ganti, who has at least 100 years of divine power, this is actually not an advantage. Gandhi is not a parallel importer like Isabi. Moyun believes that Gandhi, who has at least 100 years of supernatural power, must possess divinity. Against Ganti, one must not take it lightly. In 2 weeks, Moyun also had 2 opportunities to actively use the crit system, and the second time was naturally reserved for Ganti. So for the first time, Moyun decided to create a new fighting divinity. Chapter 32. Moyun spent half a day questioning everyone who might have valuable information, the human overseer DK, the centaur cook Daniel, and some slaves who had worked in the mine for more than 10 years. Soon, a lot of very useful information was obtained. Half of it is about the wild gods, and the other half is about Ganti. What is certain is that Ganti does possess divinity. This is the information Moyun got from DK, but DK didn't know what kind of divinity Ganti possessed, and he also heard it from the Tauran supervisor. The only adjective is mighty, exceptionally powerful. In addition, Moyun also knew one of the 3 abilities of Ganti's divine crystal, which is called the golden body. As the name suggests, it is an ability to strengthen the body's defenses. As for the degree of strength, Moyun was very helpless and got the answer of very strong, very strong, and can't break anything, which has no nutritional value. In addition, Ganti's other ability is suspected to be related to his weapon double swords. Moyun thought about it for a while, and felt that the raging fire spear could hardly establish an advantage over Ganti. The ability of the golden body is likely to appear specifically for long-range strikes. Since there is no invincible way to win, that seems to be only straightforward. Moyun made a decision immediately. He made a detailed training plan, and then selected a few big guys from the slaves. When these big men heard that Moyun had come to them and asked them to beat Moyun's body with wooden sticks or even stone hammers, they were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Knowing that Moyun threatened to throw them into the crater if they didn't do so, they had to reluctantly get on their horses. Ding! Check that you have undergone special training. Get 10 times physical defense enhancement. The divinity Moyun wants to cultivate is not defensive. But since Ganti has a golden body, Moyun feels that if he does not strengthen his defense to about 100 times, it will be difficult to compete with Ganti on the same stage. In addition to the basic defense, Moyun also did not give up in other aspects. It would be great if his strength, agility, endurance, perception, etc., which had already reached about 100 times, could also strengthen his divinity. The more divinity he possessed, the greater his confidence in defeating Ganti. And his main practice direction, after going through a lot of selection, Moyun also chose the knife. He wanted to see whether it was Ganti's golden head or his own knife. 8 hours of basic physical training every day, plus 8 hours of chopping training, and the last 8 hours of meditation rest, Moyun squeezed the time to the extreme. Even Elsa couldn't help wondering if Moyun had changed his gender, or if his hobbies had changed. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 15 times the enhancement of sword skills. 7 days passed quickly. After waiting for the 15 times enhancement to appear, Moyun used the active crit. And the enhancement of his sword skills accumulated in the past 7 days has reached 230 times. Explode me! Moyun roared, and the favor of the goddess of luck came again. Ding! You have triggered the tenfold crit system. The enhancement multiplier is 22 times, and an additional 315 times the sword technique enhancement. At this moment, the strengthening of Moyun's sword technique has reached an astonishing 560 times. A powerful understanding emerged in Moyun's mind, and he felt that the knife in his hand had become a part of his body. No. It is a part far beyond your own body. His understanding of the knife even surpassed his understanding of himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the first level divinity, split mountains and rocks. Moyun let out a long breath. He has nothing to fear now. Now, just wait for Ganti's return. It has been almost 3 weeks since Ganti left, and in the remaining week, he can relax a little and strengthen his other abilities. It would undoubtedly be better if he could develop a divinity through further training. But even if it doesn't matter. Speaking of which, he could finally take a break at this time, taste some delicacies, take a hot bath, and then go to the holy beauty elf to relax. Day by day, the atmosphere in the mining area became more and more strange. Everyone knew that Gandhi would return to the mining area after a month of training with Lord Yate. By that time, Gandhi, the overseer leader of the mining area, will probably become even stronger than before. When he came back and found that the mining area had been occupied by doves and magpies, no one knew what would happen next. Moyun is still practicing quietly in the warehouse of Huishan mine. In the last week or so, he really awakened a new divinity. Elementary divinity, surging life. But this divinity is not very strong, because it is the divinity that is produced when the vitality is strengthened to 100 times. Obviously, it is much worse than the flame resistance. The reason why the vitality will be strengthened to 100 times seems to be because no matter what kind of basic training Moyun is doing, the strengthening of strength, endurance, and physical defense will be strengthened to the vitality by accident. But having divinity is much better than not having divinity. Moyun can feel that after possessing the surging life, his vitality is at least 3 times that of before. It seems that he will not die easily. At this time, Moyun opened his eyes, and his perception was nearly 200 times stronger, which made him aware that a dragon eagle was approaching the mining area. Moyun picked up the knife in his hand, carried a large bundle of spears on his back, and strode out of the warehouse of Huishan mine. Troll Ganti. Finally home. Chapter 33. At this time, the last 2 gods who belonged to the mining area were flying towards the mining area in a dragon eagle cart. The godman driving looked at the mining area in the distance, and was a little puzzled. Why didn't you see Isobe? Suddenly, he noticed several figures in the distance, and caught a trace of the other party's voice in his ear. Master Ganti, there seems to be something wrong. At this time, on the crater, several slaves had already climbed here. They jumped up and waved their arms towards the dragon eagle in the sky, shouting loudly. Lord Gandhi! Help! These slaves betrayed Moyun without hesitation. From their point of view, Moyun, who has not escaped after Gandhi's arrival, is simply overthinking his capabilities and seeking his own death. The ridiculous lamb to the ended who is still dreaming of the emperor's sweet dreams. So they stood on what they believed to be the right position at the first time. The dragon hawk cart descended slowly, and finally kept a stable position a little above the crater. The troll Ganti sitting in front of the cart stared coldly at the slaves. Why don't you work? Why are you calling for help again? Master Ganti, while you are away. A slave, he occupied this place, killed Lord Sobi and the others. And forced us to obey. A slave, killed Isobe. The troll Ganti's first reaction was that these slaves were crazy. How could a slave who has not attained the Godhead be the opponent of the eagle overseer Isobe who has 40 years of divine power? But the next moment, he discovered that these slaves were not lying. A fiery flame, like a 3-headed dragon made of raging fire, was flying straight towards him. The troll Ganti turned his head suddenly, and he quickly realized that the goal of the flame was not himself, but the driver of the gods driving behind him. Want to succeed? It's not that easy. The 2 golden scimitars were pulled out from behind by the troll Ganti. When the 2 knives were combined together, a cross-cut golden light was drawn in the air, and they collided with the 3-headed flood dragon. What the troll Ganti didn't expect was that the 3-headed dragon was even better. Seeing that the opponent's remaining prestige was not exhausted, the troll Ganti jumped up and blocked this attack with his body. Go to Huishan Market immediately and report what happened here to Lord Ailes. Yes. The gods who drove the car were still in shock, and hurriedly drove the dragon eagle cart into the sky. In the distance, Moyun holding a spear showed a regretful expression. That's right, his target was indeed not Ganti, but the godman driving behind Ganti. However, all this did not go beyond Mo Yun's expectations, and he didn't think he could kill the coachman in front of Ganti. So, from now on, the battle between him and Ganti officially begins. Blazing Spear. Hair. Mo Yun picked up the spear and threw it at Ganti in the distance. The blazing fire spear streaked across the sky, like a huge firework in summer, and it rushed towards Ganti with great power. The troll Ganti stared coldly at the tiny figure in the distance, and he recognized Mo Yun. Mixed bastards, they should all be damned. Clang! The troll Ganti hit the flaming spear flying from the sky with his golden scimitar, but his arm trembled slightly. The power of the flaming spear was a bit beyond his expectation. The movements of Mo Yun's hands have never stopped. Blazing Spear. Resend. One after another, the blazing spears pierced the sky and landed beside Gan Ti. Gan Ti, wielding a golden scimitar in his hand, chopped off all the falling blazing spears. The slaves on the mountain were very disturbed when they saw this situation. They originally thought that Gandhi should defeat Mo Yun by crushing, but this scene made them feel uneasy. Maybe, they made a wrong choice? Suddenly, Gan Ti slashed and missed, and a fiery spear hit Gan Ti's body. The slaves almost stopped breathing. However, the golden light on Gan Ti's body flashed, and the fiery spear was thrown out again. The slaves let out a long breath, in front of Lord Ganti's golden body, that BD. Mo Yun, it is impossible to hurt Lord Ganti's hair. That's right. Lord Ganti. Kill that pretentious villain. Several slaves shouted to cheer for Gan Ti, but at this moment, they suddenly saw blood on Gan Ti's body. The voice almost froze at this moment. But Gan Ti touched the blood and wiped a blood stain on her face. This was a unique pre-hunting ritual among his troll tribe before he came to the god realm. The troll tribe never cared about bloodshed. A more accurate statement is, bleeding is the troll. At this moment, Mo Yun found that Ganti had changed. Gan Ti seemed to have turned into a Feng Shen cheetah, charging towards Mo Yun with a posture 10 times stronger than before. Mo Yun's eyes turned cold, and the fiery spear in his hand kept firing. But this time, the troll Ganti, who was jumping around on the rocks like a wild beast, avoided all the blazing spears. In an instant, the troll Ganti had already come in front of Mo Yun. His crimson eyes emitted a breathtaking light, and the troll Ganti opened his mouth, and the golden ring on the white fangs reflected the dazzling golden light. Dirty half-breed BD! I'll make you regret living in this world. At this time, Mo Yun suddenly remembered that the first time he heard the word mixed BD was from the mouth of the troll Ganti. There is one more reason for Ganti to die. Mo Yun raised the long knife in his hand, and said coldly, "Ridiculous pig! I regret living in this world, and I will also give it to you." Chapter 34. Clang! The long knife in Mo Yun's hand collided with the 2 golden knives in Gan Ti's hand. This long knife belonged to a dead supervisor. Naturally, its strength could not be compared with the golden knife in Ganti's hand, but under the blessing of divinity, it possessed unparalleled thickness. Every time, it was as if a huge boulder was pressing on Gan Ti, and a series of slashes made Gan Ti retreat step by step. Such a development was unexpected by Ganti. Troll Ganti, is this the only thing you can do? Mo Yun snorted coldly, and slashed out with the long knife in his hand. Gan Ti stepped forward to block with both swords, and Mo Yun shouted coldly in his heart. Split mountains and rocks. At this moment, the long knife in Mo Yun's hand turned into a mountain-opening giant blade, which exuded a muddy light from the beginning to the end, as if possessing an extremely solid and heavy power. Give it to me, drive! The double knives in the hands of the troll Ganti were bounced off, and the long knife and giant blade hit Ganti's body heavily. Afterwards, Ganti's body released a dazzling golden light, which is one of Ganti's Godhead crystal abilities. Don't break the golden body! But at this time, the unbroken golden body was broken. As if the gilded statue was smashed, there was a sound of the golden statue cracking from Gan Ti's body, hot blood stained Gan Ti's body and the long blade in Mo Yun's hand red. Mo Yun snorted coldly. In front of chopping mountains and rocks, the so-called golden body is really useless. However, Gandhi laughed at this time. The fresh blood that flowed from his body gradually spread across his body as if it had its own vitality, and Gandhi's two white fangs turned scarlet at this moment. Bleeding is the troll. After working in the mining area for 100 years, he couldn't remember how long he hadn't used the power of his two remaining divine crystals. Crazy blood. Blade. At this moment, the troll Gandhi's body turned crimson, his speed became more agile, and his strength became more violent, and the bleeding gave him an unparalleled strengthening. And the two yellow turban scimitars in his hands were already glowing crimson at this time. Just looking at them gave people a feeling as if they were looking directly at the blood-raged King Kong. Die! Die! Like the troll Gandhi who moved several times faster, he dropped the two golden hunting blades in his hands towards Mo Yun like a whirlwind meat grinder, so fast that people couldn't see the movements clearly. Mo Yun's eyes became serious, he took a deep breath, and greeted him without hesitation. Let you come a few ways, and I will kill you with one blow. After the sound of fighting sounded, the slaves in the mining area hurriedly climbed from the cave to the top of the mountain to observe this bloody and vicious contest. Many people did not expect to be able to play like this. Many people think that although Mo Yun is strong, he is by no means an opponent of the troll Gandhi. After all, the reputation of the troll Gandhi has been resounding in the mining area for 100 years. Others feel that since Mo Yun is confident, he must have his reasons. Although they were not optimistic about Mo Yun, they decided to wait and see. But such a fight shocked everyone's heart. No matter who the two were, they couldn't afford a trace of hostility. Elsa silently stared at Mo Yun's figure. This victory or defeat is related to her fate, and it is also related to the fate of all the slaves here. The battle between Troll Gandhi and Mo Yun intensifies. Chop. Fight. Bleed. There are more and more wounds on the Troll Gandhi's body, and his movements are becoming faster and more violent. There are more and more wounds on Mo Yun's body. The 100-fold defense enhancement prepared in advance and the divinity of surging life unexpectedly came in handy. Under the effect of surging life, many wounds are actually healing rapidly. The blood of the troll Gandhi became hotter, and his eyes became more scarlet. Mo Yun's defense and vitality have far exceeded his expectations. His defensive power and vitality come from the ability of the Godhead crystal, so where does Mo Yun's vitality and defensive power come from? If it is also the power of the crystal of the Godhead, what is the origin of the spear that is like a raging fire, the slash that is as thick as a mountain? Mo Yun brought too many doubts to Gandhi, which also made Gandhi feel more and more dangerous. Time to end this damn battle. Gandhi uttered a strange language, and the golden scimitar in his hand suddenly became bigger. His body grew in vain, from a 2-meter-tall troll to a full 4-meter high. His huge body looked like a prehistoric giant, overlooking Mo Yun. This is the divinity that Gandhi realized. The body of the ancestors. Seeing that Gandhi had turned into a giant Gandhi, Mo Yun took a step back and smiled. He has always been worried that his trump card may fail, even if the possibility is less than 1/10, it still makes Mo Yun dare not take it lightly. But now, after Gandhi had grown so big, his worries disappeared in an instant. Mo Yun will jump high, and slam the knife in his hand towards Gandhi. Cut. Split mountains and rocks. Blast me. Ding. You actively triggered the 10 times critical strike system, and the attack multiplier is 20 times. A mountain-like blade fell from the head of the troll Gandhi, cutting the ancestral body of Gandhi, together with the mountain peak under his feet, into 2 halves. The troll Gandhi stared at the scarlet eyes full of blood, and that look seemed to ask again. How can this be? All the slaves stared at the scene just now with dumbstruck eyes, and then, smoke and dust rose from the cracked mountain peak. Mo Yun came out from the smoke. Troll Ganti. Beheaded. Chapter 35. After the outcome was decided, the slaves couldn't wait to show their loyalty to Moyun. Lord Moyun, we have put these shameless traitors to death. Those slaves who chose to betray Moyun have been dragged in front of Moyun, to be precise, their bodies were dragged in front of Moyun. In order to show their loyalty to Moyun, a group of slaves beat the slaves who stood in the wrong line to death with fists, feet and stones on the road. These few people now can't even see their complete appearance. Seeing the actions of these people, Moyun felt very ridiculous, but praised. Good job. You guys go back to work now. Thank you for your compliment, Master Moyun. All the slaves were relieved and returned to work one after another. Compared with the 2 loaves of bread a day before, they feel that the current day is not bad. But at this time these slaves did not know that Moyun had abandoned them at this time. He is about to leave the mine. If the coachman had been killed, he might have had more time to prepare to leave. But now, he must leave immediately. After Moyun sent all the slaves away, only Elsa and the human overseer DK remained. Moyun asked Elsa, I plan to leave here and go to the wilderness. Are you planning to stay here as my accomplice and be hanged? Or come with me? Elsa smiled wryly, this was not an option at all. Instead, the human DK looked sad. Since Moyun kept him here, he must take him to the wilderness. He really wanted to reject Moyun, but he was worse than Elsa, and Moyun didn't even give him a chance to ask his opinion. Come to the Dragon Eagle station in the mining area again. Moyun used the key to open the huge door lock, and the 2 rows of dragon eagles inside were already familiar to Moyun. A few days ago, Moyun found an elf slave who could drive a dragon eagle, learned the skill of driving a dragon eagle from him, and completed a 16-fold enhancement of driving a dragon eagle. His current level of driving the dragon eagle has been perfected. Moyun has also learned a lot about the law of survival in the wilderness, and now it can be said that he is quite familiar with it on paper. But all is still unknown until you have actually encountered the wild gods of disorder and madness. The 3 of Moyun put on grey cloaks, and Moyun held Elsa in his arms and sat on the double-saddled dragon eagle. DK naturally sat on the saddle behind. Afterwards, the dragon eagle flapped its wings and flew from the cliff at the exit of the station to the blue sky. Bathed in the warm wind, Moyun felt as if he had been sublimated. This is the wind of freedom. Huishan Market. As one of the most important industries in the Huishan territory, the Huishan Market is responsible for storing the Huishan stone produced in the mining area and transporting it to the city of the demigod Yat once a year. In this township-sized market, notices of all sizes are plastered everywhere, and notice boards of various styles have become a unique and independent landscape. And all the notices, slaves, gods, and a dozen noble sons of gods here obey the orders of one person. He is the person in charge of Huishan Bazaar, the son of God, Ailes. Ailes is a rare order Godhead, and the Godhead is named. Announce the Godhead. At this time, in front of Eilers, the coachman was telling Eilers everything he knew. Eilers sends a son of God to investigate the situation. After a while, he got a reply that Gandhi, the supervisor, was dead and that the mining area was leaderless. Gandhi the troll, who was very hopeful to become the new son of God within 20 years, unexpectedly died at the hands of a slave. Ailes was playing with a white feather in his hand, and the white wings behind him made people dizzy. His race is the angelic race known as the servants of the gods. But there are not many gods in the mortal world, so although angels claim to be servants of the gods in the mortal world, they have already stood at the pinnacle of all living beings. In the world of gods, the title of servant of the gods is no longer a compliment. Ellis was remembering something. Gods always live for a long time, and the long years have given them too many memories, and it is not an easy task to find important memories from them. Soon, Eilers remembered. He remembered that his master, the demigod Lord Ader, did not rebuild the temple when he opened up this territory. After all, the cost of rebuilding a temple is extremely high. What Yate adopted was to establish a relationship with the ownerless temple that originally existed on the territory here, making himself the chief priest and spokesperson of the temple. Therefore, the godheads in Huishanling temple are very mixed. Some godheads are rare, some are very weak, and the system godheads are the rare and weak ones. It is worth mentioning that in the sea of godheads, there are no two identical godheads. It's like there are no two identical stars in the universe. But just like all blazing hot stars can be called the sun, some godheads will have the same name. For example, there will be a fourth-class Vulcan godhead, and there will be a fifth-class Vulcan godhead. As for the system godhead, Ailes had never heard of the second one. Its all kinds are completely incompatible with the godheads in this star god realm, and Eilers is very suspicious that it is a foreign species that has fled to the star god realm from other god realms. For a time, Eilers was intrigued. But after continuously observing the tragic fate of the first few hosts of this system godhead, Ailes's superfluous interest immediately shifted to other things. What is the use of a godhead who doesn't even have the ability to absorb elements? But now, there is a change. The snow-white paper flew in front of Ailes, and the feather in his hand turned into a quill. Ailes said lightly. A notice is a law. Laws are rules. Rules are laws. Decree. Reward, wanted, MOUN. A white light flew out from the notice in Ailes' hands and flew to a distant place. There, it is the direction where MOUN rides the dragon eagle to the wilderness. Chapter 36. DK, how far are we from Camp Castro? It's probably less than 1/3 of the way. DK replied quickly. MOUN continued to drive the dragon eagle, looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance. The wasteland in the mouth of the gods is not an endless desert. On the contrary, the wilderness is a natural feature of great beauty. MOUN holds the beauty in his arms and looks at the beautiful scenery in front of his eyes. If it is regarded as a tourist, MOUN feels that he will be very comfortable. But MOUN knew very clearly in his heart that there were infinite dangers hidden under the surface of this wasteland. Danger is always good at adorning himself with a beautiful appearance. What he is going now is the front in this direction. In fact, before leaving the mining area, MOUN has actually chosen the place to go next. Camp Castro. In fact, up to now, the Dragon Eagle has still not flown out of Huishan territory, and this place is still under the jurisdiction of Huishan Market, although it seems like a wasteland that no one cares about. The Castro camp is at the end of the Huishan territory, at the intersection of the Huishan territory and the wasteland. A place like the Castro camp is actually similar to the urban-rural junction of Blue Mercury, but the wilderness is the city that the wilderness gods pursue. In this kind of place, there are no powerful wilderness gods, because once a powerful wilderness god approaches the territory of God's domain, otherwise it will arouse the vigilance of the Lord and even break out of war. Therefore, most of the wilderness gods wandering on the border of God's domain are the most elementary gods and people. The gods of the wilderness at the level of the gods, they can neither live completely out of the domain of order like the powerful gods, but also have a real need for the wilderness. The same is true for MOUN at this time. With his current strength, if he really plunged into the wilderness, he would be looking for death. Although the result of staying in Huishan is unknown, it will definitely not be a happy ending. MOUN had to choose to become a wild god. The only difference is that he didn't yearn for the wilderness, but chose the best way of survival that he could choose so far. Just as Long Ying was heading to the camp, MOUN suddenly had a strange feeling. Because of the divinity of 3 flowers gathering on the top, MOUN has a keen grasp of details. He could clearly understand that something seemed to lock him. Elsa, who was embraced by MOUN, moved her body uncomfortably. She felt that MOUN's body suddenly seemed a little stiff, and asked subconsciously, "What's wrong with you?" MOUN frowned and said, "I feel like I'm being watched by something." After hearing this sentence again, DK, the human supervisor, changed his face instantly, and quickly said to MOUN, Master Moyun. Not good. Hurry up and land. That's it. Moyun looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no ambush on the ground, he began to control the dragon eagle to land, and asked DK at the same time. What happened? It's Lord Ailes. It's Lord Ailes. DK said in horror, but such words have no specific value. But soon, Moyun guessed what DK wanted to express, and a white light flew from the sky. Obviously, this white light was directed at him. Just as the white light shot over, Moyun threw DK off the dragon eagle, and then jumped off the dragon eagle with Elsa in his arms. Just when he was about to fall to the ground, Moyun drew out his long knife, concentrated his body's strength on his right arm, and sent a heavy blow to the ground, splitting mountains and cutting rocks. The powerful force blasted to the ground, and under the force of the hedge, Moyun landed on the ground safely. And that poor dragon eagle was pierced through a big hole by the white light. Moyun felt a lingering fear. The white light itself is not very strong, but it is enough to kill Lungying. If I fell from such a high place just now, I can't guarantee whether I can be as safe as I am now. Cough cough cough. Moyun turned his head and saw DK, who was coughing. DK used his clothes as a parachute and fell to the ground. At this time, he seemed to be fine. What was that just now? Moyun asked DK again. It's Lord Ailes's arrest warrant. He has locked your approximate location through the arrest call. DK was obviously very nervous when Ailes was mentioned. Moyun was taken aback, and quickly said, that is to say, he now knows my exact location. No, just know the general direction. Moyun couldn't help but lamented that the power of the gods is really strange and unpredictable. This feeling of being spied on in the dark is really uncomfortable. Is there any way to avoid this positioning? Moyun asked DK again. As long as you leave the territory of Huishan Market, you'll be fine. The closer you are to Huishan Market, the more accurate the location of Lord Ailes' arrest warrant will be. The farther you are, the rougher it is. As long as you leave Huishan territory, he won't be able to locate it. Hearing this, Moyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Airs, son of God. Although Moyun hadn't even seen him at this time, he already felt the power of Ailes from the means just now. This strength really cannot be matched by the current self. Moyun was secretly grateful for his decision. It is undoubtedly the most correct choice to flee the mining area and go to the Castro camp immediately. DK, do you still know the way to Camp Castro? No. Okay, lead the way immediately. Chapter 37. After several hours of walking, Moyun finally came to Camp Caslo. However, DK and Elsa, who were following Moyun, felt overwhelmed at this moment. Thanks to 100 times of agility and stamina, Moyun is not only extremely fast and does not need to rest, but even on the road, he even strengthened a sprint by 11 times, and his pace instantly became outrageous. DK is better than Elsa, he is a god after all. Because Elsa has no godhead, even though she has natural agility as an elf, she still couldn't match Moyun until she was carried behind her by Moyun. If it weren't for Elsa and DK, maybe the journey would have taken Moyun less than an hour. Moyun glanced at Elsa and DK, and knew that the first thing he did when he came to the Castro camp was to take a rest. However, he just needed to get acquainted with the wilderness ecology of Camp Castro first. The three of them put on their hoods and stepped into the Castro camp. Camp Cothrol looks very open, anyone can enter, and the overall size is like a village on Blue Mercury. Although the sparrow is small, it has all internal organs. Judging from the various shops, it seems that this place can meet all the daily needs of most gods and people. In the camp, many people were wearing grey or black cloaks and hoods like them, and some of them even covered their faces. There are also more advanced cloaks. From the outside, there is only a cloud of fog under the hood, and nothing can be seen clearly. There are also many people who don't bother to pretend to be themselves at all. They swaggered through the streets, everyone wore weapons and armor, they didn't look like gods, but like mercenaries. Suddenly, there was a scream from the street. Mo Yun soon saw that a man wearing a cloak was stabbed through the body, and the dead body was raised high by the killer with a sword. The killer shouted to passers-by, "I'm optimistic. This is the fate of offending our Herman family." Pedestrians on the street remained the same, as if they were already familiar with such a scene. Is this the god of the wilderness? At this moment, Mo Yun finally clearly understood the bloody ecological laws of the wasteland. In contrast, the life of slaves in the mining area turned out to be very gentle. Moving forward, a shout caught Mo Yun's attention. "Come, come, come, and take a look. Absolutely beautiful Catwoman, her body is so soft that you can't speak. And she's a virgin. Such a beautiful virgin. Only 20 silver coins. Only 20 silver coins." At this time, Mo Yun was quite sensitive to the word slave, so he looked over unconsciously. Next to a slave trader, I saw a cute Catwoman standing there timidly. She was wearing simple linen clothes, and her face was full of fear, which made people unable to help feeling in love. Although she is not as beautiful as Elsa, she is also better than most female stars on Blue Mercury. However, such a Catwoman is only worth 20 silver coins? Mo Yun has no concept of the value of the god's money. He only knows that he found a lot of silver coins on the overseers who were killed by him. The biggest contributor was Ganti. In addition to the silver coins, Ganti also had 2 gold coins in his pocket. Mo Yun asked DK curiously, "Is this the price for all slaves?" "That's not the case." DK seemed to know quite a bit about this kind of thing, a little ostentatiously. "In different places, the price of slaves is different. If it is in the center of the god's domain, everyone summoned by the temple is a god, even if there is no Godhead. There, the price of slaves is astonishingly expensive. But our place is at the very edge of God's domain, and it's even a wasteland. The most worthless thing in the wasteland is people, especially waste without godhood." Finally, DK concluded, "The price of this slave is obviously too high. Taller. 20 silver coins for a Catwoman." DK actually said it was too high. Mo Yun was surprised, but the fact was as DK said, the slave trader called for a while but no one asked the price, so he had to lower the price. In the end, the call went from 20 silver coins to 10 silver coins, and no one paid for it. Damn it, money losing BCH. The slave trader picked up the whip and whipped it on Catwoman's back. There was a bloody welt on the sackcloth, and Catwoman shrank back with tears in the corners of her eyes. Elsa's body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously moved closer to Mo Yun. 8 silver coins, I want it. A person hiding under the hood suddenly said, under the seemingly tall cloak, there was a seductive female voice. 8 for 8, a deal. After selling the Catwoman slave, the slave trader pulled out another leopard man who was bound by chains, saying, "This time I'm selling it to the gods, 10 years of divine power, the power of the Godhead crystal with agility, camouflage, and sharp claws. But I don't care if you run away after buying it. 80 silver coins, do you want it?" This time, the onlookers seemed to have a desire to buy. "I want it. I offer 82 pieces. I'll offer 85. I will offer 90 pieces." Mo Yun sighed softly in his heart, this place is really a place where the weak eat the strong. Human life is inferior to a dog. It seems that here he needs to be more cautious. But it's not all good news. Judging from the price of slaves, the value of a pocket of money in his hand should be much higher than what he expected. Mo Yun noticed Elsa's strangeness, and he realized that the scene just now had also brought a lot of psychological shock to Elsa. Thinking of this, Mo Yun felt that it is possible for him to be gentle once in a while. "Let's go to the front place to rest for a while, there should be food for sale there." After hearing Mo Yun's words, Elsa quickly followed behind Mo Yun. But when he walked to the front, Mo Yun suddenly found a huge notice board next to him. On the notice board, there are many wanted notices. These wanted notices are like TVs, and the people on them jump to another one after a while. But at this time, there was a wanted warrant that had not changed for a long time. This arrest warrant has black hair and black eyes, a resolute yet handsome face. Reward object, Mo Yun. Appearance, general human appearance. Black hair and black eyes, very easy to distinguish. Requirement, capture alive. The rest are not limited. Bounty, 300 silver coins. Another, anyone who participated in and successfully arrested Mo Yun will be exonerated from all common crimes committed in Huishan market in the past, and no more than 3 people will be exonerated. Reward offerer, Master of Huishan Bazaar, Son of God, Ailes. Chapter 38. Why did Eller's wanted notice appear in the Castro camp? DK hurriedly replied with trepidation, the notice here belongs to a certain family. Anyone can put a notice on it as long as they can pay the price. Mo Yun was silent for a while. He suddenly realized that he had not yet entered the identity of the wilderness god. Since he was able to come to Camp Castro, why couldn't Ailes' wanted warrant appear here? Will Ailes show up at Camp Castro? Mo Yun asked DK, which is the situation that worries him the most. Master Ellers has been sitting in Huishan market, and he will never leave easily. Moreover, even if Lord Ellers wants to come to Huishan market, the families here will not agree. Mo Yun carefully discerned DK's words, and after confirming that the words were not lying to himself, he finally relaxed. Let's rest first. When we came to the restaurant in front, Mo Yun bought some food. 1 silver coin can buy 10 magic bread here. According to DK, because God Realm wheat is one of the 2 pillar industries of Huishan Bazaar, when Shenli bread is the cheapest in Huishan Bazaar, 1 silver coin can buy 20 yuan, even when it is the most expensive. Can buy 15 yuan. While resting, Mo Yun recalled the memory of the wild gods. Thinking back now, in fact, he was more or less impressed by what DK said along the way. Before going here, Mo Yun naturally inquired about the god of the wilderness from many people. From the mouths of many people in the mining area, very similar 3 basic rules were stated. Article 1. Abide by the rules of the game in the wild, unless you are a disorderly person. Article 2. Never provoke those lone rangers who are stronger than you, they are equal to disaster. Article 3. If you are weak, you must join the family. In the wilderness, there are actually lawful and disorderly people. The wilderness gods in the Cathro camp are basically law-abiding. Even in the wilderness, there are certain rules. And those who are truly disordered are often godheads of destruction and destruction. They have never followed any order, and they have always been the most dangerous elements. The one thing that all of them have in common is that they are all lone rangers. As for the last one, it represents the game rules of the wild gods at the border of the gods. In such a dangerous place, the low-level gods can only protect themselves by grouping together. And this form of grouping is called family. The first thing Mo Yun has to do when he comes here is to join a certain family and seek their protection. After a short break, DK volunteered to find a family that was recruiting new members for Mo Yun. Mo Yun saw what DK was thinking, but let DK go anyway. Because now he didn't need DK anymore. The reason why Mo Yun took DK with him when he left the mining area was because he needed a guide. And now the mission of the guide has been completed. Guide DK did an excellent job, and the timely reminder on the Dragon Eagle also played a big role. If DK chooses to leave at this time, Mo Yun will not mind. Of course, if DK is really willing to be his subordinate, Mo Yun is also willing to accept it. Mo Yun doesn't think that cultivating a younger brother is nothing to him. If the younger brother is loyal enough, Mo Yun will definitely give him enough in return. Mo Yun turned his head and glanced at Elsa, and said, "Let's rest for another half an hour." Elsa froze for a moment. After driving such a long distance, she suddenly became exhausted after sitting down, and she couldn't even lift her body. After all, in the world of gods, a person without a godhead is equivalent to a disabled person. So she does need a break. But Elsa didn't dare to tell Mo-Yoon, but she didn't expect Mo-Yoon to speak out on her own initiative. Did he notice his strangeness? He should have noticed it. Elsa felt a tenderness from Mo-Yoon that she had never felt before. She felt that she should hate Mo-Yoon instinctively. But at this moment when she felt most insecure, gave her a little gentle comfort. She did need a little tender comfort. Even if it was given by the person she hates the most. If DK comes back, call me. Mo-Yoon entered the state of meditation, and after there were no more Huishan stones like mountains, his cultivation speed dropped rapidly. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 2.1 days, and the cultivation system multiplier is 17 times. The cultivation speed in the current environment is 35.7 days. Mo-Yoon knew that he would have to find a way to solve the problem of training speed in the future, but at the moment, he could only plan carefully. After entering the state of meditation, no matter the speed of cultivation or the multiplier, there will be some improvement. Seeing Mo-Yoon quietly closing her eyes, Elsa somehow felt relieved. She let out a long sigh of relief, lay down gently on the table, and stared at Mo-Yoon's face. Looking at it carefully now, this face doesn't seem so annoying, on the contrary, very handsome. If I hadn't scolded him at the beginning. Elsa remembered in a daze, when she was wandering away, DK suddenly came back. DK was stunned for a moment when he noticed Mo-Yoon who was meditating, and then called out cautiously. Master Mo-Yoon? Master Mo-Yoon! Elsa came back to her senses and was about to wake Mo-Yoon up, but DK grabbed her and made a shush gesture. Quiet, listen to me. DK glanced at Mo-Yoon and whispered, don't you want to run away? Of course Elsa thought about it, she thought about it almost all the time. But the danger level of the Castro camp made her feel that she was safest by Mo-Yoon's side. Are you afraid of him? DK followed Elsa's gaze and glanced at Mo-Yoon, with a coldness that had never appeared in his eyes before. You don't have to worry anymore. Because he's about to die. Chapter 39. If you are willing to go back to Huishan market with me, I can let you be my divine partner, how about that? DK looked at Elsa's delicate face, and couldn't hide his hope in his tone. He knew why Mo-Yoon had to take Elsa with him all the time. If it was him, he would probably think about such a beauty all the time. DK felt that he ventured back to Mo-Yoon's side, leading the way and probing were secondary, and more importantly, it was for Elsa. Elsa froze for a moment. DK urged, if you don't go with me, it will be too late. Elsa realized that this was a very important choice. From DK's words, Mo-Yoon might encounter great danger next. But how could she be sure that DK wasn't lying to herself? This decision was not as difficult to make as imagined. The DK in front of him was nothing more than wanting to occupy himself. But if she had to choose between DK and Mo-Yoon, she would obviously choose Mo-Yoon without a doubt. Elsa shook her head at DK. Damn! You idiot! You are looking for your own death. After DK took a hard look at Elsa, he quickly left Mo-Yoon's side. After betraying Mo-Yoon, he will feel a strong sense of danger when staying beside Mo-Yoon. What's even more ridiculous is that his impulsive lust this time has not yet brought him the reward he deserved. BCH. You're not even a virgin, and you're only worth 8 silver coins. I'm going to buy 10 of them when I get my bounty. Watching DK disappear in a hurry, Elsa turned her head to look at Mo-Yoon. She felt that she should wake Mo-Yoon to remind him of the danger. After all, she and Mo-Yoon are in the same boat now. It's just that Mo-Yoon expressed kindness, but Elsa felt like she had betrayed herself. Is it really something a holy elf would do to help an enemy who takes away his purity? Eventually, Elsa decides to wake Mo-Yoon up. Just when she was about to reach out to Mo-Yoon, she suddenly saw Mo-Yoon opened his eyes. You, you didn't fall asleep. Mo Yun showed a playful smile. Why do you think I'm asleep? Indeed, meditating leads to a state like deep sleep. However, under the divinity of Sanhua Juding, when Mo Yun is meditating, his spiritual platform is clear, and he is extremely sensitive to everything happening outside, even more clearly than when he opened his eyes. Mo Yun looked at Elsa quite satisfied, and he was very satisfied with Elsa's reaction just now. You must be thankful for the decision you just made. After saying that, Mo Yun took out a spear behind his back. In the Kothro camp, there are no rough-made spears like Mo Yun's hands, and the down-and-out wilderness gods will also make weapons with tools that can be found everywhere. But such desolate wilderness gods are often the class that is underestimated in the Castro camp. It can be said that everyone in the dining room chairs looked at Mo Yun with a contemptuous attitude just now. At this time, a raging flame ignited on the spear. All the gods and people present were taken aback. At this moment, Mo Yun suddenly felt that he had begun to adapt, and even liked the style of disorderly and barbaric growth in the wasteland. He picked up the spear in his hand, pointed at the distance, and showed a sneer. In front of his hundredfold perception and the divinity of Sanhua Juding, there is nothing to hide. Blazing spear. Go! A Vulcan spear shot across a magnificent parabola, like a falling meteorite, and hit heavily on the head of DK, who was trying to escape. DK was nailed to the ground without even screaming. The raging fire burned DK to ashes. Mo Yun threw a second spear. Blazing spear. Go again. This blazing spear didn't seem to be aiming at the target, as if it was shot crookedly, but when the spear fell, there was a scream, and a figure fell from a height. Obviously, this person possesses the ability of invisibility, and he claims to be able to take people's lives silently. Mo Yun then picked up the third spear. The third raging Vulcan spear was ruthlessly smashed into the ground not far away by Mo Yun, and half of the spear pierced into the soil. After a while, the ground suddenly soaked a little bright red. It was only at this time that Mo Yun realized the charm of the wilderness. Disorder. Brutal. Wild. Strength. This is the wasteland. This is the god of the wilderness. At this moment, many people sitting in the restaurant are in awe of Mo Yun. The two quickly left the restaurant. Although DK and the two bounty hunters were killed, Mo Yun knew that he had attracted the attention of many people, and there must be new and stronger bounty hunters among them. In fact, Mo Yun himself is very clear. As long as the bounty is on, he will never be safe. If you only rely on yourself, you will eventually encounter difficulties that you cannot face. In the wasteland, you still have to abide by the rules of the game in the wasteland. It is imminent to find a reliable family to join. Mo Yun quickly compared all the recruiting families in the Castro camp, and after a brief selection, he made a decision. Arriving in front of a grocery store in Camp Kothro, Mo Yun and Elsa walked in together. There are messy things in the grocery store, and 7 or 8 gods and people gather here, each doing its own thing. These people seem to have no communication with each other at all, but unexpectedly give people a sense of unity. After seeing Mo Yun and Elsa walking in, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes suddenly looked over at the same time. Do you want to buy something, entrust, or kill someone? Neither. Mo Yun said calmly, the Eamon family, I want to join you. Chapter 40. Join us. A group of people in the grocery store suddenly became excited. They walked towards Mo Yun and looked at him in a semicircle. A female goblin as small as a pea diced asked Mo Yun. What skills do you have? Our family doesn't want trash. Mo Yun picked up a spear and drove it into the ground with the blazing spear. Everyone immediately said in surprise. 100 years of divine power? And is this the offensive power of the divine crystal? Or divinity? Okay, you can join us. The Awaken family welcomes someone as powerful as you. The Awaken family accepted him so easily, which was actually expected by Mo Yun. Powerful people are welcomed wherever they go. Mo Yun still has something to say. I have something to say first. I have been offered a reward. After hearing Mo Yun's words, the members of the Amen family laughed. Haha, this is the first time you have been offered a reward. Everyone here has a reward. Mo Yun was stunned for a moment. Also, he ignored the attributes of the Castro camp. In such a place that is equivalent to a green forest in the rivers and lakes, it can be said that all villains are not too much. The members of the Eamon family then asked Elsa, "What about you, what kind of strength is it?" Mo Yun said indifferently, "She didn't come to join the Amen family, she is my personal belonging." Personal belongings. The expressions of the members of the Amen family were no longer as friendly as before. "You tell her to take off her hat." After Elsa took off her hood, the members of the Eamon family were still stunned. Even in the world of gods, such a stunning elf beauty is rare, and the unique silver hair and red pupils seem to mean that she has a very rare and precious bloodline. The women of the Amen family said with jealousy at this time. "An elf without a godhead? You mean, you want to bring this burden to join us? An extra burden is very troublesome. Bread is very expensive." The men obviously have their own ideas, said. "We agree that you bring your personal items to join, but you have to understand that people without godheads are just a burden, and they also need to consume divine power bread every day, which is not a small expense. If you want to use the benefits of the family to support one more useless person, you should let her serve everyone in our team." Elsa grabbed Mo Yun's clothes in a panic. She understood what the men of the Amen family meant, but she had already humiliated the noble blood of the holy elves enough. If that was the case, she would rather commit suicide. Just as Mo Yun was about to speak, he suddenly sensed hostility from outside. Mo Yun thought for a while, maybe it would be better to convince the members of the Amen family with facts. "I'm sorry, everyone, please allow me to deal with some personal matters for the time being." Mo Yun took Elsa out of the grocery store, and the members of the Eamon family looked at each other curiously, and followed them to the door. At this time, a large rock figure was standing not far from Mo Yun. "It's the bounty hunter, Johnny the Rockman." Someone in the Eamon family revealed Johnny's identity. Because of his rather rare race, Johnny the Rockman was quite well known in Camp Castro, and his powerful strength and defense made him a headache for many people. Some passers-by stopped to watch. They knew that Johnny had found a new target. "You are Mo Yun? Obediently, let's get caught. Otherwise, I will crush your 2 legs and 2 arms." Johnny shouted arrogantly to Mo Yun. "The arrest warrant requires that he be captured alive, and the others are not limited. Then it doesn't matter if you break your limbs." Mo Yun stared at this big man who was nearly 3 meters tall and whose whole body was made of rocks. It could be seen that the other party was full of confidence in taking him down. Mo Yun showed a sneer of contempt. Although he doesn't want to provoke a more powerful bounty hunter as an opponent for the time being. But it's not a cat or a dog, anyone can step on his head. Mo Yun slowly drew out the knife, and said to Johnny, "If your fist is half as hard as your mouth, then I should not be your opponent." Humph! Courting death. Johnny strode towards Mo Yun. Its speed was not fast, but its weight was particularly astonishing. With every step it stepped on the ground seemed to shake. Then, he clasped his fists in both hands and hit Mo Yun's head heavily. Disdain appeared in Mo Yun's eyes. "With such a clumsy speed, how dare you speak nonsense in front of yourself?" A strong air gushed out as Mo Yun drew his sword. Cut! Split mountains and rocks. At this time, Johnny the Rockman realized that he had found the wrong opponent, but after the knife light, he had no chance to speak again. The stones rolled to the ground showed that he had existed. "This is the Rockman's stone. It's a good thing." The female goblin made a surprised voice. And the focus of more people's attention did not go astray like the female goblin. They stared at Mo Yun and knew it clearly. With such strength, Mo-yun already has a place here. Mo-yun turned around and said to the members of the Eamon family, I create 3 times the team benefits by myself and support 2 people. Is there any problem? No problem. A tall white man stood up, he was as strong as a bear, and said gently to Mo-yun. I am Eamon, the patriarch of the Amen family. You are welcome to bring your personal items to join the Amen family. Then, Eamon shouted to the passers-by on the street. From today onwards, Mo-yun is a member of our Amen family. Those who dare to have ill intentions against Mo-yun, first weigh the revenge of our Amen family. Chapter 41. The grocery store is just a sub-camp of the Eamon family. The real camp of the Eamon family is located in a valley 20 kilometers away from Kothro market. At this time, in the valley, the family's oath ceremony was going on. God of the wilderness oath, here we offer sacrifices and make oaths. From now on, we will be like brothers, we will share weal and woe, we will share weal and woe. From now on, we will treat each other as family members, live and die together, and share blessings. From now on, we will protect and support each other. We will not rest till death. If there is any violation, the Godhead will be destroyed. With the disappearance of the sacrifice, Mo-yun saw several golden lights falling from the sky, falling on himself and everyone in the Amen family. At this moment, Mo-yun felt a bond between himself and the members of the Amen family. If he violated this fetter, he would be punished by the God of the wilderness oath. Mo-yun thought to himself that it is no wonder that the gods and people of the wilderness are united in the form of a family. With such an oath, there is no need to worry about family members stabbing him in the back. Welcome our newest member, Mo-yun. He brought us a gift from his silver coins, a plump God world goat. Hearing that there will be goat barbecue from the God realm in the evening, the members of the Amen family warmly welcomed Mo-yun's arrival. But Mo-yun felt that they were welcoming the roast goat more than they were welcoming themselves. At this time, a tall human came over to Mo-yun and said in a friendly way, My name is Fian, the 7th person in charge of the Amen family. From now on, you can choose to follow me. When hearing this 7th person, Mo-yun had the urge to laugh. The general store camp of the Amen family, together with the base camp here, has a total of 30 gods and people, plus 5 or 6 slaves bought to do odd jobs. Just like this, a 7th speaker can be selected. Seeing that Mo-yun didn't immediately agree, Fian continued to speak very familiarly. I heard that this is the first time you have been offered a reward. Do you know that there is an unwritten rule in the wilderness? What rule? Mo-yun asked curiously. That is, the higher your bounty is, the more you prove that you are a big shot. I was offered a bounty of 120, what about you? Mo-yun glanced at Fian, and replied very calmly, 300. Fian froze on the spot. You know, even Eamon, the patriarch of the Eamon family, was offered a reward of 580 silver coins, and it was the combined rewards. What, have you done so badly? Fian asked Mo-yun with a bit of hesitation on his face. At this time, Patriarch Eamon interrupted Fian's words and announced to everyone. From today, Mo-yun is the 10th person in charge of our Amen family, do you all understand? Understood. Amen arranged a house in the valley for Mo-yun as his future residence, and asked a god to lead Mo-yun there. Along the way, Mo-yun and Elsa got the attention of many gods and people, and Mo-yun also learned many things from this gods and people. When they came to the house, the god who led the way said, Brother Mo-yun, this place will belong to you from now on, and of course your personal belongings. The gods who led the way glanced at Elsa, smiled and said to Mo-yun, Brother Mo-yun, from today onwards, we are a family. We are as close as brothers. We must take care of each other more in the future. Certainly. Mo-yun watched the godman leave, but a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was not deceived by the illusion of harmony on the outside of the family. Since just now, Mo-yun has been thinking about a question. That is, if the family brother dies, will the family members go to collect the bounty offered by the brother? The answer seems pretty obvious. As close as brothers? How come on the first day of joining the Eamon family, Mo-Yoon felt that his brothers seemed to be looking forward to his death? Good to inherit your legacy. And women. Fortunately, there is still a vow that allows everyone to maintain brotherhood and harmony at least on the surface. Mo-Yoon turned around and said seriously to Elsa, "From today, no matter when and where, you have to be by my side. Otherwise, I'm not sure what will happen." Elsa recalled the fiery and undisguised greedy gazes of the men of the Eamon family during the banquet. She nodded quickly. "Have a rest," Mo-Yoon said, and walked into his new home. The room is very simple, just a bed and a table. Mo-Yoon found a piece of animal fur on the wall, put it on the ground, and began to meditate. All the wilderness gods living in the Eamon family, and even near the Cathro camp, spend half of their time cultivating, and the other half spending their time surviving. Cultivation is the reason why they do their best to survive. Everyone hopes to become a high-level god in the future. The Godhead characteristics of the wilderness gods are often able to absorb more elements in the wilderness environment, which is why they have to come to the wilderness to survive. But for Mo-Yoon, this advantage does not exist. Ding! A change in the environment has been detected. The current environment cultivation speed is 1.9 days, and the cultivation system multiplier is 15 times. The current environment cultivation speed is 28.5 days. The speed of cultivating divine power for 1 month per day, if it were someone else, I would probably be so excited that I would not be able to sleep for a few days. But for Mo-Yoon, who has grown his divine power for 47 years after experiencing a critical blow, it is really better than nothing. Yes, Mo-Yoon is a little bloated. The speed of cultivating divine power for a month every day, he is now a little despised. According to this speed, even if it is only 1 year, it will only increase the divine power for 30 years, and even if the crit system is added, it will only increase the divine power for 50 years. After 1 active crit and 1 passive crit, Mo-Yoon now has 130 years of divine power. The improvement of divine power for 50 years in 1 year may be very high for others, but for Mo-Yoon, slow. If you want to improve your divine power, you still have to find a way to get some Huishan stone or other substitutes. But now, Mo-Yoon decided to use his energies where he can improve his strength more effectively. He wants to gain more divinity. You can even take advantage of the initiative of the crit system. Forge a new divinity every week. Chapter 42. What kind of new divinity to cultivate has become a new issue that Mo-Yoon needs to consider. Mo-Yoon doesn't know how others distinguish divinity. He himself decided to simply divide divinity into basic divinity and combat divinity. Basic divinity includes strength, agility, endurance, perception, vitality, fire resistance, etc. Even the attribute of speed travel, which can be used at any time, can be regarded as the basic divinity that can be developed. There is no need to say much about the fighting divinity. Chopping mountains and chopping rocks and blazing spears are typical battle divinities. Mo-Yoon thought for a while, and he felt that chopping mountains and rocks and blazing spear were enough for now. Now that he spends a lot of energy improving skills such as swordsmanship, even if he awakens his divinity, it is hard to say that he can replace the 560 times strengthened mountain cleave rock. And the basic divinity will definitely be useful no matter when. So, start by strengthening the basic divinity. That being the case, Mo-Yoon decided to start training from now on. Mo-Yoon, who has the divinity of 3 flowers gathering at the top, actually basically doesn't need to rest at all now. As long as he meditates in his spare time, he can feel energetic. He originally meditated and rested for a long time, the purpose of which was to absorb more divine power. But now that the efficiency of divine power improvement is too slow, time should be used in more valuable places. Mo-Yoon started the extreme physical training method in the room. He pressed the powerful force of cutting mountains and rocks to his body. At this time, his body was like carrying a 10-ton boulder, and 2 deep pits were pressed out of the ground by Mo Yun's hands. Elsa looked at Mo Yun cautiously. She didn't understand why Mo Yun still had so much energy just after escaping from the mining area. But she only hoped that Mo Yun would not use such energy on her. Ding! It is detected that the host has passed the test of strength, and the strength has been strengthened by 13 times. When the system sound sounded, Mo Yun found that it was already the next morning. Because his strength enhancement has reached 190 times, and the enhancement frequency produced by basic attribute training is much lower than that of martial arts training. So much so that after torturing himself for a night, Mo Yun only got this strengthening. Mo Yun also felt that it was very inefficient. If there was an active critical strike opportunity, he would definitely use it without hesitation. Mo Yun woke up Elsa and came to the valley. The Amen family has been running this place for many years, so there is naturally a place for practice and training. The place of practice is on the mountain peak. There is wind blowing from the wasteland, and many godheads who need the wasteland will absorb more relevant elements. The training place is at the bottom of the valley. Here, the Amen family has also prepared many facilities and tools, which can be seen in various training methods. What makes Mo Yun feel regretful is that the heaviest boulder roller used for strength training here is only about 20,000 catties, which is far less efficient than when he oppresses the power of cutting mountains and rocks on himself. However, there are also some training methods that Mo Yun finds quite interesting, such as tens of thousands of bells arranged within 100 meters, which seem to be used to exercise perception. Mo Yun asked Elsa to ring the bell and use her perception to identify the direction. But he regretted to find that such training was worthless to himself who possessed the Sanhuajuding divinity and 100-fold perception. It seems that the best training method he can find at present is still strength training. While Mo Yun was doing strength training, a family member suddenly ran in from outside the valley. He yelled to Gu Nei. "Brother Wu is hunting a wild boar, can anyone help?" Mo Yun turned over and jumped up from the ground, thinking. Half of the Amen family rests every day, and the other half is responsible for hunting, completing commissions and other things necessary for survival. Since Mo Yun was new on his first day, he was given the privilege of taking a break. Of course, when encountering a special crisis, everyone in the family must also stop resting and participate in the battle. However, hunting the monster god wild boar is not particularly dangerous. But Mo Yun suddenly had an idea in his mind. He recalled that when he was fighting Ganti, he triggered 2 vitality enhancements. It must be known that the entire battle was not long at that time, and the vitality had already awakened the divinity, so it was not easy to get strengthened again. But in the short course of the battle, it was strengthened twice. It was all because at that time, Ganti cut countless wounds on his body, and he was quickly repaired under the divinity of the surging life. In a short period of time, the potential of life force was greatly stimulated. So, is there a similar way of motivating power? Perhaps the speed of basic divinity training has never been slower than that of martial arts training. It's because I didn't find the right trick. I go. Mo Yun volunteered to stand up. Brother Ten? It's great that you are willing to go, Brother Ten. The family member who reported the letter said in surprise. Brother Ten? Mo Yun was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he was the 10th speaker of the Amen family. It seemed that the Huang Yuan family was like a row of seats on the top of a mountain, and the seniority was judged by the seat. If it's correct, Brother Ten should be calling him himself. Who else is going? The messenger shouted again. Mo Yun said lightly, no one else is needed, it's enough for me to go alone. The person who reported the letter was taken aback, and hurriedly said, Brother Ten, that wild boar is extremely powerful. What I want is infinite power. If it is not for infinite power, I will not go there. Chapter 43. Soon, Mo Yun came to the hunting place with Elsa in his arms. The family members were a little surprised to see Mo Yun's arrival. Brother Ten is here. Here he is, he hasn't forgotten to bring a burden with him. The family's eighth speaker, a snake woman, looked coldly at Elsa in Mo Yun's arms. She hates Elsa very much. Since Elsa appeared, all the men in the family seemed to be fascinated. In the past, these men were all around her to flatter her. At this time, the family members who reported the letter rushed over, and he brought the two of them, looking at Mo Yun's back panting, and couldn't help but secretly sigh. The new 10th brother is really amazing, he still walks so fast with someone in his arms, and seems to slow down deliberately to wait for them. After putting down Elsa, Mo Yun observed the situation here. A total of 10 gods and people participated in the hunting of the Amen family, which is almost 1/3 of the power of the Amen family. At this time, Scherer, who is ranked 5th in the family, is leading a group of people to hunt a huge wild boar that looks like an elephant. It is one of the great threats that exist in the wasteland. Monster God. Most of these monster gods are descendants of some demon gods. The ancient demon gods of the gods' world spread their descendants throughout the gods' world by means of reproduction. However, there are also a small number of beasts who were summoned to the gods by the wilderness temple and accidentally obtained godheads. Apparently, Scherer and his group forced the monster god wild boar to this mountain pass, and the snake girl Sevis, the 8th person in the family, led 2 family members to block the only way out. This monster god has been driven to death. Schuyler led a group of people to try to subdue it, but the monster god wild boar has entered a state of complete madness. It exudes a strong black demonic energy all over its body, and the huge force collides with everyone reeling. After seeing this monster boar, Mo Yun was overjoyed. This is exactly what he wanted to see. Get out of the way. Let me do it. Mo Yun strode up. Xie Li turned his head and was stunned when he saw it was Mo Yun, but he still moved out of the way. He has already been swept away by this giant wild boar 3 times, and since Mo Yun wants to come, he doesn't mind letting the new 10 suffer. Get out of the way, didn't you hear what old 10 said? After hearing Xie Li's words, the family members quickly moved away. They had already realized that Xie Li wanted to give the newcomer 11 a blow. The wild boar, the monster god, got out of control and rushed towards Mo Yun immediately. Mo Yun drew out his long knife. Split mountains and rocks. But it is not beheading, but shooting. Mo Yun met the monster god wild boar with the back of his knife, and the two collided violently. The monster god wild boar paused for a moment, as if his head was a little dizzy from the impact, and Mo Yun also took 3 steps back, feeling extremely joyful in his heart. The strength of this wild boar is not perfect for training, but it is almost the same. Although the family members couldn't clearly see Mo Yun's slapping movement with the back of the knife, they naturally cheered loudly when they saw Mo Yun force the wild boar to stop. But Snake Serves made a disdainful voice. A mighty blow, just this bit of power? It's useless. With extremely high perception, Mo Yun caught Snake Girl's words from a distance. Mo Yun sneered in his heart, how could the Snake Girl understand her own thoughts? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mo Yun stuck the long knife in his hand to the ground. The family members were dumbfounded for a moment, and shouted one after another. What is Brother Ten going to do? Couldn't he be crazy? Snake Serves said in disgust. Then, Mo Yun strode forward and grabbed the 2 fangs of the monster god porcupine with both hands. He's really crazy. He's looking for death. Snake Serves's expression turned cold. Don't he know that something went wrong, and he needs us to help him finish it? I just joined the family, of course I'm eager to show off. Sierra in the distance seemed to be echoing Serves, and he said to the crowd, since the old 10 said to let us all get out of the way, then we should let him perform for a while. Naturally, the family members did not dare to disobey their opinions, and besides, they were not very familiar with the new 10th brother. Ah! The monster wild boar god began to sprint forward. Mo Yun stepped on the ground with both feet, and was dragged out of two dents that were pressed like caterpillars. It was not until he was about to be knocked out that Mo Yun slammed his hand knife. Cut. Split mountains and rocks. Fortunately, hand knives can also be used with knives, but the power is much smaller than that of long knives, but this is exactly what Mo Yun needs. The monster god wild boar was a little dizzy after being hacked, which made Mo Yun heave a sigh of relief. Poor me. Taking advantage of this moment, Mo Yun snapped the fangs of the monster god wild boar, intending to overturn it to the ground, but how could the monster god wild boar make Mo Yun do what he wanted, and the two started a new round of wrestling. And just when the wrestling was in full swing, the system's voice finally sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has passed the test of strength. The strength has been strengthened by 19 times. Mo Yun froze for a moment. He was so engrossed in wrestling that he even forgot what his purpose was in the first place. Really? He guessed right. Strong external stimulation can fully stimulate the potential of basic attributes. However, under this distraction, the monster god wild boar found an opportunity and knocked Mo Yun to the ground, and the surrounding family members immediately let out a burst of exclamation. But then, Mo Yun turned over beautifully, taking advantage of the old power of the monster god wild boar was gone, and the new power was not born, and he also overturned it to the ground. The family members' eyes widened suddenly, and another exclamation sounded. However, the wild boar god with rough skin and thick flesh immediately got up, and Mo Yun also readjusted his posture, taking off his cumbersome top, revealing his perfect muscles. Come again. Serves the snake was already stunned, and after a while, she murmured, "What a lunatic." Chapter 44. The wrestling went on for more than half an hour. Whether it is Mo Yun or the monster god wild boar, the power will not be exhausted in a short time. After all, this is the world of gods. But this is exactly what Mo Yun is happy to see. The longer he wrestles, the more strengthening he gets. Of course, the family members didn't want to wait that long, but when they wanted to help, they were all coldly dismissed by Mo Yun. Looking at Mo Yun, who is more like a monster than the wild boar god, the family members dare not touch Mo Yun's bad luck. After all, among the gods of the wilderness, the most indispensable thing is a lunatic with a weird personality. Mo Yun, who is enjoying it, naturally doesn't want people to disturb him. Up to now, he has strengthened his strength twice, and the value of this extreme strengthening is very high. The 2 times added up to a full 37 times of strengthening, even worth 3 times of training. Now, Mo Yun's strength enhancement has reached a full 240 times. Mo Yun has a premonition that the 3rd power enhancement is coming soon. And 9 times out of 10, this power strengthening can strengthen the divinity. If possible, Mo Yun hopes that this time the enhancement can be a critical strike. It seems that it has been a long time since the last random enhanced critical strike. Mo Yun used all his strength to push against each other with the monster god wild boar, and the monster god wild boar almost exhausted all his strength angrily. At this moment, a voice finally sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has passed the test of strength. The strength has been strengthened by 21 times. Give me a crit! Mo Yun shouted in his heart, but to his disappointment, this time the chance of up to 21 times did not seem to trigger a critical strike, but divinity was stillborn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1st level divinity, the power of the rock. Mo Yun felt the strength of his body, which was as thick as a rock. This feeling is almost exactly the same attribute as the power that appears in the blade when using mountain slashing rock. However, I feel that this power is not as strong as in the knife when cutting mountains and rocks. But Mo Yun is satisfied. After all, this is the divinity of the basic attribute. If he can have the power of splitting mountains and cutting rocks, wouldn't it be awesome? However, at this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! You have triggered the 10 times critical strike system, and the critical strike multiplier is 12 times. Moyun froze for a moment. Crit hit? Is it a power-enhanced crit? But why didn't there be a critical strike just now, but why did it suddenly strike again at this time? The answer will be revealed soon. Ding! Elementary divinity, the power of the rock is additionally strengthened by 11 times, and it evolves into the elementary divinity, the power of the mountain. FK. Moyun couldn't help swearing again, and he was stunned. He has always thought that only strengthening can make a critical strike. I never expected that when I got divinity, I could get a critical strike. If it wasn't for this random trigger, he might have been kept in the dark for a long time. This storm can make a lot of money. Moyun knows that this time the critical strike is definitely more profitable than the power-enhanced critical strike. Power as thick as a mountain spewed out from every muscle in Moyun's body, and he could even clearly feel that the strength of the rock just now was not even the strength of an arm now. Just standing here, he felt as thick as a mountain. As solid as a mountain. The mountain makes people look up. Ah! The monster god Wild Boar suddenly discovered that the force that was originally evenly matched, or even dominant, seemed to have changed at this time, but no matter how it resisted, the human in front of him did not move at all. Not to be outdone, it exerted extra force. Get up! Moyun smiled softly, grabbed the head of the monster god Wild Boar with both hands, and lifted the monster god Wild Boar high with the horrified eyes of a family member, and then smashed it heavily on the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a large pit with a radius of several meters appeared in everyone's field of vision. The Wild Boar god in the center of the pit was panting, looking at Moyun with tired eyes. It seems to be saying, "Change casually, I won't play with you anymore." The monster god Wild Boar seems to think that Moyun, who has such a powerful power, has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger just now. Since you have such great power, why bother to pretend to be struggling? It's already like this, wouldn't it be over if I lay down and crushed it for you? Seeing that the Wild Boar god was determined to die, Moyun also decisively picked up the long knife stuck in the ground, and respectfully killed the other party's life with a knife, and at the same time expressed his strong gratitude in his heart. What a powerful force! Brother Ten, you are so strong. Brother Ten, this is the first time I've seen someone capture the Wild Boar god in this way. Family members uttered praises one after another. But the 5th Shilar and the 8th Seves were quite dissatisfied. It is obvious that they have found the monster god with all their efforts, and they are the ones who blocked it on this mountain pass. As a result, under Moyun's hunting performance for a show, the credit seemed to be his alone. He must have done it on purpose. Skrr and Snake Maiden Seves obviously thought of something, and they looked at Moyun with faint hostility. Moyun noticed these two hostile gazes almost immediately, and after a little thought, he began to think about it. At this time, the family members gathered around Moyun, respectfully said, "Brother Ten, follow the rules. The person with the highest hunting contribution can take the most precious thing from the prey. The heart of the monster god Wild Boar is the most precious. Brother Ten, take it away." Chapter 45. The heart is the most precious. Moyun was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself that luckily he just subconsciously thought of killing pigs and bleeding them, so the last knife to end the monster god Wild Boar was slashed in the neck. If it pierced the heart, wouldn't it be a waste of a good thing? The body of the dead monster god Wild Boar shrank a lot, and the size of the original elephant body became only the size of a calf. Moyun listened to family members explain that this is its original size, and it is the ability of the Wild Boar god to grow bigger. They also told Moyun that a monster god Wild Boar of this size was already the limit size that the Amen family could hunt safely. Moyun cut open the belly of the Wild Boar god, and took out a pig's heart the size of 2 hands. "Brother Ten, this is a good thing." The family members looked enviously at the pig's heart in Moyun's hand and said, "This size, eating it can give you at least 3 months of supernatural power. It's a pity that it is not a monster god with a Godhead, otherwise it is the real best. Godhead. Moon naturally knows that there are some beasts who have obtained the Godhead and become monster gods, but they seem to be quite rare. He asked curiously. If you kill a monster god with a Godhead, can you get a Godhead? A group of people looked at Moon strangely, and said, whether it is a god or a monster with a Godhead, after death, the Godhead will return to the sea of Godheads in the nearest temple. This 10th brother is very powerful, but why doesn't he even know the most basic common sense that a god knows? This is really not to blame Moon, he didn't get the proper inheritance from the gods and people, and naturally he didn't know anything about the common sense of these gods and people. Everyone carried the wild boar god back to the camp, discussing how to eat the pig's heart in Moon's hand along the way. Brother 10, you have to pay attention to eating supernatural food. You must not eat this pig's heart in one go. For such a big one, you should eat it at least 4 times, with 5 days between each time. You'd better divide it into 6. Let's eat this time. Although it can be eaten cooked, it will lose a small amount of divine power. It's best to eat a piece now, brother 10, try it, it tastes great. Looking at the bloody pig's heart, Moon really didn't think it tasted so good. However, thinking of the exhilaration of daily settlement of divine power in the cultivation system, Moon felt that no matter how bad its original taste is, it should feel comfortable to eat. 3 months of divine power, if you divide it into 6 meals. In fact, even if it is a critical strike, the divine power gained is nothing to him. Compared with eating, this pig heart is obviously of higher value. Moon almost thought of the correct use of this pig's heart. Back in the valley, both Scheller and Service said they would report the hunting of the monster god wild boar to Patriarch Eamon. Moon almost saw through the minds of the two of them. They obviously wanted to put more credit on themselves, so that in case Eamon asked, the family members would all say that it was their own credit. Their cronies left with Scheller, leaving the moving tools to Moon and the rest. This behavior is very much like the leaders of some organizations on Blue Mercury who say I will take credit for it, and you will do the hard work. Moon turned his head and saw Elsa and 6 family members in total. 6 family members are not many, but considering that there are only about 30 gods in the entire Amen family, 6 people are already 1/5 of them. Moon weighed the heart of the monster god wild boar in his hand, and said to the 6 people, do you want to eat this thing? The 6 people were stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, don't dare, brother 10, this thing belongs to you. Since it's mine, then I naturally want to deal with it, and I'll deal with it like this. Moon said to several people, as long as you do one thing for me, it will be yours, how about it? As long as brother 10 tells us, we will naturally do anything. Several people said, but they couldn't help looking at the pig's heart in Moon's hand, and swallowed their saliva. Well. After whispering a few words with a few people, Moon threw the pig's heart to them, and said with a smile, let's share and eat. These family members quickly took the heart of the wild boar god, divided it into 6 pieces, and ate them each. Some people eat very wildly, biting down, the mouth is full of blood. Some people eat very artistically, first drink up the heart blood, then cut into small pieces little by little, chew and taste slowly. Seeing how greedy these people are still licking their fingers after eating, Moon was even shaken. Raw pig heart, can it really be this delicious? But come to think of it, what they ate was not pig hearts, but the most important divine power for the gods. Moon said lightly, in the future, I will need your help with some things. As long as you help me do things, there will be more benefits, and there will be many more. Brother 10, you are so generous. Several tribe members praised one after another. After hunting a monster god wild boar, the Amen family will naturally enjoy a pork feast at night. However, compared to the Blue Mercury, the most valuable thing on the monsters and gods in the god realm is their organs. The value of the organs varies depending on the source of the monster's power. Generally speaking, the most precious is the heart or the brain. These organs will be sold by the Amen family in exchange for the supplies the family needs, and the relatively cheap meat from the monster god will become the staple food of the dinner. More than half of the toast. A family member suddenly stood up and said to Amen, Patriarch, I think the seat is a bit low with Brother Ten's strength. The position should be raised by at least 2 levels. At this time, several people immediately echoed. Yeah, it should be raised 2 more levels. Chapter 46. At this time, all the eyes of the Amen family were focused on Moyun. Moyun showed a surprised expression, and said to Patriarch Amen, I just became a member of the family. I didn't expect everyone to love you so much. Brother Amen, to be honest, I don't even understand the meaning of upgrade 2 levels. Act, really good at acting. A sneer sounded, and it was Skrr who was sitting in the 5th seat who made the sound. Scheller coldly exposed Moyun's lies. Old Ten, you haven't said what kind of Godhead you are yet. You are so good at acting, so you don't have a deceitful Godhead, right? Humph. You don't understand the meaning of raising 2 levels. 5th brother, you are slandering me. I am new here, and I have just figured out what the 10th person is. Thoughts? Moyun responded calmly. In fact, it doesn't matter what Skrr said, because everyone knew it. Patriarch Amen finally spoke, Moyun has just become a member of our family, maybe the position of the 10th person is really low for him. However, he is just here. After a few days, it will be too late to improve Moyun's seat depending on his merits. Brother Amen is right. Moyun was the first to stand up to agree with Amen's words, and the others couldn't say anything more after seeing this. However, Moyun's words were not finished yet. Brother Amen, although I don't really care about the seating arrangement, what happened just now gave me some thoughts. Say it. I think that since the rank can be raised within the family, the rules should be clarified. What kind of situation can raise the seat, and what kind of contribution has been made to the family, you can sit on a position. In this way, the brothers in the family will have something to look forward to. Brother Amen, don't you think so? That's right. The person who spoke was not Amen, but a woman sitting side by side with Amen. She was a human woman, a mature, intelligent and dignified beauty. Moyun knew that her name was Julie, she was the consort of Patriarch Amen, and also the 2nd person in charge of Amen's family. Although she is the 2nd speaker, everyone calls her eldest sister or sister-in-law. Julie said to Amen, I think it makes sense to arrange seats according to contribution. If our Amen family wants to become stronger, we must have such good rules. But Julie changed the subject and looked at Moyun with eyes full of wisdom. But Old Ten, you just came here, and you don't have accumulated a lot of contributions like other brothers and sisters. If you want to improve your seat, you have to make more contributions to the family in the days to come. 2nd sister is right. Skrr was the first to utter a voice of approval, his godhead was called Beast Hunter. 1/3 of the Amen family's income comes from the monsters, gods, and beasts he led to hunt. In terms of contribution, few people can compare with him. After Xie finished speaking, he looked at Moyun provocatively and said, Old Ten, you have to work harder in the future to contribute to the family. Moyun said with a smile, I also think what the eldest sister said is right. I will definitely make more contributions to the family. After finishing speaking, Moyun looked at Xie with a smile, which made Xie feel a little flustered. But Scheller immediately felt that he was making a fuss. He has been hunting for the Amen family for 20 years, and has accumulated countless contributions. How can you lose with a contribution that is enough to ride your face? The next day, Xie and others who were in charge of leading the hunting team yesterday, according to the family's regulations, can rest and practice today. According to the past practice of the Amen family, the person leading the hunting team today should be Finn, who is the seventh speaker. But Finn is not good at hunting. Therefore, when he leads the team, the harvest is often much lower than that of Sharer, who has the beast hunting god, and sometimes he can only collect some resources, and no monsters are hunted at all. Old 10. You can go hunting with us today. I will tell you some precautions for hunting monster gods in the wasteland. Perhaps it was because the amount of the reward was not even half of Mo Yun's. Finn was very polite to Mo Yun, and even vaguely meant to let Mo Yun take over. Mo Yun also noticed this. After all, there are only about 30 gods and people in the Amen family, and there are 10 seats in line for such a small number of people. Not everyone should take it too seriously. Brother Finn, I will be more indebted to you for taking care of me in the future. After all, Mo Yun said to everyone, don't worry, I will definitely bring the monsters and beasts that everyone caught. Old 10, don't be too persistent. In fact, even Shiler doesn't get something every time, and how can the monster god be so easy to deal with? If it doesn't work, we just collect some supplies and bring them back to the family. Safety is the most important thing of. What Finn said was right, only living is worthy of talking about other things. On the dangerous wasteland, you can't take it lightly. A group of people set off, looking for traces of monsters and beasts through various traces. Soon, everyone found out. It's the monster hare. Finn pointed to a few pig-sized rabbits in the distance. With these few monster hares, we should be able to make a difference when we go back today. Mo Yun patted Finn on the shoulder and pointed out. It's not just a rabbit, there's a big guy too. Finn looked in the direction Mo Yun pointed, and seemed to see nothing, but suddenly, a faint black panther figure appeared on the rock, and then disappeared in an instant. It's the shadow leopard, the monster god. Finn took a deep breath. Old 10, if you didn't point it out, we'd all be finished. Monster god shadow leopard is not something we can hunt, let's get out of here quickly. Leave, why are you leaving? Mo Yun was worried that he couldn't find someone who could stimulate the potential of the basic attributes, so he couldn't wait to say, leave it to me. Chapter 47. Old 10. Never. Finn quickly grabbed Mo Yun, but was dodged by Mo Yun. He quickly shouted. Our Amen family can't hunt the shadow leopard yet. If we are not careful, we may fall. Don't worry, I'm sure. Seeing that Mo Yun had made up his mind, Finn could only remind him. The shadow leopard has a very strange divinity, and can hide in the shadows to make a surprise attack. The last time Shiler overreached and sacrificed 2 family brothers, he escaped a disaster. You must be careful. Thank you for the reminder. You stay away, I will solve it by myself. Speaking of Sharer, Mo Yun has no reason to give up the shadow leopard. However, is it really as strong as Finn said? Of course, Mo Yun is not trying to be brave again. If his observations are correct, the strength of this shadow leopard monster god should be about the same as the previous monster god wild boar. But what Finn said is so scary, Mo Yun will not take it lightly. At this time, as Mo Yun approached, the shadow leopard seemed to be aware of it. It moved slightly, and its entire body completely disappeared from sight. Since the shadow leopard couldn't be seen with his eyes, Mo Yun simply closed his eyes, and then exclaimed in his heart. Sure enough. The combination of Mo Yun's 100-fold perception and the Sanhuajuding divinity couldn't capture its location. But it's too early to say goodbye. Mo Yun didn't think he would be killed by the shadow leopard, the worst outcome would be to run away in embarrassment. Mo Yun focused on everything around him. Suddenly, like a leaf falling into the calm water, Mo Yun felt a ripple. Hey! The sharp claws that suddenly appeared pierced the air and rushed towards Mo Yun. Just when the hearts of the family members raised their throats, Mo Yun turned his body sideways and dodged the claws. Amazing! It even escaped. The family members were all amazed. Last time they learned that Moyun was powerful enough to rival the wild boar god. This time Moyun unexpectedly showed quite strong perception and agility. How many cards does he have? Missing a hit, the shadow panther disappeared into the shadows again, but it became more cautious and more dangerous. All this made Moyun extremely excited. A strong sense of crisis urges every part and every cell of his body to be active. His body is tense to the extreme, and he responds to everything around him at any time. His perception has also expanded to the extreme, and he can perceive even small changes around him like ants moving gravel. Come again. Sensing that the shadow panther was attacking again, Moyun sideways dodged again. The family members exclaimed again. Ding! It is detected that the host has passed the test of perception. The perception is strengthened by 25 times. Ding! It is detected that the host has passed the test of agility. The agility has been strengthened by 17 times. In just 10 minutes, Moyun received a perception enhancement and an agility enhancement respectively. His two basic attributes have been around 100 times for a long time, because there has been a lack of external pressure, and the effect of training is minimal. At this moment, Moyun can be sure that he has completely found the key to strengthen the divinity of the basic attributes. However, he also missed. The shadow leopard hit him once, but the divinity of the surging life was unexpectedly easy to use, and he recovered from the injury in a short period of time. Sensing a slight change, Moyun drew out his long knife and slashed forward. The power of the mountain. Split mountains and rocks. After merging two divine powers, a slash cut the earth into a gully, and the shadow leopard was even frightened out of the shadows, looking at Moyun in horror. Moyun swung his knife and rushed towards the shadow leopard. Want to run? I haven't practiced enough yet. Half an hour later, Moyun looked at the shadow leopard who was accidentally beheaded by himself, and sighed regretfully. The perception has been strengthened 3 times in total, and the agility has been strengthened twice, which is still far away from strengthening the divine nature. Brother Leopard, you should wait until I am about to lose my mind before you die. It's okay, why hit me with a knife? If the shadow leopard knew what Moyun was thinking at this time, maybe he would really be so angry that he would come back to life. At this time, the family members finally dared to gather around. They recalled the scene just now, and couldn't wait to praise. Brother Ten, you are so strong. You can even kill the shadow leopard. Brother Ten, you are too powerful. Old Ten, it seems that your seat really needs to be mentioned, at least you have to be above me. As Finn said, looking at the shadow leopard's body, he murmured, this time we've made a fortune. Old Ten, do you know? The value of this shadow leopard is fully 20 times that of the wild boar god. 20 times? Are there so many? Moyun was a little surprised. Of course. The difficulty of hunting the shadow leopard is more than 20 times that of the wild boar god. Unfortunately, if this leopard skin is not cut into 2 pieces, the value of this shadow leopard should be 30 times that of the wild boar god. According to the rules, Old Ten, you can take away one of the most precious things from the shadow leopard. The most precious thing on the shadow leopard used to be the skin, but now the skin is broken. You can choose between the skin and the liver, Old Ten. Then the liver will be healed. Moyun removed the liver of the shadow leopard. According to everyone, although the liver of the shadow leopard can only increase the divinity for about 20 days, since it is the source of the shadow power of the shadow leopard, after eating it, it can strengthen many basic attributes and increase the progress of obtaining divinity. So its value is 10 times that of the boar god's heart. Improve the progress of obtaining divinity? Moyun took out a knife, cut a small piece, and threw it into his mouth. The bloody taste is really not bad. Moyun tasted it for a while. Gained about 0.3 divine power, and it seems to have slightly strengthened the basic attributes, most of which are agility. Compared with the strengthening system, this kind of strengthening is really far behind. It's really useless for me, but for others. Moyun raised his head, looked at the envious and greedy eyes of Finn and other family members, and handed over the leopard liver. You take it and share it. No, no, old Ten. This is the shadow leopard you killed so hard, how can we? Moyun said lightly, it's okay, as long as everyone hunts with me in the future, there will be many such things. Finn froze for a moment. What Moyun meant, could it mean that he still planned to continue hunting? Chapter 48. In the family's training ground, the fifth speaker of the Amen family, Schuyler, was like a cheetah, shuttling through all kinds of obstacles, and completed a lap in a short period of time. Brother Scheller, you are getting faster and faster. Two cronies came to Scherer with towels and water and complimented Scherer. Scherer smiled triumphantly, wiping his sweat with a towel. According to this progress, he will be able to obtain divinity in another 30 years at most. You must know that Potter, the third speaker in the family, has 200 years of divine power, but he still has no divinity. It is so sad that I have been unable to break through to become the Son of God. At this time, from the mouths of two cronies, Scherer suddenly heard a name he didn't want to hear. Brother Scheller, that Moyun. Humph. An idiot. Scherer sneered, Boss Eamon obviously gave him face. He said that he would raise his seat after a while, but he insisted on talking about his contribution. Big Sister Julie is still full of wisdom. Let him lift a rock and shoot her in the foot. Not only does it erase the matter of raising the seat, but also asks him to work hard for the family. Tell me, he is not stupid. Ha ha ha, how stupid. The two cronies and Scherer burst out laughing, and Scherer, who had just undergone extreme training, almost lost his breath from laughing. For some reason, a confidant suddenly had a strange feeling, and he couldn't help but say, Brother Cieli, if what happens? Just in case. A joke. Never anything in case. Cieli glanced at his little brother coldly, and snorted coldly. What I have is a beast hunter. What is he? He's not even a fart. He doesn't even have a single person around him who can track and find a monster god. I bet they won't get anything today. Brother Schuyler is right, the hunting team must not have gained anything today. As soon as the words fell, suddenly there was a shout from the entrance of the valley. Report. Brother Ten caught a monster god shadow leopard. Shadow leopard. Schuyler was almost choked to death, and said coldly, Are you kidding me? Does he, Moyun, know what a shadow leopard is? Shouldn't he catch a shadow cat and say it's a shadow leopard? At this time, Eamon and the others who heard the movement in the valley also walked towards the entrance. When they saw the shadow leopard carried by the four returned people, everyone including Scherer was speechless. It's really a shadow leopard. It's been a long time since I caught such a precious prey. It's been at least 5 years. The members of the family sighed with emotion. This time, the family has made a small fortune. Patriarch Eamon was also extremely happy, and asked the 4 people who were carrying the shadow leopard, Where is the old Ten? Brother Ten said he still wants to hunt, so let's send the shadow leopard back first. Want to hunt? Is one shadow leopard not enough? The family members were all stunned. What are you hunting for? With such a precious prey, wouldn't it be over when you come back to celebrate? This guy. Scherer's breathing has become abnormal, and he feels a little tight in the chest and out of breath. For a god man, physical discomfort is quite rare. Just as the family members were commenting one after another, 2 more family members suddenly ran over. Report, Brother Moyun found another monster with fangs and tigers. He asked us to come back and get some people to go over and prepare to bring the fangs and tigers back. Scheller didn't hold his breath, and lay down covering his chest. Brother Scheller! Brother Scheller! When the sun set, the members of the Eamon family looked at the prey placed in the camp, and all of them were speechless. Shadow leopard. Tusk tiger. Cave snake. Yuya Fox. The value of any one of these 4 monster gods is at least 20 times that of the monster god Wild Boar. Patriarch, this time we are rich. Brother Ten is too powerful. We must have a good celebration tonight. At this moment, Mo Yun is undoubtedly the brightest star of the night. Eamon had already prepared the dinner party. At the beginning of the dinner, Eamon announced to everyone. I said yesterday that the position of the 10th speaker is a bit lower for Mo Yun, and now it seems that it is true. I decided to raise Mo Yun's seat. Immediately there was a voice of agreement from the audience. Yes. With the strength of Brother Mo Yun, the 10th place is too low. That's right, Brother Mo Yun is a righteous man. He's also strong. I think he should mention at least 3 or 5 people. After hearing these words, Scheller was so angry that he almost fell ill again. These bastards used to follow behind me for so long. As a result, Mo Yun has only been here for 1 day, and he was bought by Mo Yun, with no loyalty at all. It's just a bunch of fools who just follow the wind. He couldn't help but stood up and said, but brother, even if Mo Yun hunted 4 precious beasts today. But according to the rules set by the eldest sister yesterday, the contribution value of the old 10 should not have reached the level of promotion. Amen said boldly, it doesn't matter. With Mo Yun's ability, it will be a matter of time before you get promoted. It is better to be promoted early than later. If you want to be promoted, then you should just be promoted today. Mo Yun secretly marveled at Amen's magnanimity and mind. He chose the Amen family because of many considerations, one of which was the character of the head of the family, Amen. Now it seems that Patriarch Eamon is more generous than he expected. Amen announced, I declare that starting today, Mo Yun will be the 8th speaker of the Amen family. The original 8th speaker will become the 9th speaker. Chapter 49. Thank you, Patriarch, for your love. Mo Yun immediately stood up and thanked Amen. In Mo Yun's view, as Eamon said, it will be a matter of time before he gets promoted. But in fact, the 8th position does not satisfy him. But Mo Yun is not in a hurry, for the gods, the most important thing is time. As for now, Mo Yun said respectfully. Patriarch, I heard that the snake gall of the monster god cave snake can eliminate pain and relieve curses. I want to give you this snake gall as a gift, and I hope you don't refuse. Mo Yun took out the gall of the cave snake and came to Amen. According to the rules, he can take one of the most precious things from each of the 4 prey. The most precious thing of cave snakes is snake gall. Mo Yun knew that Amen would not refuse, because Amen was haunted by a curse. Since you are sincere, then I will accept it. Amen took the cave snake's gall and swallowed it directly. Afterwards, Mo Yun smiled and looked at the elder sister Julie. I heard that the fur of Yuya Fox is not only beautiful, but also has many special functions. Please allow me to dedicate it to you. Julie glanced at Mo Yun coldly. I can't afford to wear such a fine fur, but since you gave it to me, I'll sell it and use it as the family's operating capital. How you use the fur is your right, ma'am. Mo Yun finally said, I heard that the tiger bone of the fanged tiger has many wonderful uses. Not only can it be used to forge weapons, it seems that it can also be used to brew divine wine. Patriarch, if possible, I hope to distribute it to every member of the family. Eamon smiled and said, just like what you said just now, this is the spoil you deserve, and how you share it is your right. At this time, the family cheered after hearing that they could also get a share of tiger bones. Of course not everyone is happy. For example, from the 8th speaker to the 9th Seves. And Scheller, who is always hostile to Mo Yun. Seeing the heated atmosphere, Mo Yun turned to Amen again and said, Patriarch, I have a proposal. What proposal? I think it's time for the family to expand. Expansion. Snake Seves finally found a chance to vent her dissatisfaction. She interrupted Mo Yun. The number of people in the family is deliberately maintained at the current number. Do you know how much resources need to be increased after there are more people? That's right. Don't think that you are lucky to hunt 4 precious monster gods today, so you think you can dictate the development of the family. Schuyler immediately followed suit. Eamon also said, Moyun, although you have just been promoted, you have to understand that maintaining a family is not easy. Julie knows this best. Just like a normal couple, Eamon and Julie are also Eamon outside and Julie inside. Julie is in charge of all the internal affairs of the Eamon family. Moyun looked at this tall and dignified woman, and Julie's expression was as cold as snow. Expansion is not impossible, but can you guarantee that you will have the same harvest as today? If you can try it, you will know. Moyun said calmly, starting today, I hope that the family can completely entrust the hunting to me. Although I can't guarantee that I can hunt 4 monster gods every day like today, I can guarantee at least 1. The family members started talking immediately. At least 1 per day. This is much better than Big Brother Scheller. After hearing Moyun's words, Scheller's lungs almost exploded, and he shouted, I will leave it to you every day. Then what should I do? But Finn laughed and said, Old 5. When you pushed the hunting to me before, didn't you say that going hunting every day is too tiring and too unfair? Scherer was choked and speechless. It is true that his beast hunting personality would absorb more elements while hunting, but he still needs time to train to acquire divinity. Moyun glanced at Cieli, and said, 5th brother, although I really want to spend a day with you alone, but the monster god is related to the interests of the family, and this matter cannot be sloppy. How about this? I'll be responsible for 6 days a week, and leave 1 day for you. Too much deception. Cieli gritted his teeth. If his animal hunting godhead couldn't participate in the hunt, wouldn't everyone be gone? Moyun is trying to push himself to a dead end. But at this time, Patriarch Eamon said something for Scherer, otherwise, how about the 2 of you hunting together? Okay, together, together. But there is one thing, you have to make your own contributions. Moyun looked at Julie, sister, are you right? Julie said lightly, I haven't agreed to expand yet. Although these monsters and gods are valuable, it will take a lot of time to sell them. And recruiting new family members requires a lot of money as a sacrifice to the god of the oath. Moyun recalled that in the ceremony when he joined the Eamon family, there were about 10 silver coins among the offerings to the god of the oath. About 10 silver coins may not seem like many, but they are actually not small numbers. A Catwoman slave only needs 8 pieces, while a godmind slave with 10 years of supernatural power only starts at 80 silver coins. The most important thing is that silver coins are only part of the sacrifices for establishing the oath, and other sacrifices must also be bought with silver coins. Thinking about it this way, recruiting a certain number of new members at one time is indeed a lot of money. Sister, please wait a moment. Moyun quickly made a decision, he returned to the residence, and soon returned to the banquet. Afterwards, Moyun turned the money bag upside down, and a large handful of silver coins fell on the table, and the 2 gold coins on it were particularly conspicuous. This is all my money. I would like to contribute to the family. Chapter 50. Everyone looked at Moyun in surprise, they didn't expect that Moyun had such a huge sum of money on him. The money came from the overseers who were killed by Moyun, and some of them could even be said to be their savings from working in the mine for several years. A pack added up to 300 or 400 silver coins. Most of them came from Ganti, and those 2 gold coins were particularly conspicuous. At this time Moyun already knew. In the realm of the gods, money is not just money. The reason why Huishan Lord mainly circulates this kind of small silver coins is because under the hands of the demigod Lord Art, there is a son of God who is a silver coin god. For the god of currency, the wider the circulation of the currency he makes, the more divine power he can obtain. And every coin contains divine power. A silver coin in Huishan color contains 0.3 divine power, it can be directly absorbed, and the absorbed silver coin is no longer the currency of the gods, but a piece of scrap silver. The only pity is that the currency is not limited only by its own absorption speed like Shenlime and Huishan mine. There is a limit to the divine power that can be absorbed from a currency in one day, and this limit depends on the strength of the god who forged the currency. The limit of Huishan silver coins is 10 silver coins per day, which is 3 days of divine power. And this big gold coin came from the Lord whom the demigod Ader was loyal to, so the limit of how it could be absorbed was much higher. The big gold coin is 5 divine powers, which can normally be exchanged for 30 Huishan collar silver coins, but at the Kaslo market, it can be exchanged for 50 Huishan collar silver coins. This is because after absorbing the divine power in the big gold coin, you will get 2 short-lasting but very effective blessings for the gods. Wealth blessings and healing blessings. After seeing so much money, Julie seemed to have no more excuses to refuse. Her blue eyes took a deep look at Mo Yun. Thank you for your contribution to the family. The family will never forget your contribution. Back at the residence, Mo Yun found that Elsa seemed to have something on her mind. After hesitating for a moment, Elsa finally couldn't help but said. Have you ever heard a saying, the best servant knights often don't get the master's true biography? Mo Yun laughed. Elsa's proverb is actually very easy to understand, translated into Shui Langxing's words. The master of high power. Mo Yun replied calmly, don't worry, I will take care of everything. Elsa froze for a moment. She suddenly thought of a possibility, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was the truth. Could it be that your purpose is to capture the Eamon family? Mo Yun smiled slightly. Why not? Are you not afraid that Amen will deal with you? Everything I do now is for the development of the Amen family. Why should the patriarch deal with me? But you. Mo Yun chuckled lightly. But what? But I have a root bone in the back of my head, right? Mo Yun is very clear about Amen's strength. Because of the curse, Amen has 400 years of divine power but cannot further become the son of God, so he is known as the most powerful god in Kothro market. Mo Yun doesn't think that the current self will be better than Amen. But only for now. Besides, Mo Yun actually admires Amen, so if possible, Mo Yun doesn't want to be an enemy of Amen. There is not only one way to make the Amen family their own. By the way, you contributed a lot to today's hunt. Do you have any rewards you want? Mo Yun asked Elsa. When hunting today, the members of the Amen family were all bastards, and no one knew how to track the beast. In the end, Elsa stood up and said that she had learned to track advanced monsters. Elsa froze for a moment. She did have something she wanted very much. I want to learn your cultivation method. My cultivation method. Mo Yun thought for a moment before realizing that Elsa was talking about meditation. It seemed that she felt that this was the source of her strength. It seems that she has no problem with her thinking. Since Elsa wants to learn, Mo Yun doesn't mind teaching, and also plans to teach her the complete breathing method. In fact, even with Elsa's meditation posture and breathing method, it is difficult to see the effect in a short period of time. Not everyone has a systematic bonus like herself. Teaching is always accompanied by some physical contact, so Mo Yun taught elsewhere as he taught. Just when the sideshow was halfway through, the system sound suddenly sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host and the partner have experienced the harmony of the harmony, and they have jointly obtained 15 times the strengthening of breathing and breathing. Mo Yun was shocked. Harmony? Common acquisition? How does your system still have this function? Mo Yun looked at Elsa, saw the suspicious look on her face, and knew that she must have gained 15 times the strengthening of breathing and breathing. So Mo Yun tentatively asked, did you hear anything just now? Sound? What sound? Elsa asked in surprise. I just feel that my whole body suddenly seems different. A treacherous look flashed across Mo Yun's eyes, and he said to Elsa, do you want to become stronger? To become stronger, of course I want to. Mo Yun decided to spend the whole night carefully studying the new functions of the enhancement system. After dawn, Elsa's beautiful cheeks showed a lovely color. In order to verify the reinforcement, Mo Yun made many new attempts on Elsa. As for herself, she was also dazzled by the benefits brought by the strengthening, and all kinds of cooperation were even catered to. Looking back now, she was so ashamed that she had lost all the shame of the Holy Spirit. However, she did become stronger. Obviously just learned the method of breathing and exhalation, but it has reached a very advanced level all of a sudden. Other than that, her stamina seemed to have suddenly grown more than 10 times what it was before. And Mo Yun also got the same benefits as Elsa. Chapter 51. Mo Yun immediately tasted the sweetness of synergistic reinforcement. After his breathing method awakened the divinity of 3 flowers gathering on the top, the difficulty of obtaining strengthening has been greatly increased, and his breathing method has not been strengthened for a long time. But in one night, he actually strengthened the breathing method 3 more times. You know, for the same 3 reinforcements, Elsa started from scratch. And he is built on the foundation that has been strengthened by 400 times. At the same time, it made Mo Yun feel very interesting and full of potential, and even triggered a synergistic enhancement of 20 times endurance. Perhaps, synergistic reinforcement can become a new breakthrough for us. Now, regarding the direction of becoming stronger, Mo Yun has a new idea. His original idea was to strengthen all the basic attributes that he could think of into divinity. But after the power of the rock smashed the power of the mountain, Mo Yun changed his mind. Mo Yun realized that the divinity of the same attribute has a huge gap. With the same power and divinity, the power of the mountain's power is more than 10 times that of the rock's power. But the power of the mountain is still a primary divinity. This shows that on the road of divinity, he can go deeper and further. From this point of view, it is obviously out of date to spread the rain and dew evenly. However, before, Mo Yun did not intend to give up the strengthening of basic attributes. Not all basic attributes are worthy of being strengthened, and not all basic attributes are not worth strengthening. The divinity of the 4 basic attributes he now possesses are, the power of the mountain. Life is surging. 3 flowers gathered. Fire resistance. In addition to the fact that flame resistance is the kind of low-cost performance, it is not worth investing too much energy. The remaining 3 are very valuable and practical. Mo Yun decided to strengthen the divinity of the 3 basic attributes of agility, perception, and endurance, and use the opportunity of 3 active critical strikes to make them stronger divinity. Then, in turn, focus on building 2 existing divinities, creating a sword and shield for himself. Sword, split mountains and rocks. Shield, 3 flowers gather. Ding! It is detected that the host and partner have endured the harmony of the piano and the sound, and they have jointly obtained 18 times of endurance enhancement. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 1st level divinity, the power of origin. Ding! You actively triggered the 10 times critical strike system, and the critical strike multiplier is 14 times. Congratulations to the host, the 1st level divinity, the power of origin has been strengthened by an additional 13 times, and the advanced level is the 1st level divinity, endless body. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training and has gained 12 times the agility enhancement. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 1st level divinity, Fei Kong Wuji. Ding! You actively triggered the 10 times critical strike system, and the critical strike multiplier is 17 times. Congratulations to the host, the 1st level divinity, Fei Kong Wuji has an additional 16 times enhancement, and the advanced level is the 1st level divinity, the Wizard of the Wild. After 2 weeks, Mo Yun took the initiative to strengthen and critical strike successively to show the divinity of endurance and agility. At this time, the last attribute he wants to strengthen his divinity is perception. However, although there are relatively few opportunities for perception to be trained, it is almost time to strengthen the divine nature. At this time, Moyun can only choose to suspend the training of perception, and wait until the cooling of the next active critical strike improves, and then make a breakthrough in the perception of divinity. It can be said that the basic divinity is enough for Moyun now. The improvement brought about by the basic divinity is also very obvious. At this time, at the feet of Moyun, lay 3 monster gods named Swordbone Eagle. It is because of them that they helped Moyun complete the last agility enhancement. There are 4 Swordbone Eagles in the family, and the last one, after seeing its companion being killed, hurriedly flapped its wings and fled. Moyun, who has obtained the divinity of the wilderness wizard, picked up a spear and looked at the Swordbone Eagle in the distance. In the past, he had absolutely nothing to do with this Swordbone Eagle that had fled far away. But this time, it was different. In addition to the improvement of speed and agility brought about by the agility divinity, there is also unparalleled accuracy. Moyun held a spear in his hand and threw it far away. Blazing spear. The spear cut through the sky and shot the Swordbone Eagle from the sky. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 20 times the throwing enhancement. Moyun couldn't help being in a good mood. Sure enough, improving the basic attributes is of great benefit. After laying a solid foundation, the throw that hadn't been touched for a long time was strengthened once more. Indeed, under the divinity of the wilderness wizard, his level of use of the blazing spear has been greatly improved. Brother Moyun is too strong. Mina is so powerful, he can hit with one hit from such a distance. Moyun smiled softly, the lungs in the Swordbone Eagle's body, you can eat them separately. Thank you Brother Moyun. Being able to follow Brother Moyun is indeed the most correct choice I have made in my life. The most precious part of a Swordbone Eagle is its powerful lungs, followed by air sacs and wing bones. Its lungs can also provide divine power and bring additional attribute improvements. When everyone was sharing the eagle lungs, Moyun said, "Elsa, take us to retrieve the last Swordbone Eagle." Yes. Today's Elsa has transformed into an excellent scout, her breathing method has increased to 150 times, and her endurance has been strengthened to more than 200 times. Moyun found that her use of active crit actually had an effect on Elsa, but it seemed that because she had no Godhead, she didn't get divinity. Today's Elsa is more charming than before, and it makes the men of the Eamon family fascinated. Under the leadership of Elsa, everyone quickly found the last Swordbone Eagle, but at this time, someone had already come a step ahead. Brother Sieli, this Swordbone Eagle was hunted by Brother Moyun. Shiler was lamenting how lucky he was to pick up a Swordbone Eagle today. After seeing the group of Moyun rushing over, his expression instantly became extremely dark. Chapter 52. Currently Moyun and Shiler are leading the hunt separately. In the beginning, it was true that Moyun and Scheller were hunting together, but Scheller soon found himself reduced to Moyun's foil, so the two began to hunt separately. Moyun sneered in his heart. Do you think you won't be reduced to a foil by hunting separately? For 2 weeks, Moyun averaged at least 2 precious monsters and beasts every day. In contrast, Scherer had only hunted 4 prey equivalent to the wild boars of the monster god, plus some pretentious hares and the like, and none of the precious monster gods. Many family members who participated in the hunt had already started praying to the main god before the hunt, so that they would not be assigned to Scherer's team. At this time, Sieli was furious when he heard the words of the family members behind Moyun. When did an ordinary family member dare to talk to himself like this? Sieli said coldly, "You say that Lao Ba hunted this Swordbone Eagle, what evidence do you have? Isn't that enough to explain the problem?" The people behind Moyun held up the 3 Swordbone Eagles they carried on their backs as if showing off. Even Scheller's confidants couldn't help it, and said loudly, "Only by those 3, does it mean that my Swordbone Eagle belongs to you? There are so many Swordbone Eagles in the sky, is it because you hunted 3 of them that they all belong to you?" The people behind were about to argue, but were stopped by Mo Yun's hand. Mo Yun smiled and said, "Isn't it just a sword-bone eagle? We are all brothers, so why hurt the peace of brothers? I will give this sword-bone eagle to you." At this moment, Xie Li felt a great humiliation. He threw the sword-bone eagle in front of Mo Yun, and said coldly, "Take your stuff." Mo Yun was a little surprised that Shiler, the prey of the monster and god, didn't want it. It's hard to see that Scheller still has some backbone. Since Scheller didn't want it, Mo Yun naturally let his subordinates take it with him. When Mo Yun and his group returned to the Eamon family, the family members immediately surrounded them. 4 sword-bone eagles. 1 demon-eater flower. Brother Mo Yun is really amazing. Looks like we can celebrate again tonight. The dinner began quickly, and many members of the celebrating family suddenly reached a consensus. Everyone said to the head of the house, "Eamon." The Eamon family has grown from more than 30 people to more than 60 people now. Brother Mo Yun has contributed a lot. We think Brother Mo Yun's seat should be rising. That's right. In the past, the family was limited in resources, and they all relied on themselves for cultivation. Now everyone can receive the cultivation resources they need every day. The speed of cultivation is nearly half faster than before, and this is all thanks to Brother Mo Yun. Brother Xie Li is useless compared to Brother Mo Yun. Why does he take the 5th place and Brother Mo Yun takes the 8th place? We are not convinced. Yes, we are not convinced. Brother Mo Yun should go up a few ranks. After hearing the speech of the family members, Xie Li almost crushed the wine glass in his hand. He patted the table and stood up, and shouted to Mo Yun opposite. "What exactly do you want? 5th brother? What are you talking about? I didn't do anything." Mo Yun said very calmly. But then again, the title Starling really makes him very awkward, and Mo Yun often associates it with birds. It's time to raise your own position. You said you didn't do anything. Xie Li said coldly, "Use favors to buy people's hearts and win over family members to build momentum for you. Do you dare to say that you have planned all this for a long time?" Shiler turned his head to Eamon and Julie and said, "Brother and sister. Letting Mo Yun join the Eamon family is a wrong decision. This is to lure wolves into the house and raise tigers for trouble. It's ridiculous." Mo Yun coldly interrupted Xie Li, "5th brother, I respect you very much. I have always turned a blind eye to your actions against me. I didn't expect that you would use such vicious words to slander me. I contribute wholeheartedly to the family. I work hard. I work hard. Everyone in the family can see it. And you, fishing for 3 days and posting on the net for 2 days, don't want to make more contributions to the family, but only envy and slander those who have made more contributions than you. You even swear here and frame me for hiding evil intentions. I have done so much for the family. Isn't everyone benefited? And there is an oath, will I betray the family?" Mo Yun's words were immediately recognized by almost all family members, who contributed more to the family and who brought them more benefits. Everyone naturally knew clearly. Brother Mo Yun is right. Shiler is not worthy of being the 5th person. He should be ashamed and give up his position. In a rage, Scheller turned over from the table and yelled at Mo Yun, "If you want to take away my 5th position, you have the ability to beat me." Mo Yun smiled softly, "Since 5th brother has this elegance, then I will accompany him to the end." Seeing Mo Yun standing up, Xie Li couldn't control the anger in his heart, and punched Mo Yun. Scherer's own agility attribute has been tempered for a long time, and he is only less than 30 years away from obtaining divinity. If he is singled out, his agility advantage can definitely crush most of the gods who have about 100 years of divine power. Seeing that Scheller is specialized in agility, Mo Yun couldn't help laughing. Isn't this a coincidence? He just got a divinity with an agility attribute. Chapter 53. Today I will let you know how powerful I am. Scherer has already made a move. He is as fast as a cheetah, and his fist speed is even faster. The fist pierced the air with a sharp sound. The family members were secretly surprised that Xie, the fifth speaker, really had some skills, and they suddenly had suspense about the outcome of this contest. However, the smile on Mo Yun's face was even bigger than before. Since Skrur is specialized in agility, it can be said that he is in his favor. Use agility to agility. He happened to see what level his new divinity was. Agile divinity, the wilderness wizard. Mo Yun instantly entered a state of high agility. At this time, Mo Yun couldn't help but smile and watch Skrur perform. No one would have imagined that Scherer, who looked like a cheetah in their eyes, was just a toddler in Mo Yun's eyes. And Mo Yun himself is a flying fairy traveling in the wilderness. Kneel down for me. Schuyler came up behind Mo Yun with a stride, showing a ferocious smile. However, in the next second, the figure in front of him disappeared. At this moment, a voice suddenly came to his ears. The voice was too soft and too close, and Scherer, who was so close, knew that the other party said the words almost close to his body. That's it. In the next second, Scherer felt his head being forcibly pushed down by a huge force. Boom! Mo Yun held Xie Li's head, and pressed his side face firmly to the ground. Xie Li's right face was in close contact with the ground, and even fell into it. No matter how much Xie Li struggled, he still couldn't raise his face. Seeing that many people were looking at him, Xie Li shouted angrily, Mo Yun! How dare you insult me? How dare you insult me like this? You talk too much nonsense. Mo Yun moved Xie Li's head slightly, and pressed his whole face on the ground, into the soil. This time, Xie Li was speechless. So strong. Did you see the speed just now? It's terrible. Everyone was surprised to find that Xie Li, who has always been proud of his agility and often showed off his speed, couldn't even touch the hem of Mo Yun's clothes. At this time, the people of the Amen family's words were extremely shocked. Was the speed just now the power of the divine crystal? No. Not like. There is no sign of using it, it is more like an instinctive ability possessed by a god. Divinity. According to the various abilities of Mo Yun when he joined the Amen family, everyone in the family generally felt that the Godhead possessed by Mo Yun should be a combination of strength and attack, and most of them believed that it was related to the mountain. But the power of the Godhead crystal related to the mountain, it is difficult to explain the extremely chic action just now. Has anyone ever seen a mountain dancing in the sky? No one has seen it. Undoubtedly, it is divinity. And it is still quite divine, otherwise it would not be possible to have such a fast speed. At this time, someone has already thought of more. If such a fast speed is divine, then the mountain-like power, could it be said that it is also? Big brother, big sister, brothers, it seems that I won. Mo Yun looked at Eamon and Julie. Okay. It's time for you to put Scheller away. Certainly. After being released, Scheller wanted to fight Mo Yun desperately, but Eamon shouted. Schuyler! Do you want to humiliate yourself again? Xie Li was stunned for a moment, and retreated resentfully. He felt that the whole world was looking at him with insult and contempt, and he lowered his head unconsciously. I declare that starting today, Mo Yun will be the fifth speaker of our Eamon family. The original fifth speaker will become the sixth speaker, and the rest will follow in order. Thank you, Patriarch, for your trust. I will definitely live up to the expectations of Patriarch and brothers, and lead the Amen family to glory. Mo Yun said to Amen. But at this time, he saw that the family's dignified, intellectual and mature woman's sister-in-law, Julie, was looking at him with vigilant and apprehensive eyes like a poisonous snake. Mo Yun did not avoid Julie's eyes at all, but showed her a humble expression. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 15 times the enhancement of sword skills. In the days of the next active crit update, Mo Yun devoted himself to the enhancement of sword skills. His sword technique of chopping mountains and rocks was obtained when he was strengthened 560 times, so he was considered to be a very strong fighting divinity. However, as the overall basic attributes have all completed the divine crit, it seems that among all the divinities possessed by Awaken, splitting mountains and rocks can no longer be regarded as the strongest. Therefore, it is imminent to strengthen the divinity of splitting mountains and cutting rocks. Since the divinity of the power of the mountain is strengthened by the crit strike of the divine power of the rock, can it be understood that as long as he keeps strengthening his sword skills, he can also evolve into a more powerful divinity? Based on such speculation, Awaken began several days of penance. Except for hunting, he basically practiced chopping with a knife in his room. Strengthening the divinity of the basic attribute is indeed a correct choice. After the basic attribute has obtained the divinity, the sword technique that was already difficult to strengthen has once again been prompted by the system. On the first day, Awaken strengthened his knife skills 3 times. On the second day, Awaken strengthened his knife skills twice. On the third day, strengthened twice. On the fourth day, once. As the strengthening frequency decreased, Awaken even tried Elsa's idea, wondering if he could find a shortcut to improve the evil way, but in the end he found nothing, so he had to let it go. Now Elsa is not as easy as before to be easily persuaded by his nonsense of "do you want to become stronger?" On this day, when Awaken, who had just finished hunting, was about to go back to the room to strengthen his sword skills, 2 family members ran back in embarrassment and shouted, "It's bad! Schuyler betrayed the family." Ames wanted to stop him. He was killed by the Sam family. The family members were shocked for a moment. Chapter 54. Betrayal, although rare in the wilderness, is not uncommon either. The contract fetters of the god of contract are not as sacred as the oath when joining the family. The only guarantee of the oath is that if a family member takes the initiative to kill a member of the same clan, he will be punished by the god of the oath. Even this, however, is not completely invulnerable. For example, this time, family member Emersy was killed by members of the Sam family because he tried to prevent Scherer from defecting. Although Emersy died because of Scheller's betrayal, because Scheller himself did not participate in the killing of Emersy, Scheller would not be punished by the god of the oath. At this time, all the members of the Amen family gathered together to discuss Scherer's defection and the new family that accepted Scherer. Sam family. From the mouths of everyone, Awaken knew that the Sam family was another family bordering on the territory of the Amen family. The 2 sides were once hostile because of their interests. The overall strength of the Sam family is much stronger than that of the Amen family. The total number of Sam's family is about 150 people, including 110 gods and 2 sons of gods. This kind of strength undoubtedly made many people retreat. If it's the Sam family, it seems that we can only suffer from being dumb. I didn't expect the traitor, Scheller, to hook up with the Sam family. I've seen something wrong with him. He also said that brother Awaken has hidden evil intentions, and he is the one who has no good intentions. The important thing is what to do now. Patriarch, please say something. All eyes focused on Patriarch Amen, who didn't say a word, as if he was thinking deeply. At this time, Julie said, "Otherwise, let's negotiate with the Sam family first." The family members sighed and said, "Since the elder sister has said so, it is obvious that this is the only way to go." The morale of everyone in the family has obviously been hit a lot. The vigorous development of the family during this period of time makes them feel that the future is full of hope. But at this moment they suddenly recalled that the Amen family was just an ordinary family struggling to survive in the wilderness. Just when everyone thought that this matter would end with giving up the pursuit, Awaken's voice sounded. "Sister. I don't agree with you." All eyes were on Awaken. In fact, everyone knew very well that Awaken had a very direct relationship with Scherer's defection. "Then what's your opinion?" Julie looked at Awaken coldly, her tone lacking any kindness. "Big sister. Since the Sam family has killed Emerzi, you still go to negotiate with them, isn't it just humiliating yourself? Then what do you think it should be? Julie asked very bluntly. Mo Yun did not answer Julie's words immediately, but said, I remember when we joined the family, we made a vow together. From now on, we will be like brothers. We will share weal and woe, we will share weal and woe. Now, Scheller has betrayed us. And he also killed Emerzi with the help of the Sam family. I can bear the defection of Xia Li's family, but I can't bear that he killed a family member. Aims can't die in vain. Traitor, you must pay the price. What Mo Yun said made the family members excited. The recent vigorous development of the family has also given them a different self-confidence than before. At this time, everyone said, Fifth brother is right. Brother Mo Yun is right. Traitors must pay the price. Julie's eyes turned cold, and she was about to speak, but Mo Yun took the lead and said, Since you don't want to take care of this matter, let me take care of it. Julie was dissatisfied suddenly, but was stopped by Eamon. He said to Mo Yun, you are right. The traitor must pay the price. I will leave this matter to you. If you can perfectly bring Xia Li back, and you will be the fourth person in charge of the family. Brother, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Mo Yun turned and left, and many people in the family wanted to go with Mo Yun with enthusiasm, but Mo Yun declined, and even Elsa let her stay in the camp. Now Elsa has the ability to protect herself completely, and Mo Yun doesn't have to worry about who in the family will be bold. Afterwards, Mo Yun asked the family members who reported the direction in which Scheller escaped. Then, one person with 1 knife and 10 spears, they rushed towards the distance. In the wasteland, Scheller was returning to the Sam family with several members of the Sam family. A fat demon headed by said to Scherer, After joining our Sam family, you can't be as unruly as you were before the Eamon family. You used to be the 5th person in charge of the Eamon family. The Sam family will not treat you badly. Xia Li quickly said, I understand. At this time, he still had lingering fears. Although he was not familiar with family member Emerzi, Emerzi was brutally killed by this fat demon in front of him. The family bond between the two made Scheller feel unbearable, but he didn't make any sound. Because he knew that this was the proof that he and the Eamon family had a close relationship, and it was also the warning given to him by the Sam family. But from now on, he is a member of the Sam family. Thinking of the person in his heart that filled him with hatred, Xia Li took a deep breath and said, Please rest assured, I will definitely do my best to assist the Sam family and completely annex the Amen family. Chapter 55. Stepping into the wilderness, Mo Yun immediately increased his speed to the limit, and chased in the direction where Xia Li defected. The divinity of the wilderness came into play once again, and Mo Yun, like an afterimage, quickly swept past everything around him. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training and has gained 18 times the speed enhancement. There is such a good thing. Mo Yun froze for a moment, a smile formed on the corner of his mouth. It seems that today is another day favored by the goddess of luck. Mo Yun speeded up again in an instant, blowing across the wilderness like a gust of wind. Finally, Mo Yun spotted several figures in the distance, and he immediately locked on to the target and rushed forward. Whew! What a speed! In a burst of surprise, Mo Yun came to Xia Li and the others, looking at Xia Li coldly. Scheller! You should understand the purpose of my coming to you, right? Are you going with me by yourself, or do you want me to take you back? Facing Mo Yun's gaze, Xia Li couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. He knew he was not Mo Yun's opponent. However, the speed of Mo Yun just now let Skrr know that the gap between him and Mo Yun may be much larger than expected. Cowardly before fighting, Skrr even has the full fighting spirit. Hey! If you want to take people away in front of us, you don't take me, Peiji, seriously. The guy named Peiji is a fat demon from the Sam family. He stared at Mo Yun's eyes and hair color, and couldn't help laughing. The color of your eyes and hair is very interesting, you should be a hybrid descendant of our demons. In the law of our demons, low-level demons must obey high-level demons unconditionally, and you, a descendant of mixed blood, should obey even more, don't you know? Mo Yun turned his head and looked at the fat demon. Devil? What kind of rubbish is a demon, and it deserves to be compared with me? What audacity, half-breed BD! Do you know what you're talking about? There was a sneer on the corner of Mo Yun's mouth, and a chilling light radiated from his eyes. He had thought he would never hear the insult mongrel BD again. Unexpectedly, there are still people who dare to touch their reverse scales. Court death. Mo Yun put his hand on the handle of the knife, but the fat demon struck first. Die! Bug! The fat demon roared, black flames rose from his body, and he smashed fiercely at Mo Yun with his black flame fist, as if he wanted to completely engulf Mo Yun. But what the fat devil didn't expect was that his fist didn't hit at all. So fast! Even the fat devil couldn't help but secretly marveled in his heart, but he had seen Mo Yun's speed just now, so it wasn't too surprising that he could dodge his fist. Moreover, even if he dodged his fist, it was useless. The fire of hell, burn my enemies to pieces. The fat devil stretched out his hand, as if he was about to crush something, and the jet-black flames he shot just now rushed towards Mo Yun in an instant. Mo Yun never expected that the flames that he thought were useless to resist divinity came in handy again. When these pitch-black flames approached his body, they instantly extinguished like being sprayed by a dry ice fire extinguisher. It seems that your hellfire doesn't seem to have any effect. Mo Yun sneered. The fat devil was dumbfounded for a moment, opened his mouth for a long time, and then said in surprise, "Fire resistance, divinity." This is the first person to tell the origin of Mo Yun's divinity in one mouthful. In this case, Mo Yun decided to show some more divinities to let the fat devil know. The BD. Now it's my turn. The Wizard of the Wild. The power of the mountain. Split mountains and rocks. Mo Yun jumped up high and slashed at the fat demon several times. The fat demon stared at his dark eyes, and he didn't even have time to defend himself with his spread wings, so he murmured. What the hell kind of monster are you? Boom! 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 Cut out 5 in a row, and the 5 cracks tore the ground apart. In an instant, the fat demon turned into a puddle of completely indistinguishable things, only a small half of the demon's wings, which can prove that he was really existed. Whether it was the fat devil's subordinates or Xie, after seeing this scene again, they were all stunned on the spot. Run! Run separately! Go back and report to the Patriarch. The fat demon's 2 subordinates, one left and one right, one flying and one crawling, wanted to quickly escape from Mo Yun in front of him. At this moment, Mo Yun chuckled and took out the spear from behind. Blazing spear! Go! Accompanied by 2 beautiful straight lines, the 2 died instantly. Xie was stunned for a moment, and immediately came back to his senses. He still had the guts to fight Mo Yun, and hurriedly said. Don't kill me! There is a family vow, you can't kill me. The traitor must die. Mo Yun slashed at Xie with a knife, but he just knocked him unconscious. With the family oath, he could not kill Xie, but Xie could not escape death after all. Lifting Scheller, Mo Yun quickly returned to the valley of the Amen family. At this time, in the valley of Patriarch Amen, all the family members were looking forward to the entrance of the valley. While everyone was waiting, finally, the long-awaited figure finally appeared at the entrance. It was Mo Yun who came. Mo Yun held up the sharer in his hand, and said to the members of the Amen family. I have lived up to everyone's expectations. The traitor Xie, I personally captured it. Good job. Judge him. At this time, the members of the Amen family immediately erupted into cheers like a tsunami, and then, the excited family members called out Mo Yun's name in unison. Mo Yun! Mo Yun! Mo Yun! At this moment, Mo Yun knew that his prestige in the Amen family had already surpassed everyone in the family. Even Patriarch Eamon. But there was a pair of blue eyes, staring coldly at Mo Yun, who looked like a shining star, and pierced his fingertips into his palm. Chapter 56. According to the oath, members of the family cannot kill their companions, even the betrayed sharer. Otherwise, you will be punished by the oath. But this does not mean that there is no way to punish Skurrer. At this time, at the place where the family took an oath to join, Xia Li was tied up in the center by 5 flowers, and all the family members gathered together. The god of the oath of the wilderness is above. The family member Shiler betrayed the family. Please the god of the oath grant the death penalty. This is one of the most difficult ceremonies to perform, requiring almost everyone involved in the oath to be present for the ceremony. It is also the cruelest ritual. Sharer's face contorted together after offering the tribute. You guys! You can't do this to me. I have made a lot of contributions to the family. I have paid a lot for you. You can't do this, you can't do this. At this matter, a golden light fell on Xia Li's body, and Xia Li's body twisted instantly. He cried out, "Help me and pull me out," but no one offered a helping hand. Mo Yun clearly felt that all the divine power in Xia Li's body was being absorbed by this golden light, and he gradually became a god-man without any divine power. This is not the end. After squeezing out all the divine power, Jin Guang began to squeeze Xia Li's vitality again. In the end, there was only a shriveled and black skeleton left of the former 5th person in charge of the Amen family. Such a capital punishment made everyone tremble with fear, and they dared not have the slightest thought of betraying the family. Mo Yun's focus is elsewhere. It's not enough to extract all the divine power and life force, and even ask for tribute. What a god of the wilderness oath! Sure enough, as long as the word wilderness is added in front of it, there will be no good stubble. After executing Skurrer again, Amen turned around again and announced. From today onwards, Mo Yun is the 4th person in charge of the Amen family. Okay. There was a burst of cheers from the family immediately, as if they were happier than they themselves being the talker. Mo Yun enjoys the feeling of being surrounded by people. The seeds he planted have reached the moment of taking root and growing vigorously. And his action of arresting and judging Skurrer was just a spring breeze that turned the seeds into grasslands. But even at this time, Mo Yun still did not take it lightly. He still noticed that among the crowd, a pair of blue eyes were always staring at him, like a beast staring at its prey. A smile appeared on the corner of Mo Yun's mouth, but he didn't pierce the window paper. Julie clenched her fists tightly, her eyes were full of coldness. She muttered to herself. As long as I'm still alive, the Amen family will always be ruled by Amen. Immediately after Sharer's death, Mo Yun returned to the 2.1-line life of hunting and practicing knife skills. He wasn't complacent about the peak of his family's prestige. Because Mo Yun knows. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. He still has a lot to do. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 16 times the enhancement of sword skills. At this time, Mo Yun's sword technique enhancement has reached 900 times. Mo Yun has an intuition that when the strengthening multiplier reaches 1000 times, the divinity of cutting mountains and rocks will complete the evolution. For gods, intuition is often equated with truth. However, the last 100 times is very difficult. As the multiplier increases, the frequency of strengthening the sword technique becomes less and less. Mo Yun has nothing to do about it, but practice hard. While Mo Yun was practicing diligently, a guest came outside the door. Fourth. Boss asked me to tell you something. The person who came was Fiend, the 7th eldest in the family, but now that Skurrer died, he has become the 6th. So it's brother Finn, what's the matter? I can't afford it, fourth brother, you are the elder brother now. I have to call you the fourth elder brother. Finn said politely, he was already a loyal fan of Moyun at this time. Finn talked about business, brother said, after you start tomorrow, go to Cathro Market for a 3-day vacation. Vacation? No, I don't need a vacation. Moyun said in his heart that there must be something wrong with why he doesn't take vacation early or late, but why he takes vacation at this time. Moyun said decisively, the family still needs me. Now is not the time for me to talk about personal enjoyment, I must stand up when the family needs it most. This is the only way to be worthy of the family's kindness to me. Finn stared at Moyun dumbfounded, such righteous words. He felt very hypocritical at this moment. Fourth, this is what big brother and sister-in-law mean. Then please go and tell the eldest brother and sister-in-law what I just said, these words are what I mean. Finn opened his mouth, seeing that Moyun couldn't be persuaded, so he could only turn around and leave. There was a sneer at the corner of Moyun's mouth, do you really think I'm stupid if you want to turn yourself away at this time? Sister Julie, it seems that she can't sit still anymore. Those who achieve great things are compared with who is more patient. Moyun is not in a hurry, the closer it is to the end, the calmer he becomes. Moyun continued to practice chopping in the room, but soon, Moyun sensed a woman like a storm coming to the door of his room. It was Julie who came. Sister, why are you here? Moyun showed a very humble attitude. If it's useful to send a message, do I still need to come in person? Julie looked at Moyun and said. Fourth, letting you take a vacation is the family's unanimous decision to reward you. Do you think that the Amen family will treat anyone who has merit? Chapter 57. When Julie was looking at Moyun, Moyun was also looking at Julie's blue eyes. Even with Elsa's contrast, Julie doesn't look overshadowed. On the contrary, there is a feeling of blooming flowers. She and Elsa are beauties with completely different styles. They are mature, intellectual, and full of elegance. They are dressed in a black tight-fitting knitted skirt, which sets off their beautiful body curves, just like a real lady. At this time, the noble Lady Julie said, you have been in the family for a while, but you haven't been to our Eamon family's shop except when you joined the family, have you? But big sister, I'm still in charge of hunting. Eamon said that he will be responsible for the next 3 days of hunting. Julie interrupted Moyun, besides, it doesn't matter even if you stop for a few days. The prey you hunted have filled our shops, and many of them have not been sold yet. Sister, do you want me to find a way to sell these goods? Moyun asked. No, Eamon means to let you rest for a few days, this is the reward you deserve. As Julie spoke, she took out a bag of silver coins. Although this is nothing compared to the money you contributed to the family, I hope you don't think it's too little. How come? Moyun took the silver coin and said to Julie, it seems that I can only rest for a few days. I wish you a good time in the next few days. Sister, please don't worry about this, I claim to be very good at playing. After Julie left, Moyun said to Elsa who was meditating, tomorrow, come with me to the Castro market. Elsa opened her eyes and couldn't help but said, I feel that Julie doesn't seem to have any good intentions. Moyun smiled lightly. Julian didn't feel well. Isn't this something everyone knows about Simazea's heart? She almost saw her with a dagger just now, and she killed herself with a knife, and shouted, Julie the murderer is also. But Julie has reached the point of personally asking him to take a vacation, so Moyun naturally has to give face. After all, he hasn't reached the time to tear his face apart yet. On the way to the Castro family, Moyun always chose to walk with the family members, and was very careful along the way. But her eldest sister, Julie, doesn't seem to plan to attack herself on the road. Moyun is also curious about how Julie plans to deal with herself. According to the family oath, she can't directly attack herself, so she can only think of some other ways. For the unknown, Moyun has always been very vigilant, and he decided to adopt the most conservative response plan. Soon, Moyun and his family members came to the shops in Kaslo Market. The store is the most important asset of the Amen family, and almost half of the supplies of the Amen family are sold from here. The family members of the store will rotate, but two people will always remain the same. The first one is Gal, who was originally the fourth and now the fifth speaker of the family. He has a trading Godhead and is the manager of the store. The other is Karma, the sixth female goblin in the family. She has the Godhead of the alchemy department and is the chief craftsman of the family. When the two met Moyun, they were very polite and friendly. The female goblin Karma, who is only not much higher than Moyun's knee, looked up at Moyun and expressed emotion. The last time I saw you was just a month ago. I didn't expect that I would call you fourth brother now. I'm really not used to it. Gal didn't mind Moyun taking his position as the fourth speaker, and said. The last time I saw you, I felt that your future is limitless. It is indeed so. Because of your hunting, the monthly income of the shop is now more than that of the previous year. Moyun quickly complimented, you are too polite, the main reason is that you sold well, I just did my best. For Gal's Godhead, the greater the transaction volume, the more divine power he can obtain. Therefore, Gal has a good impression of Moyun who can bring him benefits, and he doesn't care about the seat of the speaker. He said kindly, brother and sister-in-law have already told me that they want you to relax for a few days. If you have any needs, just tell me. I will try my best to meet them. After that, Gal walked to Moyun's side and whispered. Moyun, you have to be more careful recently. Your bounty has been raised to 800 silver coins, even surpassing that of the owner. In Kothro Bazaar, this has already attracted the attention of some quite powerful bounty hunters. 800 silver coins. Moyun was stunned for a moment, he hadn't done anything for a month, how could he add a reward of 500 silver coins for nothing? Soon, Moyun knew that it turned out that Ailes added 200 to his reward, which became 500. The Sam family also offered a joint reward of 100 silver coins. Recently, an unknown joint reward of 1,200 silver coins has been added. Gal said, but don't worry. At least you are absolutely safe here with us. But if you go out, you must be careful. Is it absolutely safe in the shop? Moyun immediately had a calculation in his heart. At this time, a brother group of bounty hunters had quietly approached the shop of the Amen family. Brother, my ability can be determined, and the target is in the shop. According to the regulations of the Castro camp, the store is an inviolable place, and no one can bear the anger of the Castro family. The eldest brother said calmly, wait. Wait for him to come out. I can't believe that he can stay in the grocery store all day. Chapter 58. Big Brother. Big Brother. Wake up. The eldest brother of the bounty hunter brothers woke up immediately and looked at his younger brother. The target came out. It's time for us to change shifts. When the two brothers were watching, one of them would rest while the other kept a close watch, alternating rotations. This is one of their biggest advantages over other solo bounty hunters. But at this moment, the bounty hunter elder brother looked at his younger brother with a confused face. Have you changed shift? How long has it been? All day. The bounty hunter brother's expression suddenly became extremely subtle. He couldn't help turning his head, staring at the shop of the Amen family, and asked, the whole day. What did he do in the shop? Practice the knife. Then what? Nothing else. The corner of the bounty hunter's mouth twitched all day long. Although to the gods, a day is but a snap of the fingers. But that is for high-level gods, at least they must be a son of God. You are a god. Don't you get tired of practicing knives all day in a shop? The same idea is shared by Gal and Karma. It stands to reason that Mo Yun, who is on vacation, should have a good time at the Kothro market, enjoy some high-quality magical food, and then go to some places to have fun. Even though Elsa is amazingly beautiful, but as a man, his taste will always change. But Mo Yun doesn't seem to be interested in anything. Since he came to the shop, he has been in the corner of the shop, contacting Pai Zhan over and over again. But speaking of it, Mo Yun's sword cut made them feel odd. Even if they are laymen, they can still feel that the simple slash contains a simple and perfect rhythm and a very deep and mysterious atmosphere. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 18 times the enhancement of sword skills. Hey! Mo Yun let out a long breath. It took a whole day and night to trigger the sword skill enhancement only once. After reaching 900 times, if you want to trigger the strengthening of the sword technique again, the difficulty is comparable to the sky. If it weren't for his strength, agility, endurance, and perception, which are the 4 basic attributes, which have all gained divinity, coupled with the perfect control of the body by Sanhuajuding's divinity, he estimates that the time interval between one strengthening may be at least several times longer than it is now. 10 times. There are still many benefits to laying a good foundation. Mo Yun put down the knife in his hand, and the family members in the shop also breathed a sigh of relief. After practicing the knife all day and night, it's time to go out and play for a while. Mo Yun sat down and began to meditate. The members of the family looked at each other in blank dismay. They just finished their knives and started practicing again? However, Mo Yun didn't meditate for a long time, and after resting for less than half an hour, he stood up again. Gal breathed a sigh of relief, and walked towards Mo Yun and Elsa. Not only Mo Yun, Elsa seemed to be stimulated by Mo Yun, and she practiced knife all day beside her. Her stamina is also amazing, but she is more tired than Mo Yun. But after getting tired, Elsa will enter into a meditation state and start practicing breathing and breathing. Gal inadvertently sighed, after all, they are a family. This personal item actually follows the owner, he is a cultivator madman. Gal walked over and said, Mo Yun, it's time for you to go out and have fun. And Elsa, you should also relax. However, Mo Yun picked up the knife and said as if he didn't hear Gal's words at all. Come again. Gal's expression froze in an instant. The boss of the bounty hunter brothers just watched Mo Yun secretly outside. From morning to noon, and from noon to night. From bright and sunny days to rare moon and stars, and then from rare moon and stars to shining morning light. Oh shit! The BD has practiced knives all day again. Is practicing knife very addictive? The boss of the bounty hunter had the urge to go back and find a knife to practice chopping. He now FG wants to know, what kind of charm is there in the crap of practicing swords, which can make Mo Yun practice for 2 days and 2 nights. At this time, the second bounty hunter opened his eyes and asked the boss in a low voice. Brother, do you want to change shift? Change your fart. We won't hunt for this target. With grumbling words of whoever loves to hunt, and I want to go back to practice knives, the boss of the bounty hunter left the shop of the Aman family with his brothers cursing. Facts have proved that the decision of the bounty hunter boss is wise. For 3 days, Gal and Karma watched Mo Yun practice the knife for 3 full days in the shop. Apart from meditating and resting occasionally, Mo Yun did nothing else. This morning, Mo Yun suddenly asked Gal. Is my vacation over? Several black lines appeared on Gal's forehead. You even know you're on vacation? Gal, Karma. Thank you for your hospitality. I spent this holiday very fulfilling and very happy. Gal and Karma believe that it is very fulfilling, but they are so happy that they can't help but mutter. Can you feel happy after wielding a knife for 3 days? Is Mo Yun still a masochist? With 2 more days left, Mo Yun got 2 more sword skills enhancements, plus the one on the first day, a total of 50 times the enhancement. This naturally made Mo Yun, who originally thought he could only strengthen it twice, very happy. His sword technique has been strengthened to 950 times, and it should be only 3 times away from evolving into a new divinity. At this time, the shift changers of the Eamon family had already arrived at the store. Brother Moyun, we are here to pick you up. Brother Eamon and Sister Julie have prepared a surprise for you in the family. Oh? Surprise! Moyun was taken aback for a moment, and then showed a warm smile to the family members. Surprise? I don't know whether it's because there are more elements of surprise, or more elements of joy. Chapter 59. On the way back to the Eamon family, Moyun stopped suddenly. Those who wanted to kill themselves couldn't bear it after all. After sensing the enemy's strength, Moyun said to his family companions, "You guys go first. I suddenly have some insights, and I want to stay here for a while." It is quite common for the gods to appear comprehension. The family members did not feel that there was anything wrong, but said, "Brother Moyun, let's stay and wait for you together." "No, don't I remember the way back?" Moyun asked the family members to leave first, leaving Elsa alone. The reason why he did this was because Moyun felt that the enemy in the dark was stronger, and the members of the family could not help him. On the contrary, the enemy may capture family members and use them to threaten themselves. At that time, if you don't save it, it may affect your reputation in the family. If saved, the family members are equivalent to a burden. Moyun then threw the question back to Julie. In this way, even if they were killed on the way back, it has little to do with Moyun. If I can arrive in time to save a few people, it will make the remaining living people feel grateful, and by the way, spread a wave of publicity for myself in the family. The hearts of those who play tricks are indeed black. Moyun evaluated himself in this way. However, it is not very likely that Julie will attack the members of the Eamon family. It is not in Julie's interest to kill other members of the family. Julie's goal should be only herself. Moyun carefully perceives everything around him. Under the 3-flower gathering and more than 200 times of perception, his perception ability is extremely strong. But this time, Moyun met his opponent. As bounty hunters living in the wilderness, everyone has their own unique set of concealment abilities. In the career of a century-old bounty hunter, these people's concealment abilities have already been perfected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moyun first quickly found the 3 people who were hiding. The business level of these 3 people was obviously relatively poor, the remaining 2 could only catch a trace in a short moment. A sense of danger came to Moyun's heart. Maybe there are not only 5 hidden enemies. The rest may have been beyond his perception. The bounty hunters didn't attack immediately, they were waiting for Moyun to show their flaws, and at the same time they were guarding against their competitors, so as not to be left behind by the Orioles. This is a silent contest, both sides are trying their best to obtain more information, just like the most patient hunter and the most patient prey. However, the identity between hunter and prey may be reversed instantly. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 22 times the perception enhancement. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the first level divinity, Stillwater Hearing Scar. Moyun froze for a moment. The enhancement of perception is reasonable, but he didn't expect to gain divinity at this time. He still has a chance to take the initiative to crit. He originally wanted to leave it to cleaving mountains and rocks, who might evolve at any time, but there is no doubt that at this time, crit perception of divinity can have an immediate effect. There is not much time left for Moyun to make a choice. He has to make a decision whether to leave it to the mountain and rock or to strengthen the Stillwater Hearing mark. Otherwise, after a few seconds, even if he wanted to strengthen his perception of divinity, it would be useless. At this moment, the crit system made a choice for Moyun. Ding! You have triggered the 10 times critical strike system, and the critical strike multiplier is 17 times. It was triggered randomly. In fact, Mo Yun has been waiting for the knife to strengthen to trigger a critical strike of 1000 times. Then he can use the opportunity of active critical strike on the divinity after the evolution of chopping mountains and rocks. But I didn't expect that before the critical strike of the sword technique, there would be a very low probability of sensing divinity here. Mo Yun was overjoyed. Lady Luck always takes care of herself at critical times. Perhaps it can be said that those who try their best will not have bad luck. Ding! Elementary Divinity, Jing Shui Listening Scar gets an additional 16 times enhancement, and evolves into Elementary Divinity, Yuan Hai Ting Ian. Boom! Mo Yun felt like his brain exploded. At this moment, his perception range expanded by 5 times, and everything around him was almost magnified by 5 times with a magnifying glass. He could even detect a sneer on the corner of the bounty hunter's mouth that merged with the grass on the right. 1, 2, 3. There are 7 people in total. I actually completely overlooked 2 people. This is something that Mo Yun never expected. It seems that he still underestimated the strength of these gods and people who have lived in the gods for 100 years. However, the bounty hunters are about to pay the price for their procrastination. Mo Yun smiled lightly, pulled out a long knife and pointed at 5 locations in the grass. You, and you, don't hide and hide, pretending for a long time, do you think I didn't see it? The faces of the 5 bounty hunters who were named changed suddenly. They all boasted that they were good at camouflage, but they didn't expect to be easily selected by Mo Yun. In this way, camouflage becomes a joke. Do it. Whoever hits the most crucial blow gets 30%. Remember to live. Knowing that Mo Yun is not a good guy, the 5 bounty hunters reached an agreement in an instant. They don't mind cooperating and sharing bounties when faced with a strong enemy. They wanted to live, but what Mo Yun wanted was dead. If you come out to play around, you will always have to pay it back. Mo Yun said softly, and at the same time drew the long knife out of its sheath. After several days of tempering his sword skills, his divinity of splitting mountains and cutting rocks has completely reached a perfect harmony with the power of mountains and the wizard of the wilderness. And the animal bone knife presented by the female goblin Karma in his hand was tailor-made for him, and it was more convenient than before. Level off hilltops. Cut rock. The light of the knife flashed, and the mountains and rivers were all silent. Chapter 60. With the most incredible precision, the mountain-like thick blade slashed 5 bounty hunters at the same time. Well! The bounty hunter, who stopped moving, looked at Mo Yun in horror, and then his body turned into 2 parts and fell to the ground. It landed with a knife. All 5 people died. At this moment, a black figure appeared from behind Mo Yun, and at the same time, a pitch-black sickle appeared. In an instant, the black sickle was raised high. But the light of the knife in Mo Yun's hand was faster. A weeping scream sounded, and Mo Yun turned his head, but it was an indistinct ghostly woman. Her race is very strange. If Mo Yun hadn't strengthened her perception of divinity, it would have been impossible to find her. So you've already found me? The ghost woman said softly, turning into a little light, making Mo Yun not sure whether she was dead or had turned into something else and fled away. But what is certain is that of the 2 most difficult enemies, only the last one remains. Mo Yun turned his head and looked at a tree in the distance. Aren't you going to make a move now? A figure appeared in the tree. This person's appearance remained at the age of 30, and he was dressed in a camouflage tights, looking like an assassin walking in the wilderness. Seeing the other party's attire, Mo Yun suddenly thought of a person he had never seen before, but only heard descriptions from family members. You are the 3rd talker of the family, Potter. Yes, I am Potter. Potter admitted his identity generously, with a strong aloofness in his tone. Mo Yun frowned and said, didn't the family oath say that members cannot kill their companions, otherwise they will be punished by the god of the wilderness oath? Potter showed a deep smile, but I haven't made a family vow. Mo Yun was taken aback for a moment, and then he found out that Potter was not lying. In Porter, Mo Yun did not find the bond that belonged to the family contract. I don't care about the third person in charge of the Amen family. Potter said lightly, it's just a deal between me and the Amen family. The Amen family will give me what I want, and I will solve what they want to kill for the Amen family. For a person like me, all your vows are the chains that bind you. Julie asked you to kill me? Mo Yun asked. Potter smiled, acquiescing. The next moment, Potter's figure disappeared, and his voice seemed to sound from all directions. Did you know? In fact, like you, I am also proficient in various basic attributes, whether it is strength, speed, concealment, or perception. What I didn't expect is that you can discover the hidden me with your perception. So now, can you still find me? The corner of Mo Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Dude, we are still in a battle of life and death, why did you suddenly play acrobatics? Don't you think that your concealment ability is really awesome? Mo Yun quickly filled up his perception to the maximum. Listen to Yuan Hai. At this time, Mo Yun can see everything around him, a blade of grass, a grain of sand, and a wisp of wind. Like a tide maker who holds every drop of water in the waves. Things change and the stars move, you can have a panoramic view. Mo Yun immediately looked at Potter who was moving around. Potter was taken aback, Mo Yun found his place immediately. Potter secretly thought that Mo Yun's perception is really powerful, but his own concealment technique will never be weaker than Mo Yun's perception. Porter quickly changed positions. However, in this final contest between the spear and the shield, it was the spear that pierced the shield. No matter where Potter moved, he found Mo Yun staring at him, looking at his eyes, as if he was watching a clown in an acrobatic troupe. That's it. Potter was furious, leaving several afterimages in the air. However, when he was proud of his skills, he found that Mo Yun was still staring at his real body. That look seemed to say, "You are almost there." Potter was stunned, he couldn't help thinking. Could it be that Mo Yun has the power of divine crystal in perception? Potter felt that he had met his nemesis just now, and he had lost such a big face for nothing. This made him, who had always claimed to be aloof and strong, feel a little uncomfortable. Ahem, maybe your perception is indeed better than my concealment ability. But in other aspects, you are still inferior to me, such as speed. Potter quickly came to Mo Yun's side. He didn't intend to attack Mo Yun's vitals immediately, but wanted to take a strand of hair from Mo Yun's forehead to show off his speed. In a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Mo Yun, but at this moment, he hadn't reacted effectively when he saw Mo Yun. Potter's nails cut into Mo Yun's hair like knives. Hey! There was a sound of piercing the air, and Potter froze for a moment, he just caught short. Porter raised his head, but was surprised to see a flying arrow in Mo Yun's hand. Porter looked down, and there was indeed one missing hidden weapon with him. When is it? When he grabbed Mo Yun's hair just now, Mo Yun's hand seemed to move. I was too focused so I didn't see clearly. Potter felt hot in the face now. Very hot, very hot. Just now how pretentious his words are, I feel how ashamed I feel at this moment. His expression has become a little distorted. In addition to speed, my strength is also amazing. Porter has already made up his mind at this time, and wants to get back the field from Mo Yun. Mo Yun almost laughed out loud at this moment. The family's third speaker, Potter, naturally has impressive strength. If he uses the divine crystal power of housekeeping skills, Mo Yun thinks that he will be able to fight himself. Of course, Mo Yun didn't think he would lose either. But what about the basic attributes? Mo Yun can only say. Then you really found the right person. Chapter 61. Seeing Mo Yun throwing a punch at himself, Mo Yun raised his hand unceremoniously. The power of the mountain. The two fists collided, and there was a boom. Potter flew out 10 meters in a numb manner, dragging his hands on the ground for a long time before stopping. Potter was in a daze. Impossible. This is impossible. How did you become so strong? I have observed you. At that time, you were not as strong as you are now. How is it possible for you to become so much stronger in such a short period of time? Even if you count from the time you joined the family, it has only been a month. In the world of gods, 1 month's time is not even a fart. Potter stared at Moyun suddenly, as if looking at another peerless beauty, wanting to see everything carefully and clearly. While watching, he murmured, "A godman can only have at most 3 powers of Godhead crystals. And your ability has obviously exceeded 3. Then, there is only one possibility. Divinity. How many divinities do you have?" Potter seemed suddenly unable to accept this fact. He even hit his head with his fist, as if trying to calm himself down. After seemingly struggling for a while, something happened that Moyun never expected. Snapped. Potter knelt in front of Moyun. "I, Potter, the third person in charge of the Amen family, am willing to make an oath and swear allegiance to you." Moyun's first reaction was that Porter was going to make some showy operation. Moyun looked at Potter vigilantly, and asked, "Didn't you say that all vows are chains that bind you?" Potter said calmly, "Because of this is my greatest sincerity. I am willing to tie myself in a chain and hand one end of the chain into your hands, as long as you are willing to give me what I want." "What do you want?" "Divinity," Potter said decisively, but his tone was full of resentment. "I, Potter, half step into the realm of the Son of God. I have 200 years of divine power, but I have not been able to awaken even a single divinity. I am not reconciled." Regarding the relationship between divinity and the Son of God, Moyun also learned something when he supplemented the basic knowledge of the gods and people. If the people of the gods want to transform into the sons of gods, they must have a divinity as a seed. This is tantamount to saying that one cannot become a son of God without attaining divinity. Moyun suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard rumors about Potter's son of a half-step god, and some people mentioned divinity. Considering Porter's behavior of training all basic attributes to a certain level, Moyun feels that Porter should not be lying. Moyun then said, "But you don't think that I can give you divinity?" "Of course it's impossible to give." Potter replied, "I don't need you to tell me what your Godhead is, but I guess it must be the top Godhead that can quickly gain divinity. I just ask you to pass on my divinity knowledge." Moyun understood Potter's intention. While mastering divinity, one has actually mastered the knowledge of divinity. Just like an experienced senior teaching the younger generation, the progress brought about by this is naturally much faster than the younger generation's own groping. And Moyun felt that he could indeed help Potter. Although he mainly relied on the system, he also conducted training again and again in order to trigger reinforcement, and felt the changes step by step. Even because it didn't take long to gain divinity as a whole, Moyun still remembers the changes at each stage. Such an experience is exactly what Potter desperately needs. Moyun almost believed that Potter was indeed swearing allegiance to himself. "I accept your allegiance. As for the oath, I will make it up later. I think you will never betray me until you get what you want, right?" "Of course, as long as you can always give me what I want. I will always be your most loyal servant." Although Moyun has been buying the hearts of the family, he has not cultivated cronies. For one thing, there are no worthy candidates in the family. Secondly, the unit of time for cultivating a confidant in the God realm to the point where it can be used is at least a year. With my own growth rate, I won't be able to use those guys at that time. But now that there is an extra third person in the family who is a half-step son of God as a confidant, Moyun is naturally in a good mood. "Potter, did Julie send you to kill me?" "Yes, it is indeed her." Potter immediately answered Moyun's question, and asked back, "So, are you going to turn against Julie?" "No hurry, it's not yet time." "Then what should I say when I go back?" "Just say, my speed is too fast, you lost it." Potter nodded, you once captured Skrr and brought him back to the family for trial. The speed is obvious to all. This answer should be enough to convince Julie. After Potter finished speaking, he glanced at Elsa and asked softly. Is she trustworthy? Seeing what Porter meant, Moyun seemed that as long as he said something that was not worth it, Porter would immediately kill him and destroy the corpse. Moyun laughed in his heart, and said, in this world, Elsa is now the only person I can trust. Elsa, who was afraid that she would be silenced, trembled suddenly, and looked at Moyun with her ruby-like eyes in astonishment. She never imagined that she would hear such words from Moyun. After Potter left, Moyun suddenly noticed something strange about Elsa, as if she suddenly became less resistant to herself. Moyun inexplicably thought of one thing. Although he can't give Potter divinity, he can give it to Elsa. Moyun suddenly felt sad for Potter. If you want to blame you for casting the wrong tire. Why don't you become a charming beauty? Chapter 62. When Moyun and Elsa returned to the Eamon family, everyone in the family, including Eamon and Julie, were already waiting at the entrance. Moyun glanced at Julie's expression, she was as serious as ever. But Moyun knew that Julie must be very disappointed at this moment. Moyun, I heard that you were attacked when you came back, is it true? Patriarch Eamon asked with concern. I did encounter a little trouble, but they couldn't keep up with my speed and were thrown off by me. That's good. The family members also said one after another, with brother Moyun's speed, those people still have a long way to go to catch up. That's right, brother Moyun is the one who caught up with the traitor Xie Li and brought him back for trial. Xie Li's best speed is not worth mentioning in front of brother Moyun. After all, the family members congratulated Moyun one after another, which made Moyun a little confused. Congratulations, why? Seeing this, Eamon said, Moyun, I discussed with Julie and everyone, and we decided to make you and Seves a divine couple. Moyun was taken aback. The so-called divine couple refers to the relationship between husband and wife between gods. As for Seves, she was naturally the original eighth speaker, the snake girl who once sang against her. She agreed. Moyun asked curiously. You have a great future, why didn't she agree? Moyun secretly thought the same, and most of Blue Mercury's marriages were not about love, they were nothing more than a choice that was most beneficial to him. In many respects, the gods in the gods' world are much more straightforward than Blue Mercury. Moyun, do you agree? Since it was arranged by my elder brother and elder sister, what reason do I have to refuse? Naturally, no one asked Elsa for her opinion. Although Elsa has proven her strength now, she still has no Godhead after all, and she is only Moyun's personal item. What personal items mean is naturally tacit. Although Elsa's appearance is much better than Seves's, it's like marriage is about being well matched. When looking for a wife, you naturally need to find a match with family background, and you only focus on appearance when you look for a young one outside. After a dinner celebration, Moyun said to Elsa. Go back and rest first. The light in Elsa's eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. Seves didn't appear at the dinner party, which seemed to be an ordinary and traditional Blue Mercury Oriental marriage. After the banquet, everyone said to Moyun. We have prepared a new house for you and Seves. Everything in it is new. Before and after sending Moyun to the house, everyone left with interest. Gods are more perceptive, so getting too close would be considered an offense. Looking at the wedding room in front of him, Moyun thought deeply. What exactly does this mean? Give a big stick and give yourself a sweet date? Seeing that the ambush didn't kill him, so he wanted to use this method to appease him? Or 36 tricks? After Moyun leisurely read the phrase Zhou Lang's ingenious plan to secure the world, he lost his wife and lost his army, and pushed open the door of the room. He didn't take it lightly, on the contrary he was very cautious. If it is handled well, the other party will lose his wife and lose his army. If it is not handled well, it is not impossible to be swallowed by the beautiful snake. In the room, Mo-yun saw Seves. He still clearly remembered the contempt and dissatisfaction on her face when he first came into contact with this snake girl Seves. But now, it was replaced by enchanting and charming. Seves was naturally very beautiful. In fact, there are no ugly girls in the world of gods, and Seves can be called a first-class beauty among them. If it was placed on blue mercury, it would definitely be at the level of a beautiful girl who meets once in 5,000 years. If it weren't for the appearance of Elsa, Seves and Julie would definitely be the two most beautiful flowers in the Eamon family. Seves has a melon-seeded face that fits perfectly with femme fatale, and her amber-like eyes are very attractive, especially today when she is dressed up. Her long green hair has been changed to a different hairstyle, and she looks as charming as an innocent girl. It has to be said that this kind of exotic charm makes Mo-yun extremely amazing. Mo-yun, from today onwards, we are a couple of gods. Seves looked at Mo-yun with a sweet smile, her gesture was really touching. Mo-yun stretched out his finger and gently lifted Snake Girl's chin. Then do you know what to do after becoming a divine couple? Of course I know. Serves said softly, but before that, how about we have some wine? This is the top quality red wine I specially prepared for you. Serves wriggled her tail, brought a bottle of red wine on the shelf to Mo-yun, and filled the glass for Mo-yun. Wine? Mo-yun was shaking the crystal cup, which really seemed like a sentiment that people in this world like to play. But what Mo-yun thought of at this time was whether the wine had been poisoned. I'll try it. Mo-yun picked up the crystal wine glass and tilted it, then stuck out his tongue and tapped the red wine slightly. This action made Seves speechless. Is this what you call tasting? You are obviously testing drugs. Mo-yun slowly felt the changes in his body, and was not in a hurry to try it a second time. I tasted it for about 10 minutes, but I didn't feel any changes in my body, but an unexpected system prompt sound. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, gaining 12 times paralysis resistance. A sneer formed at the corner of Mo-yun's mouth. Julie, it's really you. Mo-yun turned his head to look at Snake Serves, who quickly showed a soft smile, but she still couldn't help revealing a little bit of that nervous feeling. Mo-yun pushed the crystal cup in front of Snake Seves with a blank expression, and said coldly, "Drink it." Chapter 63. The red wine in the crystal glass, under the illumination of the element lamp, swayed with a strange light. Mo-yun felt the changes in his body, perhaps because of the two divinities of the endless body and the surge of life. Mo-yun did not feel paralyzed. However, he only tasted it superficially, and it is difficult to explain the specific effect of the medicine. But judging from the strengthening of paralysis resistance that can be triggered by just a little bit, the amount of medicine in this wine may be able to stun a monster, god, and horror. Mo-yun looked at Seves, he would know the medicinal effect of this wine immediately. At this time, facing the crystal cup in front of her eyes, Snake Seves forced a smile on her face. She said to Mo-yun tenderly, "I see, let's stop drinking for now. We can do something more interesting." However, her behavior of changing the subject was ruthlessly interrupted by Mo-yun, who said coldly, "Didn't you hear? I'll let you drink it." "Okay. I'll drink it." Facing Mo-yun's aggressive gaze, Seves picked up the crystal cup, followed Mo-yun's example, and took a small sip. "Drink it all." "But I've already drank it." Seves's tone was pleading. Mo-yun didn't seem to hear Seves's words at all, and said in an undeniable tone, "After you finish drinking, drink the whole bottle." Seves shook her head quickly, "Shall we stop drinking?" "Why, don't you want to drink? Do you want me to feed you?" Mo-yun stretched out his hand and grabbed Seves by the neck, and leaned the crystal cup against Seves's mouth. Serves closed her mouth tightly, her hands and tail were entangled fiercely on Mo-yun's body, trying to pull Mo-yun away. But her strength is naturally useless in front of Mo Yun's mountain power. Just when Mo Yun pinched Sevez's mouth, she shouted quickly. I was wrong. I knew I was wrong. Mo Yun, please let me go, we are a couple, you can't treat me like this. Mo Yun let go of his hand, and said to Sevez, a divine couple? Is there a divine couple who fed poison to each other on the first night? Poison. With a trace of astonishment on Sevez's face, she hurriedly said, this is not poison. At this time, do you still want to quibble? No, Mo Yun, I'm telling the truth. I only know it's ecstasy. I really don't know it's poison. There is a family oath, if I take the initiative to harm you, I will definitely be punished by the oath. Mo Yun knew that Sevez was probably not lying. Because what was poured into this wine was indeed not poison, but a paralytic. Mo Yun just made a mistake on purpose to see Sevez's reaction. At this time, Snake Serves was already panicking. She murmured in horror, could it be that there is really poison in it? Although she only drank a little bit, it was also poison. At this time, the effect of the paralyzing drug began to take effect, and Sevez felt her body begin to become limp, feeling that her body was losing consciousness step by step. She immediately believed in the word poison, and begged quickly. Mo Yun. You have to save me. You must save me. I didn't know it was really poison. I really didn't it was poison. The charming snake girl shed tears, but she also had unexpected innocence. She cried like a little girl. Mo Yun secretly marveled at the efficacy of the paralyzing drug. Sevez had already started to show symptoms of paralysis after taking a small sip. Perhaps the biggest downside of the drug is that the gods don't drink wine of unknown origin. Mo Yun stretched out his hand to caress Sevez's face, and said, I can save you, and now only I can save you, do you understand? N. Sevez nodded quickly. Tell me, how did this red wine come from? Did you find it yourself, or did someone give it to you? After hesitating for a moment, Sevez hurriedly said, this wine was given to me by the owner and elder sister. They said it was an ecstasy, as long as you drink it, you will be charmed by me and become my vassal in the future. I really didn't know it was poison. Mo Yun froze for a moment. You said just now that the patriarch and eldest sister gave it to you together, and told you that it is an ecstasy drug. Well, I'm absolutely telling the truth. Serves looked at Mo Yun tremblingly, not knowing what made Mo Yun dissatisfied. Mo Yun asked again, are you sure it's brother Eamon and sister Julie, not sister Julie alone? It was given to me by brother Eamon himself. The situation was beyond Mo Yun's expectation. He knew that Julie regarded himself as a thorn in the flesh and wanted to get rid of him quickly. But Mo Yun felt that Eamon didn't have such an idea. Vaguely, Mo Yun felt that there was a tacit understanding between himself and Patriarch Eamon. Now it seems that he is self-indulgent. I've already told you everything, Mo Yun, you must save me. Snake Sevez did not forget to send a request to Mo Yun at this time. Severus, I have something to tell you. In fact, there is no poison in this wine, but paralytics. Under Serve's astonished gaze, Mo Yun said lightly, judging from the dose you drank, you will be paralyzed for an hour or two at most, and then you will recover automatically. Serve's eyes widened immediately, but then, she was picked up by Mo Yun. What are you doing? Serves had already felt fear of Mo Yun in her heart. Take you to a good place. The Amen family is located in the deepest part of the family's largest house, and the door was kicked open by Mo Yun. Mo Yun threw the snake girl Sevez on the ground, and said to the patriarch Eamon and Julie in front of her. Brother Eamon. I'm here to have a showdown with you. Chapter 64. In a house as big as a basketball court, the owners Eamon and Julie sat on two seats, as if they had been waiting for Mo Yun's arrival for a long time. They seemed to have anticipated the current situation, and both of them put on their combat gear. Julie put on a gorgeous purple robe, outlining her mature body curves. The head of the family, Eamon, also put on the armor containing divine power, and sat on a throne-like position. His gaze passed over the snake girl Seves, and then settled on Moyun. In fact, sometimes, just drink the paralyzing potion and pass out without knowing anything. It's also a good choice. After a slight sigh, the tall man asked Moyun in a gentle tone. Moyun, have you imagined this day since the first day you joined the family? Moyun admitted generously, to be precise, when I chose to join the family, I had already thought about how to become the first talker of the family. However, Brother Eamon, you are different to me. I am grateful to you. I don't want to share life and death with you. I just hope that you can hand over the actual control of the family to me. You are still the eldest brother of the Amen family, Julie is the eldest sister of the Amen family, and I will lead the Amen family. The family is going to prosper. And, I will do my best to find a solution to the curse for you, so that you can become the son of God. Even if you still can't let it go, I promise to return you a better Amen family within 10 years. For me, the Amen family is just the beginning. But I didn't expect that you would attack me first. After hearing Moyun's words, Eamon smiled softly. Well said. Moyun, do you know what I admire most about you? It's your ambition. Amen stood up, as if remembering the past. If a family wants to survive in the wasteland, either eat others, or be eaten by others. Back then, 7 or 8 brothers and sisters and I set up the Eamon family here in 027. After hundreds of bloody battles and the death of countless brothers, we laid down a piece of land in this Castro camp that we could barely survive. Soil. Up to now, only Julie and I are alive. I once promised my dead brothers and sisters that I must carry forward the Amen family. However, after I was cursed, I gradually lost the idea of being aggressive. I lost my ambition. I just want to rely on the reputation left in the past and guard this site to make a living. You are my chosen heir. Moyun was shocked. My own feeling turned out to be correct. There was indeed a tacit understanding between him and Amen. He always felt that his feelings were not fake. If Amen really wanted to suppress him, why did he give him convenience every time and promote him to the 4th speaker in just 1 month? So what prompted Eamon to make the change? Facing Moyun's questioning eyes, Eamon calmly explained. But now, things are different. Someone promised me that as long as I hand you over to him, he can resolve the curse for me. I will restore the glory of the family with my own hands. Moyun sighed and smiled, so that's the case. Brother Eamon, you made the right decision. If it were me, I would do the same. Compared to handing over the family to the heir, handing over the family to myself is the right choice. However, I still have a question. Brother Eamon, can you tell me who promised to dissolve the curse for you? It's okay to tell you, it's the manager of Huishan Bazaar, the son of God, Ailes. Moyun thought it was Ailes. It seems that he still can't forget himself, and he doesn't know whether it's because he crushed all the supervisors in a mining area, or because he transformed from a slave to a long secret in a short period of time. As Julie stood up from her seat, Moyun knew that the crucial battle was inevitable. If possible, I would like to have a fight between you and me in the fairest way possible. Eamon said regretfully, but it's a pity that the lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. I won't give you any chance to come back. Moyun asked with a smile, so, Brother Eamon, do you want 2-on-1? It's 3 against 1. Julie said coldly. A storm was already hovering on the surface of the purple mage's robe. Lightning and winds surrounded her body. She moved the witch hat slightly, and her golden wavy hair shone like the sun. Really? 3 against 1? Moyun laughed, which obviously aroused Julie's disgust. Storm. Julie stretched out her hand, and a strong storm gathered from her hand. The electric light and the blast mixed together, like a bomb that was about to be detonated at any time. But at this moment, a small object flashed in the air. Ding! 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 A faint blue magic shield appeared around Julie's body, blocking 3 small flying arrows. Julie raised her head in surprise. Bone-piercing flying arrows. Potter! What on earth are you going to do? The third person in charge of the family, Potter, showed his figure at this time, and said politely, "What do you ask me for?" "Of course I am doing it for my noble master to eliminate those who threaten him." "Master?" Julie was obviously shocked. "I have made an oath, and now, Awaken is my master." "You actually made a vow?" Apparently, the incident of Potter, who never made an oath, took an oath to recognize Awaken as his master shocked Julie greatly. She didn't understand how Awaken could make the always arrogant Potter worshipped him as master. Facing Julie's unbelievable gaze, Awaken said softly, "Now, it's 2 against 2. A very complicated smile appeared on Amon's face. He stared at Awaken and expressed emotion. "Unexpectedly, you were able to make Potter swear allegiance to you. If it weren't for this accident, you are indeed the most outstanding family heir in my opinion. Brother Eamon, do you regret it?" "Regret? Do you think it's possible?" Eamon smiled. "I just think that in the end, it's actually a battle between you and me alone, which makes me feel relieved. However, I still believe that the future of the family should be in my own hands." Amon said calmly, "Today, I will let you experience the power of the strongest gods in Camp Kothro, who has 400 years of divine power. The power of Amon, the future god of wilderness druids." After saying that, Amon rushed towards Awaken. "The fertile and wild wilderness, bestow upon me endless and wild strength. Let me sweep away all the obstacles that stand in front of me. Obstacles that hinder me. Roar!" After a few steps, Clan Amon turned into a wild bear. At this moment, Awaken finally understood why Amon's house was as big as a basketball court. If the place was too small, it might not be enough for Amon to display his strength. If it's a competition of strength, then come. Awaken strode forward, the beast bone knife in his hand collided with the sharp claws of the violent bear with majestic momentum. Clang! 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 The violent sound was no longer like the sound of sharp claws and bone knives touching. The giant rabid bear swung several palms in succession, and Awaken blocked several knives in a row. After Awaken retreated 20 steps in a row, he blew the horn of counterattack. The power of the mountain. Clang! The violent collision caused the air to vibrate, and in the face of the huge force, the mighty berserk had no choice but to retreat to relieve his pressure. Awaken moved forward a total of 30 steps, and the rabid bear moved back, making a sound. Nice! But it's just the beginning. The vast and infinite wasteland, grant me infinite speed. Let me be proud of all small things. All things waiting to die. With a clear and crisp chirping of the eagle, the rabid bear turned into a huge golden eagle, flying up like a sharp wind, Awaken in front of Guo. In an instant, the huge golden eagle rushed straight to Awaken from the sky, and its speed far surpassed all the opponents Awaken has encountered so far. Awaken took a deep breath and concentrated on his body. The Wizard of the Wild. The instant attack was dodged by Awaken. Afterwards, Awaken took out a spear behind him and threw it towards the sky. Fire spear! Go! Accompanied by a chirping sound, Amon's body fell from the air, and he was still holding a spear in his hand, which was just thrown by Awaken. Amon knew that his means were no longer useful to Awaken, after all he could only grab 2 spears. However, the battle is not over yet. Mysterious wilderness, give me a guardian enough to protect me. Give me the ability to survive, let me stare in the dark and let me grow in the shadows. At this time, Amon turned into a huge lizard, and the skin of the lizard instantly merged with the surrounding environment. Amon disappeared in front of Awaken without a trace, as if he had never existed before. Awaken closed his eyes. Perception. Listen to the original C. Found it. Mo Yun turned around and swung his long knife. Cut. Cut mountains and rocks. After a moment of shock, Amen appeared from the shadows. He was short of breath, and Tian Fen barely dodged Yun's blow. He looked at Mo Yun's gaze, which has become very shocked. I am amazed by your excellence. You even outperformed my 3 powers of the divine crystal. Are you using the power of the divine crystal? It should be divinity. It's no wonder that Eilers is willing to ask me for you with such generous terms. You really have such value. Amen paused for a moment, then smiled and said, however, you are not the only one with divinity. Come. Devil Ape Overlord Body. Amen let out a roar, and his body grew in vain, from nearly 2 meters to a height of 2 meters 5, and the whole person turned into a ferocious demon ape. A long stick placed on the edge of the house flew into Amen's hands. Clang! The long stick collided with Mo Yun's animal bone knife, flexibly attacking Mo Yun from all angles. Only then did Mo Yun discover that Amen, who had the Godhead of the wild druid god, was actually a martial arts master. Compared with Amen, Mo Yun, who has nearly 1,000 times the strengthening of sword skills, actually only really masters chopping. No matter how strong the opponent is, Mo Yun will kill him with one blow. But when encountering an opponent with similar strength, this deterrent power will be reduced in vain. And Amen is the one who has practiced the skill of wielding the stick to the level of divinity. The magic ape stick technique. Amen pressed every step of the way, and Mo Yun took advantage of the agility of the wizard of the wild to resist steadily. Just when Mo Yun felt strenuous, a powerful force surged out from his body, keeping Mo Yun in a high-pitched fighting state. The endurance divinity that has almost never shown its strength has released its value at this moment. Endless body. The knife and the stick began to fall into an entangled contest, and in this contest, Mo Yun gained a lot. His saber technique strengthening has long been at a bottleneck, making it difficult for him to make progress in saber technique even after training day and night. However, in the contest with Amen's extremely flexible stick technique, Mo Yun suddenly discovered that apart from the ingenious and ineffective way, the knife technique also has a magnificent and gorgeous way. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 24 times the enhancement of sword skills. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 2 times the enhancement of sword skills. At this moment, Mo Yun's sword technique has been strengthened, and it has finally reached 1,000 times. Chapter 65. Amen opened the distance between Mo Yun and Mo Yun, panting and looking at Mo Yun who was still breathing steadily. He suddenly had a feeling that he was getting old. Although for the gods, the longer they live, the stronger they are, but the sight of Mo Yun in front of him made Amen sigh. I have already taken out almost all means, but I still can't subdue Mo Yun. It seems that there is only a last resort. The strength of a bear. The speed of an eagle. The perception of a beast. A body like a monster. Amen let out a long breath. I really didn't misjudge you, no, it should be said that I still underestimated you. I never imagined that you could put me in such a state. However, if you can't cross my wall, then the winner is destined to be me. Vajra Demon Ape. Amen roared wildly, and the demon ape, which was originally more than 2 meters tall, turned into a gigantic ape with a size as large as a hill. Amen stood there, looking down at Mo Yun like a real mountain. At this moment, Mo Yun is feeling the changes in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the initial divinity, splitting mountains and cutting rocks has evolved into breaking peaks and cutting ravines. Crit! Ding! You actively triggered the 10 times critical strike system, and the critical strike multiplier is 21 times. Ding! Elementary divinity, Duanfeng Zanhe gets an additional 20 times enhancement. Duanfeng Zanmei is connected with the power of the mountain. Associated? Mo Yun was stunned for a moment. Strictly speaking, the strength of Duanfeng Zhonggu and mountain power is indeed very similar, because he originally relied on the mountain power cultivated by splitting mountains and cutting rocks. Although he doesn't know what divine connection means, Mo Yun knows that the combination of the two will definitely not be a bad thing. Ding! Elementary divinity, breaking peaks, slashing valleys, and the power of mountains are associated with evolution, and evolved into elementary divinity, mountains and mountains. At this moment, Mo Yun felt the power of the mountain in his body, and the power of the sword was completely integrated into one. The incomparably heavy power made his breathing as meaningful and long as a mountain. Mo Yun opened his eyes, revealing a thick and threatening gaze. He said to Eamon, "Brother Eamon, I will end all this with my strongest moves. This is my greatest respect to you." Mo Yun put his hand on the handle of the knife, and his powerful aura instantly filled the entire room, causing Julie and Porter, who were fighting fiercely next to them, to pause. Thousands of mountains. Powerful power spewed out from Mo Yun's body, like a mutated crust, violently growing huge and steep mountain peaks one after another, and layer by layer, spreading around with Mo Yun as the center. Such a powerful force is enough to shock many people, but this is only the beginning. Long knife. Unsheathed. Cut. In an instant, the light of the knife appeared, and it completely wiped out everything just now, all the steep and mighty mountains, and annihilated them with destructive power. Such a vast blow did not seem to make any sound, as if everything just now was like an illusion. Mo Yun let out a long breath. Boom! Vajra demon ape clutched his stomach, knelt on the ground with half of his legs, and reappeared and turned back into Amen. Amen looked at Mo Yun, who was walking towards him, with a bleak smile on his face, and calmly said, "Sure enough, I was not mistaken about the heir. From now on, the family, and Julie are all handed over to you, and the family, must be carried forward." "I will." Amen. Julie screamed. She couldn't believe it anyway, but Eamon fell down. Castro's strongest god citizen, the god citizen who can be defeated even by the Son of God, will die in the hands of another Son of God. Go! In a panic, Julie naturally had no time to worry about her opponents. Porter threw out a rope with two ends and tied Julie tightly. After several weeks, the two ends of the rope wrapped around Julie's body and bit them together. Julie fell to the ground. "Master!" The movement just now should have attracted the attention of the rest of the family. They should be coming here. What should we do next? Potter, you go out to preside over the overall situation. Tell everyone that the assassins sent by Ailes, the Son of God, who is in charge of Huishan Bazaar, have attacked me, Eamon, and Julie. We are fighting, and their strength is too weak. It will only become a burden. Let them guard the family's sentry post, so that no one will take advantage of it and attack the family. I see. Potter turned and left. Mo Yun picked up Amen, placed him on the throne in the room, and bowed deeply to Amen. BD. Don't be so hypocritical. You make me sick. Mo Yun walked in front of Julie, staring at the eldest sister of the family who had always wanted to kill herself. 0. Said to be the eldest sister, in fact, Julie's appearance is only about 25 or 6 years old. The appearance of gods will always be fixed when they obtain godhood. But Julie is still full of the taste of a mature woman, especially when she is tied up with ropes at this time. She can feel her fully mature figure. And in the god realm for so many years, Julie has accumulated an incomparable aristocratic temperament, and with that noble face, she looks like a beautiful countess. At this time, she was like a noble lady in distress, exuding an extremely mature flavor. Mo Yun said lightly to Julie, "From today onwards, I am the new master of the Eamon family. At the same time, I am also your new master." Bah! Julie's beautiful blue eyes fixed on Mo Yun. Mo Yun suddenly remembered that since ancient times, Organizations like Shansai have had a long and consistent tradition after internal fires and the change of the top spot. That is, kill Big Brother, sleep. Mo said calmly, I promised Eamon, starting today, I will take care of you. As long as you are obedient, I will never treat you badly, and you will still be the female lead of the Eamon family. Julie was startled, and looked at Mo in a panic. You, what are you going to do? UBD. Regardless of Julie's yelling and scolding, Mo picked her up and walked into the inner room. 5. Chapter 66. After one night, Mo came out refreshed, and he fulfilled his rights as the new head of the family. What's more, his predestined divine mate, the snake girl Seves Mo, also did not let go. What Mo didn't expect was that the enchanting and charming snake girl was still a virgin. When he came to the entrance of the house, Potter had been waiting outside for a long time. Master, the emotions of the family members are very unstable now, and they are eager to know what happened last night. The family members of the shop in the Castro camp are already on their way back. After they come back, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop them from coming. Mo nodded. I see, you should prepare first, and then gather all the members of the family. Mo explained to Porter what 270 will do next, and also began to prepare for the next family gathering. It is also time for him to announce to everyone that the new head of the Amen family is here. Before long, all members of the family were brought together. When everyone saw Eamon lying in the coffin of flowers, every member of the family felt great shock and sadness from the depths of their hearts. Eamon is dead. The pillars of House Amen have fallen. Everyone. Mo Yun's voice sounded, and everyone in the family looked at him. Last night, the assassins sent by Eilers, the son of God, who is in charge of the Huishan market, attacked me and the head of the house, Eamon. We fought desperately all night, and in the end, Big Brother Eamon blocked me with his own body. A fatal blow. Family members were outraged. How come? We have nothing against heirs. Why would he do this to us? Mo signaled everyone to be quiet, and said, I will definitely take revenge for this revenge. But, before that, I have one more important thing to say. At this time, Mo came to the altar that had been prepared earlier, where the sacrifices had already been placed. After the brief ceremony, Mo said to the altar, I use the God of honesty as proof. Brother Eamon entrusted his family and sister Julie to me before he died. From today onwards, I am the new head of the Eamon family. At this time, a holy light lit up in the sky, and the God of honesty took away all the sacrifices and cast a light on Mo Yun's body. As the golden light became shining, everyone knew that Yun was telling the truth. The rituals of the God of honesty are not incapable of falsification, but at the level of gods, sons of gods, or even demigods, it is still far from being able to deceive the God of honesty. Of course Mo did not lie, Eamon did entrust the family and Julie to himself. However, Eamon was also killed by him. The only drawback of such an easy-to-use ritual may be that the honest god's asking price is too high. This time, Mo spent a lot of tributes as the price to prove the legality of his superiority. However, according to the order of the general family, Mo who is the fourth speaker, is only the third heir. But Mo quickly dispelled everyone's doubts. According to Brother Eamon's last wish, I will become a divine couple with Julie. From now on, we will be in charge of the family together. Julie sat on the chair and stared at Mo intently. But she couldn't speak because the bottle of red wine with paralytic drugs was poured into her mouth. Now her whole body is limp, and she doesn't even have the strength to lift her eyelids. According to Mo it's because she fought the assassin yesterday, got poisoned, and is now in a state of sequelae. At this time, she could only watch Mo walk in front of her, kiss herself in front of everyone, and prove to the family members that the two of them are already a new relationship between God and God. At this time, Potter, who was originally the third person in the family, also said, I recognize Mo Yun as the head of the family. From now on, I will be loyal to the head of Mo Yun. Family members were amazed. You must know that Potter has always been indifferent. From the perspective of family members, skipping Porter and letting Mo Yun take over is also what everyone expects. Although it is customary that Julie should be in charge of the family. Now that Mo Yun is in charge, Porter may have some opinions. But everyone never expected that Porter not only had no opinion, but also expressed his willingness to pledge allegiance to Mo Yun. The older generation of family members knew in their hearts that Potter didn't even show his allegiance to Patriarch Eamon, but at this time he actually showed his allegiance to Mo Yun. All of this can only be attributed to Mo Yun's strong personality. Brother Mo Yun. We support you as the new head of the family. Brother Mo Yun, I believe that under your leadership, the family will surely prosper. After going through all kinds of things in front of him, it is an indisputable fact that Mo Yun is in the top position. Whether it is an ordinary member of the family or a person in charge, I don't think there is any problem with Sumires going to the top position. It can even be said that Mo Yun's rise to the top position has long been expected. At this time, someone asked, Brother Mo Yun, do you want to change the name of the family to the Mo Yun family in the future? No. Mo Yun denied it without hesitation. The Eamon family is the land that Brother Amen and the seniors of several families fought hundreds of bloody battles to conquer the land. So, the Eamon family will always be the Amen family. Brother Eamon will always be the first patriarch of the Amen family. Everyone, we must inherit the will of Brother Amen and carry forward the Amen family. Brother Mo Yun is right. Carry forward. Carry forward the Amen family. Seeing this scene, Julie felt 1.8 hatred in her heart. Mo Yun has just been promoted, and someone proposed to change the family name. Mo Yun's words also didn't make Julie feel any favor. She only hated that she was paralyzed and unable to move, otherwise she would have to expose Mo Yun's hypocrite face in front of everyone. However, when everyone in the family shouted slogans and cheered for Mo Yun to become the new head of the Amen family, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Amen family. In just a short time, this uninvited guest had already arrived at the center of the venue, and he sneered harshly at the members of the Amen family who shouted prosperity. Promote the Amen family? How ridiculous! Have you asked our Sam family for their opinion? Chapter 67. A member of Sam's family. Sam's family. This is the territory of our Eamon family, get out immediately. Some family members wanted to use force, but the emissary of the Sam family was quite powerful. With wings on his back, he was a slender demon, facing the members of the Amen family who were attacking him. He sneered and swung his claws. However, at this moment, a sense of crisis came to his mind, and he quickly stepped away. A blazing spear passed by his side, and the intense heat on the spear made him feel lingering fear. The slender demon stared at Mo Yun, and suddenly realized, you are Mo Yun from the Amen family, right? You killed Peiji, right? You deserve to be the one with a total bounty of 800 silver coins, and your strength is really extraordinary. Speak, the slender demon gave a polite salute and said, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am a senior cadre of the Sam family, and my name is Johnsun. Mo Yun looked at Johnsun coldly, and said, I'll give you 3 minutes, either get out or die. However, Johnsun showed a disapproving smile, as expected of the new patriarch. He really has a big temper. It's just that you have a bad temper. You can't survive in the wasteland. 27 John said with a sneer, originally, our Sam family has always been very polite to your family, Eamon, because of your patriarch Eamon's face. But Eamon is dead now. Without Eamon, the strongest god in the Kothro camp, how can you challenge me? Just you, Mo Yun, do you think you are stronger than Eamon? Johnsun changed the subject and said, however, Patriarch Mo Yun, your strength is indeed impressive. Our Sam family appreciates talents like you. If you are willing to bring the Eamon family to join our Sam family, then, you will definitely be able to obtain a senior cadre position in our Sam family, and the ranking should still be higher than mine. Mo Yun said coldly, what if I say no? No? Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm just kidding? John said with a sneer, without Amen, the so-called Amen family is not worth mentioning at all. You are just lambs living under Amen's wings, and you don't even know the real cruelty of the wasteland. Now, Amen is dead. The only way for you is to join our Sam family. Otherwise, you will die without a trace. Just as John Suan finished speaking, 3 new uninvited guests suddenly appeared at the entrance of the family valley. Damn it! John Suan looked at the new uninvited guest coldly, and shouted coldly, the Eamon family has announced that all of them will join our Sam family, you are late. Humph! Your Sam family wants to monopolize the population and territory of the Amen family, that's not a good thing. Our Duke family is not vegetarian either. The interests of the Eamon family must be shared equally. Our Ingmar family can have no population, but we have to take half of the Eamon family's territory. The 4 envoys from different families completely ignored everyone in the Amen family at this time, and began to quarrel in front of everyone, ranging from the division of the family population to the ownership of resources in a piece of land. Almost completely ignored the Amen family. Mo Yun let out a long sigh. Eamon was right. In the wasteland, the family wants to survive or be eaten. Or eat someone else. The original family guarded a 3-acre territory under the protection of Amen, and had no ambition to make progress. So it looks extremely peaceful, and the atmosphere is quite good at least on the surface, it is a kind Japanese family. But now that Amen is dead, the surrounding wolves can't wait to show their bloody sharp teeth. 3 minutes are up. Mo Yun snorted coldly, pulled out a spear and threw it at John Suan. John Suan reacted quickly, hastily dodging one of Mo Yun's spears. But then a second spear followed, and Johnny narrowly dodged. But the third raging Vulcan spear was already head-on. The sudden attack made the other 3 families realize that even the current Amen family still has the power of centipedes to die but not freeze. Chi! A flaming spear pierced John's wing. John Suan showed a pained expression, and his flying movements stiffened for a moment. This time he learned the lesson and quickly flew to the entrance of the valley of the Amen family, followed by the envoys of the other 3 families. But even at the entrance of the valley, John Suan's voice can resound throughout the valley. Mo Yun! Your strength is amazing. But in front of our Sam family, it's not worth mentioning. Our 4 families will give you 7 days to consider. After 7 days, if you are still stubborn, the Eamon family and you will be completely removed from the God's realm. A week? Mo Yun looked at the crit system that was in a 1-week cooling state, and thought with a sneer, John Suan is really thoughtful. Your life is owed first. I will pick it up after a week. Humph! Arrogance! John Suan sneered, Mo Yun can only talk big now. The cruelty and ruthlessness of the wasteland will let Mo Yun know how difficult it is to gain a foothold here. Brother Mo Yun, what should we do now? Mo Yun announced, all members of the family, stay in the valley during this week, and practice with peace of mind. 330 But a week later. In a week, I will declare war on the Sam family. Declaration of war. The members of the Amen family looked at Mo Yun in surprise. Even though Mo Yun had unlimited prestige in the family, even though Mo Yun had created many miracles in the family, it was still difficult for them to recognize what Mo Yun said now. Although the Amen family now has more than 60 members, it has lost the most powerful combat power Eamon, the strongest godman in the Castro camp, which is strong enough to surpass the Son of God. The Sam family is a powerful family with 110 gods and 2 sons of gods. Mo Yun said that declaring war is undoubtedly moths to the flame. Suicide. Everyone in the family has different thoughts at this time, and there are very few people who respond to Mo Yun's declaration of war. People always think more about life and death. It seems that the family members don't quite believe me. Mo Yun whispered to Potter. Potter smiled and said, that's because they don't know that your strength is better than Amon's. Potter, I will leave everything in the family for these 7 days to you. Mo Yun said lightly, I can't take it lightly when declaring war on the Sam family. I decided to practice for 20 days. Understood, my master. Afterwards, after Eamon's burial, Mo Yun picked up Julie and returned to the owner's room. Chapter 68. The big house that originally belonged to Eamon and Julie had a new male owner at this time. In the house, Mo Yun said to Julie, Seves, and Elsa, from today on, the 3 of us will help me practice. Julie immediately cursed, don't even think about it. UBD. Even if I die, I won't help you a single ounce. Yet. Mo Yun sneered and said, the Eamon family was created by Eamon, you and several brothers and sisters with great difficulty. For this reason, they have sacrificed now except you. Are you happy to see the Eamon family and are you going to be buried together? The person who can protect the Amen family now, you should know that I am the only one. Or, you watch the Amen family die with me. Or, help me. Julie was suddenly speechless, God knows how difficult this choice was for her. Patriarch, how can we help you cultivate? On the contrary, serves, the snake girl, is the one who is the most respectful to Mo Yun. It seems that it is because when she formed the divine couple, she already had a self-positioning as a mate. But Mo Yun felt that Seves might have tasted the sweetness. Last night, when he was calculating the spiritual energy training value, he had a coordinated settlement with Seves. Seves gained an extra month of divine power. Now Seves looks at him with watery eyes, and with 2 blushes on her cheeks, she looks extremely cute. As for Elsa, she glared at Mo Yun angrily. She naturally knew what it was like to help Mo Yun practice. But to say that she minds cultivation, that doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, she has gotten used to this way of becoming stronger. All she cared about was being with Seves and Julie. Especially since Julie is the former mistress of the Eamon family. He's really a beast. Elsa spat secretly in her heart. Don't worry, helping me cultivate will also bring great benefits to you. What Mo Yun wants, of course, is the strengthening of Sanhuajuding's divinity. Now, his sword has cut through mountains and mountains, so the next step is to take the divinity of Sanhuajuding one step further and make it his own shield. At present, the best way to improve breathing method is to evolve together. From now on, I'll teach you how to breathe first. Mo Yun turned his head and looked at Julie, how have you already made a decision? Help me? Or let the Eamon family bury me with you? Julie had a complex expression, and after being silent for a long time, she said, I can help you. For the sake of keeping the name of the Eamon family. I will help you this time. Good. Soon, Mo Yun began to teach Julie and serves the breathing method. Elsa's breathing method has been strengthened to hundreds of times. Naturally, there is no need to teach, and she can also assist and guide. Julie and Seves soon discovered that Mo Yun did teach them very useful things. Both women realize that if they can continue to train for a long time, they should be able to gain a lot of benefits, and for gods, time is the most indispensable thing. However, for Mo Yun at this time is precisely the most lacking thing. They remembered clearly that Mo Yun said that after 7 days, war would be declared against the Sam family. After Julie and Seves both mastered the breathing method, Mo Yun began to talk about the next process. After hearing Mo Yun's next words, Julie's face flushed with anger, her blue eyes seemed to burst into flames. I'm quitting. I repent. Damn you BD. You'd better go to hell with the Eamon family. It's too late to say anything now, since your voice is so loud, let's start with you. Mo Yun walked in front of Julie and said softly, if you can't resist in life, then enjoy it. Don't you want to become stronger and beat me? Ding! It is detected that the host and the partner have undergone zither harmony, and they have jointly obtained 16 times the strengthening of the breathing method. Ding! It is detected that the host and the partner have undergone zither harmony, and they have jointly obtained 20 times the strengthening of breathing and breathing. Mo Yun began to frantically improve the level of his breathing method. But soon, Mo Yun made a very unexpected discovery. He found that the frequency of synergistic enhancement triggered by Julie and Sevis was almost the same as that of Elsa, who already had nearly 300 times the foundation. When Julie and Sevis's breathing and breathing method reached 100 times the level, the frequency of strengthening was already lower than that of Elsa. This discovery made Mo Yun very surprised, but also a little disappointed. As a result, his divinity of strengthening and evolving the time of 3 flowers gathering at the top has obviously slowed down. After a period of research, Mo Yun suddenly discovered the reason. Because of blood. At first, he thought that Julie and Sevis had a Godhead, and Elsa didn't have a Godhead relationship. But that doesn't explain the difference between Julie and Sevis. Sevis has already strengthened the breathing technique to 150 times, while Julie has only strengthened it 110 times. Out of a sense of conquest of Julie, a stubborn lady, Mo Yun actually takes care of Julie more than Han Weisai. It wasn't until Sevis mentioned that she had a superior bloodline in the Snake Man clan, that Mo Yun suddenly realized. No wonder there are people who believe in bloodlines in the world of gods, because bloodlines determine the starting point of a god's life from the very beginning. Now it seems that Elsa's holy elf bloodline is really extraordinary. It's no wonder that the supervisors in the mining area showed surprised expressions after discovering Elsa's blood. And to Zhao Zhao's Elsa, to some extent give care and even some respect. Mo Yun just couldn't figure out why the demigod Lord Ader would let Elsa of such a noble lineage be a miner's slave. From this point of view, the road of synergistic strengthening also has the limitation of the partner's blood. However, Julie with the Godhead of Storm and Sevis with Godhead of Frost have also brought Mo Yun a different kind of harvest. Ding! It is detected that the host and the partner have experienced the harmony of the zither and the sound, and they have jointly obtained 17 times the lightning resistance enhancement. Ding! It is detected that the host and partner have undergone zither and chime, and they have jointly obtained 21 times frost resistance enhancement. After 6 consecutive days of hard training without sleep, Mo Yun's breathing method is finally about to reach 1,800 times. Mo Yun can feel that the divinity of 3 flowers gathered at the top is finally about to evolve at this moment. Chapter 69. Ding! It is detected that the host and the partner have undergone zither harmony, and they have jointly obtained 28 times the strengthening of breathing and breathing. A system sound sounded, and Mo Yun finally waited for this time. Mo Yun let Elsa leave and experience the changes in her body alone. 1,800 times the strengthening of breath-breathing method, no doubt, this is the strongest divinity that Mo Yun currently possesses. He is very much looking forward to the next changes in Sanhuajuding divinity. Ding! The first level divinity, 3 flowers gathering the top is advanced to the first level divinity, 3 flowers gathering the top, extremely. Crit! Mo Yun immediately took advantage of the opportunity to take the initiative to crit once in 7 days, and secretly shouted in his heart that the value should be higher. No matter what, the multiplier of critical hit is big for me. It seems that there is God's will in the dark, the multiplier of the critical strike, and the multiplier of strengthening required for the evolution of the 3 flowers gathering are amazingly ingenious coincidences. Ding! You actively triggered the 10 times critical strike system, and the critical strike multiplier is 36 times. Mo Yun took a deep breath, and with the increase of his cultivation base, he also noticed that the multiplier of strengthening and critical strike had increased to a certain extent. But it is the first time that it has been hit 36 times like today. Ding! Elementary divinity, 3 flowers gather at the top, extremely. Get an additional 35 times of strengthening, and evolve into an elementary divinity, 3 flowers gather at the top. 5 Chi and Vitality. Is it still elementary divinity? Unexpectedly, after being hit 36 times critically, it is still a rudimentary divinity. This made Mo Yun a little surprised, but Mo Yun also had a feeling that if the new divinity went further, it would be able to transcend the scope of the elementary divinity and become a superior existence. 3 flowers gather at the top, and the 5 Qi are towards the Yuan dynasty. Undoubtedly, he has already stood at the top of all primary divinities. At this time, Mo Yun began to taste the changes brought about by the new divinity. This is a wonderful feeling. Mo Yun feels that he is completely different from before, as if he has been completely reborn, as if he has washed away all the lead in his body and turned into a real immortal. Mo Yun suddenly felt that all the elements of the mysteries in the air were clearly visible. The number of Godheads in the God realm is like the stars in the universe, but they are roughly divided into 2 categories. One is called concept Godheads, the other is called esoteric Godheads. The elements of esoteric meaning are the basic elements that exist in nature, such as water, fire, wind, thunder, and light, for example, mountains, seas, dreams, and grasslands. What Mo Yun can clearly feel are these esoteric elements. These esoteric elements surround me, wanting to pour into my body very kindly. And they are like obedient elves, which can be controlled and deployed by Mo Yun. The most direct change comes from the speed of cultivation. Mo Yun checked the cultivation system. Ding! It is detected that the divinity of the host has changed. The current environment cultivation speed is 2.1 days, the cultivation system multiple is 64 times, the current environment cultivation speed is 134.4 days. Mo Yun remembers clearly that the multiple of his cultivation system just now was 15 times, and the cultivation speed was 31.5 days. After the divinity of 3 flowers gathered at the top became the divinity of 3 flowers gathered at the top and 5 Qi Chao Yuan, the system cultivation speed has been doubled by more than 4 times. Patriarch, you serves, the snake girl, felt Mo Yun's feelings almost immediately, and she felt that there was an aura about Mo Yun that she couldn't help but want to get close to. At this time, Mo Yun seems to have suddenly increased his already high charm by 10 times. Seves felt her body was completely attracted by Mo Yun, and even her breathing suddenly became short of breath. But Mo Yun quickly restrained his aura, and said to the 3 of them, "You can rest first, and the practice has come to an end for now." Serpentine Serves immediately showed deep regret. Julie's gaze at Mo Yun also became extremely complicated. It's hard for her to become hostile to Mo Yun again. Of course it's not that she has any good feelings for Mo Yun. Instead, after seeing Mo Yun's terrifying speed of becoming stronger, she realized that she might never be able to reach the point where she could become Mo Yun's enemy. You must know, CHFH, that in just a few days, in addition to breathing more than 100 times, she has actually acquired a divinity of thunder and lightning resistance. Mo Yun's improvement is obviously much more than her. The gap between her and Mo Yun will only get farther and farther, to the point where she can only look up. At this time, Mo Yun couldn't wait to feel the changes of the new divinity. When Mo Yun walked out of the room, Potter, who learned the news, soon came to Mo Yun and told him everything that happened in the family when Mo Yun was in retreat. "Master, when you were practicing, a total of 24 members of the family defected. 7 of them were arrested by me. Most of the remaining 17 people have joined the Sam family." Defected? Mo Yun sighed in his heart, which was within his expectation. However, it doesn't make sense for him to forgive these people for their betrayal. Mo Yun said in an undeniable tone, "Potter, you go and convey my words to everyone in the family. I will not treat anyone who is in trouble with the family. Will not spare any traitor who betrayed the family." "Obey." Potter nodded and continued, "Also, Lord Mo Yun, the Sam family, the Duke family, the Ingmar family, and the Simpson family have actually begun to occupy our family's territory these days." "I see, let me handle this matter." After hearing these 2 things again, Mo Yun's mind suddenly moved, and he stopped Potter, who was about to send a message, and asked. Potter, your best basic attribute should be concealment. Can you teach me? Potter froze for a moment. Now. That's right, it's now. Potter suddenly didn't understand what Mo Yun wanted to do. Even if Mo Yun possesses the Godhead that can quickly gain divinity, he can't just learn to hide now. Furthermore, against the entire Sam family, only obtaining a hidden divinity may not have much impact on the balance of victory. However, since Mo Yun wants to learn, Potter naturally doesn't mind teaching. After all, a person's word cannot be denied. The reason why Mo Yun suddenly proposed to Porter to learn to hide the divinity is precisely to verify his conjecture about the new divinity. 3 flowers gather at the top, and 5 chi are in full swing. If Mo Yun expected it, the improvement brought about by this new divinity is definitely not as simple as multiplying the multiple of the cultivation system by 5. 1 minute after Porter finished teaching the whole set of basics, Mo Yun heard the system's prompt. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 37 times the hidden enhancement. Chapter 70. Potter, who had just taught invisibility to Mo Yun, had a strange expression at this moment. He can be sure that although Mo Yun just now has the instinct to restrain his breath, but in terms of concealment, he is definitely at the beginning stage. And now, only 10 minutes have passed. Porter felt that Mo Yun had completely transformed into a seasoned hand. There seemed to be only 2 explanations for the situation at hand. Or Mo Yun is actually good at hiding, pretending to be a novice, just to amuse himself. Or Mo Yun has just completed the transformation from novice to veteran. But these 2 possibilities, no matter which one, Potter doesn't really believe. With strong doubts in his heart, Porter continued to teach Mo Yun. As for Mo Yun, he felt the perfect integration of hidden elements with his body. In just a moment, Mo Yun felt that his body had mastered many abilities related to concealment. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 28 times the concealment enhancement. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 23 times the hidden enhancement. Ding! Mo Yun didn't know what kind of mood Potter was in, but at this moment his own mood must be very happy. Really? This is the real power possessed by the 3 flowers gathering at the top, 5 chi facing the primordial spirit. What it brings is a new relationship between the body and the elements. After having this divinity, Mo Yun can feel that the body has the ability to quickly absorb the elements of basic attributes and complete transformation. This is tantamount to saying, all of Mo Yun's basic attributes can be strengthened 100 times in a short period of time. This also means that all of Mo Yun's basic attributes have already stepped into the category of divinity at this time. And this change is not so much about Mo Yun being strengthened. It's not that the body reactivates the abilities it should have. Describe it in one sentence. That is the divinity of 3 flowers gather at the top, 5 chi towards the origin. It is simply the body of a fairy. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 12 times the hidden enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the primary divinity. Moisten things silently. Oh? I didn't expect to gain divinity so quickly. Perhaps it was the first time to use the relationship of 3 flowers gathering top 5 chi chao yuan. Mo Yun felt that the surrounding elements were particularly excited, rushing into his body crazily, so that he quickly triggered multiple reinforcements. About when the stealth is strengthened to 180 times, Mo Yun gets the stealth divinity. In the first gear of divinity, moisture rising and silent should be considered medium. At this time, Mo Yun has divided divinity into several grades according to his own standards. The divinity obtained through strengthening, such as fire resistance and life surge, is regarded as the first grade. The divinity that has undergone critical strike enhancement after acquisition, such as the power of the mountain and the original sea wizard, is regarded as the second grade. And the third grade is naturally the sword and shield that Moyun built for himself. Sword. Cut. There are thousands of peaks. Shield. 3 flowers gather at the top, and the 5 qi are towards the Yuan dynasty. Now, with the powerful divinity of the first stage of 3 flowers gathering at the top, 5 qi Chao Yuan, Moyun is more or less taking it seriously now. If other gods and people know that Moyun divides the difference in divinity in this way, and is still picky, I am afraid that at this time, I will be so angry that I will die with Moyun. For example, Potter at this time. Moyun will probably never know the mood of Potter, who has 200 years of divine power in this time and space, but has not acquired divinity for a long time. Porter's mentality had exploded. Just now, right in front of him, Moyun actually obtained a hidden divinity right in front of him. He can definitely hide the divinity. Because Moyun standing in front of him suddenly disappeared in front of him like spring rain moistening everything without making a sound, and completely merged with everything around him. This is exactly the hidden divinity that he feels most hopeful and most wants to obtain. Unacceptable. It's just too much. God knows how much he paid for his divinity. And Moyun, in front of them, learned a little stealth from him. Then, within 10 minutes after completing the study, he obtained the hidden divinity for him to see. It was almost like saying to him, is it really hard to achieve divinity? How come when divinity comes to Moyun, it becomes like a huxia cabbage that can be picked up everywhere? If the person in front of him was not the Moyun he swore allegiance to but someone else, Potter would definitely not be able to resist the urge to kill to vent his anger now. Moyun recovered from his deep thoughts, and suddenly found that Potter's expression was full of envy, jealousy, and hate, as if he was complaining about injustice to the whole world. Moyun smiled softly, reached out and pressed Potter's shoulder, and said to him, "Potter, feel hidden with me." "What?" Potter froze for a moment, but then suddenly found that the whole world seemed to be different. After discovering his ability to absorb and control elements, Moyun generously delivered the hidden elements to Potter. Anyway, he has obtained the divine nature of moistening things and silently, and the hidden elements are of no great use to him at this time. Naturally, he would not invest his precious critical strike opportunities in hiding his divinity. But for Porter, it seems as if he has obtained the whole world. At this time, if someone is here, they will be surprised to find that the 2 people who were talking here just now disappeared suddenly. 0. It was Moyun who disappeared first, and Potter disappeared shortly after. When Potter reappeared from the shadows, he couldn't contain the excitement in his heart. He knelt down in front of Moyun with a humble and sincere tone. "Honorable Master, becoming your servant is the most correct decision I have ever made in my life. Even if your servant Potter becomes the son of God, becomes a demigod, he will always be your most loyal servant." How envious and jealous Potter was just now, how much he licks dogs now. Even Moyun felt that Potter's expression was a little disgusting. However, after thinking about it in another way, it took countless years to master the hidden divinity, and now he can finally complete the transformation from the people of the gods to the son of the gods. How could Potter not be excited? "Arise. I accept your eternal allegiance." Potter stood up and said to Moyun, "Master, may I break through to the Son of God immediately, or should I continue to stay by your side for your errand?" Moyun smiled slightly and said, "Since you have been waiting for so long, then go to complete the breakthrough of the Son of God first. But before going to break through the Son of God, you must first complete the things I told you. Of course, your orders are more important than mine. By the way, there is one last thing." Potter quickly looked at Moyun respectfully. "Tell the Sam family, Moyun, the new patriarch of the Eamon family, officially declare war on them." After being taken aback for a moment, Potter quickly said, "As you wish." Chapter 71. Although his conjecture has been verified by Potter, But Mo Yun knew that what he found was only a drop in the ocean. If Mo Yun's feeling is not wrong. Through the divinity of 3 flowers gathering at the top and 5 Qi Chao Yuan, he saw the connection between the first level divinity and the higher level divinity. It was a whole new world full of power. I'm afraid it means the real difference between man and God. If he can walk into it, he will definitely get an astonishing improvement. Just as Mo Yun was trying to understand more about the characteristics of 3 flowers gathering at the top and 5 Qi at the top through other means, family members came to him in a hurry. The family member was out of breath and was interrupted twice by himself. For a God man, it is rare to be out of breath, and one can imagine how nervous he is. 537. Mo, brother Mo Yun. People from the Sam family have come. Is it coming so soon? Mo Yun remembered that it wasn't long before he asked Potter to declare war, and he didn't expect the people from the Sam family to rush over so quickly. However, this is not bad. At least I saved myself a lot of time. At this time, at the entrance of the valley where the Eamon family closed the gate, members of the Sam family had arrived, and the leader was a 5-meter-tall man who did not resemble human life at all. His skin is fiery red like magma, the surface of his body is burning with faint blue flames, and his huge body is covered with terrifying spikes. Accompanied by his steps, deep footprints were scalded on the ground one after another, and the flames never dissipated for a long time. At this time, from his terrifying mouth full of fangs like a lamprey, came out a terrifying voice. You bastards of House Amen! Your doom has come. What about your overbearing new patriarch Mo Yun? What's wrong? Don't you dare to come out? Who gave him the guts to declare war on our Sam family? With a loud roar, the entire valley seemed to tremble. At this time, the members of the Amen family guarding the mountain pass sentry all felt terrified, and some even began to regret not choosing to escape from the Amen family. But just when the family was about to lose their minds, Mo Yun appeared. The owner is here. Brother Mo Yun. Seeing the appearance of Mo Yun, the members of the Amen family felt as if they had been given a shot in the arm, and the fear in their hearts seemed to disappear suddenly. Mo Yun looked around at the sentry post. Almost everyone in the Amen family had already gathered here. Even Julie and Elsa came here as well. At this time, Julie came over and said to Mo Yun, the team is led by the 2 strongest gods in the Sam family, Alan and Mu. The person who spoke is Orm. His race is Hell Demon. He is so powerful that even Amen dare not take him lightly. Mo Yun looked at Julie's intellectual face with some strangeness, and thought, could it be that this noble and beautiful woman has been successfully subdued by him under the collaborative strengthening of these few days? Feeling Mo Yun's gaze, Julie blushed immediately, and glared at Mo Yun in embarrassment. Don't be too happy. All this is for the Eamon family. I don't want the Aemon family to be destroyed. Mo Yun smiled and said, of course, you mean a woman from Eamon's family. Mo Yun continued calmly, leave the rest to the master. This sentence made Julie grit her teeth in hatred. She glared at Mo Yun angrily, then turned her head and continued to stare at the members of the Sam family. At the same time, the members of the Sam family also noticed the appearance of Mo Yun, whose standard black hair and black eyes are very easy to distinguish. Aum's ugly face showed a terrible smile that made the child stop crying. He waved his hand, and an ugly, tall man came out. He shouted to the people at the sentry post, brothers. I am Bit. I have great power now. Brothers, join me in the mighty Sam family. After hearing the man's voice, the members of the Amen family were surprised. What? You turned out to be Bit. This voice. Aren't you a little bit of a Bit? Bit is really the 3rd member of the original Eamon family. But obviously, he has now betrayed. In Bit's body, the members of the Amen family can no longer feel the fetters of the family oath. But it's only natural. Mo Yun has a clear understanding of the nature of the god of the oath of the wilderness. This is a completely selfish god. As long as you give enough tribute, the dissolution of the vow relationship is nothing but a ritual. What's more, this god also sells more advanced and expensive breach of contract bonds, which can dissolve the oath relationship without performing rituals. Eamon and Julie used the method of breaking the contract to break the promise and not to give up. At this moment, Bit continues to persuade members of the Eamon family to surrender. Brothers, did you see? The me now is completely different from before. This is the benefit of joining the Sam family. Power. Powerful power. Bit stretched out his hand, and a strong flame ignited from his hand. The former Bit was just a new godman with only 8 years of divine power. But at this time, Bit's supernatural power has obviously exceeded 10 years, and the overall strength is several times that of before. Just when some members of the Eamon family began to shake their hearts, a voice sounded like a pincer. Noisy. Moyun flew out from the sentry post, with his hand on the handle of the knife. No one saw his movements clearly. After gaining the divinity of 3 flowers gather at the top, 5 chi towards the origin, Yuan Yun felt that the knife in his hand had also changed. The gathering of 3 flowers in the past gave Moyun the ability to perfectly control his body. But now, after the evolution of 2.3 Wuki Chao Yuan, Moyun feels that he has the same ability to perfectly control the knife in his hand. At this moment, Moyun recalled the nourishment he had learned from Amon's demon ape stick technique. Brother Eamon, just make your behest. Help me to do everything and lead the Amon family to glory. Cut. This trick is nameless. Like a master of decisive swordsmanship, the knife that Moyun swung casually is the most magnificent and most subtle decisive swordsmanship. At this time, Bit, who was still clamoring to persuade him to surrender, suddenly froze as if the picture was frozen. A traitor, dare to put on airs in front of me. When Moyun's voice sounded, everyone in the Sam family was startled. Chapter 72. Didn't see it. Didn't see it all. The Sam family who came to conquer the Eamon family looked at each other in dismay. From the faces of their companions, they read the same thoughts that everyone had at this time. They didn't see how Moyun appeared at all. Only a few powerful gods and people felt that Xiaoyun had made a move just now. But they didn't even see how Moyun appeared in front of them. How could they see the movement of Moyun's shot? At this moment, Bit looked at Moyun in horror. In a trance, he felt that something terrible had happened, but he didn't feel it. However, Bit suddenly felt that it was extremely difficult for his body to move. He tried to move his body. But then, a strong pain, a painful unforgettable, painful trembling, painful and desperate feeling of wanting to destroy himself, appeared in his body. Ah! There was a scream, only 27 out of 1 syllable. Afterwards, everyone saw that Bit's body twisted, his body was like a leaky balloon, and blood spewed out tiny blood sprays from all parts of his body, which was particularly shocking. What's even more frightening is that Bit, who was in extreme pain, couldn't even scream. Everyone could only watch him twist and move his body, trying his best but couldn't make any sound. In full view, a god citizen was actually tortured to death. But Moyun, on the other hand, was calm, with full contempt in his eyes. After the evolution, the 3 flowers Juding really did not let me down. Moyun feels that now he can perfectly control the calendar area in the knife. He just used such perfect control to destroy Bit's body in great detail, stimulating all of Bit's pain-sensing nerves, causing him to die in extreme pain. Such a skill, and it's completely different from his previous slashing that was only ingenious. BD. How dare you face Aum-sama? The hell demon ORM let out a violent roar. In front of the Sam family, he killed the defector who had just entered. This is equivalent to slapping the Sam family in the face in front of everyone. Also includes the face of ORM, the self-proclaimed first god of the Sam family. I'm going to crush you. Bug. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of Moyun's mouth. That's right, the divine test obtained from Potter is far from enough for Moyun. And now, A new subject appeared. Mo Yun didn't bother to use a knife at all, but took a step forward, and bombarded Amu's fist burning with thick flames. In the face of the flames resisting the divinity, the flames on Aum's fist were almost completely extinguished when they were about to touch Mo Yun. But there are enough Mo Yun's head big fists colliding with Mo Yun's small fists, such a scene is still very shocking. Boom! Mo Yun took a few steps back, and Aum laughed loudly. Just because of you, you are also my opponent. In fact, in the eyes of many people, Mo Yun who just took a few steps back is already amazing. It's hard for everyone to imagine how Mo Yun's body has the power to fight against Aum, who is 5 meters tall. But they didn't know that Mo Yun hadn't shown his real strength yet. He is just feeling the power changes brought about by the 3 flowers gathering at the top and the 5 chi rising to the top. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has gained 33 times the strength. The emergence of the system upgrade naturally surprised Mo Yun. Especially this time the enhancement is as high as 33 times, which is twice the effect of almost 10 times the enhancement before. What's more, since the divinity of the mountain power was strengthened, his strength attribute has almost reached the bottleneck, and there has been no strength enhancement since then. However, Xia Yun also knew. The emergence of this strength enhancement was also within his expectation. Because the way the entire power is used has changed. Everything has changed. Before, Mo Yun could feel his body, every muscle contained power. When he needed it, these powers would burst out and converge into one strand, releasing astonishing power. Now, the strength he uses doesn't just come from the muscles. It also comes from the elements absorbed by the body and integrated into one. Mo Yun can clearly perceive that the elements of power are cheering and jumping in his body, flowing like a river in his body. It made Mo Yun feel empowered and radically changed from before. In the words of Blue Mercury, an Oriental civilization, the power he has now is called gas. Mo Yun couldn't help laughing. Breathing and breathing method, it turns out that it is really practicing internal strength. It seems that there is no problem in calling Qi as internal force. No, such a powerful force, called internal force is too demeaning. It should be called Zion Li to be more appropriate. Feeling the flow of immortal power in his body, Mo Yun showed an expression of great enjoyment. If it wasn't for Aum's roar, Mo Yun would really think that he was visiting his back garden again. Go to hell! Aum clasped his arms and punched Mo Yun heavily. Snapped! Mo Yun stretched out a hand and easily blocked Aum's punch. 600 All the members of Sam's family were dumbfounded. How could Mo Yun, who was punched back a few steps by Aum just now, suddenly become so powerful? Aum was probably the one who couldn't believe the scene in front of him the most. He tried his best to overwhelm Mo Yun. Kneel down for me. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training and has gained 23 times the strength. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 29 times the endurance enhancement. Mo Yun noticed that, just like he was learning concealment from Potter, the subsequent enhancement multiplier gradually decreased. This seems to be more like the power of his immortal body, being discovered step by step. After a while, the system prompts to stagnate. Mo Yun glanced at Aum. Obviously, this big man doesn't seem to be able to bring him agility and perception enhancement. Is this not enough? What a waste! Kong has such a big body, why does he have so little strength? If I didn't see your ugly appearance, I would have thought someone's girl was punching me like a spoiled child. Mo Yun mercilessly laughed at Aum, and at the same time stepped back half a step. Zhongzheng and Aum wrestled. At the same time, clenched the right fist and raised it. Let you see what real power is. Power. Chapter 73. Zion Li. Squirting from Mo Yun's body. They are perfectly integrated with the strength of the muscles in Mo Yun's body, forming an excellent chemical reaction. At this time, Mo Yun felt his strength directly doubled. This punch hit the hell demon Aum heavily, and Aum fell backwards as if hit by a meteorite. With a loud noise, a huge deep pit was cracked on the ground, and Aum's whole body was embedded in it. Accompanied by the destroyed soil around, one can imagine how powerful the blow just now was. Everyone in the Sam family was speechless in surprise. They couldn't wait to rush into the Amun family, carve up all the assets in it, and then throw everyone in the Amun family into the demon abyss to become demons. But at this moment, Aum, the most powerful member of the family, was knocked down by Mo Yun. They looked at Mo Yun with incredible eyes. How can such a small body defeat the tall and burly hell demon Orm? Mo Yun let out a long breath. The feeling brought by Xian Li is really wonderful. The hell demon Orm in front of him also showed another advantage of being so big. Even after taking such a fierce blow from Mo Yun, he can still make a full-fledged cry. Alan! Do you want to keep watching? Alan? Mo Yun remembered that Julie said that Alan and Aum are the two strongest gods in the Sam family. If this is the case, then this Alan, I don't know if he will be as incompetent as Aum. Hell lava bomb! A sharp voice shouted, and an elemental cannon of pitch-black flames blasted towards Mo Yun. In fact, Mo Yun had already sensed this demon in the Amun family wearing a pitch-black cloak. At this time, Mo Yun stretched out his left hand and aimed at the hell lava bomb. Divinity, fire resistance. Under the effect of divinity, the hell lava bomb seemed to have exhausted all its energy, and disappeared in front of Mo Yun's left hand in an instant. The members of Sam's family were astonished, and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Master Alan's hell lava bombs are completely useless. What ability did he use just now?" Mo Yun glanced over the fussing Sam's family, and finally stopped on Alan, who was old and dark-eyed. "It seems that you are Alan." Alan still looks like a mage like a human on the outside, but Mo Yun knows that Alan is actually a demon. In addition to the original demons born in Hell and Abyss, demons have another way to expand their groups. They threw people of other races into the Abyss, and when these people came out of the Abyss, they would become demon races. Among them, human beings often turn into demons when they come out of the demon abyss. The disadvantages of becoming a devil are countless. For example, you have no way of knowing what your appearance will become, but it is most likely to be a hideous and terrifying demon. And the biggest price is to declare that you will always believe in the devil, and establish an extremely unequal contract with the demon god. It is equivalent to saying that you must be a loyal dog, but you may still be crushed to death by the demon god at any time. In contrast, the cost of changing the unknown appearance when becoming a demon is not worth mentioning at all. For the gods and people who have obtained the Godhead, if they are not at the end of the mountain, no one would be willing to degenerate into a demon. Of course, demonization is of course beneficial. The biggest advantage is that you can get the power directly bestowed by the demon god. At this time, the demon Alan stretched out his hand and murmured, "Supreme Demon God, please turn the power you bestowed on me into monstrous fireworks, and completely burn the enemies in front of me to ashes." The last flame of hell. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training and has obtained 35 times the fire resistance enhancement. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 27 times the fire resistance enhancement. OJ! Congratulations to the host, the primary divinity, fire resistance is advanced to the primary divinity, flame immunity. Oh! Facing the flames of the end of hell falling from the sky, Mo Yun used the original sea wizard to avoid it. These hell-end flames are indeed impressive, and they actually made Mo Yun feel the pain of being burned, but what followed was the rapid strengthening of the immortal body. Amidst the sound of strengthening, Mo Yun found that the threat of these final flames of hell is getting lower and lower. Until, divinity evolves. At this time, in the eyes of everyone in Sam's family, he saw that when the fire of the end of hell approached Moyun, the fire would drop in vain, as if it had changed from a prairie fire to an ordinary mountain fire. Moreover, they can clearly see that this change is getting more and more outrageous. In the end, when the flame of the end of hell reached Moyun, it seemed to become a stove fire at home. But just when they were disappointed, the flames of the end of hell suddenly flourished again. It has fully recovered its due strength, like a monstrous fire, completely devouring Moyun in front of him, and the members of the Sam family immediately cheered happily. He can't hold on anymore. Sure enough, there is a limit. He has exhausted his last strength. Now he can no longer contain the flame. Master Alan, you are so strong. A cruel smile appeared on the old face of the devil Alan. He waved his hand and shouted. The flames of the end of hell, completely burn my enemies into ashes. All the flames converge on the center, which is Moyun. Seeing this scene, the members of the Amen family exclaimed in panic. Could it be that the miracle that Moyun brought to the Amen family is about to stop here? Boom! When the flames converged in one place, exuding a pitch-black flame that seemed to come from hell, what everyone didn't expect was that they walked out of the flames. Everyone stared straight. This man, Li Zhao, came out of the final flames of hell unscathed? This is impossible. Unbelievable voices came and went. Hearing Moyun's ears, there is only a disdainful laugh in my heart. Moyun stretched out his hand, and in his hand, the fire of the end of hell was still burning continuously. But all the elements in the flames no longer hold hostility towards him, on the contrary they still have a sense of intimacy. Is this the meaning of fire immunity? Moyun had a feeling that perhaps, he could try to control the flame in his hand. It is a pity that they are still in a state of war at this time. There is not enough time for Moyun to study the changes in the fire-immune divinity. And what is the threshold of flame-immunity divinity? From the mouth of Alan, who was surprised, he revealed the reason why Moyun was not affected by the last fire of hell. It turns out that you actually have the flame resistance divinity. Chapter 74. It turned out to be flames resisting divinity. So that's the case. No wonder Mr. Allen's skills can't have any effect on him. The fire's resistance to divinity has greatly shocked everyone in the Sam family. In fact, among divinities, passive resistance is not as valuable as active divinity. But there is always an environment to talk about in everything. For the demon family, flames resisting divinity are a symbol of high-level demons and a deterrent for high-level demons. Because demons are a race that relies heavily on the fire of hell, if the fire of hell does not work, the strength of many demons will be greatly reduced. It can be said that people other than demons have grasped the words flame resists divinity. Then this person is a born demon slayer. When they heard that Moyun had the divinity of flame resistance, the Amen family was also greatly encouraged. They know that the Sam family is a family of all demons, and they also know what it means for Moyun to have the divinity of fire resistance. Julie stared at Moyun. She was surprised that Moyun had such a whole card. No wonder he dared to declare war with the Sam family. But at this moment, she suddenly remembered that under some circumstances that she couldn't tell, she suddenly obtained the divinity of thunder and lightning resistance 683. Julie's breathing came suddenly. Could it be that? At this time, Alan looked at Moyun and said coldly. Since you have such a talent, and you are unwilling to submit to the Sam family, it seems that it is very important to keep you. The endless thunder from the abyss. Annihilate it. Destroy it. Crush this ridiculous person thoroughly. Moyun never expected that the devil Alan could give himself such a big surprise. Almost all the opponents he has come into contact with so far rely on physical strength to fight against him. For people who use elements to fight, Alan still buys one. If you don't consider physical strength, but just talk about attack strength, Alan is much stronger than the 5-meter-long Aum next to him. And this just gave Moyun enough conditions to discover the body of a fairy. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 35 times the lightning resistance enhancement. Seeing that the thunder of the abyss did not work on Moyun, the members of the Sam family looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that Moyun still has the divinity of thunder and lightning resistance? Chvi, but is such a thing really possible? The flame resists divinity can be understood as Moyun was a race that grew up by the flames when he was in the mortal world, and black hair and black eyes seem to be in line with the attributes of a race that was born by the flames. Then Moyun came to the God realm and mastered the flame resistance divinity through hard work. This is the normal logic that everyone thinks that Moyun has the divinity of fire. But the lightning resistance shown by Moyun can't be said that when Moyun was in the mortal world, he was struck by lightning every day, right? The devil Alan was also taken aback. He immediately changed to another spell. The extinction water of the river of death, completely drown my enemy. Dissolve everything about him in the endless river of death. The endless water that suddenly appeared wrapped Moyun in it, and these water flows seemed to squeeze out all the air in Moyun's body, completely dissolving Moyun in the water flow. Seeing the effectiveness of this trick, the Sam family cheered. He is indeed no match for Master Alan. Idiot! He obviously has such strong speed and strength, but he stood there and endured the attack of a demon archmage. He is looking for death. Obviously Master Alan is extremely powerful. He has no chance to use it at all. While the devil Alan was enjoying the flattery of everyone in his family, Moyun was also experiencing the profound meaning of water flow. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 40 times the resistance enhancement of the profound meaning of water. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 31 times the resistance enhancement of the profound meaning of water. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the first level divinity, the resistance of the profound meaning of water. Wow! When Moyun gained the resistance of the profound meaning of water, the water flow wrapped around Moyun instantly turned into a pool of water without source. All the people in the Sam family are stupid. Wouldn't you say that you still have water attribute resistance? If Moyun knew what they were thinking, he would definitely tell them. Not only water attribute resistance. As long as you want, I can get it all for you. The premise is that you can choose. Facing Moyun's expectant eyes, Alan felt bad all over. He was trembling, pointed at Moyun, and made a hysterical voice, "You are a magic killer. Strong body, and the resistance of all elements. Your race is a magic killer, right?" Moyun doesn't know what kind of race the magic killer is. But judging from Alan's description, it should be a matter of relying on elemental resistance, making it impossible for the mage's skills to be used. Then pull the opponent to the starting line of throwing his arms and fighting, and then use his powerful body to dry out the opponent's race. I have to say, this seems to be a very interesting and thoughtful race. Moyun found that not only the people of the Sam family think so, but even the people of the Eamon family behind him, many people think that his race is the magic killer. The eyes they looked at Moyun seemed to be more humble in an instant, as if the peasants were looking up to the nobles. Moyun sneered in his heart. The theory of only blood in the world of gods is really funny. But Moyun doesn't mind the misunderstanding. No matter when, the more strength and prestige, the better. It's just that the only thing Moyun regrets is that Alan in front of him seems to have completely lost the fighting spirit to fight against him. What's the matter? The two strongest gods of the Sam family, that's it. Facing the ridicule, the members of the Sam family did not refute the clamor, because they knew that they had become the weaker party instead. Both Aum and Alan are ready to escape at this time. Retreat! Alan shouted, turned and fled first, and the tall hell demon Orm followed closely behind. Moyun shook his head and sighed softly. He also wants to get more resistance to divinity. And more to explore the mysteries of the immortal body. In the end, these people actually plan to escape. What a disappointment! But since you're here, let's stay forever. Mo Yun put his hand on the handle of the knife, and his eyes swept over all the enemies in front of him. Cut. Thousands of peaks. Chapter 75. At this moment, all the people in the Sam family who tried to escape were crushed to the ground by the force of the mountain pouring out from Mo Yun's body. Even the Hell Demon Orm and the Devil Alan are not exempt. The former was struggling, while the latter was simply crushed to the ground. A cold light flashed in Mo Yun's eyes, and the sword that condensed the power of immortality and divinity finally struck out. The knife flashed. The two strongest gods of the Sam family, Hell Demon Orm and Businessman Alan. And all the gods and people of Sam's family. All perish. At this time, the spies who were hiding in the dark and saw this scene all showed expressions of disbelief. They are people from 3 other families. According to the final spoils agreement, Sam's family took away all the people and supplies of the Eamon family. They came here just to see if there was any chance of picking up the leak. Unexpectedly, it turned out that all members of the Sam family were crushed. Especially when they saw Orm, the 5-meter-tall hellish demon of the Sam family, cut in two. The shock in my heart is simply indescribable. Must report back to the family immediately. Just when these people were about to flee, they suddenly realized that Mo Yun was looking towards them. Mo Yun naturally sensed the existence of these people long ago. After watching the play for so long, these people should also pay for the entrance fee. A few minutes later, more than a dozen corpses appeared in front of the valley. Looking at the remaining fish that slipped through the net, Mo Yun made a voice that resounded through the sky. Tell your family when you go back, and immediately get out of the territory of the Amen family. At the same time, hand over all the traitors of the Amen family. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. After finishing speaking, Mo Yun returned to the sentry post. Mo Yun! Mo Yun! Mo Yun! The members of the Amen family shouted Mo Yun's name excitedly. After Amen's death, the family had a new pillar. How could this not make them feel excited? It's not time to celebrate yet. Mo Yun said to everyone, you are responsible for cleaning up the surroundings, and I will go back when I go. When I am away, the family is jointly in charge of by Julie, Elsa, and a few people who talk about it. Julie looked at Mo Yun with a complicated expression. She knew that from today onwards, the Amen family had completely changed into the shape of Mo Yun, and there was no possibility of it changing. Now even if she jumps out and says Eamon was killed by Mo Yun, no one will believe her words. They may even feel that they want to seize power with Mo Yun. It is precisely this point that Mo Yun is aware of, so he dares to hand over the family to himself so reassuringly. Patriarch, didn't you kill the Sam family? Where are you going now? Of course it's to deal with the rest of Sam's family. As calm as Mo Yun said, everyone in the Amen family was shocked. Although Mo Yun killed everyone in Sam's family. But they are only gods after all. The Sam family has 2 sons of gods. Mo Yun was amused by the persuasion of family members. If he doesn't go to the Sam family, will the Sam family let him go? Since we are going to fight, there must be deterrence. However, facing the Son of God, Mo Yun did not dare to take it lightly. After all, the gap between the sons of gods and the people of gods can be said to be earth-shaking, especially the 2 sons of gods of the Sam family who are said to have very difficult abilities. Soon, Mo Yun came to the location of Sam's family. Like the Amen family, the Sam family's base camp is also located in the valley, and the steep cliffs can bring natural defenses to the family. However, compared to the Eamon family, the headquarters of the Sam family is more than 3 times larger. Naturally, this special terrain structure was not formed naturally, but was excavated from the mountains of the gods' realm by the family using gods with corresponding divine powers. It can even be explained from the sight of the size of the family territory. A family's stronghold reflects the strength of a family. The Sam family is still in a joyous atmosphere at the moment, and it can be seen that almost everyone is celebrating. Mo Yun smiled coldly. I'm afraid I won't be happy after the news of Aum's death. But at this moment, Moyun suddenly thought that the speed of his arrival was the Sam family who rushed to them with all their strength in the Wizard of the Wilderness. There shouldn't be any scouts faster than him. In other words, it will be at least a while before the Sam family gets the news of Alan and Orm's death. Maybe I can use this time to create opportunities. At this time, the concealment learned from Potter immediately came in handy. After using moisten things silently, Moyun walked in through the entrance majestically, and the guards of the Sam family were even drinking. The scenes inside the Sam family made Moyun feel novel. The style of these buildings can be said to have never been seen by Moyun. Judging from the fact that the Sam family is a family of all demons, these buildings seem to be in the style of demons. Suddenly, a weird building caught Yun's attention. It was on the side of Sam's family. A huge ravine was dug out of the mountain wall. On both sides of the ravine was a gate-like building full of ancient rituals, and on both sides of the mountain wall and inside the ravine, one could see dazzling red shine. Huishan stone. Moyun was secretly pleasantly surprised. He already knew at this time that the gods can increase the speed of the cultivation of divine power through many materials, among which Huishan stone can provide the speed of cultivation of the flame-type Godhead. 0. And the current progress of Moyun's divine power can be said to be his slowest shortcoming. What he needs most now is a large amount of training materials. Just as Moyun was watching closely, a figure appeared in front of the ravine. Moyun found out that he knew this demon. This demon is none other than John Suan, a senior cadre of the Sam family who owes Moyun his life. At this time, John Suan drew a formation in the air with both hands. Then, the gate emitted a strange red light, and an ugly dog came out of the ravine. The magic dog made an angry voice. Why did this happen? You said it clearly. Joining the Sam family will make you stronger. I betrayed the Amen family and joined you, but it became like this. There was a sneer on John Suan's face, and a red light whip appeared in his hand, and he slapped the magic dog heavily. John said coldly. What kind of demon you can transform into depends entirely on your talent. Your talent is not even worthy of transforming into a demon. A demon dog is worthy of yelling at me. The red whip seemed to have a very powerful effect on the devil. After a few whips, the magic dog crawled in front of John Suan, begging. Excuse me, Lord Johnson. I was wrong. Please forgive me. John Suan snorted softly, I still have a little memory. From now on, you will be a member of our Sam family. Come with me to see the family. Chapter 76. Is this what happens to traitors? Moyun couldn't help sneering in his heart. Sure enough, no matter where you go, traitors are the most despised existences. Naturally, Moyun would not let these traitors go, but at this time he had more important things to do. Hearing that John Suan said that he was going to see the patriarch, Moyun thought about it, and immediately followed John Suan. If possible, Moyun would naturally choose to defeat the two sons of God of the Sam family one by one. Maybe it's okay for him to fight two people at the same time, but since he can have greater certainty, Moyun naturally has no need to take risks. Soon, Moyun came to a huge building of the Sam family, which seemed to be the palace where the Sam family held banquets. John Suan had already walked in with the magic dog, and said to the demon sitting on the throne of 397. Master Sam. I have brought a new member of the family. At this time, Moyun finally met the head of the Sam family. Black Goat Demon Sam. Just like the race of black goat demons, Sam has a long face like a goat, with two goat horns exuding black light, a pair of erect pupils looking at the devil dog in front of him, and a contemptuous expression flashed across his face. A magic dog? How many are there already? I remember correctly, it should be the fourth one, right? It is so, Lord Sam. The Eamon family is really trash. Their patriarch, Eamon, has become a bad person since he was cursed. It's ridiculous that any trash is willing to be included in the family. Sam cut a bloody piece of meat with a knife and fork and put it in his mouth. After chewing and swallowing for a while, Sam asked John, "You said, what should we do with this demon dog? Otherwise, how about letting him be a tribute to the demon god?" After hearing this sentence, the magic dog quickly kowtowed on the ground and said, "Master Sam, I am willing to contribute to the Sam family. Please give me this chance no matter what, please." A haughty sneer appeared on the corner of Sam's mouth, and he said, "Okay then, I'll give you a chance. However, I remind you that our Sam family only needs useful dogs. Don't worry, Lord Sam. I will be a useful dog." Moyun couldn't help sneering in his heart. Indeed a good dog. It seems that allowing these impurities to voluntarily leave the Amen family is a kind of internal optimization. After the middle-level demon of the Sam family took the magic dog down, Sam asked John, "When will Aum and Alan come back?" "Master Sam, I think they should bring back good news soon. That Moyun from the Eamon family should still be a bit difficult." "Did he shoot through your wings?" Sam showed a faint smile. "It is indeed a bit of a skill. I heard that he has black hair and black eyes. He may be the descendant of our demons." John said with a faint smile, "Master Sam, you are too flattering him. In my opinion, he is just a half-breed BD." As soon as Johnson finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. This sense of crisis was very similar to the last time, but it was much more terrifying than the last time. This time, he couldn't escape. Boom! The spear passed through Johnson's body, nailing him firmly to the pillar of the palace, and the blazing spear that penetrated Johnson's heart also penetrated the entire pillar at this time. Then, flames rose from the spear. "Ah! Even the people of the gods will die after their hearts are pierced." Mo Yun's voice sounded coldly in the palace. "John, I have come to kill your dog as promised." All the demons in the palace stood up in horror at this moment, watching Johnson, the senior cotter of the family, being nailed to a pillar and burned to death. It's like a crucifixion. Black hair and black eyes. He is Mo Yun, the new head of the Amen family. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be in the Eamon family? Where's Alan? Where's ORM? Didn't they arrest this BD? Shut up! The Black Goat Demon Sam coldly shouted to the family members. As high-level demons, what about the civilization and etiquette you should have? The members of the Sam family immediately shut their mouths, but looked at Mo Yun with hostility. "Are you Mo Yun from the Eamon family?" Sam stood up and looked at Mo Yun. "Where are Alan and Aum?" Only now did Mo Yun notice that Sam was actually wearing a dress, and he looked like a gentleman in his gestures. However, Mo Yun is not interested in this kind of gentleman's game. He just wants to take advantage of the time when only Sam, the son of God, is around, and win the battle quickly. "You ask the two of them? Of course I killed them." Just when Mo Yun was about to draw his sword, he suddenly felt his body became very heavy. Sam sneered. "You are indeed capable of killing Alan and ORM. No wonder you can replace Amen as the new owner of the Amen family. However, you are just a god. Challenge the Son of God with the strength of the gods. Do you also think that you are Amen who has 400 years of divine power? Overreach." At this time, in addition to feeling heavy in the body, Mo Yun also felt a new negative state. The elements around him are gradually stripping away, and this force even wants to strip the elements in his body. The Black Goat Demon Sam laughed. "Do you feel that you have no strength at all? Do you feel that your body has become extremely tired? I have cast 2 curses of slowness and weakness on your body in 2.5. With your mere power of the gods, it is impossible to resist the curse of my Son of God." Afterwards, Sam ordered coldly, "Catch him. I will personally throw him into the devil's abyss." Seeing that Mo Yun was under the curse, the members of Sam's family naturally had no fear, and even rushed to humiliate Moyun. Is this the new head of the Amen family? An ugly demon reaches out to pinch Thin's chin. But at this moment, the knife light flashed. Ah! A scream sounded, and the ugly demon took a step back, looked at his missing arm, and looked at Moyun in horror. Moyun shrugged slightly, "Don't you think that I can't move because of the two curses?" Chapter 77. The gap between the gods and the sons of gods is indeed huge. Moyun can deeply feel this gap at this time. Under the influence of the double curse, his power divinity and agility divinity have been suppressed to a very large extent. This is indeed the suppression of the realm. It seems that his choice to break down one by one is undoubtedly a correct choice. If two sons of gods were to fight at the same time, the result would be hard to say. At this time, in the eyes of the demons, Moyun could move and even kill people, which made them exclaimed. Is he not affected by the curse? This is impossible. The black goat demon Sam said coldly. He could clearly feel that the curse of slowness he used was dragging Moyun's body, and the curse of weakness was absorbing Moyun's strength. At this moment, Moyun should have been limp on the ground. Unless Moyun's strength is already strong enough to be 27 under the curse, he can kill people with a knife at a very fast speed. If Moyun knew what Sam was thinking, he would definitely praise him for guessing the correct answer right away. Indeed, because Moyun's enhancement multiplier is high enough, the divinity of several key basic attributes has all undergone critical strike enhancement. So even at this time, he still didn't delay in killing people. Although his strength has dropped a lot, these demons in front of him are not his opponents. Seeing Moyun kill several demons in a row, even Sam wondered if his curse had expired. Sam's curse does not work now. Moyun doesn't know. But Moyun knew that the curse should expire soon. Because, the system prompt sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training. The curse resistance has been strengthened by 35 times. Moyun felt that his body became much more relaxed almost instantly. He scanned the demons in the palace, his eyes turned cold, and he struck again with the long knife. The demons can now be sure that the curse was indeed in effect on Moyun just now. Because at this moment, the curse seems to have suddenly failed. After the curse expired, Moyun seemed to be a completely different person. Under the wilderness wizard, it was so fast that people couldn't see the figure at all. Almost in the blink of an eye, a demon died instantly with a knife in his hand. As if Moyun was the devil and they were poor human beings who were killed. Go to hell, Sam. Moyun didn't intend to give Sam a chance at all, and came to Sam in an instant. But Sam is the son of God after all, and he didn't panic when facing Moyun, but immediately used a new curse. Curse of pain. A sharp pain made Moyun frowned, and his body movements subconsciously paused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sam fled out quickly. The black goat demon who is proficient in curses is indeed not the type that is good at hand-to-hand combat. Moyun followed immediately. The power of the Son of God is indeed very troublesome. If two sons of God are combined, it may not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But Moyun was still a step behind. After Sam left the palace in a hurry, he immediately uttered a voice to the distance, "Jenny. Do you want to just watch your divine companion get killed?" A voice sounded at this moment. "It's so annoying, but I'm in the mood for it." Moyun immediately sensed that the sound came from a house not far away. At this time, a succubus flew out of the house. She was wearing a black restraint suit and her figure was quite exaggerated. The arrow-like tail swayed slightly behind him, and his face was still slightly flushed. It's not hard to imagine what this devil named Jenny was up to just now. What surprised Moyun even more was that according to his perception, he found that there seemed to be 8 men in the room that Jenny flew out of. At this time, Suanqua felt that the horns on the head of the black goat demon Sam were all green. However, the demon Samban didn't seem to mind this, and shouted, "Jenny! Grab this human! A son of God, to be forced to such an extent by a god citizen. Sam, you really are a smug thing. Jenny sneered at Sam, looked at Mo Yun, and then there was a bright brilliance in her eyes. What a handsome little brother, black-haired Heian, you should be the new homepage of the Amen family, Yun. Can you join our Sam family for me? Jenny's voice seemed ordinary, but it penetrated into Mo Yun's mind like a spell. Mo Yun felt that Jenny's appearance also appeared in his mind at the same time, sending out invitations to himself again and again. It even vaguely gave Mo Yun the illusion that the succubus Jenny in front of him is the most beautiful woman in the entire God's world. At this moment, the divinity of the three flowers gathering and the five chi energies was operating in the body, and the clear flow of the Japanese stock made Mo Yun regain his sanity in an instant. Ding! The system prompts that you have undergone special training. You have gained 30 times the charm resistance enhancement. Mo Yun breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Jenny with vigilance. What a tough ability! Seeing that Mo Yun quickly got rid of her abilities, Jenny was stunned for a moment, and showed an even more delighted smile. It's great. 117 I like excellent men the most, you really make me like it. Jenny. Don't be coquettish. Get rid of him first, and then you can do whatever you want. Oh well. Jenny did not know where to take out a leather whip, and smiled slightly at Mo Yun, and then a bewitching red light lit up in her eyes. Then, Mo Yun suddenly found that there was an extra shackle on his hands and feet. Seeing this, the black goat Sam immediately cast a curse. Mo Yun felt that the shackles were filled with 10,000 caddies of lead, which was outrageous. But I can still bear it. Jenny's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, Sam, who is this Mo Yun? He can bear the shackles of the two of us working together. With such a strong force, if... Great! Sam glanced at Jenny coldly, and said, after throwing him into the abyss, it's up to you to deal with it. That's a deal. However, neither of them noticed at this time, a sneer appeared on the corner of Mo Yun's mouth. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training. The curse resistance has been strengthened by 30 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first level of divinity, curse resistance. Chapter 78. After having the curse resistance again, Mo Yun felt different immediately. You are afraid of the power of the Son of God, but still cannot be underestimated. Even after Mo Yun had curse resistance, he could feel the effect of the curse still on. But the difference is that the shackles weighing tens of thousands of caddies have become an order of magnitude lighter. Now, the shackles weigh only 1,000 caddies. Such weight is no longer a burden to Mo Yun. Moreover, the shackles that have become heavy, seem to be not as strong as before. Just when Mo Yun felt the change of the weight of the shackle, the black goat demon Sam walked in front of Mo Yun. Sam tidied up his clothes, showing a calm and unhurried expression, and his gestures were still full of gentlemanly demeanor, as if the person who was chased and fled in embarrassment just now was not him. Sam took out a gentleman's stick from nowhere, and struck Mo Yun's body with this stick. What's wrong? Can't move. Weren't you crazy just now? A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Sam's mouth. As a god, your performance is already excellent. But gods are gods, and gods are gods. Gods can never be compared with gods. Did you know? Immediately I will throw you into the demon abyss. I can also offer tribute to the demon god, begging to turn you into a demon dog. However, I think with the talent you have shown, you will definitely become the most outstanding magic dog after you plunge into the abyss. Maybe you can transform into the most advanced hell three-headed dog, and become the best and most useful dog in our Sam family. After hearing this, succubus Jenny immediately came over and said to Sam very dissatisfied. Didn't you just say that he is mine? I said that after he is thrown into the devil's abyss, he will be at your disposal. Sam glanced at his divine partner, and said with some contempt, for you, no matter what he becomes in the demon abyss, you should be able to accept it. isn't it? Jenny froze for a moment, then smiled, reached out and touched Mo Yun's arm. That's right, if he really turns into a hell three-headed dog, he will definitely be a very strong three-headed dog. Mo Yun felt disgusted by the lower limit of these two demons. As expected of a demon, the standard of behavior really cannot be judged by human standards. At this time, Mo Yun said, "Don't you want to hear my opinion?" "Your opinion?" Sam sneered. He was still ashamed of his embarrassing escape just now, so naturally he didn't have a good look at Mo Yun at this time. "It's too late for you to surrender now. I will never let you go lightly." Jenny at the side shook her arrow tail excitedly, and said to Mo Yun in front of her divine partner, "Little cutie, don't be afraid. I will love you well when you come out of the devil's abyss." Mo Yun smiled slightly, "I don't think you need to wait until you come out of the devil's abyss, I'll come and love you all right now." The power of the mountain. Crack. With a few crisp sounds, the shackles that locked Mo Yun's hands and feet were instantly broken by Mo Yun. Sam and Jenny, who were already standing in front of Mo Yun, showed extremely surprised expressions. But there was no extra time for them to think too much, and the two immediately joined forces to cast the combination of shackles and curses again. But this time, Mo Yun, who was already prepared, moved faster than them. I have to say, whether it's Sam's curse or Jenny's charm and shackles, but there is a feeling that makes Mo Yun very aggrieved. It's a feeling that is obviously powerful but can't be used. At this time, the emergence of the curse-resistant divinity finally allowed Mo Yun to display his power generously. Cut. Thousands of mountains. Immediately, Sam unfolded a black shield in his hand, while Jenny added layers of shackles to the shield, and faced the knife that was about to cut. Boom! There was a bang, and the shield shattered, and Sam flew upside down for a distance, and the gentleman's clothes became ragged, while Jenny lay on the ground, looking very embarrassed. Mo Yun couldn't help feeling that the sons of God were indeed extraordinary. Although they had some difficulty blocking, they still blocked their own knife after all. Sam, who was the first to get up from the ground, made a decision that was most in line with his own interests in a short moment. "Jenny, I'll leave it to you here." Jenny covered her shoulders and yelled, "Sam! You be born of a devil and a goat. You left me alone to run for your life." Sam doesn't care about Jenny's life or death. Just as the old saying goes, husband and wife are originally birds in the same forest, and when disaster strikes, they fly separately. It has to be said that the black goat demon Sam's escape instinct is also superb, and his speed can even be compared with Mo Yun's the Wizard of the Wild. He rushed to the exit of the valley in a short moment, leaving only Jenny staring at Mo Yun with wide eyes and fear. Came to Taniguchi, Sam breathed a sigh of relief. At this distance, he should be able to escape Mo Yun's pursuit. But he, who has always regarded himself as a civilized devil, not only lost face, but also suffered so much. This made Sam angry. "Godman Mo Yun, I will avenge this revenge. I don't think you can report it." A voice suddenly sounded from the ears of the black goat demon Sam. Just when Sam wanted to see who was speaking, a sharp dagger pierced straight into his body. The dagger accurately found the location of the Godhead, and stripped it from the black goat demon's body. Then, a lore slash cut off all the blood linking the Godhead and the body, and Sam's cursed Godhead became an unowned thing and returned to the nearest temple. Meanwhile, Jenny squeezed a smiley face at Mo Yun, showing off her figure desperately. "Goodly good. I think we can talk. Now, Sam has escaped, and I am the only son of God in the family. If you want, I can become a divine couple with you. At that time, we will have the final say on this family. What do you think?" Just when Jenny was flirting, the body of the black goat demon was suddenly thrown down from the sky. Sam, who lost his Godhead, turned into an ordinary demon, dying on the ground, making a sound in pain. Jenny's face suddenly became ugly. Mo Yun turned his head and looked at the person who came. Master. Potter rushed to your side immediately after breaking through. I hope you don't think I'm here too late. Jenny looked at Mo Yun and Potter in astonishment, as if she saw the most incredible thing at this time. A son of God, actually called He Shen Min? Chapter 79. At this moment, Mo Yun could really realize how big the difference is between the people of the gods and the sons of the gods. Mo Yun knew very well that the original Potter was not his opponent at all. There is even a big gap in strength compared to the self before the awakening of cutting mountains and thousands of peaks and 5 Qi dynasty. And now Potter seems to have the strength to fight against him. Even with the blessing of the two gods, Mo Yun dare not say that he can beat Potter 100%. Mo Yun thought to himself. It seems that I should also start to break through the realm of the Son of God. Mo Yun glanced at the dying Sam, and said, Potter, you did a good job. Thank you, Master, for your compliment. Succubus Jenny reconfirmed that Mo Yun was the master and Potter was the servant. The indescribable surprise in my heart. In this world of gods where strength is the most respected, is there such a thing as a son of God who regards the gods and the people as his master? Or, is the black-haired and black-eyed man in front of him actually the heir from a mysterious ancient family? In any case, Jenny immediately made a decision. My lord, Jenny is willing to be your loyal slave or concubine, please grant me such an opportunity. Mo Yun looked at Jenny, smiled and said, I'm very interested in women. Really? Jenny licked the corner of her lower lip and wagged her tail desperately. She also happened to be very interested in men. After seeing Jenny's 917, Mo Yun's smile suddenly turned cold. But, do you think I want everything? I don't like a BCH like you who can be a wife. Jenny was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly exclaimed, upset. After all, she was late in begging for mercy, and Mo Yun ended her life in an instant. It has to be said that succubus Jenny's appearance is still very good. The succubus race has unique innate conditions, and those who can enter the world of gods are the best among them. But Mo Yun is not interested in such sluts. He doesn't hate it, it can even be said that it is no different from Cao thief, and he likes a clean lady like Julie. As for Jenny, it's better to be exempted. Moreover, even if he accepted Jenny himself, there is also no such broad-mindedness as the black goat demon Sam who can become and turn a blind eye with the green grassland on his head. Master, what should we do now? The turmoil just now had already caused shocks in the Sam family. With the deaths of Sam and Jenny, the Sam family was completely in chaos. Mo Yun said to Potter, you go and guard the exit, except for the traitors of the Amen family, everyone else will be executed. As you wish. The knife in Mo Yun's hand moved towards the rest of the Sam family. Like this kind of uncomfortable demon family, it's better to clean it up. In less than 10 minutes, under the powerful perception of Mo Yun, none of the Sam family slipped through the net. Mo Yun stopped in front of Moi Wan. The Huishan stone in the demon abyss is the key to his breakthrough to the Son of God. Although the ceremonial gate was a little weird, Mo Yun didn't care about it, and he cut through it with one blow. In an instant, the door collapsed. And at this moment, Mo Yun felt as if a pair of eyes looked at him. Mo Yun frowned slightly. Sure enough, destroying this kind of ritual-filled building is 10 dangerous things among gods and ghosts. Although he didn't know who was spying on him just now, Mo Yun knew clearly that his actions must have offended the demon god. But Mo Yun felt that the demon god would definitely not care about this insignificant pawn. Moreover, the pair of eyes that were spying on him just now did not give Mo Yun the feeling that it was too dangerous. Even if he is stronger than him, he won't be much stronger. He should be just a son of God. Compared with the price of offending a son of God, the Huishan mine in the demon abyss is more important to Mo Yun. At this time, Potter also came to Swan Chu's side. Master! All the traitors have been captured. Well done! Mo Yun praised, while thinking about how to make good use of these Huishan mines, whether to bring them back to the Amen family, or simply cultivate here. Just as Mo Yun was thinking about this question, Yuan Hai, CHFJ, suddenly felt a slight ripple coming from the divinity of listening. Mo Yun suddenly raised his head, and saw 7 people wearing hoods on the cliff, looking towards this side. The cloaks of these people are uniform, and there is a layer of mist that cannot see the color under the hood. What makes Mo Yun vigilant is the realm of the 7 cloaked people. God's son. Unexpectedly, 7 sons of gods appeared at the same time. Especially the son of God in the middle, Mo Yun's perception can't even detect his cultivation level, only giving Mo Yun a very dangerous feeling. In contrast, Sam and Jenny, 5 or 7 of the gods, are not worthy of lifting their shoes in front of them. As if they were both gods, Mo Yun and the Amen family casually found out the gap between a person. Who are you? Mo Yun vigilantly asked the other party's background. If there is anything wrong, he will leave here immediately. Mo Yun, the new home recommended by the family. A man in a cloak said, according to what you said, Amen died as a killer sent by the owner of the Huishan Bazaar, the son of God, Els. But as far as we know, Els didn't send any killers. So, we have doubts about Eamon's cause of death. However, since you have passed the verification of the God of Honesty, and everyone in the Amen family recognizes your identity as the new patriarch, then, we, the Castro family, recognize you as the patriarch of the Amen family at this time. Starting today, you are one of the 103 families in Camp Castro. Ranked 103 RD. Mo Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that the 7 sons of gods belonged to the Castro family. As the namer and owner of the Castro camp, the strength of the Castro family is indeed extraordinary. But Mo Yun quickly became suspicious and asked, ranked 103? You mean, the Eamon family ranks at the bottom of all the families in the Castro camp? I don't remember that, right? When Mo Yun chose the family, he knew that the Eamon family was a slightly lower middle family in the Castro camp, so it was impossible for them to be ranked 103rd. According to the rules of the Castro camp, after you become the new head of the Eamon family, it should be changed to Mo Yun family. Although you can choose to continue using the name Eamon family, the ranking needs to be recalculated. Mo Yun frowned. Isn't this rule unreasonable? The rules of the Castro camp are formulated by the family council. You only have 2 choices. Comply or not. Mo Yun sighed in his heart. Let's start from the beginning, it's only a matter of time before his ranking rises. At this time, the man in the cloak said, Patriarch Mo Yun, you have now violated the family rules of Camp Castro. Chapter 80. What rule did I break? Facing Mo Yun's question, the cloaked man said in a very official tone. According to the rules of the Castro camp, the side that wins the family war must kill no more than 1/10 of the other's family members as prisoners. If every family was crushing like you, wouldn't the Castro camp already be turned into a ghost? Mo Yun felt that what the man in the cloak said made sense. If the 103 families kill each other in a fight, it is still unknown whether there will be another 13 families in the Castro camp. But if you agree with it, Mo Yun still chooses to argue. I don't agree. I didn't know there was such a rule. Besides, judging from what you said, you obviously didn't agree with the patriarch of the Eamon family before, so why are you asking questions now? At this moment, the cloaked man in the head spoke, but a seductive female voice came out from under the tall cloak. You really don't know, so we don't plan to punish you, but you can't get any benefits from this family war. According to the rules, everything belonging to the Carlo family will be confiscated by our Castro family. Mo Yun subconsciously looked at the man in the cloak. He felt as if he had heard the man's voice somewhere. But this is not the time to pursue this, Xia Yun asked. You say confiscate it, this rule is unfair. I repeat, the rules of Camp Castro are made by the family council. You only have two choices. Choose to obey or not. Mo Yun stared at the leading cloaked man. If I don't obey, the price must be terrible, right? The man in the cloak let out a sweet laugh and said, that's right, you are a smart person, I believe you will make the right choice. Mo Yun pondered. At a time like this, he definitely won't stand out. Facing the strongest family in the Castro camp, it is undoubtedly a dead end to be strong. But Mo Yun is also unwilling to give up the benefits he has obtained. So is there a way to compromise? Suddenly, Yuan Yun thought of a rule in the wilderness. The first rule of the wilderness: follow the rules of the wilderness game, unless you are disorderly. At this moment, Mo Yun thought that the members of the Castro family had repeatedly emphasized the rules of the camp from the moment they appeared. Indeed, for a disorderly and savage wasteland, maintaining rules is not an easy task. As the makers of the rules and the biggest beneficiaries, the Castro family is of course a staunch defender of the rules. It also means the Castro family themselves must obey the rules of the camp. Mo Yun immediately had a calculation in his heart. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived by others. As long as the other party follows the rules, there is a possibility of gaining benefits. Mo Yun thought of his chips. Your Excellency, although you keep saying that I violated the rules and killed all the captives of the Sam family, I feel that you don't want them to live either. If you really care about the rules, why didn't you show up after I killed everyone? In the end, I just want to make a profit. You have taken so many benefits, you can't just give me nothing. The cloak leader praised. Smart answer. Well, you can pick one thing you want. I don't want anything else, all the Huishan stones in Sam's family are mine. Mo Yun looked at the leader of the cloaked people. You should be very clear, I seem to have caused other troubles because of these Huishan stones. If these Huishan stones don't belong to me, isn't it too much? Okay, I promise you. I will send these Huishan stones to the camp of the Amen family. The Castro family is really rich and powerful. In fact, Mo Yun thinks it is good to get half of it. After all, in Mo Yun's opinion, perhaps the greatest wealth of the Sam family is these Huishan stones. Mo Yun was even ready to bargain, but he didn't expect that with a wave of his hand, he even helped him solve the problem of Huishan stone delivery. In this way, Mo Yun feels that he has nothing to lose. After all, Huishan stone is what he wants most. As for the land or something, just wait for him to break through to the realm of the Son of God, and then go to other families to grab it and it's over. Patriarch Mo Yun, this is about the rules of the Castro camp family. Next time, you can no longer use don't know as an excuse. The leader of the cloaked people flew a piece of paper, and Mo Yun stretched out his hand to catch it. This piece of paper has divine power, and Mo Yun injected his spirit into it, and quickly absorbed the knowledge in it. There are not many rules in the Castro camp, but the knowledge here provides several specific cases for each rule, which is very detailed. After reading these rules, one of the rules immediately caught Mo Yun's attention. Clan Castro family rules: after the family war is decided, there will be a 1-month truce. A family that is in a truce has no choice but to attack any family. Similarly, any family is not allowed to attack a family that is in a truce. Anyone who provokes troubles during the truce will be severely punished by the family council headed by the Castro family. Mo Yun thought about it. In the long run, this is indeed a good rule, because in this way, any family will have room to breathe. But in this way, he will not be able to settle accounts with the families of Duke, Ingmar, and Puzan for the time being. Mo Yun also read the rest of the rules one by one in his heart. But after reading it, Mo Yun found that there was a piece of information that he desperately wanted to know was missing. Mo Yun raised his head and looked at the 7 cloaked men in front of him. Then what conditions do I have to meet before I can enter the family council? A cloaked man couldn't help but let out a slight laugh, as if mocking Mo Yun for not being self-reliant. The caped man answered Mo Yun's question instead. If you want to enter the family council, your family must at least meet the conditions of having 100 members of the family and 5 sons of the gods, in order to be eligible to become a family of the 12th council. To challenge the qualifications of the 12 parliamentary families, at least the top 30 must be ranked. The leader of the cloak said lightly, with the strength you have shown, it is not impossible to enter the parliament within 100 years. Century? Moyun smiled softly in his heart, 100 days is too much for him. However, 100 days is a bit exaggerated. After all, this is the realm of the gods, and a few years and a few months are not worth mentioning here. Then it can be as slow as 3 years, or as fast as 3 months. Chapter 81. Seeing that the leader of the cloaked people was about to leave, Moyun hurriedly asked, if I meet the conditions, how should I get the qualifications? The leader of the cloaked people glanced at Moyun, with a hint of a smile in his tone, and said, as for how to obtain the qualification, you can grab it, cheat it, or buy it. As long as you can make one of these 12 families willingly change the name on the council contract to yours. Then, you are the new parliamentary family. After speaking, the leader of the cloaked people left first. His speed is extremely fast, and Moyun's listening to the vast sea can only capture the trajectory of his departure. Afterwards, the rest of the cloaked people left one by one, leaving only the last one. Finally, the remaining man in the cloak said, from now on, I will take over everything in the Sam family. Please leave within an hour. After all, the cloaked man said to Moyun, the author of 490, ranking 103, you have already begun to think about how to get qualified. Should I say that you are overestimated, or should I praise your ambition? Moyun knew that he had obviously become the object of ridicule by the Castro family member in front of him. But Moyun didn't care, and it wasn't the first time that others made fun of him. Anyway, sooner or later, he will get his face back 100 times and 1,000 times. Moyun, who was calling Potter to leave together, suddenly paused slightly. He suddenly remembered that he had indeed seen this cloaked leader. The man who bought Catwoman's cloak when he first arrived at Camp Castro seemed to be that person. Moyun was deeply impressed by the characteristic of the voice of a man wearing a cape, but actually a woman. So, is he a man or a woman? But Moyun is not in a hurry, he should have the opportunity to deal with this person in the future. At this time, on the sentry post of the Amen family, all family members were looking forward to the distance. When they saw Moyun and Porter appearing in a dragon eagle cart, all members of the family cheered. Moyun jumped off the dragon eagle cart, and said to everyone in the family, I declare that starting today, there will be no more Sam's family in the Castro Bazaar. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the family immediately cheered. Julie looked at Moyun in disbelief. She knew that Moyun was very powerful, but he was the son of 2 gods. What's more, what Moyun said was to expel the entire Sam family. One more thing before getting ready to celebrate. Under Moyun's instruction, Potter brought out the 4 demon dogs and 6 demon men from the dragon eagle cart. After seeing these demons, the family members were stunned for a moment. At this time, someone recognized the identity of the one-man demon through some facial details. Could it be that you are Abraham? Then you all. The others were also surprised to recognize the identity of the demon. Moyun said indifferently, the 10 of them are the traitors who defected from our Amen family and joined the Sam family. Everyone froze for a moment. It is not the first time that Moyun has captured the traitor back, but at this time everyone noticed that Moyun said 10 of them and there were only 6 demons in front of him. The remaining 4, aren't they dogs? The 4 magic dogs buried their faces on the ground hard, lest the former family members see their current appearance. The family members felt unbelievable at this time, and couldn't help saying to Moyun, Brother Eamon, could it be that they are really? Moyun nodded, and said to Potter, prepare the ceremony immediately, and ask the god of the oath to grant the death penalty to these 10 people. After hearing Moyun's words, the 6 merchants and 4 magic dogs hurriedly begged. Brother Moyun. We know we were wrong. Please, give us another chance. I was obsessed with ghosts for a while. If I knew this would happen from the beginning, I would never betray the family. It's them. They forced me. I'm really innocent. After hearing the human voices of the 4 magic dogs, the family members finally had to believe that they were really their former companions, Bob and Leaf. Such a scene shocked the hearts of family members tremendously. They couldn't believe it anyway. They betrayed the family and went to the Sam family to find the so-called hopeful future. It turned into a dog. Facing the begging of these traitors, Moyun ruthlessly said, "Potter, take them down." Moyun turned around and said to everyone in the family, "I said, I will not spare any traitor who betrayed the family. I will not treat anyone who shares the troubles with the family badly. Starting from today, I will definitely lead the Amen family to glory." Not many people responded to Moyun's words, and everyone was still immersed in the shock just now and couldn't extricate themselves. This is also the effect Moyun expects. He believes that after this incident, members of the Amen family should all become his loyal fans. Soon, the ceremony of executing the traitor began. Amid bursts of pleading and screams, the 10 traitors were drained by the god of the wilderness oath. It's just a pity for Moyun that not all traitors were punished. Except for the 7 people who were rejoicing that they didn't escape successfully at this time and were given lighter punishments. There are still 6 traitors, joining Duke, Ingmar, and Posen respectively, which are the 3 families. Compared with the other traitors, these 6 traitors are higher in terms of divine power and Godhead level. After all, given the choice, no one would choose to join the Sam family and be transformed into a demon. However, the truce period in January made it impossible for Moyun to ask these 3 families directly, so he could only resort to diplomatic means. "Potter, you send someone to these 3 families to tell them to call out the traitors of the Amen family. Otherwise, I will directly declare war on them in a month's time." "Understood, Master." "Wait a minute, there is no rush to send the message. Potter, tell me how you broke through the Son of God." During this 2.4-month truce, Moyun will naturally not stop getting stronger. And his first priority is to be promoted to Son of God. Moyun can already clearly feel it at this time. The realm of my own gods and people has been unable to keep up with the mainstream in the war between families. Just when Moyun was carefully asking Potter about the details about Breakthrough God's Son, family members suddenly ran over. "Brother Moyun, there is a convoy outside. They have sent a lot of Huishan stones. Go and have a look." "Oh? So fast?" "As expected of the Castro family." "What? They turned out to be members of the Castro family." The family members shouted in surprise, "Brother Moyun, why did the members of the Castro family come to us?" The corners of Moyun's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, "Of course it's a gift for me." Chapter 82. Soon, the news that the Castro family gave a gift to Moyun, the new successor head, spread like wildfire within the family. When hearing the news, everyone in the family reacted first. "It's just impossible. What is the Castro family? That's the real owner of Camp Cothro. How could it give Moyun a gift?" But when everyone in the family came to the square, they saw a cart with the Castro family imprint parked in the middle of the valley. When the people in the convoy were putting the Huishan ore in the center of the valley, they all spoke out in surprise. Could it be that the rumors are true? What is even more incredible is that the Huishan stones that were moved out of the carriage were not even a single star. Soon, the Huishan stones were piled up in the center of the valley like a hill, and the Huishan stones moving out in the carriage seemed to have no intention of stopping. Even these Huishan stones in front of them are even more than all the current assets of the Amen family combined. After all, for the Sam family, the most important asset is Moyuan. They are exactly the demon abyss made of Huishan stone. Then use the divine power of the ore to complete the transformation of other races into demons. It can be said that these Huishan stones accounted for 2/3 of the actual assets of the Sam family except for the real estate on the site. The members of the Amen family still couldn't believe it. No matter what, they couldn't figure out the reason why the Castro family, who was in charge of the Castro camp, wanted to give Moyun so much Huishan mine. Just when everyone in the family was suspicious, Moyun came here. People from the Castro family came over and said to Moyun, "Patriarch Moyun, I have placed your Huishan stone here according to the family's instructions, please check and accept it. Go back and tell your boss that I have received the Huishan stone and I am very satisfied." The members of the Amen family all stared at Moyun dumbfounded. The facts are already in front of them, and there is no room for them not to believe it. Their patriarch, Moyun, actually climbed to the top of the Castro family. Moyun is happy to see such rumors that can increase his authority and mystery. Moderate mystery can make people feel chosen by destiny. In the world of gods, mystery has always been a full complement. Moyun asked the family members to move most of the Huishan stones into the family room, and the remaining small part was used as the welfare of the family members. That part is enough for family members to use for a long time. But now, seeing Huishan stone in a room the size of the owner's basketball court, Moyun showed a very nostalgic and enjoying expression. It has been a long time since I experienced this feeling of rapid increase in divine power. Moyun immediately checked the changes in the system. Ding! A change in the environment has been detected. The current environment cultivation speed is 22.7 days, the cultivation system multiplier is 88 times, the current environment cultivation speed is 1997.6 days. Amazing practice speed. Moyun knew that this was the speed of his cultivation before he entered the state of meditation. If you enter the state of meditation, the multiplier of the cultivation system should be able to break through 100 times. The environmental speed of 22.7 days should be the limit of Huishan stone's speed of practice. And after the divinity of the 3-flower gathering at the top evolved into 3-ring gathering at the top, 5 chi towards the yuan, the multiple of cultivation was directly doubled. At present, Moyun's divine power is at the level of 130 years. According to this speed, he can reach the level of 200 years divine power in half a month at most. This is still without counting the crit. For now, Moyun feels that divinity is enough. Even if he continues to devote time to divinity, the improvement in exchange will not be too obvious. But at this time, the divine power is different. The power of the gods directly affects the level of strength. Therefore, Moyun will undoubtedly use the next few opportunities of active critical strikes to improve his divine power. Then, breakthrough Son of God. Speaking of breaking through the Son of God, Moyun suddenly thought of what the Castro family said, the necessary conditions for entering the family council. It is not difficult to have 100 official members of the Shenmin family, but it is not an easy task to have 5 sons of God. If you want to absorb the Son of God to join the family, you have to pay enough to make them feel excited. This is obviously not an easy task. But the family itself wants to cultivate a Son of God, but it is also quite difficult. Without mentality, just the basic requirement of 200 years of divine power would require a lot of time to accumulate. There are almost no gods like Potter who have enough divine power, but happen to have no divinity. Thinking of this, Moyun smiled. Don't you have synergistic reinforcement? He remembered that when the cultivation system settled the cultivation value last time, the snake girl Seves had a taste of the sweetness of the cultivation system. Soon, Moyun called Julie, Seves, and Elsa over. However, Elsa, who helped Moyun break through the 5 Qi dynasty last time, became a supporting role this time, because she has no Godhead, so she can't get the accumulated supernatural power. Moyun's gaze rested on Julie and Seves. As the 8th person in charge of the Eamon family, Seves naturally has some strength, and her divine power is about 140 years old. On the contrary, it is Julie, who has been handling the family affairs and has little time to concentrate on cultivation. Although she is much stronger than Seves, her divine power has remained at 15's level. Hearing that Moyun wanted to help her practice again, Julie immediately took 2 steps back and shouted, "BD! You can't get away with it. Last time it was because of the Emin family, I had no choice but to." 387 Thinking of being tainted by Moyun in various ways, Julie still felt extremely ashamed at this time, and could only comfort herself repeatedly in her heart, saying that everything she gave was for the family. Unexpectedly, now that the family has protected him, Moyun would come again. Moyun showed a faint smile. He was informing Julie and Seves, not asking for their permission. However, he is not completely unreasonable. If gentle means can work, he will naturally not use tough methods to solve the problem. Don't you want to be the son of God? Moyun stared into Julie's eyes, his tone full of temptation. This feeling is too familiar to Elsa. She was deceived by Moyun with such words. What disappointed Elsa was that Julie and Seves had the opportunity to become the son of God, but she has not yet obtained the Godhead. Julie's heart skipped a beat. Becoming the son of God was indeed a great temptation to her. But she quickly shook her head and said, "Don't even think about it. I will never give in to you." Moyun smiled slightly in his heart. He was not in a hurry. He wanted to see if Julie could withstand the temptation of becoming a child of God. In contrast, why did Shi Hanwei take the initiative too much? "Sister Julie, since you don't want it, then I won't be polite. Patriarch, please give me this chance." Chapter 83. Ding! A change in the environment has been detected. The current environment cultivation speed is 23.2 days. The cultivation system multiplier is 107 times. The current environment cultivation speed is 2482.4 days. Ding! The practice is completed in 1 day, and it is detected that the host and the partner have experienced the harmony of the zither and the harp, and they have obtained the practice value together, 2237.1 days. After starting formal practice, the 5 Qi dynasty primordial divinity began to run vigorously. Moyun's cultivation speed quickly reached its peak. 6 years of divine power in 1 day. The surrounding Huishan stones were reduced to worthless fragments at a speed visible to the naked eye. Elsa cleaned up these debris for Boyun every day as she did in the mining area. As for the snake girl Seves, she was soon immersed in the pleasure of divine power promotion and couldn't extricate herself. It has been nearly 100 years since she came to the world of gods, and she has only had 140 years of divine power so far. Now, in just 1 day, he has actually increased his divine power for 6 years. In addition to bringing great spiritual satisfaction to the skyrocketing divine power, it also brings unparalleled physical comfort. This is simply unprecedented multiple extreme happiness. And this is just the beginning. Ding! The practice is completed in 1 day, and it is detected that the host and the partner have experienced the harmony of the piano and the harp, and jointly obtained the practice value, 2196.2 days. Ding! After 6 days in a row, Moyun's divine power has increased from 130 years to 180 years. Serves, the snake girl, has increased from 140 years to 170 years. Even Julie has improved her divine power for 6 years. And this 7th day is the most critical moment for Moyun. Ding! The practice is completed in 1 day, and it is detected that the host and the partner have experienced the harmony of the zither and the harp, and they have jointly obtained the practice value, 2380 days. Crit! Ding! You actively triggered the 10 times critical strike system, and the critical strike multiplier is 32 times. Through the crit system, you and your partner have jointly gained 202 years, 73,780 days, of divine power. Moyun didn't expect that the system has changed the unit and no longer calculates in days but in years. With 200 years of divine power, Mo Yun's divine power was raised to 380 years in an instant, and the snake girl Seves also increased from 170 years of divine power to a full 370 years. At this time, the Huishan stone nest built in the house collapsed violently, and large areas of Huishan stone turned into grey gravel. Naturally, this shock did not affect Mo Yun and Seves. Both of them were immersed in the aftertaste of pleasure brought by 200 years of divine power, which could not be calmed down for a long time. After a long time, Seves opened her eyes and looked at Mo Yun with obedience and strong love. She said softly, "Patriarch, I'm going to break through the Son of God. You can break through by my side. It just so happens that I also want to break through the Son of God." Mo Yun glanced at the shaking house, and Julie, who was surprised, went to find Elsa to clean up the rubble. Mo Yun reckoned that this time, the cultivation base crit used up nearly 2/3 of the Huishan stones in the entire room. If Mo Yun's guess is correct, the next time he hits the training value again, the multiplier of the critical hit should only be half of this time. I didn't expect that it was resources that restricted my cultivation speed in the end. In fact, Mo Yun knew that if Seves hadn't also obtained the benefits of the cultivation system, the Huishan stone here would have doubled the time he could practice. But Mo Yun doesn't think there is anything wrong now. As long as he has a powerful family, it is not easy to obtain Huishan stone. Mo Yun closed his eyes and began to break through the realm of the Son of God. 200 years of divine power, he is more than enough at this time. And the divinity, Xia Yun, is even more numerous. Mo Yun recalled the knowledge gained from Potter. Potter, who has stayed in the half-step of the Son of God for a long time, has naturally done a lot of research on the breakthrough of the Son of God, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a master of theory. This is also the reason why it took at least a day or two for others to break through, but Potter was able to complete the breakthrough in a short time, and even went to the Sam family to help him in the battle. The process of the Son of God is to choose a divinity as the seed. Then, water the seed with a steady stream of divine power. Under normal circumstances, the need for this seed to take root and grow vigorously is exactly 200 years of divine power. What Mo Yun chooses is naturally his current strongest divinity. 3 flowers gather at the top. 5 Qi dynasties. After a short period of running in, Mo Yun felt that the Godhead had been connected with the 5 Qi dynasty primordial divinity. Mo Yun suddenly found out. Rather than saying that divinity is the seed, it is better to say that the Godhead is the seed, and divinity is the fertile soil for the growth of seeds. Under the influence of divinity, the Godhead began to undergo subtle changes. Mo Yun immediately put his divine power into it gradually. A Godhead that has been nourished by divine power is like a seed that has been nourished by water. It was as if a brand new tender seedling slowly emerged from the fertile soil. Mo Yun continued to send divine power to the Godhead. Soon, with the baptism of spring rain, desperately absorbing nutrients, it began to grow gradually, from a divine seedling to a divine tree. Then it grew from a small tree of godhood to a straight youth. Mo Yun could clearly feel the change. It is like a tree that spreads its branches and gradually grows green branches and leaves as it grows. Then, the Godhead grew from the youth stage to the adult stage, as burly and strong as an adult. At this time, Mo Yun was surprised to find that after he had invested 200 years of divine power, the Godhead was still frantically sucking more nutrients. He hastily invested more divine power. 230 years. 270 years. 320 years. 360 years. When Mo Yun put his divine power into 360 years, at this time, this tree of Godhead finally produced a real change. It is lush and lush. What surprised Mo Yun even more was that it seemed to bear a fruit. An intuition told Mo Yun to eat this fruit. Following Mo Yun's thoughts, the fruits of the Godhead were gradually absorbed by Mo Yun. At this time, Mo Yun heard the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the 10 times training system has evolved into a 100 times training system. Has the system evolved? Mo-yun was overwhelmed with surprise immediately, but then Mo-yun was even more surprised to find that it was just an appetizer. What is really valuable is that a seed is left after the nutrition of that fruit is absorbed by itself. A drop of golden blood. This drop of bright golden blood flowed into Mo-yun's heart. Mo-yun can feel that in this drop of gold, there is an incomparable, Zhao power. What exactly is this blood? Mo-yun opened his eyes. He knew that he had completed the transformation from the people of the gods to the son of the gods, and he could also feel that his power was very different from before. But that drop of golden blood in his heart still keeps Mo-yun curious. At this moment, Mo-yun suddenly saw a beautiful face appearing in front of him. This is a perfect melon-shaped face, with bright amber eyes and a blue crystal in the center of the forehead. The ice blue long hair is draped over the shoulders like a waterfall, and with the delicate lips, it forms a wonderful and unique charm. Not only is it as pure as a virgin, but it also exudes a strange but seductive enchantment. Mo-yun was startled immediately. Beauty, who are you? He has been immersed in the breakthrough of the Son of God, but he didn't realize that he was being touched by someone. At this time, the red lips of the blue-haired beauty moved slightly, with a hint of shy anger. Patriarch, I am Seves. Chapter 84. If Mo-yun was taken aback just now. So now, Mo-yun is really surprised. Only then did he realize that the beauty in front of him was indeed the snake girl. But compared with the Seves he knew, it was very different. Although the original Seves was a beauty, there was still a certain gap compared to Elsa. But at this moment, the beauty in front of her is already equal to Elsa, exuding her own unique charm. Her figure is much better than Seves, her waist has become slimmer, her bust has become fuller, and her skin has become more delicate. The biggest change is still the delicate face, especially the lips exuding a faint luster, which always makes people have the urge to kiss. The ice blue long hair is also different from Seves' green long hair. Even the biggest commonality, snake's tail, makes a big difference. At this time, the snake girl's tail turned into tiny blue crystal-like scales, exuding a unique beauty. After distinguishing for a certain period of time, Mo-yun drew conclusions from the amber eyes, similar face shape, and some other features. The snake girl in front of her was undoubtedly Han Wisai. Seves, how did you become like this? Mo-yun asked in surprise. 873 Patriarch, after breaking through to become the Son of God, my bloodline has evolved. Serve stretched out her hand and pointed to the side. Mo-yun looked along and found that it was the skin that Serves had shed. Family, I am no longer an ordinary snake human race. I am a frost snake saint. Frost serpent saintess? Mo-yun was taken aback for a moment, and he suddenly remembered what Potter said. Breaking through to the Son of God is accompanied by the process of refining the bloodline, but the evolution of the bloodline is still a matter of small probability. Seves said softly, actually, I have a bit of the blood of the frost snake saintess. My Godhead is the frost Godhead, but my bloodline should not be enough to evolve into the frost snake saintess. However, Patriarch, you helped me obtain 2 divinities related to frost. So when I broke through to the Son of God, I felt that my blood was refined. Serves prostrated herself in front of Mo-yun with strong love in her eyes. If there is no Patriarch, Seves may not be able to become the Son of God for a long time, not to mention, be able to evolve into the noble Razor Saintess bloodline. No matter when. Seves is the most loyal, priest and concubine of the head of the family. Looking at the beautiful frost snake saintess meandering towards him, if Mo-yun could bear it, then he would not be a man. What Mo-yun never imagined was that Seves, who had shed her skin and evolved into the frost snake maiden, was once again certified as a virgin, which gave Mo-yun, as her man, a great sense of satisfaction. When Mo-yun and Seves came out of Huishan Stone's lair, the change of Seves gave Julie a great shock. Are you Seves. Sister Julie, don't you know me already? Seves said to Julie. After hearing Seves' voice, Julie was finally sure that the snake girl in front of her was Seves. Such a change! It's just outrageous. As a god citizen who has worked hard in the wasteland for many years, Julie naturally knows how difficult it is to go from a god citizen to a son of God. At the same time, she also knew that when she became the son of God, she could get bloodline refinement. However, it is quite rare to obtain bloodline evolution. But Julie knows more than others. She knows that there is actually an inseparable relationship between blood and divinity. It's like Seves has a trace of the blood of the saintess of the frost serpent, so Seves can easily grasp the divinity of frost cold. And she herself also possesses an ancient bloodline that allows her to control the power of the storm. After a short battle between heaven and man, Julie finally made a decision. Moyun. Please give me a chance to become the son of God. After hearing Julie's words, Moyun couldn't help laughing. Julie, didn't you say that you would never give in no matter what? Julie blushed, she was naturally unwilling to succumb to Moyun. However, she knows that only Moyun can give her divinity. At the same time, only Moyun can give her supernatural power. During these days, Moyun only practiced with her once, but just that one time gave her a 6-year increase in divine power. She knew that if she didn't seize this opportunity, not to mention revenge on Cao Yun, I am afraid that in the near future, she can only look up to the existence of Moyun. At that time, even if she took the initiative to throw herself into her arms again, Moyun might not be interested in her anymore. Moyun chuckled and said, Julie, what do you think? Do I help a person who will betray me at any time to become a child of God? Julie was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. I am willing to swear to the God of the oath, from today onwards, I will be your most loyal divine partner. No matter when, I will never betray you. Although Julie's oath was somewhat insincere, but Moyun felt a strange interest when seeing the lady so clearly unwilling in heart but honest in body. Moyun said lightly, it's not enough. A flash of shame and anger flashed across Julie's face, but she quickly became submissive again. She bit her lip and said, I understand, I will do my best to satisfy you. Seeing the proud lady lowering her proud head to herself, she swore an oath of surrender to herself. This kind of pleasure is no less than the moment when one obtains 200 years of divine power. The time is still long, and Moyun has enough time for Julie to prove her sincerity. Ding! Through the crit system, you and your partner have obtained an additional 107 years of divine power. Another week later, Julie also became a child of God. And she, like Seves, has undergone bloodline evolution. At this time, Julie has become the bloodline of the Storm Witch. On her skin, there are some ancient and wonderful purple tattoos, which contain wonderful divine power. And Julie's whole temperament has become more noble, her face is more refined, and her expression is more ruthless, just like a Storm Queen. But when facing Moyun again, the Storm Queen had to lower her proud head. Moyun knew that after this week of practice, the noble Storm Witch had completely transformed into her own shape both physically and mentally. But even so, there was still a hint of stubbornness in the doctor's eyes. And Moyun just likes to see Julie's stubbornness, but she has to succumb the most. Chapter 85. In just 2 weeks, the Huishan stones that filled a room the size of a basketball court all faded and turned into rubble all over the place. Moyun sighed softly. The 4 words of Falu Kaidi are absolutely correct. Cultivation is indeed the most costly thing. According to Julie, if these Huishan stones are sold, they should be able to sell for a value of 100,000 silver coins. This is almost an accumulation of wealth that the Amen family has not been able to have for decades. But compared to the rewards, it's all worth it. These Huishan stones made Julie's divine power reach 300 years, and Seves's divine power reached 370 years. And Mo Yun's own supernatural power has reached an astonishing 520 years. But at this time, Mo Yun was caught in a tangle. What he was struggling with? It is the fourth Godhead crystal. The biggest change between the Son of God and the people of the gods is that one more crystal is added to the Godhead, and the number of Godhead crystals has changed from 3 to 4. This also means that Mo Yun can have a new system again. However, when Mo Yun was about to light up this divine crystal, Mo Yun suddenly realized a problem. That is, I don't even know what system I should choose now. In fact, choosing a system is a very particular thing. For example, according to Yate, Mo Yun's system deity has had other owners, and it is not impossible for these people to develop a system in their long lives. But even if there is a system, they will eventually be reduced to dust and fall early. The difference between them and Mo Yun is that Mo Yun guessed how to use the system Godhead from the very beginning. More critical is Mo Yun's choice of system. Because Mo Yun knew from the very beginning that the first selected system must make up for the most fatal shortcoming of the system's Godhead. That's the unabsorbable element. If the elements cannot be absorbed, the Godhead cannot grow, and the Godhead that cannot grow is of course no different from waste. If Mo Yun's first system is not the cultivation system, but the reinforcement system. At this time, I may be lucky to have 3 or 5 divinities, but I am afraid that the divine power will not even exist for a month. Don't talk about getting mixed up to the point where it is now. Even if they can survive in the mining area, I am afraid that there will be a big question mark. Following the training system, Mo Yun chose a system that can quickly improve his strength. Sure enough, the strengthening system did not disappoint him. Then, Mo Yun chose a system that was enough to change his fate. Facts have proved that the critical strike system can indeed change fate against the sky. Let yourself not only become the Son of God with 520 years in less than a few months after coming to the God realm, but even possess an extremely powerful divinity. So at this time, Mo Yun fell into a tangle. All the foundations, methods to improve strength, and the opportunity to change one's life against the sky, as if you already have everything you should have. The fourth system is very important. If you choose the wrong one, it will definitely become a decoration. For example, if you want a chef system. Mo Yun believes that with such a simple system, Godhead can easily satisfy him, but it must be a system that is useless except for cooking. And if you say you want an invincible system, based on Mo Yun's understanding of the system Godhead, it will definitely give itself a system that starts from the basics. For example, if you give yourself a retreat system, and then retreat for trillions of years, you will really be invincible in the world. Mo Yun doesn't think he has the patience to retreat for trillions of years. What's more, no one can guarantee that they can live until tomorrow. By finding a place to hide and retreat, how many years and months can I hide? What Mo Yun wants is always a system that can quickly improve himself. In this way, he can live better. Even standing at the pinnacle of the entire God realm. At this time, an idea suddenly appeared in Mo Yun's mind. Mo Yun suddenly realized that it wasn't that he didn't know what system to choose. It's that he doesn't know what he needs most now. Mo Yun's attention suddenly stopped on the drop of golden blood in his heart. Perhaps, the answer lies in this grain of golden blood. Master, have you finished your cultivation? Potter looked at Mo Yun respectfully, except for Elsa, Julie, and Sevis, as long as he knew what happened to Mo Yun. The Huishan stone fragments in the owner's house were handed over to him by Elsa. Just when Potter was surprised how Mo Yun used up so many Huishan stones, he met Seves who had evolved into the Son of God. Since then, Porter has nothing but endless loyalty and awe to Mo Yun. Mo Yun looked at Potter, thought about it, and immediately asked. Potter, what do you know about divinity? Potter hurriedly said, I have done a lot of research on divinity, but I think you should have a better understanding of divinity than me. Mo Yun was a little disappointed. From Julie, he learned information related to divinity and blood. Bloodline and divinity are directly related. Bloodlines affect the acquisition of divinity, and divinity in turn refines bloodlines. It's no wonder that there are so many blood-only people in the divine world. The bloodline that can have a direct impact on the divinity naturally determines a person's potential, and naturally makes the races divided into ranks, highs and lows. But what Mo Yun wants to know at this time is about the golden blood in his body. Both Julie and Sevilla are people of thin, ancient, precious blood. Because of Mo Yun, they gained divinity, which in turn refined their bloodlines in the process of breaking through to the Son of God. According to this statement, Mo Yun feels that he is the one with the most refined bloodline. The fact seems to be true, and Mo Yun realized at this time that his bloodline does have something special. That drop of golden blood can explain the problem very well. It is very important for Mo Yun to figure out the value of golden blood. Mo Yun changed his mind, and asked Potter again, "You were once troubled by divinity, then you should know a lot of people who understand divinity, right?" "That's true." Potter nodded. "Do you need anything? Take me to meet them." "Okay, but I can only find most of them who usually live in Camp Castro." "These people are enough." Potter quickly nodded in agreement, and suddenly said, "Master, there is one more thing. The camp meeting at Camp Castro will be held just 3 days later. According to the past practice, our family is represented by Gal, but you, the master, probably haven't attended the camp meeting yet." "Camp meeting?" Mo Yun's mind moved slightly, as he wanted to enter the family council of the Castro camp. How could he not be interested in the camp meeting? "Since we're going to the Castro camp this time, it's a good time to go and see what the camp meeting is all about." Chapter 86. Soon, Mo Yun entrusted the family affairs to Julie, Elsa, and other family officials, and came to the Castro camp with Porter. 3 days passed by in a flash. During these 3 days, Mo Yun and Porter met several people who had researched on divinity. From them, Mo Yun gained a lot of knowledge about divinity, some useful and some useless. But none of their answers mentioned golden blood. Mo Yun instinctively realized that this drop of golden blood was by no means a simple thing. So he didn't dare to ask these people hastily. This is already the 4th day that Mo Yun has come to Camp Caslo. Porter is taking Mo Yun to a residential area of the camp, looking for an old friend who has a unique insight into divinity. 100. In fact, this is the 3rd time Mo Yun has come to Castro camp. When he first came here, he didn't have a deep understanding of it. As for the 2nd time, he stayed in the shop the whole time and never came out. But this time, Mo Yun had a real understanding of the Castro camp. The Castro camp is divided into 3 areas. The first one is the territory of the Castro family. The Castro camp is naturally also the stronghold of the Castro family. The other 2 are the free zone with many shops, and the residential area like a slum here. Even if it is a god, it needs a foothold, which is the meaning of the existence of the residential area. Passing through various buildings, Potter stopped in front of a house built underground. Standing in front of the door, Potter used his unique secret language to transmit his voice inside. Then, the door opened, and a young girl's voice sounded out slowly and tiredly. "Potter. As I said, I don't want to see you bring someone else to me." However, when the figure in the room saw Mo Yun with Potter, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The woman whose whole body was hidden under the cloak took out a sickle and said coldly, "Potter. You betrayed me." Mo Yun immediately recognized that the person in front of him was the ghost bounty hunter who once attacked him with Potter. At that time, Mo Yun felt that what he cut was not an entity. Now it seems that she is not dead, and she is still standing here. Mo Yun said to her, "Don't worry, I'm not here to trouble you, I just want to ask you some questions." The woman naturally did not believe Mo Yun's words. At this time, Potter released his Son of God power, saying, "Shadow, Master, and I just want to ask you about divinity, which is also beneficial to you." "You call him Master?" The girl looked at Potter in surprise, and seemed to be even more surprised. You have become the son of God. All of this is a gift from the Master. Potter said humbly. The woman in the cloak was extremely surprised. In her memory, Potter was a somewhat narcissistic and arrogant person. Why is he showing such a humble attitude now? Mo-yun said lightly to the woman, if I really want to deal with you, then you must not leave this room alive. Mo-yun then unfolded the divinity of perception and agility. Han-hai listening. The Wizard of the Wild. After breaking through to become the Son of God, his basic attributes have been greatly improved. For example, Mo-yun's basic perception and agility were originally 1, but after being strengthened 100 times, the basic perception and agility both became 100. But now, after breaking through the Son of God, the base perception and agility are 3. With the same strengthening multiple and divinity, Mo-yun's strength has changed drastically from before. How could you become so strong in such a short period of time? She seemed to have a sudden realization. It must be because you have broken through the relationship with the Son of God, it must be. Mo-yun's becoming stronger is naturally largely due to breaking through the Son of God, but he can't measure it with common sense. But it doesn't matter if the other party misunderstood, Mo-yun can just use this to seduce her. Potter said that you know divinity very well. The reason why you know so much about divinity must be to break through to the Son of God. Then, now, you tell me what you know, and I will share mine tell you. This is a good choice for you and me. But the shadow girl immediately said, I don't believe you. How can you prove that your knowledge is valuable? How do I know that you are not lying to me? After Mo-yun thought for a while, his mind moved. Well, I'll prove it to you. Potter, give me your hidden weapon. Yes, Master. After getting the hidden weapon, Mo-yun immediately threw it towards the wall, and under the precise control of Wuki Chao-yuan, the flying arrow stuck straight into the wall. Afterwards, Mo-yun asked Porter, how is my press? Master, your vote is naturally very good, but I think there is still a little room for some minor adjustments. Potter retrieved the flying arrow and explained the detailed techniques to Mo-yun. The shadow girl stared at Mo-yun and Potter. She didn't understand what the pair of master and servant wanted to do, and she didn't want to understand. If she hadn't been able to clearly feel that she had been completely locked by Mo-yun's perception. And Mo-yun's agility and strength are also better than her own, so she has no chance of escaping at all, so she naturally won't watch the boring show between Mo-chu and Potter here. But at this moment, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 29 times the hidden weapon enhancement. Mo-yun practiced throwing with a flying arrow. Compared with resistance, the elements of martial arts are relatively less affected by the 5 Qi Chao Yuan, but at this time, the speed of strengthening is not slow. It seems to be because Mo-yun originally mastered the relationship of throwing the strengthened blazing spear. Although the method of using the hidden weapon is very different from the throwing spear, after all, the extended throwing is also a throwing method. 2.5. It can be said that Mo-yun, who has 3 flowers gathering at the top and 5 Qi and dynasties, is the easiest to appreciate the differences and changes between the 2 throws, and quickly master the correct method. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training and obtained 23 times the hidden weapon enhancement. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training and has obtained 17 times the hidden weapon enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the first level divinity, the Lottery of Shadow. When the flying arrow in Mo-yun's hand flew out again, the flying arrow had already become invisible. It was still nailed to the wall, but it was completely out of the scope of the naked eye. It wasn't until the power on the flying arrow disappeared that it reappeared in the vision of the shadow girl. Seeing this scene, the shadow girl was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 87. Could it be that you just obtained a divinity? The shadow girl tried her best to suppress the surprise in her tone, but the strong sense of envy and jealousy was still very clear. Potter can understand what happened to the shadow girl at this time. When he saw Moyun mastering the hidden divinity in a short period of time, it was also the mood of the shadow girl. How can someone do this? Moyun replied calmly, that's right, I have awakened a divinity. This time, do you believe in the value of the knowledge I possess? It has to be said that after possessing the 3 flowers gathering on the top, 5 Qi Chao Yuan, the ordinary primary divinity, Moyun is almost ready for mass production. After hearing Moyun's affirmative answer, the shadow girl went crazy. No. This is impossible. Although you are already a child of God, you are only a child of God. Unless you have a divine body, it is impossible to master a divine nature so quickly. Moyun immediately discovered the knowledge he wanted, and asked, what did you just say? Divine body. The shadow girl immediately paused for a moment, and said, I can't tell you my knowledge for nothing. Moyun laughed, of course. I can tell you that I helped him obtain Potter's divinity. If you are willing to tell me your knowledge, I will also pay you an equivalent reward. Swear in the name of the God of Oath. Of course, I swear in the name of the God of Oath. Moyun noticed that the shadow girl was talking about the God of the Oath, not the God of the Oath of the Wilderness. This means that this oath will have a stronger binding force, unlike the God of the Wilderness Oath who sells breach of contract without integrity for benefits. Of course, the price is that the tribute paid is much more expensive. According to the general rules of the Wilderness, Moyun and the shadow girl each paid half of the tribute. For Moyun, who is now the head of the family, these tributes are nothing. But Moyun could see that the action of the shadow girl taking out a handful of silver coins was quite painful. However, it also indirectly shows that the shadow girl attaches great importance to this oath, and at the same time indirectly proves the value of the knowledge that the girl knows. After making the oath, the shadow girl said to Moyun, I'm only talking to you, Potter. Get the hell out of here. Potter touched his nose, and left the room resentfully, leaving only Moyun who almost laughed out loud. He hadn't had such a happy mood in a long time. Okay, now you can talk. The shadow girl stared at Moyun and said, you still have to add an oath. You can't tell anyone about the content of this conversation, of course, you have to pay for the additional tribute. Moyun looked at the calculating shadow girl, and smiled slightly, then why didn't you say that just now? Don't you know that you need to pay an extra 1/3 of the extra tribute for adding an oath? I didn't think of it just now. Speaking of this, the shadow girl was obviously a little ashamed, and said, you will definitely not pay this money for nothing, my knowledge must be worth it. Okay. I can pay for this additional oath. However, you must also participate in the oath. You can't tell anyone about the content of our conversation this time. Yes. I promise you. Seeing that the shadow girl agreed, Moyun was overjoyed. He has always been worried that exposing the golden blood might attract the attention of interested people, but with this oath, he can rest easy. Moyun, Vina. Make an oath to the God of Oath, and never reveal any content of today's secret conversation. If you violate it, you will be punished by the God of Oath. After making the oath, Ji Chu looked curiously at the shadow girl, so your name is Wei Na, isn't it? Hey? I accidentally said my real name just now. Moyun couldn't help laughing. The people in the world of gods that he has met so far are all seasoned old fritters. After all, for the gods, the most indispensable thing is time. And time, just can make people mature, sophisticated, and even become insidious, cunning and mercenary. It is really rare to see someone like the shadow girl in front of me. Okay. Don't laugh. The shadow girl said angrily, don't waste time. Don't you want to gain my knowledge? Now, tell your questions. Moyun hesitated for a while, and decided to ask the basics first. I want to know, what exactly is divinity? Divinity is of course something that can break through to become the Son of God. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is what is the nature of divinity? This question is exactly what Mo Yun has always wanted to know. It is true that having divinity gives him great power, but Mo Yun himself knows very little about divinity. This feeling of being uncontrollable makes Mo Yun very bitter. The shadow girl looked at Mo Yun and replied, "You have asked a very good question, but for the gods, even for the sons of gods, this question is actually too far away. Now you only need to have divinity and know that it is very important. You don't need to know its specific purpose." "Well, since you asked, I'll tell you." The shadow girl, who was trying to evade the past, when she found 933 Mo Yun's cold gaze as if looking at a corpse, she quickly became honest and replied. "In fact, divinity is very simple. All the characteristics of a true god's body should be divinity. That is to say, for a true god, no matter what he encounters or touches, his body can master it or have corresponding resistance in a short time. Each of these abilities can be regarded as a kind of divinity." Mo Yun hurriedly asked, "You said before, unless you have a divine body, you can't master a divinity so quickly. Does that mean that as long as you have a divine body, you can immediately master all divinities?" "Of course." The shadow girl nodded and said, "But you have to know that divinity is also divided into high and low. For true gods, the most basic divinity has no value at all. What is really valuable is that they can quickly deal with everything. Divinity." Mo Yun was very excited at this time. For the true god, the most basic elementary divinity is indeed completely worthless. But for gods, sons of gods, demigods, and even half-step true gods, false gods, such abilities are called treasures. Godhead, give me a system that can quickly obtain a Godhead. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the endless devouring system. Chapter 88. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the endless devouring system. The host can check his own situation through the system. Check it out now. What the endless devouring system shows to the protagonist is not a template like the cultivation and strengthening system. It is a structural diagram of human physiology. Perhaps, it should be called the physical structure diagram of the divine body. At this time, 3 main components are marked on this picture of the physical structure of the divine body. Body of God. God's resistance. God's blood. What Wei Na said is correct, divinity is indeed a characteristic possessed by the divine body, and conversely, the divine body seems to be composed of atheism. And these 3 components have been lit up to varying degrees. What lights them up is the divinity that Mo Yun possesses now. The body of the god has the power of the mountain, the wizard of the wilderness, the sound of the original sea, and the surge of life. God's resistance includes fire immunity, curse resistance, lightning resistance, frost resistance, etc. As for the blood of God, it is the drop of golden blood that stays in the heart. However, compared to the whole, the degree of lighting does not seem to be much, and even many places are still blank. Even if the places are lit, there are differences such as bright and dim. Mo Yun found that the devouring system also shows the progress of the divine body. Body of God, the current progress is 7%. God's resistance, the current progress is 4%. Blood of God, the current progress is 1%. Is it so low? Mo Yun was a little surprised. He thought that his various basic attributes had reached a very high level, but he didn't expect that even the highest god's body didn't reach 327 to 10%. While Mo Yun was feeling secretly, the shadow girl Wei Na shouted. "Look at your appearance. My knowledge must have not let you down. Shouldn't you also fulfill your oath?" Mo Yun looked at the girl hidden in the cloak, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that's not all, right? You didn't seem to say the divine body should be divided into main parts, right?" Wei Na raised her head in surprise, and said in amazement, "How do you know?" You obviously just learned about the concept of divine body. My guess. Wei Na does not believe Mo Yun's words 100 times. Although he can indeed guess and deduce the divine body based on the divinity, Mo Yun is so sure that there are three. It must be because he knows something. Okay. But if your reward doesn't satisfy me, then I must ask the god of the oath to punish you. The divine body is indeed divided into three different components. They are the body, and all the basic attributes are related to the body. The second is resistance. The true God has the ability to resist all invasions. As for the last, Wei Na glanced at Mo Yun, only this, she didn't think Mo Yun could guess it. The last is the blood of God. In fact, the blood of God is the true source of all divinity. Then what is the use of God's blood? Mo Yun immediately asked. Why are you asking this now? You are still far from possessing the blood of God. If you tell me, you can say it. It can be used in many ways. The most basic usage is to strengthen a certain divinity. However, once the blood of God is used, it will take a certain amount of time to recover. Regarding the blood of God, Mo Yun heard a lot from Wei Na. Judging from such detailed knowledge, if Mo Yun guessed correctly, the blood of God may be the most important thing in the body of God. After summarizing all of Wei Na's speeches, Xia Yunzhou used one word to describe the blood of God. Fuel depot. If the divinity is the flame lit with matches, then the blood of the gods is gasoline. The drop of God's blood in Mo Yun's heart is actually a fuel tank loaded with a drop of God's blood. It can stimulate the divinity in the God's body, but after it is used up, it will become dim. Practice gradually resumed. Mo Yun picked up the hidden weapon arrow and threw it out again. Elementary divinity, arrow of shadows. This time, Mo Yun used the power of the blood of God according to Wei Na. Concentrate on it, put your spiritual power into the divine blood, and let it merge with the divinity. Mo Yun felt that the shadow arrow in his hand possessed new power, and its strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. This arrow of shadow is no longer an ordinary blow of divinity, but has a power zone that can go straight into the soul and cut off the shadow. The shadow girl who noticed the change of Mo Yun, the small face under the hood, has opened her mouth wide. You, do you really have the blood of God? She has the deepest understanding of shadows, the arrow of shadows just now, although it doesn't look much different from before, chfei. But Wei Na knew that if it hit a living body, it would wake up the opponent's shadow and deal a fatal blow to the owner of the shadow. This is what she has been pursuing, the shadow history. It happened that just after she told Mo Yun about the blood of God, Mo Yun showed the ability to match the blood of God, which made Wei Na not suspicious. Mo Yun smiled lightly, but did not answer Wei Na. Under the maintenance of the oath, it is impossible for Wei Na to tell her secrets to the outside world. I'm very satisfied with your knowledge. Now, it's time to give you an equivalent reward. I can help you realize a divinity, and what kind of divinity you choose. I want the shadow divinity you used just now. Wei Na said quickly. Well, give me your hand. Mo Yun held Wei Na's outstretched little hand. Wei Na's hand was very small, weak, and boneless when pinched. It felt very good, and her skin was as white as jade. Mo Yun couldn't help pinching it twice more. Hey! You've probably squeezed enough. Okay, we're officially starting now. Mo Yun took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and moved the 3 flowers to the top and the 5 chi to move to the extreme. Close your eyes and feel the shadows with me. At this time, Wei Na felt that she was completely immersed in the shadows, as if washing sand from a big wave. She seemed to re-understand the shadows from scratch. But this time, there was a very reliable teacher who taught her well and guided her to find the right path. Wei Na finally saw the answer she had wanted all along. However, at this moment, Mo Yun let go of Min. Why did it suddenly stop? Wei Na is like a kitten with fried hair, staring at Mo Yun eagerly. She has a feeling. Just go one step further. More and more. You can comprehend the shadow divinity you have been longing for by yourself. Mo Yun said calmly, the knowledge you gave me is only worth so much. No, my knowledge is much more than that. Really, do you really think so? Otherwise, please ask the God of the oath to be just. Mo Yun smiled and said that this knowledge is very important to him, but to others, the value of this knowledge is actually not high. Mo Yun believes that this knowledge is meaningless to the people of God and the Son of God. Otherwise, Wei Na wouldn't be stuck between the people of the gods and the Son of the gods, and would also be troubled by divinity. But for more advanced gods, this is probably a kind of common sense. Such knowledge, Mo Yun does not feel that it can be equal to divinity, even if Mo Yun's divinity is as much as Hyuxia cabbage. It's like, the entire wealth of a poor person may not be worth 3/10,000ths of that of a rich man. The shadow girl was speechless. It is indeed a whimsical business to exchange a piece of knowledge that is common sense for high-level gods for a divinity. In fact, Mo Yun has brought her to the threshold of divinity, which is more profitable than trading. But obviously only one step away. Facing the unwilling Wei Na, Mo Yun smiled and said, as you may not know, I am Mo Yun, the current patriarch of the Amen family. If you are willing to join my family, I can help you go one step further. Wei Na was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately realized that Mo Yun deliberately brought her to stop at the threshold of divinity. Despicable. Shameless. Shameless. She let out a cute voice like a little girl angrily. Chapter 89. Mo Yun's intention is to become a member of the family council of the Kothro camp. And this requires meeting the conditions of the 5 sons of God. Now, the Amen family already has himself, the 4 sons of God, Potter, Julie, and Sevis. If possible, Mo Yun actually hopes to train Elsa to be a son of God, but unfortunately, Elsa who has no Godhead is not even a god, let alone a son of God. But this problem is actually not difficult. When Mo Yun is fighting with other families, he can recruit the son of God of the other family, and then treat Julie with one hand a carrot and one hand a big stick 10 o'clock subdue. But those who have been recruited and surrendered always have hidden dangers. If it can be recruited, it must be better to recruit. Mo Yun is very fond of the shadow girl Wei Na in front of her. First of all, she is strong enough. Among the 7 people who attacked him back then, the peacekeeping support was undoubtedly the 2 strongest. After Potter became the son of God, he immediately showed his strength and killed Sam, the head of the Sam family who was trying to escape. Although Potter's ability restrains Sam to a certain extent, it is enough to show that Potter's performance as the son of God is superior. Obviously, there is a big gap between the son of God and the son of God. And a strong man among the gods, after breaking through to become a son of God, will obviously also be a strong man among the sons of God. In addition to being strong enough, Wei also has a strong advantage that Potter cannot match. Number Baronet. She is a woman. Judging from the petite palms and the usually languid but cute voice when angry, Mo Yun thinks that Wei Na under the hood must be a very outstanding beauty. So, what reason does he have for not trying to recruit this powerful and beautiful person under his command? But at this time, Wei Na didn't like Cao Yun's tricks. You! Get out of here! Mo Yun, who was kicked out, and Potter looked at each other, and Mo Yun seemed to see a sentence from Potter's eyes. You were kicked out too. Mo Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, today should be the day of the camp meeting, let's go and have a look. As for Wei Na, Yuan Yun was not in a hurry. He had already dropped the bait, and he didn't believe that the fish could hold back and not bite the hook. The camp meeting is located in the Castro family territory in the Castro camp. There is no fixed time for the meeting at Camp Castro. Generally speaking, except for the year-end meeting once a year, the rest of the meetings are often held only when there is a reason to hold them. The general camp affairs are settled by the resident 12 conference families through consultation. In the territory of the Castro family, there is a hall dedicated to conferences, which can accommodate 700 or 800 people. When Moyun and Porter came here, representatives of many families had already arrived. After verifying their identities, Moyun and Porter walked into the square in front of the hall. There are not many people who are still wearing cloaks here, and everyone has revealed their identities openly. As a result, Moyun, who was wearing a linen cloak, stood out from the crowd and became the most conspicuous one among the crowd. Moyun looked at Potter's camouflage suit beside him, and said, "Why didn't you remind me that I don't wear a cloak here? Actually, it's my first time here too." Potter is also very innocent, and he does not know the specific situation of the camp council. Moreover, he who is focused and concealed has no need to wear a cloak at all, and has always been dressed like this. Just when Moyun was about to change his outfit, a voice sounded. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the new head of the Eamon family. That's right, I'm afraid no other country bumpkin would be in this kind of place, and still wear the cheapest linen cloak. The Aemon family is really poor. Moyun raised his head and saw a man dressed as an aristocrat looking at himself through his nostrils. Master, it is Ingmar, the head of the Ingmar family. Ingmar family? A sneer appeared on the corner of Moyun's mouth, and said, so it's the head of the Ingmar family. There is one thing I just want to tell you, I don't know the traitors who defected from our family. When will you send me back? Ingmar immediately said contemptuously, just because of you, all the families rank 103, the bottom one, are you worthy of talking to me like this? Eamon's dead Eamon family is nothing but a joke. At this time, another fat man came out and joined the team who taunted Moyun. Potter hurriedly said to Moyun again, Master, this is Charles, the deputy head of the Posen family. Moyun narrowed his eyes. The Ingmar family, the Posen family. Then the next one to appear should be the Duke family, right? Sure enough, as Moyun had guessed, another tall bear man appeared and made a very piercing laugh. It's the new head of the family, Moyun, who brags shamelessly. The Castro family will give him a gift when he succeeds to the new family. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many people, and the various families started whispering. I heard that Eamon, the head of the Amen family, is dead. It's a pity, he is the strongest god in the Castro camp. If it wasn't for the curse, Amen would definitely become a very powerful son of God. Is this the new patriarch? Hey, he seems to be a son of God? But I feel that Amen is stronger. How did he become the new patriarch? Among all the discussions, only the dialogue between Ingmar and Charles is the most harsh and sharp. 0. Joke, the Castro family will give him a gift. Yeah, this is simply the funniest joke I've ever heard. People from the Eamon family can't brag about it to their new patriarch, can they? If the Castro family finds out, I'm afraid they won't spare him lightly. You probably don't know yet, but the Eamon family was about to be wiped out by the Sam family. If the Sam family had already dissatisfied the Castro family, and found a reason to destroy it this time, the Aemon family no longer exists. It's not enough for the Eamon family to pick up such a big bargain, but they still want to continue to take advantage of the reputation of the Castro family. It's simply greedy. Don't know what to do. At this moment, a voice suddenly came to mind. People from the Castro family are here. The representatives of all the families suddenly fell silent, and all eyes focused on Moyun. Especially the three families of Sam, Ingmar, and Posen. Tianfen gloated and looked forward to Moyun's bad luck. Walking over was a young man with short brown hair from the Castro family. He looked around the crowd, and his eyes stayed on Moyun. The families immediately understood that they were here to settle accounts with Moyun. The Eamon family is too ridiculous. They don't want to think about what kind of existence the Castro family is. Its reputation is also something that the Amen family, which has fallen to the last place in the family ranking, can take advantage of. At this time, the brown-haired youth has come to Mo Yun. Hello. Don't you know me? We met last time. The brown-haired young man said with a smile, the Huishan ore was sent to you by myself. Chapter 90. All the families were dumbfounded. Not only did the Castro family not have any trouble finding Mo Yun. He even said something like send Huishan ore. The gift-giving thing is actually true? At the same time, after Mo Yun heard the voice, he immediately recognized the other party's identity. The person in front of him was the one who was left to deal with the Sam family among the 7 cloaks at that time. Mo Yun has a deep impression on him, because he is the one who jokes about Mo Yun's overreaching and ambition. Judging from his current attitude, he was probably just joking at the time. Although Mo Yun holds grudges very much, he is not a person who just cares. Mo Yun feels that he can completely forgive the other party's jokes now, as long as he can give corresponding returns. For this reward, Mo Yun doesn't need him to deliver the goods to his door anymore. Yun plans to get it himself. Crack. 780. Mo Yun stretched out his hand and patted the shoulder of the brunette-haired young man. This slap directly stunned the brunette-haired young man. Afterwards, Mo Yun moved closer to his ear and said, "Of course I remember you. But I don't know your name yet." "Gunnar, my name is Gunnar." Gunnar looked at Mo Yun rather surprised. Although he was at the end of the 7 sons of God who appeared in Sam's family at the time. But after all, he is also the son of God, the middle-level coder of the Castro family. But for ordinary families, even a random coder of the Castro family is an object that needs to be respected. Why is this guy so small? Mo Yun smiled and said, "This is the first time I have come to the camp meeting, and I am not very familiar with it. Can you take me to familiarize myself with it and explain the general rules to me?" Jenner looked at Mo Yun in surprise. He was no longer familiar with him, and he even felt that Mo Yun was more like the host than himself. However, he was originally curious about Mo Yun and planned to get acquainted with Mo Yun. At this time, I don't mind being a guide for Mo Yun. Okay, for the sake of your first visit, I'll let you get acquainted with this place. At this moment, Mo Yun suddenly said, "Oh, right. I still have a few words to say to my friend, please wait a moment." Afterwards, Mo Yun swaggered to the door of the representatives of the 3 Ingmar families, and said with a sneer, "Send me the traitor obediently. Otherwise, after half a month, I will never show mercy to you guys." Ingmar, the head of the Ingmar family, Duke, the head of the Duke family, and Charles, the deputy head of the Puzan family, stared at Mo Yun fiercely, but they didn't even dare to say a word of rebuttal. The 3 of them looked like desperate but helpless clowns. "Okay. Gunnar, you can take me to familiarize myself with the surroundings now." Seeing Mo Yun walk away, the surrounding quickly discussed. "Who is the head of the Aman family? Looking at his appearance, he shouldn't be from the Castro family, right? It's not impossible. Since the Castro camp is a family parliamentary system, the Castro family will naturally find some means to stabilize their rule. Among the 103 families, there are many close associates of the Castro family. The core members and even the heads of some of their families had experience as members of the Castro family." Ingmar, Duke, and Charles looked at each other. If Mo Yun was released by the Castro family to take over the Eamon family, then they really dare not treat Mo Yun like this. In the 1/3 acre land of the Castro camp, there are families who can wrestle with the Castro family, but they are definitely not the 3 middle-ranked or even lower-ranked families. At this time, the 3 of them could only vent their dissatisfaction with extremely low voices. Nausea. The dog fights the power. Damn. Look at how successful he is. After following Jenner to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment, the 3 of them returned to the conference hall. Jenner took out 2 masks, handed them to Mo Yun and Porter, and said, "According to the rules, everyone must wear masks when participating in the meeting." You don't know when you come here for the first time. So you can use the mask we prepared. In the future, if you have a mask you like, you can also bring it over. Moyun asked curiously, why is there such a rule? There are many reasons, but the biggest reason is to prevent the disorderly people from mixing among us. The discord. Moyun naturally knows what the disorder refers to. The disorder refers to the real Lone Rangers in the wasteland. The anti-human Godhead makes these people not abide by any rules, and at the same time they become the natural enemy of all orderers. Moyun suddenly understood why wearing a mask can protect against the discord. Because wearing a mask to participate in the parliament itself is a very simple rule. And disorderly, do not follow any rules. After putting on the mask, Moyun and Porter followed Jenner into the conference hall, and numbers were written on the back of the seats in the hall. Moyun quickly found the number 103, and there was only one seat in total. Different numbers can have different seats. Moyun saw that around 70 people can have 2 seats. Around 40 can have 3 seats. As for the 12 parliamentary families, the seats they have are independent, with only 5 seats at the bottom. As for the Castro family, there are a full 40 seats. Moyun immediately understood the nature of the conference hall, it was clearly the house on Blue Mercury. And each family, according to their own ranking, has a different number of members. The only difference is that the standing councillors on Blue Mercury are elected, but here, they are all done by typing. Gunnar seemed to have his own seat, but he seemed more interested in Moyun, so he stood behind Moyun with Porter. The camp meeting begins. Moyun heard the voice of the leader of the cloaked man again. He looked into the distance and saw that the other party was already hiding under the cloak, but the hood was no longer a cloud of mist, but a butterfly mask. Seeing the bright red lips exuding a coquettish red light, Moyun can at least know that she is a woman at this time. Everyone, first let us welcome the new patriarch of the Amen family. Starting today, he will replace Amen and become the new 1.3 member of the Castro Camp family. Ranked 103 RD. You have to stand up now. Jenner reminded aloud. After Moyun stood up, he felt countless eyes looking at him, as well as completely unstoppable laughter. The laughter was mainly concentrated in the top-ranked families, and the families in the middle and lower ranks felt very baffled just like Moyun at this time. Am I that funny? Moyun asked Gunnar. It's because they know about you. Jenner said jokingly. My business. Moyun immediately felt vigilant. Even if you are ranked 103rd, you dare to ask Patriarch Castro about joining the family council. Moyun breathed a sigh of relief at first, and then couldn't help but rolled his eyes. It took a long time. These people are FG laughing at me. Chapter 91. Moyun is used to being laughed at. Just laugh, anyway, sooner or later, you people will kneel and lick back 10 times and 100 times. But from Jenner's mouth, Moyun knew that the leader of the cloaked people turned out to be the patriarch of the Castro family. Reminiscent of the conversation he had with the patriarch Castro at that time, Moyun couldn't help feeling that he was so courageous at the time. If he had known that it was the owner of Castro, he would not have dared to ask for Huishan stone. The most important survival rule for the weak is humility. But it is in response to the wealth, the cowardly starving to death, and the bold words. It was this batch of Huishan minds that brought earth-shaking changes to Moyun at this time. With his current strength, it should be enough to gain a firm foothold here. Moyun had a little sense of the strength of the people around him. He didn't dare to put his perception too much. After all, there is no fuel-efficient lamp here. In case of public anger, the pack of wolves would definitely not mind sharing a bloody feast. After a general observation, Moyun found that out of the 103 families including himself, 27 of the top 80 representatives are basically the children of God. Probably ranked around 45, Shen Li is already on the same level as himself. That is, the level of divine power of about 500 years. For the families further ahead, the strength of the family representatives will naturally be higher. Among them, the feeling of the owner of Castro to Moyun is still unfathomable. If it is really a fight, he should not be her opponent. It is hard to say how far he can fight. There is a high probability that it will be a disastrous defeat. Fortunately, everyone is a man of rules. It's as if he took advantage of Jenner's identity and used everyone's misunderstanding to create momentum for himself. Moyun didn't think Jenner didn't see this. But all of this is within reasonable rules, so not only was Jenner not angry, but on the contrary, he cooperated as if appreciating it. At the same time, Moyun also knows that Jenner is definitely not a kind person, and he must have plans for himself. Sure enough, Jenner asked Moyun at this time. The last time we met, if I remember correctly, you should still be in the realm of the gods, right? That's right, I just broke through. Jenner smiled and said, so that's the case, but there is one thing I'm curious about. We are all children of God, why do I feel that your divine power is stronger than mine? Obviously you have just broken through. Moyun said lightly, who knows what happened in the gods' world? Anything can happen, are you right? That's right, in the world of gods, you will always know more than you want to know. Jenner paused, and then said meaningfully, however, in order to help you as a favor, can't you satisfy my curiosity a little bit? Moyun knows that with his own growth rate, it is simply impossible for him not to attract the attention of others. But as long as he wants to become stronger, he needs more resources, and obtaining resources cannot be a low-key thing in itself. It is impossible even if Moyun chooses go. Because the vast majority of people did not die because they were coveted, but die of weakness. Innocence is full of guilt. Since he has a heaven-defying system Godhead, Moyun can only make himself strong enough so that everyone who is curious about him will not dare to offend him. This is also the only way. Of course, when it's time to be low-key, you still have to be low-key. Moyun raised his head, stared at Jenner, and said with a smile, everyone has their own secrets, and the result of revealing the secrets may be fatal. Just like you, isn't it for satisfying curiosity, but for did I come to ask after completing the tasks assigned by others? Jenner smiled lightly, Moyun, you are really a very interesting person. Moyun took a deep breath. What he is most worried about now is that Patriarch Castro has the idea of finding out about himself. If that was the case, he would really be on pins and needles. You know, the person who is staring at him now is Els, the manager of Huishan Bazaar. If Patriarch Castro had any unreasonable thoughts about him, it would be difficult for him to find a foothold in this area. Fortunately, Camp Castro has its own rules. All the families here could be said to be supremacists. They will never do something where the risks clearly outweigh the benefits. So even if he was curious about himself, Patriarch Castro would not violate the rules he set. Because compared with his own uncertain benefits, the cost of destroying his reputation of painstakingly creating rules is too huge. Moyun also knows that as long as he is stronger, the price he will pay for himself will be greater. And myself, the more secure it is. Therefore, everything still returns to the most fundamental point, becoming stronger. Just as Moyun was thinking about how to use the devouring system, the sound of the meeting entered his ears. According to the recent situation, our family's fortune teller predicted that there may be a wave of monsters and beasts that will appear in the near future. In order to determine whether it will really appear, and the scale of the wave of monsters and beasts, we will form an investigation team. The wave of monsters and beasts? Moyun's eyes lit up. At least one thing Moyun can be sure of, that is, the objects of the devouring system must be living things, and he is worried that he can't find an object to experiment with the system. Isn't the tide of monsters, gods, and beasts coming at just the right time? Master Castro, please let me join. 820 Before Patriarch Castro finished speaking, Moyun stood up and raised his arms high. Immediately there were voices of discussion around. At this time, more people began to think that Moyun was the person sent by the Castro family to take over the Eman family. According to the rules of the Castro camp, when a common crisis is encountered, all families need to send personnel, and at the same time share the benefits according to their contributions. But generally speaking, most of the contributions are received by the 12 council families, or even the Castro family. People from middle and lower class families are often useless in the face of high-level crises, and they have to take huge risks, and there is no scum left if they are not careful. And cheap good things, they can't grab them. Over time, this kind of thing is avoided by everyone. Patriarch Castro also showed a surprised tone, and said, "Are you sure you want to join the investigation team? The Aman family is ranked 103rd. According to the rules, families after 80th can choose not to join." Moyun said solemnly and righteously, "Since I am ranked 103rd, I can't give up such an opportunity. Not only can I improve myself, but I can also make contributions to the Castro camp. Why not do it?" At this time, the same idea appeared in the hearts of all the family representatives. It's Thor. He must be Thor. Chapter 92. Facts have proved that people like Moyun who actively responded to the call of the Castro family can be said to be unique and unique. The other families all found various reasons to shirk. In the end, under the scolding of the 12 council families, the matter came to a conclusion, and it was decided to use lottery to determine the candidates. But I have to say, in the world of gods, even a lottery is quite unfair. At this time, Moyun finally knew why the premium for gold coins was so high in the Castro camp. Because when Moyun saw a family representative take out a lucky gold coin, absorb the divine power inside and get a lucky blessing, only one voice rang in his heart. That is, FK, this is also possible? There are countermeasures below and policies above. The Castro family also didn't want those who participated in the investigation team to be weak families at the bottom of the ranking, so they also blessed themselves with luck. As a result, the middle-strength family finally became the sufferer, and basically 8 companions were drawn out of 1,000 miles. For example, the Ingmar family. For example, the Duke family. For another example, the Puzin family. This investigation is quite dangerous, so what the team needs are strong players. Therefore, Ingmar, Duke, and Charles, the deputy head of the Puzin family, were incorporated into the investigation team with a look of despair. After a day of preparation, everyone headed to the north of the Castro camp, deeper into the wilderness. Unlike the urban-rural fringe of the Castro camp, the wilderness here is obviously more cruel. The extremely cruel and disorderly people, the violent and crazy monster gods, as well as some evil gods and their people who are not recognized by the normal gods, wandered in the wasteland. Faced with such a danger, the selected unlucky ghost dared not express his dissatisfaction to the Castro family, and could only stare at Moyun with a wolfish gaze. Their expressions seemed to have the word dog care written on their faces. But Moyun actually regretted the decision he made. Perhaps it was because he had really been a dog caretaker for a while, so the Castro family gave him special treatment. Going out to investigate the fight with the monster god. It's too dangerous without him. The thing about staying in the camp, well and safe, it's him. So the only task Moyun was assigned was to stay in the camp and cook for the members of the investigation team. Moyun was startled. The patriarch of my dignified Eman family, you actually want me to cook? It's like lifting a rock and shooting yourself in the foot. But one thing to say, in this team, apart from the backbone of the 12 council families, the others are also patriarchs and deputy patriarchs, and the worst is a senior cadre. He, the 103rd patriarch, is indeed nothing in the eyes of these people. In desperation, Moyun had no choice but to use his divine power to peel the god realm potatoes. In fact, I have to say, regarding the matter of cooking, the Castro family really did not find the wrong person. It's not that no one in the world of gods knows how to cook, The races in the gods' world come from many different civilizations, and there are naturally some races with food culture, such as halflings. Similarly, there are also some godheads like God of cooking. But these races and these godheads are naturally the darlings of the lords of God's domain, and these races are basically extremely conservative and orderly. Lost in the wilderness? That is simply an impossible thing. As for other races? There is one thing to say, there are really few races that can appear in the world of gods, with food culture. Because for any powerful race, the points are basically added to bloodlines, fighting, survival, becoming stronger, etc. As for food, it is enough for them to eat and be good for the body. As for the enjoyment of the racial talent that is playful and attenuates the competitiveness of the race, they don't know it at all. Moreover, cooking is also a matter of talent, and it doesn't mean that civilization lasts for a long time, and there are attainments in this area. For example, a 1,000-year-old civilized country on blue Mercury can only offer fish and chips and stargazing pie. So to some extent, the wasteland is also half a food desert. At least the best thing Moyun ate when he came to Shenming realm was the roasted god realm goat from the Castro family. Ding! It is detected that the host has undergone special training, and has obtained 35 times the knife skill enhancement. Seeing the appearance of this system prompt, Sunwei couldn't help laughing. If he had a brain twitch and chose the chef system for the fourth Godhead crystal. Presumably there must be a lot to do at this time. I have to say that the enhancement system is really easy to use. Moyun feels that after this investigation is over, no one will suspect that he will pretend to be a chef in the future. Just when Moyun was complaining about himself, Jenner suddenly came back with 2 members of the Castro camp. They also carried a monster god wild on their backs. Master Moyun, this is a real thing. It tastes very delicious, even if it is eaten raw. Of course, if you cook it a little, add a little salt and basil leaves, it will be even more delicious. Seemingly afraid that Moyun would not be able to cook, Jenner even explained the details of how to do it. He doesn't know how well Moyun's cooking skills are, but Gerner doesn't have any culinary illusions about all the people here. After all, a patriarch thinks about so many things every day, so it is impossible for him to learn cooking skills. If it weren't for the dangerous thing to investigate the wasteland, Jenner wanted to bring out the dwarf chef of the Castro family. Moyun could see that Jenner wanted to eat steak, so he nodded and said, "Okay, you can put it here. Then leave it to you." Jenna looked at Moyun with some anxiety, and left with the 2 Castro family members. Moyun looked at the monster god bison. Its strength is actually much stronger than the monster god wild boar, and it is a very high-value monster god. As the former hunting leader of the Amen family, Yun had naturally heard of it. It's a pity that this kind of Niu Dezhao creature will be far away from the gathering place where there are many gods, so Moyun has never hunted it. At this time, the monster god bison was tied up, but it was not dead, it was still dying. It seems that Garner understands the importance of fresh ingredients. It is estimated that the only advantage of being a chef is that you can reward your own stomach. Moyun decided to simply treat this trip as a treat. After all, he has been in the god realm for so long, and he really hasn't eaten anything good. But just when Moyun was about to strike the knife, the system upgrade sound suddenly sounded. Ding! Do you want to devour the ordinary monster god buffalo bloodline? Hey! K! Moyun was stunned. Then ecstasy. Good cooking. I just love cooking so much. Damn, don't anyone rob me. Starting today. Me. Moyun announced. From now on, I will be the #1 master chef of Camp Castro. Chapter 93. Swallow. After Moyun used Devour, he immediately felt that he seemed to have forcibly plundered the power of a bloodline from the body of the monster god bison. Moyun felt his blood pumping. He even saw the tiny red blood cells in the blood, as if they had transformed into greedy gourmets in an instant, absorbing this power. Then, everything returned to calm. Ding, you have gained 82 times the power of rebirth. Ding, you have gained 60 times the blood of the wild. Mo Yun closed his eyes, feeling the change of power. The power of the bull is completely different from the power of the mountain. It can be said that the power of the mountain is a thick and solemn force, which is more inclined to defense. And this brute force is a wild and passionate force, and it is more inclined to attack. 82 times other enhancements are nothing to Mo Yun, but this bull force is very different. Because the multiplier of Mo Yun's power enhancement is already very high, it is not easy to get another upgrade. And the method adopted by the phagocytic system to complement the divine body. It is not to go to the black on the road of the power of the mountain, but to absorb all the power it can absorb. The appearance of the power of brute force is equivalent to opening up a new way to strengthen the attribute of strength. In addition to the increase in the strength of the brute force, what the wildness brings is the increase in vitality B7. After Mo Yun obtained the surge of life again, his vitality had hardly been improved. The 60 times of wild blood enhancement made Mo Yun feel that his vitality was much stronger all of a sudden. Mo Yun checked the progress of the divine body. The body of God is still 7%, but Mo Yun can feel that it has improved a little. It seems that the blood of God has also made a negligible progress, which should be related to the blood of the wild. But Mo Yun doesn't expect to improve much this time. After all, this is just an ordinary monster god bison bloodline. Even Mo Yun thinks that 82 times the strength of a bull and 60 times the blood of wildness are quite impressive. You know, there are many monsters, gods, and beasts in the wilderness on the border of the Cathro camp. After looking at his situation again, Mo Yun quickly looked at the monster god bison in front of him, and then heaved a sigh of relief. What he is most worried about is that devouring will eat the monster god bison whole. In that case, it is bound to cause unnecessary attention and trouble. Mo Yun checked the dying monster god. It was found that the biggest difference before and after phagocytosis was that its blood was a little darker, CHFD, than before. It seems that the devouring system seems to only devour the other party's blood. Mo Yun sharpened his knife and couldn't help thinking. Compared with hunting monster gods by yourself. The feeling of sending the monsters hunted by others to him. But it's so cool. You have to ask them to give you more. Mo Yun gradually had a general idea in his mind. Smell good. Have you smelled it? It smells so good. Members of the investigation team returned one after another. They centered on the camp, and by investigating the activities and traces of the nearby monster god groups, they determined whether there would be a beast tide. The monster gods here often appear in large groups, and there are also terrifying leaders of the beast king level. So after a day of investigation, everyone feels physically and mentally exhausted. At this time, I smelled the refreshing fragrance in the camp, as if I suddenly lost a lot of fatigue, and even the smell of the air became sweet and delicious. Everyone, today I asked Patriarch Mo Yun to prepare the monster bison for you. Its meat tastes very delicious. This should be the aroma of the monster bison. Jenner sniffed the smell in the air lightly, feeling somewhat suspicious in his heart. He is a person who often eats the monster god's wild beef steak, but in his impression, the taste of the monster god's wild beef steak should not seem so delicious. I didn't expect to have steak to eat. It seems that it is not too bad to be selected this trip. I haven't smelled this smell for a long time. Why is it so fragrant? I remember the steak at the Blackbeard bar in the Castro camp. It doesn't seem to be so fragrant. Is it because I haven't eaten for a long time and I'm too greedy? Because the monster god bison does not move within the scope of the Cathro camp, only at the edge of the dangerous camp can there be a chance to hunt. So even for ordinary families, it is considered a luxury. The family leaders at the lower level had a hard time and were careful about budgeting every day, so naturally they would not easily touch luxury goods. Even those middle-level families don't pay too much attention to their own enjoyment. After all, surviving in the wilderness is a very difficult thing, and there is no room for people to indulge in pleasure. But if you can enjoy it, who wants to dance on the sword and work hard? Who doesn't want to eat and wait to die, eat the most delicious feast, and enjoy the most beautiful woman in his arms? At this time, the head of the house said, "It's not an illusion, it is indeed more delicious than the steak at the Blackbeard bar. I only ate it once yesterday to reward myself." The families couldn't help but smile. It seems that the patriarch was worried that he might not be able to return alive this trip, so he had a good meal in the end. Jenner thought about it. Could it be that? Everyone hurriedly followed the scent to the camp, and at this time saw a piece of steak placed on a crystal plate with a good color and fragrance. The crystal plate was created by a master who also stayed in the camp and possessed the power of crystal. He burped while making crystal tableware for Mo-Yoon. He was very satisfied with this meal, so he willingly helped Mo-Yoon. Now that everyone is back, it's time to eat. When they heard that they could eat, everyone quickly took their seats without saying a word, and sat on tables, chairs, and benches made temporarily with divine power. Some of them used the knife and fork very gracefully, while others swallowed the steak wildly. When the fresh and tender steak enters the mouth, bite down, the delicious juice splashes all over the mouth, the right elasticity makes the teeth have an unprecedented enjoyment, and the top taste stimulates every cell on the taste buds. Too delicious. Simply delicious. Compared to this, the steak at Blackbeard's is not up to par. Patriarch Mo-Yoon, did you really make this? Mo-Yoon smiled and threw a piece of firewood into the stove. Fire spear. That's right, the blazing fire spear, which kills without counting, is now regarded as a fire stick by Mo-Yoon. Under the flame of the blazing spear, the cooking temperature is almost perfectly controlled, all the moisture in the steak is firmly locked in it, and the exterior is grilled until it is slightly crispy. Coupled with the cooking techniques on the Blue Mercury, the steak at this time has already stimulated all its delicious potential. Mo-Yoon has mastered all this skillfully. I said I am a chef, do you think I am joking? Chapter 94. Soon, other members of the investigation team also returned one after another. After smelling the fragrance, they also rushed over. Everyone was full of praise for the taste of the steak, and even the owner of Castro also praised. Patriarch Mo-Yoon, I didn't expect you to have such abilities. If you weren't the patriarch, I would have invited you to be the chef of the Castro family. Haha, I had the same thought. Other members of the 12 Council family also followed suit. This time, Patriarch Castro personally led a team to investigate, and the 12 Council families also sent their own staff to accompany them, as well as the family retainers ranked number 1, number 7, and number 11. At this time, the owner of Castro, who had finished eating the steak, wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief, and said to Mo-Yoon, "According to the rules, you deserve to be rewarded for bringing such a delicious meal. Master Mo-Yoon, is there anything you want?" "That's right." The patriarch of the third family said very proudly, "As long as your requirements are not too excessive, we can satisfy you." This sentence is exactly in Mo-Yoon's arms. He was worried that he couldn't find the right opportunity to make his own request. "Patriarch Castro, may I ask, how will the investigation team deal with the monsters, gods, and beasts obtained from hunting? Except for a small number of gods who are brought back to provide natural godheads for investigation, the rest will be distributed according to the contribution value." Mo-Yoon quickly asked again, "Then, are all the monster gods brought back alive?" The owner of Castro let out a slight laugh, and said, "Of course it is impossible, except for a small number of domesticated cubs that will be distributed in the form of contribution, the rest will be killed and decomposed into parts of different values, and then distribute according to the contribution value." This is what Mo-Yoon wanted to hear, and he quickly said, "Patriarch Caslo, can you entrust me with the job of crushing and dismantling monster gods?" At this moment, the patriarch of the seventh family immediately had a different opinion. "Someone has already taken charge of the crushing, you don't need to intervene." Mo Yun knew that the job of crushing monsters and gods was actually a very sought-after job. Because it has something to do with Godhead. Some Godheads such as hunting and death can gain great benefits in the process of crushing powerful monster gods. The patriarch of the seventh family expressed his objections so actively. Obviously, it should be a member of their family who is responsible for crushing the monster gods. Mo Yun ignored the seventh patriarch, and continued, Patriarch Kothro, you should know. The value of different organs and parts of the monster god is different. If it is not handled properly, the damaged organ will greatly affect the monster god's worth. I'm not talented, just in this area, I boast some skills. Oh! All the families thought, they did not doubt Mo Yun's words, because the cut of steak is a very particular thing that can affect the taste. And judging from the deliciousness of the steak, Mo Yun naturally has a certain level in killing monsters and gods. But the seventh patriarch quit immediately and shouted, Patriarch Mo Yun. Although your performance in cooking is not bad. However, crushing and cooking are completely different fields, professional things should be left to professional people do. Mo Yun raised his head and asked, neither humble nor overbearing, Patriarch Robin, how do you know that I am not the more professional one? At this time, Robin, the head of the Robin family, looked at Mo Yun with an unfriendly gaze. How dare a patriarch of a family who ranks number one from the bottom dare to question himself face to face? Who gave him the guts? But before Robin made an attack, the voice of Patriarch Castro rang out, otherwise, let's compare. Soon, the butcher of the Robin family appeared in front of everyone. Just as he appeared, people felt a strong bloody aura. From the whispered discussions of the people around, Mo Yun faintly heard that the person named Wen Sen in front of him possessed the godhead named Killing. This kind of godhead is very dangerous and a potential disorder. Once he goes crazy in pursuit of power, he will completely ignore all orders and rules, and frantically kill all the lives he sees in front of him, thus rapidly improving his divinity and divine power. Vincent looked at Mo Yun coldly, like looking at another monster waiting to be crushed. I hunted 3 monster gods for my family this time, and only then did I get the qualification to crushing monster gods for my family. And you just hid in a safe camp and cooked a meal, you want to replace me? Who gave you the guts? A powerful aura emanated from Wen Sen's body, and the oppressed heads of some inferior families were terrified. As expected of the Qadr of the 7th-ranked family, his strength is indeed strong. But what everyone didn't expect was that Wen Sen's aura had no effect on Suogo. Mo Yun squinted his eyes, and Wen Sen's aura was more like a deterrent, just like a tiger can deter a hare. But in front of his own 3 flowers gathering at the top and 5 Qi dynasties, this is just something to frighten children. Mo Yun smiled and said, you can't say that. Because your families arranged for me to stay in the camp, so I feel very sorry in my heart. That's why I want to make more contributions to the Castro camp. Providing everyone with delicious food is just one of them. Since I have the ability to better kill monsters and increase the value of monster gods, how can I pretend that I don't have this ability and not use it to create more value for the camp? The surrounding patriarchs looked at each other and cursed inwardly. This doggy is at it again. From the moment they joined the investigation team, they saw Mo Yun's hypocrisy. Everyone is tacitly aware that Mo Yun's pious words are fooling ghosts. Of course, if it is so correct, no one will jump out to refute it foolishly. As a result, I never expected that Mo Yun is really good at finding a moral high ground for himself to gain a firm foothold, making it impossible for people to refute his words. Wen Sen sneered and said, you mean, your ability to kill monster gods is better than mine? Do you know how many monster gods I have killed? 10 times more than all the people in your family combined. Mo Yun said with a smile, in everything, there must be a talent. Let me say it modestly here. I am a kind of genius who is relatively talented, and I am a little less than a genius. The patriarchs were speechless for a moment. What do you mean by being humble? This Mo Yun patriarch, can he still have some face? 8. Chapter 95. Seeing the perfectly dissected monster god bison, everyone was completely speechless this time. What is perfection? It's called perfection. Compared with the crushing they knew before, Mo Yun's crushing had already reached the level of art. A member of the Castro family quickly used spells to slightly freeze the heart of the monster god bison, saying, "The value of this heart alone is at least 30% higher than before. The most valuable parts of a monster god are their organs. The value of organs is very affected by the degree of freshness. And this heart of the monster god bison that is still beating is obviously much more valuable than the heart of an ordinary butchered bull. Even 30% is said to be low, because even the heart and soul, Mo Yun was divided into a bowl alone. This kind of painstaking effort used to be mixed with other blood, showing no value. And now it is divided into 0.73 separately, which can obviously be regarded as a part of the heart of the cow." Seeing this scene at this time, Vincent's forehead was soaked in sweat, and even the knife in his hand trembled. With this trembling, an internal organ was accidentally cut open. Not good. The guts are broken. Vincent's face was extremely ugly immediately. The wild bile of the monster god was extremely corrosive. Once broken, the value of the entire monster god will be greatly reduced. Okay. Patriarch Castro obviously also noticed this, and said calmly, "It seems that it is clear at a glance who is strong and who is weak. From now on, all the harvested monster gods will be handed over to Mo Yun. Everyone should have no objections, right? Ding! You devoured the ordinary monster god buffalo bloodline. Ding! You have gained 70 times the strength of the bull. Ding! You have obtained 54 times the blood of the wild enhancement. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the first level divinity, the power of the bull." After accepting the job of crushing monster gods, Mo Yun took up his post immediately and started his new job conscientiously. But in fact, I was secretly delighted. The hunting efficiency of the entire investigation team is not low. They can hunt at least 30 to 40 top-level monsters and beasts while going out to investigate in a day. But basically it is the harvest of the 12 council families. Mo Yun can be sure that even if he is himself, he can only hunt 3 or 5 top monsters a day at most. It's not that Mo Yun is not an opponent of monster gods and beasts, but hunting these monster gods is a matter that requires skill and luck. It can be said that the right time, place, and people are indispensable. But now, 30 or 40 monsters were directly sent to him. How could Mo Yun not be delighted? The devouring system did not disappoint Mo Yun either. Just by devouring 3 monster god bison, Mo Yun obtained the strength of a bull and the divinity of a wild heart, and the speed of obtaining divinity was even faster than his learning. Under Badingjaniu's quick treatment, Mo Yun, a total of 37 monsters, dissected all of them in just 1.5 hours. Even the 2 Castro families next to Mo Yun, the son of God who was in charge of freezing and the son of God who was in charge of storage, couldn't keep up with Mo Yun's speed. "Hey, you two can't do it." Mo Yun sighed. "The 2 sons of God of the Castro family are crazy, they have never stopped their busy hands. You actually said we can't do it? Do you think everyone is perverted like you? These monster gods should have been the workload of one night. If it was Wen Sen, so many monsters and gods would have to be crushed at least until dawn the next day, and both of them were waiting for Wen Sen to be crushed. Well now, it's completely reversed. But they also have to admire Mo Yun. If it was Wen Sen, the ground should be a bloody and terrifying scene at this time. But here at Mo Yun, the only few drops of blood spilled were accidentally touched by them during operation. Mo Yun is checking the progress of the divine body at this time. Devouring the blood of 37 different monster gods brought him the divinity of the basic attributes of power of the bull and learning from the wild. There is also the divinity of resistance such as cold-resistant skin and resistance to scale armor. The body of God has reached 8%. God's resistance has reached 6%. As for the blood of God, although it has also increased, it still stays at 1%. Moyun noticed that among the three components of the divine body, the blood of the gods is undoubtedly the most difficult to improve. And with the devouring system, the fastest improvement is obviously God's resistance, which seems to have relatively low requirements. And, like other cultivation, it is slower and more difficult to improve as you go to the end. When the resistance was increased from 4% to 5%, Moyun only swallowed 5 ordinary bloodlines, but when it was increased from 5% to 5%, it swallowed up 21 ordinary bloodlines. It is worth mentioning that these 37 monsters and beasts are all of ordinary blood. Can't you come to a normal or above? Moyun had to let out a sigh of emotion. There are no dragon-slaying skills, but no dragons for other countries. There are so many sons of gods in the Castro camp, it's not enough. Just as Moyun was sighing against the setting sun, 3 figures appeared in the distance. When Moyun took a look, it turned out to be 3 of his old acquaintances. Ingmar, Duke, and Charles returned to the camp with lingering fear. At this time, 2 full hours had passed since the agreed time to return to the camp. The reason for this is because they encountered a group of monsters and beasts with the King of Beasts. The Beast King of the monster god is equivalent to the Son of God among the gods. But different from the sons of gods among the gods, the Beast Kings living in the wilderness, whether it is innate ability or acquired competition, all endow them with a powerful killing ability. Coupled with the cooperation of the herd of beasts, it is impossible for ordinary 3 or 5 sons of gods to be able to defeat a Beast King level monster god. This made the 3 of them very embarrassed, and they returned to the camp after a long circle. Thankfully they escaped help. This is the reason why middle and lower families are unwilling to join the investigation team. The deeper part of the wilderness is not within their reach. However, after returning to the camp, the 3 of them were relieved when they heard that there were top quality and delicious steaks to eat, accompanied by red wine from the Castro family. They came to the dinner party in a hurry 2.0, and shouted, "Where's the steak?" The head chef of the camp is still Moyun, although after Moyun took over the crushing work, the owner of the Castro intended to let Vincent be the head chef, and then encountered unanimous opposition. In the end, it was decided that Moyun would be concurrently in charge, and the owner of Castro also expressed that he would never treat Moyun badly for working 2 jobs at the same time. When the 3 of them saw Moyun, their expressions suddenly changed. They suddenly remembered that it seemed that Moyun's job was to cook. At that time, they scolded Moyun for being the dog of the Castro family. And when we returned to the camp, it seemed that everyone in the camp was discussing Moyun. Moyun smiled at the 3 of them at this time, and said, "The steak is gone, let's make do with some raw water." The 2 patriarchs and a deputy patriarch immediately exploded, and said angrily, "We have worked hard all day, and you want us to eat cows and go into the water." Chapter 96. Monster gods have valuable organs and also have worthless organs. Organs like the heart, lungs, and liver are the source of the power of monsters and gods. It is often more precious than meat, so naturally it is no longer regarded as offal. The cheap organs of the monster god are obviously only leftovers such as intestines and ox tongue. And the thing that the gods are most unwilling to accept is the intestines. For the gods and people, unless they want to improve their divine power and elements, but they really have no money. They will choose to buy water to eat, and are ashamed to eat these things themselves. Because the intestines have a different meaning to the gods. After gaining the Godhead and becoming the people of the gods, all the gods will change the way they remove impurities from their bodies. And the food in the god realm will not contain impurities like the food in the mortal world, and they will be completely absorbed. So since then, the gods have completely bid farewell to the excretion of mortals. Declare yourself to be God, not mere man. But the monster god doesn't care about that. They should still eat and eat. It is said that even a real level monster god will leave a huge pile of excrement. Even this excrement is regarded as a treasure by many people. But for the gods who claim to be gods, it is a shame to let them eat water. Mo Yun knew a little about these 27 things, and when he saw the three of them getting frustrated, he couldn't help showing a sneer. What's the point of insulting you? Sing with me, your hard days are yet to come. Patriarch Mo Yun. Don't bully me too much. Patriarch Ingmar said coldly, even if you make trouble at the family council today, I still need you to give me an explanation. Oh. It's really interesting. Mo Yun sneered and said, explanation? Make a fuss at the family council? Go ahead and make a fuss. You guys came back so late, it's good enough for you to have something to eat. They even clamored for a steak. Steak is such a delicious thing, everyone has finished eating it long ago, and I will keep it for you. I wonder if you have a particularly big face? Everyone wants to give you some face? Finish? Then what is this? Ingmar pointed to a large pile of decomposed monster god organs and flesh beside him, among which there was naturally the beef of the monster god bison. Mo Yun smiled softly, please, this is the harvest of today's investigation team. Don't you see that it is being frozen and stored now? It will be distributed according to their respective contributions at that time. You guys, you didn't catch any prey, you just messed around all day. If you have the ability, you guys will come back with the monster god. Without further ado, I will cook for you now. It's a pity, you don't have the ability. If you have a cow in the water for you to eat, it's already a very special treatment. If you don't give you a cow to eat, it's not bad. The cow is happy. After hearing this word, Patriarch Ingmar almost lost his breath, pointed at Mo Yun and said tremblingly, you wait for me. I will never finish this matter with you. We won't eat today. Patriarch Ingmar turned and left with great backbone. Patriarch Buck and Deputy Patriarch Charles could only choose to follow. Love to eat or not to eat? Mo Yun sneered, if he hadn't had time to prepare. Casual grilling something like beef fat sausage will not be cheap for you. Into the night. Entering the wilderness at night is obviously more dangerous than during the day. At this time, the investigation team will choose a safe strategy and stay in the temporary camp built. The people of the gods, especially the gods who are basically the sons of gods here, generally do not need to sleep. Of course, there are also some children of God who will sleep for a while at night like the mortal world, in order to get a better spirit and feel as a human being. The gods who don't need to sleep are either doing some entertainment activities or doing daily practice at night. However, there are not many people who can calm down and cultivate when they come to the dangerous wasteland. In the camp, Ingmar tried to enter a meditative state to absorb the elements in the air, but no matter what, he couldn't immerse himself in the meditative state. There is of course a reason for this. It was not quiet at night in the camp, there were many people talking around. Because the perception of the Son of God is very strong, whispering voices can be heard in the ear at any time. In front of the bonfire in the distance, the Son of God sang and danced again. But none of this was the root cause of his inability to sleep. The real reason why he couldn't sleep was because he smelled a very tempting fragrance. Ingmar opened his eyes, staring at Mo Yun who was grilling in front of the campfire, with mixed feelings in his heart. He recalled the deliciousness of the steak mentioned in the chat, and said it as if it was unique. Although the majestic Ingmar Patriarch can't afford steak, Feng needs food to soothe his soul after a tiring day. It's just that the griller is Mo Yun, which makes Ingmar quite entangled. He said not long ago, we won't eat today, but then turned around and went back, isn't it humiliating? But after thinking about it, Ingmar suddenly felt relieved. The things in the camp are not owned by Mo Yun alone. Every inspection team is eligible to enjoy the food provided by the local area. It is impossible for him to stop eating for the next few days because of Mo Yun. After thinking about this, Ingmar walked towards the bonfire. When he arrived here, he discovered that Duke of the Duke family and Charles of the Simpson family had also come. At this time, a group of people are asking Mo Yun, what are these? Can't we eat barbecue? It's all left over from the daytime. If you don't believe me, try it. The barbecue in front of Moyun is mainly fatty intestines, and the rest include beef tendon, beef stomach, beef tongue, and beef tail, which are left over from the day and are not core organs. Intestines? This stuff. I wouldn't eat it. Just 077. Everyone was chattering, but the sizzling intestines exuded a tempting aroma. Finally, some sons of God who didn't mind offal appeared, took a bunch and tasted it. To tell you the truth, when I was in the mortal world, I liked intestines the most. A hyena man took a bite out of a bunch and exclaimed, I never imagined that intestines would be so delicious after delicate cooking. It's so delicious. Seeing the hyena man's exaggerated expression, the rest of the people were also a little shaken, and soon someone made a bold attempt. Soon, there was a wave of rave reviews. Patriarch Ingmar looked at these sons of gods, and his long-standing cognition was greatly challenged. To put it bluntly, everyone thinks the intestines are cheap. The root of it is that others feel inferior, so I also feel inferior. Now someone suddenly regards it as a treasure, and Ingmar can't help being suspicious. Maybe it's really a treasure? Just when Ingmar was about to reach out to take a bunch to taste, Moyun's voice sounded just right. Hey, isn't this the owner of the Ingmar family who has made no contributions but still dislikes the bad food? Everyone's eyes instantly hit Ingmar's face. At this time, Ingmar's face was white and red, and he stared at Moyun, then turned and went back to meditate. Nest fire. Hold your breath. We can't bear this grievance. Chapter 97. In the next 3 days, Patriarch Ingmar felt targeted by Moyun everywhere. Either there was just too much salt in the food, or the sour red wine was accidentally handed to him. All this made him gnash his teeth with hatred, but he never dared to attack because of the existence of the Castro family. Soon, it was already the last day of the investigation. At this time, Patriarch Buck and the Deputy Patriarch of the Posen family, Charles, suddenly found Ingmar. Patriarch Ingmar, there is something we want to tell you. What's up? Patriarch Ingmar had no good looks at his 2 companions at this time. All because they gave in to Moyun halfway, expressing their willingness to send back the traitors of the Amen family. Patriarch Ingmar would never do such a shameful thing. If the new members are sent back this time, will anyone be willing to join his family in the future? Facing Patriarch Ingmar's gaze, Charles smiled brilliantly and said in a low voice, Patriarch Ingmar, I have already asked you clearly. This Moyun actually has nothing to do with the Castro family at all. What did you say? Ingmar was stunned for a moment, and then said coldly, Charles, you don't think I'm stupid, do you? Now everyone thinks that this Moyun is the henchman of the Castro family. But in fact, this Moyun is giving himself momentum again. Buck on the side said, people from the Castro family said that they actually don't know this Moyun at all. It seems that they have been related to him since the last time the Sam family was wiped out. That cotter of the Castro family, Turner, was also Moyun whom I only met at that time. What about the gift? At that time, the Sam family and the Eamon family were in a state of war, and the Castro family intervened halfway. They felt sorry, so they gave some benefits to the Eamon family. Really? You didn't lie to me. Ingmar was immediately furious. Could it be that he has been deceived by the bluffing Moyun? Of course it's true. We confirmed it to several members of the Castro family. Buck, who was on the side, also said with emotion, the Castro family is still in the rules. He even gave the Eamon family the benefits, he really took a big deal. Of course, it doesn't matter who made the rules of Camp Castro. Ingmar sneered, and he seemed to have believed it halfway, but soon, a new doubt arose. Then why is he actively joining the investigation team? Buck and Charles said one after the other. Can't you see it? He has a guilty conscience and wants to take the initiative to embrace the thighs of the Castro family. You think, if he is really a direct descendant of the Castro family, why not let him manage the Eamon family to win people's hearts, but ask him to join the team? If they are looking for manpower, does the Castro family need to do this? The Castro family has no shortage of people. Even if you want to train him to give him momentum, do you think he will stay in the camp to cook? Ingmar suddenly became furious. This stinky brat, who pretends to be a tiger, almost deceived us all. But soon, Ingmar calmed down again, and said, but now he seems to have really embraced the thighs of the Castro family, and we can't do anything to him. Lord Ingmar, you are too worried. Now, the relationship between him and the Castro family is not very close. But there are other parliamentary families who are very dissatisfied with him. Charles whispered something to Ingmar, which immediately brought a sneer to Ingmar's mouth. Is it Moyun? I have seen through your tricks, this time I will make your life worse than death. Ding! You devoured the refined blood of the monster god's Dino crocodile. Ding! You have gained 273 times the power of the tide. Ding! You have gained 219 times the ancient resistance enhancement. Ding! You have obtained 180 times the ancient blood enhancement. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the divinity of the power of the tide. Congratulations to the host. Decomposing a Beastmaster level beast in front of him instantly gave Moyun 2 more divinities, and the last ancient blood is obviously not far from obtaining divinity. This was the only Beast King hunted during the 4-day investigation, and it was also the prey hunted by Patriarch Castro himself. Moyun quickly disassembled the Beast King, then took a deep breath, feeling the changes in his body. In 4 days, he crushed more than 180 monster beasts, plus the monster Beast King in front of him. At this time, the progress of the body of the god has reached 9%. The progress of God's blood is still stuck at 1%. But the biggest change is God's resistance, which took the lead in breaking through the 10% mark. At this moment, the sound of the system sounds. Congratulations to the host, the awakened divine body characteristic, ancient resistance. Moyun saw at this time that all his resistance to divinity was integrated into one at this time, forming a brand new and unique divine body characteristic. In his mind, an ancient fragment seemed to emerge. That seems to be the origin of the world of gods. The world is like the first catastrophe world, the karmic fire, the water that destroys the world, the bitter wind, the thunder that destroys, the heat, lava, death, silence. In the whole world, all life is doing its best to survive, and they have evolved bodies that can cope with all harsh environments, in order to resist all external aggression. Ancient resistance. Moyun felt that he could even control the changes in his body. After he had a thought, his skin turned into a thick hard skin like a rhinoceros. With another thought, it turned into plate armor as hard as crocodile skin. Then, there is the skin of a shark, the dense scales as delicate as a snake, the feathers as warm as a bird, and the skin of a lizard that can regulate temperature. Finally, Song changed back to his own skin. There was a slight smile on Moyun's face, and then he looked at the progress of the body of the god. He had a premonition that 10% of the body distance of the gods was actually not much worse. I don't know what new abilities will be gained when the body of God is increased to 10%. At this time, Moyun also discovered that the progress of the divine body brought by a Beast King level monster god beast is even comparable to the sum of dozens of monsters and beasts combined. It seems that the Devouring System values quality more than quantity. Just when Moyun was immersed in the aftertaste of strength improvement, a piercing voice sounded. Patriarch Moyun! Do you dare to stand up and accept my challenge? Moyun raised his head and saw Patriarch Ingmar staring at him in the distance. Not far behind him were Buck and Charles.